that snow that actually sticks, so it's like that slushy type of snow that gets dirt all over everything.
And it doesn't get warm enough where it melts away, so all of a sudden now that stuff starts to turn brown or black.
Totally.
It's disgusting.
God, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I totally agree with you guys. How's my tan, by the way? Did it look okay on television today?
A little orange, but it's all right.
Hair's looking better, though.
Yeah, thanks. Next one, Pat.
I don't understand the NBA CBA, and I've been pretending for a long time that I do.
What can I help
People
you
will
with?
be like, oh, the second apron. I'm like, yeah, man, you don't want too many aprons in the NBA. It could become a real problem. I don't get it. I don't know how my own taxes work. I'm supposed to know what, like, the Knicks tax threshold means or something. Like, I just don't understand it, and I've been pretending for a long time. I'm like, got it, man.
In its simplest forms, you don't want to spend so much that because you spend so much, you're not allowed to do other things. That's what they've created, is that if you spend too much, you can't do other.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams, because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 at bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right. We bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app presented by ESPN Bet. Along with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776 is our phone number. We'll hear from Albert Breer coming up at 8:35, his thoughts about the Bears and some of the storylines around the National Football League, the rumor and innuendo season of the NFL. But first, Cap, we're long gone after 10 a.m., and the machine continues to roll here. Got a little Carmen and Jurko, there's Waddle and Sylvie, there's Bleck Abdalla, and so forth and so on. So much programming here. Once we're gone, the machine keeps rolling.
It does.
And so when the afternoon show's done, yesterday was hosted by Tom Waddle and Jeff Meller, they say, you know what, we're going to hand the baton off to the Bleck and Abdalla show. And so, of course, they both go into the elevator, time to go home, spend time with their family. And then all of a sudden, Waddle has one of his worst fears realized after the show. He got stuck in an elevator.
No.
He and Jeff Meller for 20 minutes.
Oh, my God.
You're done with the show. And, of course, they got a telethon going there in the afternoon show. 4 hours. Every time I got to sit in there, I'm like, all right, well, so long, guys. No, we have another hour. You do? I'm only built for 3 with Cap. Take that. So once their telethon is over, it's like, okay, I'm exhausted. It's time to go home. Cap, they already put in 4 hours plus. And then they're like, okay, it's time to go home. And they're stuck in the building, in the elevator for 20 minutes. Cap, could you imagine?
No.
In this building, not just 5 minutes, okay, there's a problem with the elevator. 20 minutes. Cap.
So Waddle is highly claustrophobic.
Which I did not know until this morning.
Oh, I knew that because we were partners down the dial for 10 years. So, yes, highly claustrophobic. I am a little claustrophobic. Like I had, just tell it. Waddle had to get an MRI when he was playing. He got to the doctor. He looked at the tube that they slide you into. Mm-hmm. There was no open MRI back then.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah, I'm out. They had to give him Valium to get him back in. I've had both the open MRI and the one where they slide you in there.
Yeah.
The slide you in there, I had to get medicated. I can't do it.
Really?
I am claustrophobic in that way. But, like, I'm not claustrophobic in this studio. I mean, it's decent sized. It's not like we're downstairs where I could see out the windows.
Mm-hmm.
But fear of heights, yeah, that's real for me. Not on a plane. But, like, if you told me we were at the Willis Tower, Sears Tower, and they had that, like, what is it? The observation deck.
Yes.
The sky deck, where you can go out and stand there and you're out, like, looking down. No chance.
Now, when it comes to Waddle and Meller, because they were the ones that got stuck in the elevator yesterday, let's talk about them, because I'd like to know, after 4 hours and a meeting and spending time that long, I wonder what the conversation was like. I'm sure they hit the ground button like a million times. They wore that button out. Oh, God, come on. And it's still just sitting there on the 7th floor or between the 6th and 7th floor.
I can tell you they spoke to a maintenance man through the door who told them they were stuck between the 3rd and 4th floor.
Oh, my
and
God.
Through the door, they were told by a maintenance man they were going to try to lower them to the ground and then let them out.
Damn.
Oh, my God.
I like to imagine the conversation was simply like Meller whispering sweet nothings to keep Waddle calm.
Well, if it's Meller and it's 20 minutes stuck in the elevator, I'm sure that he exhausted all of his penis jokes. All of them. Like 20 minutes filled of the classic Meller penis jokes. Because that's what he's known for around here.
How was Waddle this morning?
So
he'd be a panicky dude in that situation.
I wonder if he's traumatized.
I just think that for someone who I always seem is like Joe Cool, Tom Waddle, for over the years that I've known him, I can't imagine what a frazzled Waddle looks like in that elevator, in that spot. It's amazing.
Call him up. Get him on the phone right now. He's up. Dude gets up early. Get him on the phone. I want to hear if he's okay. He's our guy.
We all have a rational fear, have rational fears, Cap. I mean, I'll just tell you, like, I have a list here of things that people could be afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
There's roller coasters.
Are you afraid of those?
No, not really. And I haven't been on one in about 5 years. But not really. I've never threw up on myself after being on a roller coaster. Yeah, it gets high sometimes. It gets kind of wild. But no, not afraid of roller coasters.
Have you been to Great America in the last 10 years?
Yes, I have.
So they have, what is it called? What's the one? They've got one that's like one of the highest in the United States. I have not ventured onto that. The last roller coaster I was on was in Las Vegas a few years ago.
And how was she?
Wow. I got on it with our oldest son, Nick. He's like, let's go, right in the front. I'm like, no, we're not sitting in the front. He's like, yes, we are. Of course, we sat in the front car.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to the top, then that thing's going to take off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not. Isn't Sylvie like a big roller coaster guy?
I don't know. I don't know that.
I thought he was. Somebody here is.
Is that the roller coaster on top of the building?
Yeah, it's at Paris Club, I think, or Paris Club. Paris Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where it's at.
Roller coasters.
New York,
I think.
There's horror movies. Like, I know my wife is not a horror movies person.
Mm-hmm.
Not big into that. I prefer not to watch horror movies, Cap.
Why would your wife want to watch a horror movie?
Well, I mean, hey, there's always genres of different movies.
Horror
movies, yeah.
Oh, I think you said horror.
You heard me. The audience heard me. I don't know how you missed it. Horror movies. And by the way, that would be called snuff films. Snuff films in my home. Snuff films. Got to bring out the projector for that. The old man's good stuff, along with the magazines. So then there's clowns. So I know that Carmen is deathly afraid of clowns. I've known that from working with him over the years.
Same here. I hate clowns.
I don't know how that could be. As long as you've been in this business and you're afraid of clowns.
Yeah, they surprised me on TV one day, and out of nowhere in the studio, Tom Cooper and Danny Wysocki, our great producers, sent a clown in. And I turned, and the clown was right there, and it was a creepy lady clown. Awful. I hate clowns. Hate them.
But yet you're still in the business. We worked with clowns for years.
This is true. We've worked for clowns.
How many general managers and how many program directors have you worked with? It's like, boy, that person's a clown.
Yeah.
But you still get the check anyway.
Yeah.
I got that too, by the way. Instead of getting paid, I've got the little clown horn. That's right, Jay Moore. Wow. Where's the money? No, instead I got the horn. All right. Then, of course, there's always Cap being afraid of heights. That's always a thing, too. Okay, so not necessarily afraid of heights. Not really. I mean, you would think that on that sky deck, you look down and see the city, and you have glass underneath you. It's like, how's that holding me up? Well, it's like anything else when you do a speech. You just kind of look to the back of the wall, and you just don't be afraid of the audience. Just look at the back of the wall, look from left to right. Same thing with heights. I just try to look up because I don't want to look down because imagine what that's like.
So Zetterman, before he became our boss, when he and I were working together, he said, hey, let's go to Float 60, I think it's called. Like a float tank.
The best. I love
the worst. The absolute worst.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get there, and they have the ones that look like a coffin. They're like a little box.
Yeah.
You get in. And I guess Jurko was in there one time for quite a while. Loved it.
Oh, my God.
they gave me one. It was like a little room. It wasn't quite as big as this studio, but it was decent size. And it's salt water, so you float, and they turn all the lights off, and there's zero sound. Like, you could be screaming at the door, and I won't hear you, and it's pitch black, and you're in there for 60 minutes. And they were very nice people. They said, we'd love to have you guys talk about it on the air. Come on over. So Danny and I go over there. I lasted 9 minutes, and I don't know how I made it that long. And I hit this button, and it opens the door. And I jumped out, showered, and left. Zetterman calls me like an hour and a half later. Cappy, where are you? Dude, I'm already home. What?
Wow.
That was horrible.
I mean, what if I was in there with you? Could you have lasted 60 minutes?
No.
Okay. I mean, you could have just told me old stories and read the box scores. I would have listened.
How does this work? Are you laying in the float tank with them, or are you just like on the sideline?
Sitting in a chair listening to me.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Just sit on the chair.
Keep calm,
listen.
Cap. Keep calm.
I'd be rooting for you.
Yeah, it was not my cup of tea. Danny loved it, not me.
I really enjoyed it when I did it.
Ugh. There's also the fear of flying. Of course, that's for a lot of people. Never really had a fear of flying.
Me
Might
either.
be my first time being on there, just like, hey, I know that it could crash. I know, unfortunately, we've been seeing this way too often lately with aircrafts, with planes, but I've never had a real fear of flying. Has there been some rough flights? Sure. Rough landings? Absolutely. But actually being in the air, not really afraid of flying.
Ben on Twitter said, don't ever watch the movie, guys. Buried with Ryan Reynolds. Is that where he gets buried alive?
Yeah, he's like basically in a coffin for the entire movie.
I'd be dead.
Well, that's the hope. You'd be dead. That's the only time that you want to be in there.
No, he was buried alive.
Oh.
Like, literally, I'd have a heart attack and be gone.
Then, of course, there's always the animals, Cap. As we talk about Tom Waddle and Jeff Meller being stuck in an elevator for 20 minutes after their show yesterday here in the building. Then there's snakes and spiders. Have you got it? I know that you've been around some snakes over your years, like I have.
Yep, I've worked for snakes.
So there's always that.
Then I got to work here, and it's so much better. But snakes I don't like at all. Spiders I'm not a big fan of. But it's rodents, like mice and rats. No thanks.
Yes. It's only because you don't see them coming, Cap. That's the thing. If there is an animal that's in front of you, okay, you can handle it better. But when you don't see a mouse coming, that's the worst. I'm so glad that your wife was there to help you out in your garage recently when there was a mouse in your garage.
Yeah, last summer.
Yeah. She was there to help.
Walked out to get in my truck, and I'm like, whoa! Mindy! And it was early. I'm going to work, I believe. It was a work day. She's like, I don't have to get up for an hour. What? You got to get this mouse that's dead in the garage right now.
Well, all right.
So she got like a garbage bag and then swept it into it. And I'm like,
why are these animals... Let me ask you a question, J. Moore. Why are all these animals urban? Why are these... It's the mouse, you have the Cap's dog. Where are these people coming from?
Like Sunday I went in the garage, and she has a bird feeder.
Yeah.
Like multiple ones. Well, she gets bird seed on the ground. I said, hon, between the dog food you drop and the bird feed, you're going to attract rodents.
Right.
So I got the shop vac that we have, and I vacuumed the entire perimeter, like the inside, around the walls of the garage, around the dog food bin, around the bird food bin. I'm like, hun, the next time you're going to do that, you know how long that took me? Because that's how you attract rodents.
And, of course, she blamed you. Somehow, some way, it came back around.
It was my fault.
Did either of you hear the other development on this station yesterday during Waddle and Meller?
No.
So Kevin Zepak was in producing, and they got onto the topic in Waddle's World of rodents.
Liquid Smooth.
And it came to the knowledge of everybody on the show and the listening audience that Kevin Zepak once found a rat, I believe. It was a rat or a mouse, trapped, not dead. And Zepak put it out of his misery and then packaged it up and disposed of it. Killed the animal.
You mean like stomped it?
He killed the animal.
But how though? With what? A machete or?
I believe he smashed it.
Picked up the animal, picked up the rodent and smashed it to the ground? Wow.
He said he humanely took the life of the rodent.
How?
And then put it in a plastic bag.
Yeah, not me.
Okay.
Hard pass.
You know what that is? Z-Pack, axe murderer.
He is.
I'm telling you, it's a psychopath a little bit, I think.
I love you, Liquid Smooth, but that's a tough one.
Odie, what about the existential stuff? Like the end of everything fears that people have? Because the thing I keep seeing every time I go on any news site or social media, NASA keeps upping the chances that this meteor is going to hit the Earth in 2032.
Oh, man.
It's up to like 2.6% now. Does that scare you? Because for me, it's like, oh, if it happens, it happens. What am I going to do?
Yeah. I think that when I saw the number go up to 2.6, I thought, okay, that's still pretty good odds that the meteor's not going to hit me. If it goes up from 1 to 2.6, okay, my chances are still good. It won't hit me.
I don't worry about things I can't control.
But the mouse, though, that's a bridge too far.
Yes. 100%.
I got you there.
What?
I'll tell you what scares me.
Would be also something that scares me. I have a friend.
Yeah.
We'll call him Phil.
Yep.
Got bit in the chest by a bat.
Does Phil also like hockey?
Phil does like hockey. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And Phil was leaving a friend's barbecue, and as he walked out like dusk time, like 8, 9 at night in the summer, right in the chest and bit him.
No.
A bat.
See, those things don't happen out south. And if it does, it's some lady from some lounge or some bar that bites you in the chest.
Correct.
It's never the actual bat from the sky. So I will tell you, Cap, out of things that really, I guess you could say, scare me, one is I'm not a cat guy.
Me either.
I mean, I'm talking about at all. But here's how it started, though. I was indifferent to cats. Indifferent, like, okay, not a cat guy. I love dogs, but I'm indifferent to cats. Cats are good for the alley. Keep the mice away. You know, just make sure that there's no mice in the alley. On our honeymoon, Peacock and I in Antigua is where we had our honeymoon. Sitting there near the water, just having lunch, and all of a sudden here comes a cat. And the cat is just between, my feet and around her feet, and then she jumps. She goes, ah! I was like, what's the matter? It's like, I just can't stand cats. I can't stand them. The cat just kept lingering, I guess looking for food or whatever. And now, because of her fear, now I don't like cats. I mean, at all. I don't want them anywhere around me.
I'm allergic to cats.
But you understand the point, though. It's
100%.
like because they creep up on you, Cap.
Yeah.
Then they change their eyes. Now, I don't know if they are friendly or if they want to attack me. So that's the whole thing. I can't be around them.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because I don't know what's on their mind. A dog, you kind of know what's on a dog's mind, right? They want to be loved. They want to be petted. They're hungry, and they'll tell you what's going on. The cat, very creepy in that spot.
Yeah, I'm not a cat person at all.
So I'm not big on cats, and I'm also not big on the possums. Give me that sound effect of possums, by the way. Give me that. Give me that possum. The white possum.
Now, is it a possum or an opossum?
Depends on what side of the country you're on.
Okay.
Yeah. The ones I like, that I don't like, is the ones that pop up out of the garbage can. Those are the worst.
Yeah, and they're like whitish color with those red eyes.
Brother.
Oh,
brother.
The ones that play dead and then you go over to it.
Yeah.
Jump up.
Cap, you want to rib me? You want to do a prank on me? Have a possum involved, and watch the big man run. Those things are nasty,
horrible.
They just walk along, and they pop up out of garbage cans. They're in the alley all the time. They walk around your lawn for no reason, especially at night. You've had a good night out. You open up the garage door. Oh God, and he's just sitting there. Cap, it's the worst.
The worst. So I was doing basketball, and the director was Todd Benjaminson. He now, I believe, is the director of all the Cubs games at Marquee.
Mm-hmm.
We had Butler and Detroit for first place to win the conference. The game was in Detroit. You've been there.
Yes, I have.
Game is, we'll call it 11 a.m. Central on a Saturday. I get to the arena for an 11 a.m. game, like 8:30, 9, have my coffee, go over my notes again, talk to everybody, and then we do the game. So I decided to play a joke on him. I call his cell. I said, dude, where are you? He said, right here on the court. I said, that's not possible. Why? I'm standing on the court, and it's pitch black in here. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm standing at center court. I'm talking to our producer. That's not possible because I'm standing right here. He said, where? I said, I'm in Indianapolis at Butler. Oh, God, the game's in Detroit. And then I came around the corner and I said, boo, gotcha. He's like, you're dead. I will get you back. He was so panicked. Didn't have an announcer, he thought. A few weeks later, we're doing Memphis at DePaul on Fox. And out of nowhere, he finds out about my irrational fear of possum and rat. And a stuffed rat in the middle of our open gets thrown right by my feet. And they had it all on camera. Dude, I freaked. I almost had a heart attack.
That's scary.
Oh!
That is scary.
He got me back.
You got to get him back now. You got to find a way, Cap.
They're even. You can't restart the battle.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You have to get him back, Cap.
I have to have the upper hand.
And I'll help you.
By the way, Woody, just for clarification on the producer Z-Pack story with the rat.
Liquid Smooth.
I've confirmed that the story was, I couldn't remember exactly. He found it on a glue trap, wrapped it up in some bags, and then dropped the cinder block on it.
Humanely, of course.
Psychopath.
He is a psychopath.
He just had a handy cinder block just to make sure that rat was dead.
That's how you get it done.
Yeah, maybe if you're a character in The Sopranos and you've got a spare cinder block in your garage.
That is fantastic. So
why not just 2 to the head? Like, drop a cinder block on it.
Well, is Waddle okay this morning?
Oh, that's great.
He didn't answer his phone. He might be sleeping in, getting a little extra rest.
So,
come on, Tommy.
So let's open the phone line, Shay. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Waddle and Meller was stuck in the elevator here in the building. What is your biggest fear? We went through roller coasters and horror movies and heights and clowns and flying and also animals. So what is your biggest fear? And have you ever been stuck in the elevator? What was that experience like? Let's get your comments in. Coming up next, Cap and J Hood is presented by ESPN Bet.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Cap and Jay Hood are back. Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood, weekday morning 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. -2 degrees, getting up to 9 degrees today as we talk to you about your biggest fear. It was Waddle and Meller got stuck in an elevator leaving the show yesterday for 20 minutes, and we're asking you, what is your biggest fear? I didn't know Waddle had a claustrophobic problem. He's so cool and like one of the greatest guys that you'll ever meet. Still is, but I just didn't know he had that issue. And so we're talking to you about it. 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number.
So I just ran into the big boss, Keith Williams, the market manager.
Yep.
He said,
oh, God.
He's heard us talking about Waddle and Meller getting stuck in the elevator yesterday afternoon after their show. He said Friday, did you know this, Shay or Jay Moore? Friday, I think it was Oveda, Sharfie. Did he say Jordan Sherwood? There's like 4 of them got stuck in the elevator Friday.
No, okay. The fact that I got in an elevator yesterday to come up here when I got into work, and it was creaking the whole way up.
He said that his was creaking this morning.
I imagine I felt like it's the same one when I heard that Waddle and Meller got stuck. I'm like, I think they were probably in the same elevator car that I was in this morning. I am not built to be stuck in an elevator. I can't have this happen to me. Now I am actively afraid. The next time I get in an elevator in this building, I'm going to get stuck. And I got stuck in one as a child with my dad at Comerica Park, my dad and my grandpa, and we were stuck in it after a baseball game for 45 minutes. I didn't get on an elevator for probably 3 years after that.
And rightfully so, because it's like once you go through that, there's a trauma added to it. So I totally get that. So we're asking you your biggest trauma, your biggest issues, 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. What's your biggest trauma? Light them up as we go to Ben in Sherwood, and he joins us here on Cap and J Hood. Ben in Sherwood, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
What's up, brother?
So I have claustrophobia, too. Not as extreme as getting stuck in an elevator. That'd be okay. But getting stuck in the tube for my MRI,
the worst.
That was horrible.
Horrible.
I had to have Valium, and not only did they shove me in the tube, they shoved pillows in with me. So I was wedged in. My shoulders are big enough, let alone 4 pillows wrapped around me. I couldn't move if I wanted to. It was terrible. And that movie Buried, Cap, I watched it. I'm the one who tweeted it. I watched it once. My palms were sweating the entire time.
Yeah, I couldn't make it.
You see, like, basically the camera's at, like, if you're laying flat in a coffin and you look up towards the back of the coffin, That's where the camera was the whole time. It was horrible.
Yeah, and the thing is with the MRI, it's like you go in the tube, your arms are at your side. They go, oh, would you like to listen to music? We can put your playlist on. Yeah, and you hear the MRI thing is like bang, bang, bang. 45 minutes of this banging noise. Your music doesn't help. And if you open your eyes, the top of the tube, like the inside, is literally like 2 inches from your face. Dude, it is the worst.
That is correct. I just went through that a couple of years ago. I had an MRI on my ankle and went through the tube. But I just knew, like, okay, if I open my eyes, I'm going to freak out. So I just kept it tight like a child. Just have my eyes real tight. And just like, if I open my eyes just one time, so I just kept my breath.
I can't.
But I mean, I'm not that nosy that I want to know what it looks like to be in a tube. No, because I know what it looks like.
How about if you have to go in head first?
I
went feet first for mine.
Yeah, I was just on a meat slab, and they just slid me in.
Right, but I remember a friend of mine had to have, he told me they slid him in face first. And I'm like, head first in the tube? No shot.
Yeah.
Now they have a lot of open MRI, where it's open around you.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I just went through that a couple of years ago, and I knew it was my first one. And I said, if I close my eyes, Cap, I think I'm going to be okay. And the music wasn't the best, but it didn't matter, because if I open my eyes, I felt like, pull it out. That's enough. That's enough. Stop. So I didn't want to freak out like that. Jay Moore?
Does the building have any video of them getting stuck?
Oh, that's a great call.
I would like to see that.
What is wrong with you?
What
is wrong with you?
I need to know how to react if it happens to me.
Okay, well, first of all,
like do whatever Waddle didn't do.
We just see Waddle laying his head in Meller's lap, terrified.
Hold me, please, Jeff. Hold me. I'm terrified. This guy's image is of an insanely good and tough football player who could take any hit, get up, and keep moving, and make the catch. Please, Jeff, hold me. I'm terrified. That would be the greatest.
I just like the idea of Jay Moore liking the entertainment value of seeing Waddle in his trauma. Let me see it on TV. Let's take a look.
No, because now that Keith said the MCs got stuck in there, I want to see it all now.
You want to see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Jay Moore, we got to be prepared. It's going to happen to us.
We got to be prepared.
It ain't going to happen to us. It will not. It will not happen to us. Absolutely not. You don't want that. I'm going to put that juju on me. Absolutely not.
No
Cap.
shot.
No, we're just going to go down and the elevator, and it'll be just fine.
It's too close to home. Too close to home. That's two people from this floor that got stuck.
I think we should just go one at a time then.
So we had a foursome get stuck on Friday. Yeah. Now we got Waddle and Meller.
No, let's just go one at a time. I think that's the best way to do it. Clearly, there's a weight capacity problem or an old building problem around here. I think that's the issue.
I might take the stairs when we leave today.
Niles and Joe's with us on Cap and J Hood. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. As always, listening, streaming on the ESPN 1000 app. So wanted to just say thanks so much for all you do every day.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you guys. So I got two things for you. Number one, Jonathan, I appreciate it. I spit my coffee all over my car when you said something along the lines of you don't know if cats want you to pet them or if they want to attack you. Almost lost it. So I really, really appreciate that.
So true, man. So true. They're sneaky.
They want to pet you or attack you. I was absolutely dying. The second thing is, so along the lines of possums, funny enough, possums are one of the most docile creatures in the animal kingdom, and they only live approximately 3 years. Now, I know, Jonathan, you're going to say you don't care, you want them to die in 5 minutes, and I get that, but they are actually one of the sweetest, nicest animals you can meet. My biggest fear is something happening to my family. I think about that all the time. That is my biggest fear. I have no fears myself except something happened to my family. But you guys are absolutely the best, man. Keep rocking, and thanks for all you do. Leave me on hold, please.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Joe, how are you at needles? You good with that?
I got a lot of tattoos, so no problem with
needles.
So
you're there. So
yeah, and
it's list too.
And I don't like. I have a lot of tattoos, but it's not. Like getting a shot is totally different than having a tattoo put on you.
Correct.
By the way, I did want to shout out one of our fine listeners who watches us on YouTube or listens in his police car. I went to Medieval Times yesterday for my grandson's birthday, and a guy came up and said, dude, Jonathan Hood is the funniest blankety blank I have ever heard. I listen to you guys in my squad car. Officer Chris, I think was his name, in Manuka, is listening right now. So thank you for your service. Great to meet you yesterday at the show.
Absolutely. I want to hear more about that Medieval Times experience in a little bit. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air as we talk to you about the thing that scares you the most. We've gone through roller coasters and spiders and snakes and clowns. How about elevators? Because that's what happened to Waddle Meller and some of our teammates here at Good Karma Brands here in this building. So what is your biggest fear? We're talking to you about that on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. It's coming.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March, who will be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Heard of the business loan interest tax deduction? Your CPA has. A certified public accountant can identify all your eligible tax credits and deductions this tax season. Before filing your tax return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
This ESPN Radio Black History Month moment is brought to you by National University.
Considered one of the best defensive players in NBA history, Bill Russell led the Boston Celtics to 11 championships and won 5 MVPs. In 1966, he became the first black coach in NBA history when he became the Celtics player coach. He led Boston to back-to-back titles in 1968 and 69. He was inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in 1975.
Built for the dreamers and doers and history makers. Start your journey at nu.edu.
Michelle Smallman here. Dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Cap and J Hood are back. Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock, then Clinton Yates and Friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Jurko from 12 to 3. Waddle and Meller, fresh from the elevator, from 2:30 to 6:30. Bleck Abdalla, 6:30 to 8, right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Cap, there's so much that people could be afraid of, like dogs. I'll tell you what, as a kid, when you're a kid, if you don't grow up with a dog, Cap, you're not sure what a dog is thinking. As an adult, I know what a dog is thinking because they're not trying to bite me. They're just, they might be a little bit fearful, but they also want to be petted and loved. Growing up in the 70s, the prominent dog in the neighborhood was the German Shepherd. Everybody had a German Shepherd where I lived. And then you got to the 80s and Magnum PI's on, and everybody wanted a Doberman. That was a prominent dog. You recall this, right, Jay Moore?
That's right, Max.
The Max, the Doberman. Everyone had Doberman Pinscher. And those things was just like, would run like the wind. You don't know if they want to play with you or if they want to attack you when you're a little kid. Because during this time, as I was growing up on the South Side, we're popping fences, meaning that we're jumping from fence to fence, going in people's backyards. It's like, instead of just walking around the sidewalk, we're jumping over in people's yards and doing all that because we're kids and we're knuckleheads. And so you never know when a Doberman Pinscher will just jump out at you and like, oh, God. And that Pinscher is much faster than you.
Oh, God.
Then we went from German Shepherd to Doberman Pinscher to everyone had to have a pit bull. So those things happen where it's like, okay, as an adult, I know that the dog is not going to try to eat me. As a kid, though, you don't know what you're going to expect. What dogs were prominent in your neighborhood as a kid?
Well, there was a dog that our next-door neighbor had, and I don't know what kind. It was just a mangy thing, and his name was Jet.
Jet.
And I remember Jet got loose, and I was scared. I was little.
Yeah.
And I took off running, and he bit me in the back, like in the calf.
Oh, God. Yeah.
And I'm like screaming to get this dog off of me. Yes. Now I got 3 dogs. I have a husky, Siberian husky. I have a black lab mix, like a mutt we saved, and a purebred golden retriever.
But was there a fear of dogs at that time, though?
When Jet bit me, I was terrified.
Yeah.
I'm never getting a dog.
And now look at you.
Right.
Now you love them.
They're the best.
Did you ever think about getting a Doberman back in the day?
Did not. My wife wanted a Rottweiler.
Okay.
She had one of those. And I'm like, yeah, that's a bridge too far. We're not getting a Rottweiler.
We're not doing that, no. So, that's something, man. But and we're going to get a dog right around the corner here in 2025.
Really?
We are looking into it, yes.
What kind?
We're looking. A rescue, more than likely.
Uh-huh.
More than likely it's a rescue.
Little or big?
Medium size.
Nice.
Medium size. Don't want a Great Dane or anything like that. And also don't want a little dog that you can kick around. I don't want that. I want a little
well, like a
tiny
golden
dog.
retriever kind.
Yeah, something like that. Or a beagle that just keep me up all night just talking. Ooh, that's enough. Soupy.
Sleep.
You do that. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. What is your biggest fear as we go to Dallas, Texas, listening on the ESPN Chicago app? Here's Justin on Cap and J Hood. Justin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Cap, Hoodie. I hope all is well.
What's up, my guy?
My biggest fear is snakes. I can't stand them. Just the sight of them, I just can't stand them. I would hate to know what would happen if I would encounter one because I know they swallow humans whole. So, yeah, that's my biggest fear. I appreciate that.
Whoa. What do you mean swallow humans whole? Where are you, in the Amazon?
Well, I mean, if we were in the Amazon, yeah. If we ran into an anaconda, yeah. We would get swallowed whole.
Ain't nobody going to eat you, Justin.
Hey, it's enough meat on me. He probably would. He probably wouldn't be able to eat me in one sitting. But yeah.
Wow.
Nobody's eating you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good one. I love y'all.
Have a good day.
Do you have a something that you fear, Jay Moore? You have not been able to participate here. I want to hear. Is it an elevator?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Number one?
Yes. It's not number one, but I hate elevators.
Well, I mean, we got to take it every day. I mean,
and it's
start walking the stairs, kid.
Living on a prayer.
Every day.
Every day. Every day.
You will know if I get stuck in an elevator because my happy ass will be walking down the stairs for at least a month after the fact.
Yes.
This just happened to Courtney Cronin, by the way.
Right, but that wasn't in this building.
No.
That was like where she lives.
And then I always think about the movies when the elevator like breaks and it burns and it's just falling,
I just watched the end of the movie Speed.
I'm like,
well, what's that, Jamer? Is it Devil, the movie where there's like 6 people on an elevator and one of them is the devil? Have you heard of that?
I heard of it. Yeah, I think that is the name of it.
That was Porky's, wasn't it? The angel and the devil on each shoulder. Blank or blank. Blank or blank.
No, that's not Porky's. That's Animal House.
Is Animal House?
Yeah.
Yes. Same genre, I believe.
Yeah.
That's
correct.
Yes.
That's correct. That is correct.
I love J-Bor saying that every time he takes the elevator, it's living on a prayer. He becomes Bon Jovi when he gets on the plane.
Hey,
gets on
man.
an elevator.
You know, and one time I did get on the elevator here, and it closed, and it just
sat there.
So you know what I did? I got off.
There you go.
No, thank you.
There you go. How about sudden loud noises? I know that scares your dogs when you get the thunder in the spring and summer.
Yeah, the golden retriever doesn't care about the thunder. Our late yellow lab, Rocky, he hated it, would shake. Now it's Sparky, does not like the thunder. By the way, call Waddle. Waddle said he'll call or shake and call him.
We turn now to afternoon show host and the beloved Tom Waddle. He joins us here on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
A little dented mentally, to be honest with you.
So what happened? Where
Meller
did it start?
I got into the elevator and started to go down, and I guess in between the 5th and 4th floor, it just it shook. It went boom, and it just stopped. And so I am deathly claustrophobic, crazy claustrophobic to the point where my heart rate was probably nearing 200 at the start of it. And Meller Meller thought we were just at a ride at Disney World. He was cool with it, big smiles and everything was cool. But I was standing in the corner and just terrified. So he called the people, the emergency, whatever, and they said, okay, we'll send somebody. And it took them a half hour to get us out. And when we got out, we had to climb up not out of the top of the elevator, but they couldn't get the elevator reset. So we were stuck in between floors. They finally pried the doors open and had to jump up, climb out of it. It's crazy.
So it was like the movie Speed.
Yes.
You had to climb out?
Yeah. Well, not through the top, not through the roof. But the doors open up and we were in the middle.
Yeah.
So I had to climb,
man, I hate
jump out of the door, but jump in, up and into the
floor,
I guess it was the 5th floor. Yeah.
And you know that I was just told by Keith Williams, our boss, I saw him in the hallway. He said, Friday, there were 4 on the elevator. Oveda, I think Jordan Sherwood, Sharfie, and one more. And they all got stuck.
For how long?
I don't think it was short.
Really?
Yes.
This is a
normally I've been in there and been stuck for 30 seconds or 40 seconds. This was a half hour.
Did Meller hold you?
No, you know what I did to take my mind off all of it? As always, you guys, Abdalla and Tyler were trying to call us knowing that we were stuck. I think Meller sent them a text, and great opportunity for show content. I'm over there about to claw my own eyeballs out and have a heart attack, and Abdalla and Tyler want show content. I just kept swearing so that they couldn't put me on.
That's how you do it.
So I actually accessed my Xfinity, my Comcast
and
cable,
watched the movie.
Well, I turned it on and started watching something on Oxygen Real Crime about true killers or serial killers. So it calmed me down.
Yeah, because that's good. That always calms me down also, Tommy. Just find someone that is killing someone, and then your heartbeat goes down.
Listen, Jonathan, I am so deathly afraid of small spaces, and I'm so claustrophobic. Anything to take my mind off of what was transpiring. I've seriously thought I was going to pass out a couple of times.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's not cool, man.
Okay, no one should have to go through that. And for it to happen several times in this building, I think that we should all decide to just work from home.
Well, it's a funny. Well, today I thought we were going to get a cold day today.
Yeah, every day.
The stupidest thing was, as I jumped out, and Meller finally climbed out, and I'm like, I'm taking the stairs, and Meller's like, come on, let's just take one of the other elevators. What are the odds it's going to get stuck? So my dumb ass got in the elevator going down with him after being stuck in an elevator for 30 minutes.
Tommy, come on.
Yeah.
You're the voice of reason around here. You know you should have took those stairs.
Jonathan, I was so shook at that time that I would, if you could have led me into the desert, and I would have followed at that point. Like I was kind of like Meller was walking up the incline to go, in the garage afterwards, and he's like, "You okay?" And I go, "I'll be there at some point," but like.
How drunk
anxiety is not a fun thing, and I get tremendous anxiety when I'm in tight spaces.
How drunk did you get last night?
No, I didn't get drunk last night.
Do you have a little bit of scotch when you got home? Relax.
But it is a day that ends in a Y, but it wasn't any more than normal.
Yes. That's a hell of a day. I mean, you being afraid in tight spaces, and you've worked with Sylvia all these years and still survive. That's amazing.
That's a walk in the park, boys. Trust me.
Well, we're glad that you're okay. Now I'm concerned. I think we should just go in elevators one at a time. I think that's the best policy.
Just know that Keith told me when he was coming up this morning, he got it. He goes, elevator 5. I don't know how he knows it's elevator 5 because it depends which side you count from. But he said all of a sudden it started shaking and making a noise, and he went, "Oh God, no!" But he got here.
It's crazy. But what are you going to do? You can't rappel up the building to get to the 7th floor.
No, you can't. That's just a mess. And we complain about the studio. What about the elevator?
Yeah. By the way, the guy, he couldn't have been nicer. He kept apologizing, the building guy. And Meller and I were both like, it's not your fault. He goes, I've been here 14 years. This has never happened. I go, we get stuck all the time in these things, or people talk about it. He goes, no, because he went upstairs and tried to reset it twice, and it wouldn't reset. He goes, I've never had to have people climb out this way.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, good times, man.
All right, well, good luck when you get in the elevator to come back to work today.
I'll be highly sedated for that, probably.
Okay.
Glad you're okay, Tommy.
It's going to be a special show. It's going to be a special show today, then.
A handful of Xannies and a couple of cold beers, and I'll be upstairs by 1.
Okay. Tommy, we'll talk to you tomorrow for Waddle Wednesday.
I'm out of town tomorrow, so this is all you get, Jonathan.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow for Waddle Wednesday.
Okay, I'll be there.
All right. Because he won't remember that. Tom Waddle with us here as he stuck in an elevator with Jeff Meller yesterday. Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and the preseason is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson warm up their vocal cords with a North-South game with the Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Week Saturday at 1 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Find the way to lose unwanted body fat and enhance your sex drive at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook, visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. It's time to look and feel young again.
Have I told you lately about Vivid Seats? It's your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season with a game-changing rewards program and unbeatable selection of tickets. They make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seats. Don't miss out. VividSeats.com is where you go. VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Jay Moore.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
At a truck stop in Iowa, here's Josh on Cap and Jay Hood. Josh, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
We're well, thanks.
What's
How are
up
you,
there,
sir?
buddy?
Not bad. Hey, I got 2 things real quick for you. One, my biggest fear is choking. I've had the Heimlich done on me, and there's no greater fear in the world than choking.
Wait, what did you choke on when you had the Heimlich?
I was eating a piece of pizza, and thank God my mom was there, and she basically saved my life. To the point now where I can't eat alone. If I do, it's like just the worst fear ever.
Wow. And this is when you were a kid or when you were younger?
Yeah, high school. Yeah.
Wow.
So you never eat a meal alone?
I try not to. Obviously, there's times where I just can't do that, but I try and always eat with someone just in case that does happen.
Wow.
Yeah, it was not fun. Secondly, this is the best conversation I've heard on this radio station in a long time because Chicago sports just absolutely suck right now.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. This is awesome.
You're the man.
Waddle,
Appreciate
I'm sorry.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, you are sorry. You say you want to apologize to Waddle for what he went through?
I was like, yeah, Waddle, sorry for him having to go through this, but this has been a great conversation for you guys.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. In Des Moines, here's Antonio on Cap and J Hood. Antonio, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Antonio.
What's up, Antonio?
Love the show. You guys are great. I'm a truck driver. I don't know what I would do without you guys and this station in general.
Thank you.
But my biggest fear used to be snakes and spiders. Snakes, spiders, and mice. So to get over that fear, I went and started buying tarantulas. At some point, I had 60 tarantulas living in a studio apartment, and I also went and bought a ball python snake. Sweetest snake in the world. It got me over, both of those got me over those fears really quick.
God bless you. I will never come visit. Sorry.
No, I'd invite you over.
Tarantulas, man. Come on, Antonio.
No, they're. I mean, if they don't want to be bothered with you, they will let you know. But most of them are just pretty docile. They pretty much just sit there.
That's insane, man. I can understand, like, fish. Tarantulas?
I got rid of the fish to get the tarantulas.
Probably the same bowl, knowing you.
That is awful.
And one of the things that I actually always wanted was to get caught in the elevator on my way to work and get stuck in there for a while so I didn't have to go. I had one job where I just really wish I would get stuck in that elevator.
Get the day off. Hey, man, thanks a lot for the call. Have a good day.
All right, we got Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes. But we pause now for station identification.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LANZESS.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and J. Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immune suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot. Shot or no shot with Cap and J. Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We have Around the NFL and Albert Breer still to come this hour, but first, Shot or No Shot, presented by ESPN Bet. Now live in Illinois, right now, bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus.
Let me tell you.
Download the ESPN Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Yes, that's Radio100 for ESPN Bet.
By the way, I have a trade for you guys in baseball because there's news this morning that broke.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it in Shot or No Shot.
Yeah, beautiful, because I'm going to expand on, I don't know what your question is.
My question's going to be very simple, and I will allow the resident Cub fan to do what he wants to do with it.
Beautiful.
So, in other words, Shay Norling, and again, breaking format, because he's got to get his capathetical in. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Yeah, we're going to make the Talk Sports crowd happy after the first hour with some sports shot or no shot questions, starting with the breaking news in baseball this morning. The Blue Jays and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. have failed to reach a contract extension. Talks are over. They're done. Vladdy's quote, "I have my number. They have their number." Shot or no shot. Very simple. Jed Hoyer needs to pick up the effing phone.
That is an absolute shot. But I said to Hoodie as we were coming back from break when this news crossed, and they asked, "Are you guys even close?" And Vlad looked at the one media reporter and said, "No." Okay. Jed gets on the phone. He calls and says, "Hang on a second. You also have another guy that's going to be a free agent at a position that I might need help at. I want Bo Bichette and I want Vladimir Guerrero. And I'm giving you back Michael Bush, Nico Horner, a good prospect, and I'll throw cash in to the deal as well if I have to."
I'm going to need to do more than that, I think.
It's unbelievable.
Michael Bush, I don't know how much
They
Nico...
get 5 years of control at first base
Michael Bush is a good piece and a good prospect, but I think you're going to need Michael Bush and at least 2 good prospects plus maybe a little cash.
If you give me Vladdy at first, you give me Bo Bichette at second, and Matt Shaw over at third, I'm ready to go.
Once again, coupon cutting Cap over here.
Oh, my coupon cutting.
It is unbelievable.
I'm shopping at the top shelf.
You are shopping at the top shelf. What about Toronto? It's a minimum 3 of your prospects. Minimum 3 of your prospects.
Okay, let's
go. Okay, because that will increase your chances of now not only winning the National League, but also winning the World Series.
Correct.
Especially if you add a little bit more sprinkle on your starting pitching. You're right there now. With those 2, now have another starting pitcher, now you move forward. Now you've got something there.
Game on.
But just remember now.
It's also like being in the portal, as you put it.
Well, it is.
Because I'm going to have Tucker in a walk year. I'm going to have Vladdy in a walk year. Bichette in a walk year.
That is the ultimate, by the way, Cubs win or bust, Shay. Because if Vlad doesn't want to negotiate, if Tucker doesn't want to negotiate, it's either you win or like, oh, we fell short. I'm going to go someplace else for the higher dollar. And you know they're going to go to the higher dollar, and you know the Cubs won't reach it.
Well, that would be the fear. Because, look, I'm going to be real. I think Hoodie's more correct. It's going to be 3 prospects. Like, you can kiss Kate Horton goodbye.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Michael Bush is not. That's fine. You can get rid of 3 of your top 5 guys and Michael Bush, and you get back Bichette and Vladdy, and then you've got all 3 of them with Kyle Tucker included in a walk year. You win the World Series this year, all good. You don't, you're going to embark on another painful rebuild, and you will have nothing to show for it because they will not pay all 3 of those guys if they even pay one of them.
That is correct, sir. That is correct. So it is the ultimate gamble. If Toronto want to make that move, I would get 3 of your prospects and Michael Bush and cash for those 2. And you say, okay, this is our team, and you hope it gels quickly because, Cap, if it doesn't, those 2 could walk, and then you've got nothing. You got Suzuki and friends. That's what you've got. You want that? Because that's exactly what would happen. And then Jed would be fired.
Well, he wouldn't be fired. It depends how close you came. If you told me you finished with 77 wins, yeah, he's gone. You told me you won 93 and lost in the NLCS, he's not getting fired.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. He would be gone. Because it's all in. It's World Series or bust. That's how that works.
Well, hold on a second.
Because here's the thing. If you don't win it with that, what we just laid out, then you're sunk. You're not getting back up there again. Say Tucker and Vlad walk and you don't win the World Series. You're cooked. You're got nothing.
You're mortgaging your future for 1 year.
And fine.
I'm cool with it. If you win a World Series, I don't think there's a Cub fan in the world that would be like, oh, why'd we do that? No, you'd be drunk and parading down State Street.
Okay, you mortgage your future, got nothing left in the pipeline.
But here's what I would say. If you own the Chicago Cubs, I've been clear on this. It is a public trust. It is a civic responsibility to try to compete. Guess what? If the good Lord and Jed Hoyer bless you with Vladdy, Tucker, and Bichette, I'm not expecting you to sign all 3 of them. I'm expected 2 of them. Now, you can't force them. Like if somebody offers Tucker $400 million and the Cubs are at $400 million and he goes somewhere else, there's nothing you could do about it. But money should not be a factor, is my point.
It shouldn't be, but it has been over the years. There's a ceiling on the salary for the Chicago Cubs over the years. It has been. You've got to show Ricketts that you're winning. You have a commitment to winning for him to open up the purse strings, as you well know. It's just not just a flood of cash like the Padres once did or the Yankees or what the Dodgers are doing. Even though there is money coming left and right at Wrigley Field, all these different revenue streams within season and out of season, still there's a budget. And rightfully so. Every team should have a budget. But if that deal ever, even just for Vlad, let's just talk about that. What if it's Vlad and Vlad still walks and then Tucker walks?
I wonder what Vlad's projection is in free agency. It's got to be, what, $400 million?
Sure. And too much for the Cubs to swallow. Whatever that number is, it's too much for the Cubs.
Well, if you don't want to pay, whether it's Vlad Jr. or Kyle Tucker, we'll take those 2 because Bichette, he's good. He's not at that level. If it's Vlad or it's Tucker and you can get one of them and you go, we can't afford either, then don't even own the team.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm being serious.
Yeah.
But I'm being serious. If you say, boy, those are great players, we just can't afford them, well, then you should just take your money, sell the team, make $1 billion, and let many billions of dollars, and let somebody else have a shot.
This might be taking it too far, but I don't care. It's just me and you and everyone else talking about this. Cap, even though it's owned by the Ricketts, there's still that feeling of the Tribune Company in that building. Because the Tribune Company, even though the Cubs have won the World Series under Ricketts and they spent more money than we've ever seen, as far as being top 10 in salaries, you're one of the haves more so than the have-nots, there's no question. But there's still this feeling of, well, we want to win, yes, but we're not going to do whatever it takes to win because of the budget. He's not allowed, Jed Hoyer, to spend like a drunken sailor. It's just not wide open like that. There's still a budget with the Cubs. Just like the Tribune Company, just like Zell in some ways, same thing. Tell me I'm wrong. There's a ceiling on that salary for the Chicago Cubs. What you're saying is exactly how I would look at it, too. Hey, man, it's Vladimir Guerrero. Go get him. And then make sure that he's locked in. Kyle Tucker, top 10 player in the league. He's going to be in a Chicago Cubs uniform. That's what you want for the next decade.
No
Absolutely.
Question. No question.
So you do what you move heaven and earth financially to get those type of players.
Correct.
But for the Cubs, it's going to be some other team, a Red Sox, a Yankees, a Dodgers. They'll pay them more. Yeah, we just can't do it. And that's disappointing if you're a Cub fan.
Correct. You don't own the Royals, the Twins, or the White Sox.
Correct.
You own the Cubs.
Yeah.
With a spigot of money pouring in. So if Kyle Tucker says, I'm in, I'll stay. I love it here.
Awesome.
Good. What's it cost to get it done? And let's get it done at the All-Star break. We announced Kyle Tucker has signed a 7-year deal. Let's go. Do you know what the projection is on Guerrero?
I would guess in the range of 11 years, $500 million.
It doesn't give the years. It just says he rejected Toronto's offer this winter. They broke off talks, obviously, before today when he said, we're not going to get one done. They offered him $340 million.
Yeah, it's well short.
And reportedly, he wants well north of $400 million. CBS Sports says if he gets the free agency off a good year, it could be as much as $585 million.
I think extreme long-term, north of $45 million a year. Whatever you want to do with the actual years, it's up to you. But it's going to be extremely long-term and north of $40 million a year would be my thought.
Times 8 or 9.
Oh, longer than that. No, it'll be more like Bryce Harper, like 13 maybe.
You know what that looks like at the end? I think we both know what that looks like.
Yeah, but I don't care. I never care about that. I know, like, people think about that because they've seen it. They've seen the Jason Hayward deal. I'm worried about 2025. I don't care what Vladimir Guerrero Jr. contract is going to look like in 2036. It's 2025. I need my team to be good now, and I will take him being terrible then if it wins me a World Series.
And that's a big if, isn't it? Isn't it? And isn't it Pujols with the Angels?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it Mike Hampton with the Rockies?
It doesn't.
Isn't it Robinson Cano with
Vladimir
Seattle?
Guerrero's 26.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's like, I'm telling you, like, I know what that looks like at the end. I also know what that looks like right now if you don't supply him with enough talent around him as well. I mean, that contract, again, for me in baseball, it's way too long because baseball is different than basketball, different than other sports. You're depending on one of 9 to be able to carry a team. And, of course, everyone looks at the person that has the big salary. Oh, if the team loses, it's Juan Soto's fault. It's this guy's fault. It's A-Rod's fault. Baseball's different. It's pitching. It's defense. It's a team more so than the one individual player. Hey, Vlad would be great, but Vlad with Tucker is even better. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
You don't have to worry about the cleanup then with Michael Bush hitting the fourth.
I think my other thing is we can't always bitch about how these teams don't spend enough and don't swim in the deep end of the pool and then clutch our pearls at the idea of them going out and signing a 13-year deal north of $500 million for somebody. That's the nature of the beast. You're going to have to get uncomfortable and pay someone a ridiculous amount of money if you want to acquire a star player.
Hey, it's not my money. I'm just a fan on the side, Shay. It's not my money. All I want as a fan is to see championships. That's the only thing that matters to me. Not the individual talent, not fantasy numbers, but just winning championships. And hopefully having centerpieces to get there. Like for the Cubs, for like a Tucker and a Guerrero, imagine what that team looks like then.
I know people, I think the Bryce Harper deal initially got clowned a little bit. It was like 13 years, $450 million. And people were like, is Philly insane?
Bargain.
Dude, they got him at a bargain.
Yeah.
Bargain.
It is a bargain now.
You pay Vladdy whatever it is. Let's say it's 13 and $550 million. But 5 years from now, same thing I say about quarterbacks in the NFL. Yes, it's going to cost you $60 million a year to pay Dak Prescott. But if you wait 3 years, that number's $75 million.
By the way,
you don't want to do that.
Bryce Harper's deal was 13 years, $330 million.
Absolute bargain.
Bargain.
And at the time, people were like, what is Philly doing?
$25 million a year salary.
My point is,
makes less than Dansby Swanson.
Dude, he makes $15 million less a year than Alex Bregman. My point is, you pay it now, and people will go, well, that's going to look terrible in 2030, whatever. I don't care. I need it to look good until 2030, and by then, the contracts will be so ridiculous, it'll probably be a discount.
If Harper played in the NBA, he'd be asking for a restructuring. Here's Shay Norley.
All right, yesterday.
You definitely would be asking for more money. Looking at everyone else in baseball, if he was in basketball, you say, wait, I'm way underpaid here. I need more.
Yesterday, I did the Chicago Bears podcast with Pat the Designer, as I do every Monday, available to you on YouTube, wherever you get podcasts. Show started off with a behind-the-scenes conversation where we were arguing about something, because before the show started, Pat brought up that he would take a bullet in the leg if it meant that the Chicago Bears would win the Super Bowl, saying 100%, if I could make that deal and get shot in the leg and it would mean my team would win a Super Bowl, I'd do it. Shot or no shot, you would take a bullet to the leg if it meant the Bears would win the Super Bowl.
No, he's an idiot. And I love Pat. I think he's really, really good dude. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Oh, sorry, we nicked an artery. You're going to have your right leg amputated. No, absolutely not a chance.
That would have went viral.
Damn.
You know how ridiculous that is, Cap? That you would shoot yourself, take a bullet to the leg to see the Bears win the championship. Can I just tell you, the Bears can get to the Super Bowl and win it without you shooting yourself. With a good draft and free agency, you can actually see the team win without having to harm yourself.
Yeah. I love my teams. A bullet?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And I made the point to him, dude, they don't pay my mortgage. They aren't, like, taking care of my medical bills. They don't pay for the vet visits for the dog. They don't care that I exist beyond being a line item on the bottom of their sheet. Why would I take a bullet for them? I just hope they win it one day.
My hope is that it was metaphorical, but knowing Pat, I think he was real about it. I think he actually would take the bullet for it. But it's so interesting, Shay, is that there's places in this city and around the area in which we can get that done for them, and then there's still no Super Bowl.
Wow. Yeah, we'll get you taken care of, Pat. Bullet right to the thigh.
Yeah.
No Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But we'll promise you one day, and then you can say it's because you took that bullet when they finally do win it.
Kilpatrick and Madison. That's a lot of bullets over there.
Carmen texted me last night, and he's like, "It's so stupid." Carmen, he's like angry about this. He's like, "Thank you for saying how stupid it is." He goes, "It's the easiest thing in the world because you can say yes because you will never be presented that situation where someone's like, I'm going to shoot you in the leg, but your team's going to win a Super Bowl."
So, Pat, heard you want to get shot in the leg, huh? What's up? Since you like that so much, here you go. Bam. Right in the leg. By the way, go Bears. That's it.
Wow.
Cap and J Hood presented
His tourniquet is Bears branded.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
A bullet. Come on, Pat. You're better than that.
I'm sure Jay Moore is metaphorical, right? He would not actually take a, Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet, now live in Illinois. Right now, bet $10 and get $100 in bonus bets. Unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 today. We go around the NFL, and Albert Breer comes your way at 8:35.
Look forward to that.
Cap and J Hood.
Hope you don't cut him off with your promo code.
No, because he would wait and be patient.
I'm not.
Yeah,
like
see,
a dog on a bone.
That's the difference, see? Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Hey, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they are ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. You get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 and get $100 of bonus bets. Unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Jay Moore.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
I want to dive into the local delicacies of Alpine Food Shop.
An original yardstick pizza from Armin's will do the trick if you're hungry enough.
Oh, baby, I'm hungry.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene during Restaurant Week, February 21st to March 3rd.
Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina is way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bring a group of 15 or more to a Bulls game and unlock amazing benefits and custom experience tailored just for your group. Visit bulls.com/groups to learn more.
Truth of the matter is, you're listening to Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. Weekdays, 7 to 10 a.m. But it'll last a lifetime. It may only be 3 hours a day, but it'll last you a lifetime.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 0 degrees in Chicago, getting up to 9 today. We turn now to Shay Norling with Around the NFL. Shay?
All right, the NFL season never ends. The offseason just as entertaining as the regular season, and the storylines coming out around the Cincinnati Bengals are that they are aiming to retain their trio of stars, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson. Joe Burrow has said he's willing to restructure his deal to make it easier for Cincinnati to keep his guys. But historically, Mike Brown, the owner, has not been willing to splurge. And I have a feeling that Bengals are aiming for, we'll call them team-friendly deals with Chase, Higgins, and Hendrickson. Are they really going to keep all three of these guys?
You know, Shay, the difference between baseball conversation we just had and football conversation, it seems like it's almost impossible for you to be a miser in the National Football League. You know what the salary cap is. You know you need stars or difference makers to be able to be a contender. You have the quarterback in place in which people seem divided. Well, maybe Chris Canty and everyone else seem divided on Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is a top 5 quarterback in this league.
No question.
You want to do right by him, Cap. And so it's impossible for you to be like, yeah, I'm one of these owners that's on the cheap. I'm not going to spend. How could that be? You have a salary parameters. Spend the money properly and contend. That only makes sense to me.
It does.
I mean, for all the sports, but definitely in the National Football League.
Now, there are teams that spend to the cap, the Bears being one of them. There are teams that also are able to put more cash into
Bingo.
deals,
That's
which makes what the Bengals do less appealing. To this point, the Bears less appealing. Somehow, some way, San Francisco and Kansas City and Philadelphia, they find a way. I'll throw a little more front-loaded cash. Here you go.
That's how the Eagles got Saquon on a sub-$4 million cap hit, despite paying him a ton of money. Jeffrey Lurie's willing to dole out cash in the form of a signing bonus. And I think the thing people don't realize, you can restructure Joe Burrow's contract 100%, and it makes your cap easier. That costs ownership money. You have to pay Joe Burrow cash to restructure his deal and kick the cap figures down the road. It's not like just a ledger thing. You have to pay cash to do that. And if you want to retain Jamar Chase and you want to retain T. Higgins, you want to retain Trey Hendrickson, you're going to have to pay them cash in the form of a signing bonus. And the Bengals historically have not been willing to do it.
I just think that I can understand if you're an organization just spinning their wheels. There's a number of those in the NFL. But when it comes to the Bengals, I mean, Joe Burrow is gold, Shay.
And he's in his prime.
That's why you do what's right for him. Does that not matter? I look forward to seeing what this offseason looks like. I mean, I know the story on ESPN.com right now, but when it's all squared away, what does it look like for the Bengals? Because otherwise, if I'm Burrow, I don't want to be part of this organization. If the ownership is going to be the same, in the same ways of not wanting to spend or do it properly, it's got to be Burrow and then what? In order for this to work. He'll never realize his greatness, Shay, if he doesn't have players around him, Joe Burrow. What else do we have?
This morning, Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio, a story on Netflix. Netflix is gunning for a Sunday afternoon NFL package. Told you, it wouldn't just be Christmas. It wouldn't just be one-offs. The deals with CBS and Fox are set to expire in 2033, but conveniently, the NFL can hit an eject button on that deal 4 years early, get out of it, and then renegotiate with other partners. This would kick one of Fox or CBS to the curb on the afternoons and give Netflix exclusive rights to that coveted 325 game of the week.
Oh, God, that's not going to happen.
Oh, is that going to happen?
You're telling me that the broadcast networks are going to be dark on Sunday afternoon?
Do they have as much money to spend as Netflix?
CBS doesn't. If I'm going to pick one, CBS will be waving the white flag at 325. I'm telling you. CBS, Netflix. You know where the business is going. So
Paramount.
I never Paramount.
Well, that's CBS.
Please.
But that's what CBS has now. So the way, if Netflix goes, we're willing to pay you $150 million a pop for Sunday afternoon games.
They'll do
They're going to get the games. It's the way the world works.
It's where we're going.
And again, I hate it, but you can't stop it. This is what it is.
Cap can't see I can't see a world where there's no football on CBS. And that good name of Irv Cross and Brent Musburger and Jane Kennedy. How is it there's no football?
Irv, he runs NBC here.
All right, Shay, what else do we have?
I would just hope that Red Zone gets access to the Netflix Sunday afternoon game.
And by the way, Scott Hansen, is he out?
Sounds like he's considering leaving.
Where's he going?
Maybe he just wants to focus on other things. Because he has often said that the way that he does Red Zone, have you guys seen his interviews where he says doing Red Zone means that when he's at home, like he has a wall of televisions, he is physically unable to just watch one thing. He's got to have 6 things going at once. It's the way he watches TV now. He said he's single. He can't have relationships because the Red Zone deal, it dominates his life, and it's just made him into somebody who has to have the multiple screens. And I can't imagine living that way. So I wonder if there's a little bit of like, I don't want to do this anymore. My lifestyle blows.
There's a little bit of loser in that, I believe. So think about it, Shay. You're working one day a week on that. The Red Zone's only on Sundays. There's Saturdays. There's Monday through Friday. So your whole world is consumed by an octobox.
Well, if you're going to do Red Zone, if you're going to do Red Zone, you have to know inside and out every team in the NFL. And you can't just do that in the hours you spend physically doing Red Zone. It's a Monday to Friday job. You got to prep, you got to do the work, you got to read, you got to do all the stuff to be able to do that show for the full 7 hours on a Sunday, and then you do it again the following week. And then you're paying attention in the off season, and you have the things that you like to do. You don't have time for all of it.
Yeah, she about fed up. There is room to do other things. I mean, you can go pour through all the notes and know all the rosters and still be able to have some kind of life to watch one thing on TV. That's insane.
I have a question from Twitch. They would like to know, what is his salary? What is he making for Red Zone?
No idea.
Anybody know that?
That's Cap's territory.
Let me look that up.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? That's what they're saying.
Oh, to do Red Zone?
Yeah, to take all that time to put into that and not have a social life.
I just don't believe that you can't do both. I think that's nonsense. I mean, I think that's, in life, that is a choice. you can work hard, but also be able to have some kind of breathing room in your life.
True.
So the idea that you have to be consumed with football 24/7 and not be able to do anything else is ridiculous.
Don't tell John Rothstein.
Reportedly, he makes $200,000.
That's it?
He works 1 day a week.
Oh, come on. He's working more than the 1 day.
Really? What's he doing?
Prep. You can't do 7 hours of football every Sunday without doing prep during the week. That's ridiculous.
Shay, I could drop you in there and you know enough about the NFL, you could sit there and talk through the highlights.
I also do prep. Like, the 3 hours that we're on the air are not the only 3 hours a day that I'm working.
You watch a lot of football, you do a lot of reading. Okay, $200,000, you go to work 1 day a week. Come on. How much did he get?
I would have thought he got more than that.
How much?
Given it's a subscription-based service. I guess, $200,000 is not the thumb my nose at. Certainly not for me, a radio producer. But I would have thought he'd make more than that. When you've got people at ESPN making $10 million a year, I would have thought the face of Red Zone with a contract with NFL Media would be making more than $200,000.
$2 million in bonuses. How about that?
Hell no.
No shot.
For 1 day a week?
Hell no.
You wouldn't take it?
No, pay me.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Pay me that. If he's only doing the 1 day a week, then Cap, we're working a little harder.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Coming up, this is why I never guess at what someone's salary is, because now we thumb our nose at 200K. Oh, my. He's working hard.
I think he's very, very good.
Yes.
I do. But, I mean, how much is he going to get? Okay, maybe he deserves $350. Okay, give him that.
Albert Breer with the latest on the NFL from SI.com and Monday Morning Quarterback. That is next. Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora. Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking News on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We turn now to intrepid reporter David Kaplan with breaking news here on Cap and J Hood. David.
The Chicago Cubs, after missing on Alex Bregman, have indeed reached a contract agreement with Justin Turner. Turner will play some third base, and he will back up Michael Busch at first base. His wife, a big fan of the city of Chicago. He is 40 years of age. He is a solid pivot in terms of as a backup player. Justin Turner to the Cubs.
We turn now to Albert Breer, who covers the NFL for Monday Morning Quarterback and SI.com and Amazon Prime. And Albert joins us here on Cap and J Hood. Albert, as always, we appreciate the time.
No problem. You guys caught me off guard again. I'm on my ski trip, but the good news is there's like a wind advisory here, and it says 4 degrees in my car right now, which it feels a lot colder than that outside. And, so the lifts are actually closed because of the wind right now. There are 90-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, God. Right. Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'm debating whether or not it's even worth it to try today. We'll see what happens.
Jeez. Debating.
I'd get back under the covers right now.
I really like skiing, guys, but this is pushing even me. So, yeah.
All right. So let us talk about the free agency that is right around the corner. Today is the first day of franchise tags. Bears don't have to deal with any of that. Everyone seems to think that Trey Smith of the Kansas City Chiefs is going to hit the open market. But if Travis Kelce retires, that gives them wiggle room. Do you believe he's played his last snap in KC, and do you believe the Bears are the front runner?
So I would have said absolutely he's played his last snap in Kansas City until I saw what I saw on Super Bowl Sunday and what we all saw on Super Bowl Sunday. And, I mean, I think the hard thing now becomes what exactly do you do if you're them, where it's like it's not, I mean, if we're calling it like we see it, it's not like it was, a couple of years ago or 4 years ago when they lost in the Super Bowl to the Bucs and the line had completely aged out. Like, this isn't that. But, they certainly have some work to do, and they've got an all-pro level player on their roster in Trey Smith. So, this is the type of guy that, like, maybe until 2 weeks ago, I would have said, it's really tough to let him go because he's a great player, but you already paid Creed Humphrey. You got to take care of your tackle situation. You're paying Juwan Taylor $20 million right now. This is probably one where it's like the tough decision, but you let him go. And now it's like, I mean, God, how can they look Patrick Mahomes in the face if they don't make an effort to try to keep him? So I think this has become a very difficult one for them. And we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, I think he probably will make it to the open market because, I mean, look, if you're Trey Smith, you look at it and you say you paid Creed Humphrey, and you didn't pay me, and I took on an extra year of injury risk. So why in the world wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I hit the market and see what I'm worth? But obviously, I think it is a tricky situation, trickier than it was a couple weeks ago.
Albert, just from your experience being around NFL players, do they feel like, boy, they wish they had the freedom of movement like NBA players? Like to hear Myles Garrett say what he said, or Tyreek Hill piecing out on the Dolphins, I'm sure that they would love to be able to just, like Jimmy Butler or others, just say, you know what, I just don't want to be here anymore. I wonder, what's that feeling on that regard? Because NFL players don't do what NBA guys do.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, we've had these discussions a lot over the years, and they just don't have the leverage that NBA players do. And so, the one thing that obviously restricts movement the most is the franchise tag. But, I think the way the union sort of handled this over the years is that the franchise tag is going to affect how many guys every year, like maybe 5, and this year it might affect like 1 or 2. Whereas the like things like minimum salaries and RFA tenders and all of that stuff affects hundreds of players, So, I'll be honest with you. If I was the union right now, and they were talking to me about 18 games. Yeah, I'd want them to change the rules on franchise tags, but it might be more important to me to get guys to free agency faster, right? So just more guys get paid faster, like make it so, your non-first-round picks are on 3-year contracts and they can become unrestricted free agents. I think that's sort of the issue. I mean, yes, of course, there's the restraints aren't ideal, but the NBA players have restraints on them too. They've got max contracts, which the concept of those isn't unlike the idea of franchise tags anyway. So, I mean, it's, again, like I just think it's sort of a matter of leverage and how that stuff plays out. And, the reality is like that the huge number of NFL players, the huge number of guys whose careers are very, very short, really limits the amount of leverage that they have in negotiating these things.
So can you explain, like, franchise tag, there's no way the Chiefs are going to do that with him because they can't have a $25 million hit on their books right now.
Number. That's the problem, Cap, is a tackle number. It's sort of a quirk to the franchise tag where, like, so for example, safeties, right? So safeties aren't classified. Safeties are classified as safeties. They're not classified as defensive backs. So that number stays relatively low because they make less than corners, right?
Right.
Like tight ends. There's some tight ends that you could argue are a lot like receivers, but they're classified as tight ends, so that number is lower. Unfortunately for the teams, like that goes the other way too. Where like an off-ball linebacker isn't worth $25 million a year, but that number's creeping up there because pass rushers are included in that number, right? And same thing with the offensive linemen. It's like that the offensive linemen being classified as a group means like what Trey Smith's number is going to be based on what a tackle makes, not what a guard makes. And that's why historically guards and centers have been able to make it to the market.
So what does a transition mean when, like, who did we have, Hoodie? Was it Kyle Fuller that got tagged?
Yeah. But
he ended up coming back. Mm-hmm. What is the difference, and why would a team not use that?
So the reason a team wouldn't use it is because they're not comfortable with the number. So whatever the number is, remember this part of it. Whatever the number is, the player can just decide, I'm going to sign it. And once he signs it, that's it. You're locked in at that number. And if you're uncomfortable with paying that player that number, then you're not going to transition tag them. Now, the difference between the transition tag and the franchise tag for compensation on the other end of it is that you do have matching rights if you're the original team, but you won't get picks back. So if you franchise somebody and they get signed to an offer sheet and you decide not to match, you get 2 first-round picks back. If you transition tag a guy and you let him go, you don't get anything back. So you just have the matching rights. You have a lower number than the franchise number, but you don't get any compensation back if they sign somewhere else and you decide not to match.
Hey man, stay off the slopes today. Just stay by the fire.
Can you guys hear how cold I am?
Yes.
I may be sacrificing 4 fingers to the show right now because I have one glove. I don't have gloves on right now, which is like making the problem worse. And I have to have one hand out of my pocket at all times. So I'll let you guys know if I lose a pinky because of the show today.
Send us the bill.
I'm about to walk in the lodge, which is great. So
have a great day. Bloody Mary will warm you up.
There you go. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Albert Breer.
He's cold.
It's a good man for being with us.
Have you ever been skiing in your life?
Cap. Really? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm just checking.
Did you just black out and not know who you're working with?
Well, many years ago.
Look at me.
Yes.
On skis.
But maybe when you were in your 20s. You were a little guy back then. Tall.
Cap, it's a white people sport. I can say that. I'm going to Park City in a few weeks. I'm going skiing in Utah. I'm excited. It's a white people sport.
I am not a skier, man. Not this guy. Have fun. Enjoy. Literally, if you said I can go on vacation and go skiing at the most opulent, awesome, decadent place, all expenses paid, I'd rather work.
Now, give
me Mexico.
Well, okay, well that's fine. Yeah. Now you asked me, have I ever been skiing before? Well, there's me and Peacock and our friends. We do go on a ski trip.
I thought with Wiley or Maceo, you guys went.
Yes,
I knew I wasn't stupid. I remember that.
In Michigan, we have been to ski trips, but it is in quotes. The ski trip is for us to sit around the fire and drink. That's the ski trip we have. And go bowling.
You're in the outdoor hot tub with beers and tequila.
That's right. That's the ski trip.
You're not on the mountain.
For years, it was around the Dr. King holiday shade.
That's like my mom goes on the ski trips with us, does not ski, has no interest in skiing. She goes to the spa and hangs out. And when we go on the mountain, she's on the ski trip.
Yes.
It becomes a drinking expedition.
Exactly.
Exactly right. So, no, I've been to many ski trips. Absolutely. And mostly in Michigan. But actually getting on the slopes and doing that? No. That's what drinking's for, Cap. That's why you do drunk bowling.
Well, I didn't know maybe back when you were 22, maybe you went skiing.
Cap, 22.
Mm-hmm.
I had no money. I was 3 years into the business.
This is true.
I was making $78 a week. Wow. Under Diamond Broadcasting.
Damn.
Wait.
No ski trips for you.
Well, how would a brother be able to afford that on $78 a week? Backup producing. Phone jockey.
Wow.
Two Americas, brother. He thinks that I was out there just on the slopes, just doing the thing. Doing the thing. That's what I was doing, Cap, at age 22. I couldn't I was getting money out of taking it to like the Coinstar. Do you even know what that is? Where you take your money in and put your money into the machine so you can get money out of it, saving coins. You know what that is? The Coinstar? It's at the Jewels. Big green thing where you just take every coin that you have in your Crown Royal bag, put it in there just for money.
They also have them in CVS.
Yeah, yes. I used to walk out of Kmart feeling rich. Like, steak dinner tonight, honey. We cashed in all the coins.
I didn't have money.
I made $4,250 a year as a Division I assistant. I was right there with you, brother. But it doesn't mean that maybe a lovely young lady that you were dating at the time, pre-Peacock, said, Johnny, I'm taking us on a ski trip. We'll hit the slopes. We'll take a hot tub together. We'll have some brandy by the fire. And we'll see where the night takes us.
Of course, that would require gas to get there.
She's got you covered.
I don't think so. Tough times back then, Cap.
Wow.
We've got some breaking news with the Chicago Cubs. If you missed it, Cap will recap for you coming up next. Cap and J. Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Good morning. Good morning.
Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
let's tell you a little bit about Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. J-Mo.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
When you call or text 988, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to someone like me. I'm here to listen to you and hear your story. You don't have to have all the words or know exactly what to say. I'll meet you where you are. Whether you're feeling hopeless, overwhelmed, or just need someone to talk to, we're here 24/7 because your life matters. Call or text 988. Let's find hope together.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Chicago dreaming of being at the draft in Green Bay? Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's good on Albert Breer to check in. We didn't know that he was on vacation. We don't know anything about Albert until we get to Tuesdays. Tuesday, like 8:25. That's when we know what's going on with him. I'm just glad he spent some time with us, gave us a little insight while he couldn't be on the slopes.
Shivering. And he said the wind is 90 miles an hour. Yeah. Another reason to not get on a lift.
No. I know you can only control the controllables, Cap, but I don't want to do that.
Horrible.
I don't want to do that. And we got some breaking news from Cap regarding a Chicago Cub now on the roster.
Justin Turner has agreed to a deal. He's headed to camp, and he will be used as both a backup third baseman to Matt Shaw and a backup first baseman to Michael Busch.
All right, more on Justin Turner. That takes place in 2
Tucker's
minutes.
in a little more trouble.
Yeah, that's a little bit more trouble there. I don't know if you want him on the Cubs or anywhere. Justin Turner conversation in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand, financed on select models with approved credit.
It's the Cap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Cap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Don't forget to hit that like, share, and subscribe button for YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Some news that just broke over the last half hour regarding the Chicago Cubs. They have a new member. It's Justin Turner, is part of the Chicago Cubs, longtime Los Angeles Dodger. He's been around for a long time. And it's funny, we just talked to Jesse Rogers, who covers baseball for ESPN and ESPN.com, about the depth on this roster. I know, Cap, some will just look at, all right, who's starting, who's the starting pitcher, who's going to be closing. But depth matters, especially early. Turner can provide some of that for the Cubs.
So bringing Turner in, and everyone's going to be like, of course they got Turner. He's cheap, and they didn't get Bregman. I'm with you. I get it. They should have been more aggressive on Bregman. They should have. Doesn't mean they were going to get him, but they clearly had a far inferior offer to what he got from the Boston Red Sox. Mm-hmm. And there's a really good article on The Athletic how Theo Epstein basically helped the head of baseball ops, Craig Breslow, who used to be with the Cubs in Theo's front office as well when he was done pitching in the big leagues, how Theo helped guide him to win the bidding and got management to step up and spend more outside their comfort zone than they had in quite a while. But, look, Justin Turner's also a good player. He's not an everyday guy anymore. Per my friend Michael Cerami at Bleacher Nation, this is Justin Turner last year. He slashed 259, 354, 383 with Shay's favorite category, a 117 weighted runs created plus with a 10.9% walk rate, 17.6 strikeout rate. Finished the season on a heater, 306, 394, 454, with a 148 weighted runs created plus over his final 216 plate appearances. For a backup dude, that's a good player.
Again, he's 39 years of age, and so he's just a veteran in the locker room. I always believe in that anyway, Cap. If someone's not going to be an everyday player, I like an old head in there to be with young players, almost like a second manager in there. Yeah, you got to listen to counsel. You got to listen to everyone else there that's in leadership for the Cubs. But I always believe in that one guy, that veteran presence in there that's seen everything. I mean, he started playing baseball in 2009 in the big leagues with Baltimore. Then went through the Mets and then started with the Dodgers when he was 29 in 2014. And then with the stat you're giving is when he was with Seattle and Toronto.
Brewers are at 110 in payroll. Cubs are around 200. Cardinals are at 146. Reds are at 110, and the Pirates are lower than that. So you're spending roughly $80, $90 million more than everybody else. You should win your division. But that means at the end of July, when you are leading your division as you should be, the owner better greenlight the spend on whatever it is he says we need. Guess what? The Padres are out of it. They're trading Dylan Cease. How much? Whatever. Oh, that guy's available. Vladdy Guerrero. Whatever. There should not be a cap on spending if you're trying to win the World Series. Period.
Well, this is going back to our conversation earlier, Cap, talking about the Chicago Cubs and how there's still a little Tribune company in them in that regard.
Yes, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, hats off to Ricketts for getting to the World Series, winning the World Series, having a perennial winning team. But there's been a drought in the postseason, a little bit too long, I would imagine, for your taste. A little bit too long for a team that's supposed to be competitive, to be 10 games up the track against Milwaukee last year. That just doesn't make sense. And this is why Bregman on the Cubs would have put you, definitely solidified you in first place. Definitely you make noise in the playoffs with him on the team. But I just think that for the average Cub fan, if they're coming at you or coming at us about, hey, how come the Cubs didn't get Bregman when they got Turner? Listen, I totally understand the frustration. But it wasn't like the Cubs just turned a blind eye to it. They just got beat. They got beat. And guess who's in the front office, as you just mentioned? It's Theo Epstein. No surprise.
Yep, senior advisor, part owner. I've been down this road. Let me show you how we're going to beat the Ricketts.
Yes. I love you, Jed, but guess what? Beat you again.
Correct.
See?
That is correct.
See, that's why, Cap, a guy like that, I know Theo Epstein is someone that loves a new challenge. Loves a new challenge. That guy's going to be commissioner of baseball one day. Guarantee you.
I would think. Or
One
an
day.
owner. One of the two.
One of the two. He's going to, because he always likes a new challenge. After all his time with the Cubs, it's too bad that he's not here now because he still would be trying to twist the arm of Ricketts, saying, hey, I need this. This is how much I need. You want to be able to make more money? You want to see the lights on here in late October? Here's what you got to spend to get there.
So the Cubs' third base rankings in 2024, they had 26 errors by their third baseman, second most of any team in all of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They had defensive efficiency, they were 29th. Defensive runs saved, they were 21st. So Matt Shaw's got every opportunity to try and get this job, period. And then Turner will be a backup. John Birdie, who they acquired from the Marlins, he's a utility guy. Now you can use Turner as a backup at first base.
Do you think there will be competition?
And DH.
Do you think there'll be competition initially at third? I mean, Turner's got all of the experience, and then here's Matt Shaw coming along.
As long as Matt Shaw is healthy and plays well, like I just don't see a scenario where Justin Turner's starting 150 games. No shot.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
I mean, initially, does council look at it and say, okay, we're just going to foster the young kid along, but Turner, you'll start from here at third base because at least I got a short-handed third baseman over there that's seen everything. Not saying that Shaw is a bust or Shaw shouldn't. I'm just saying I wonder what goes through council's mind because he's got someone that he can trust over there, a grizzled veteran that can play third or first for you. That's a good thing. I wonder how he looks at that. Shaw gets the first bite of the apple, or does Turner?
Shaw.
Sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
100%. He has to win the job, but he gets first shot at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Turner will be used in a variety of ways. DH first, third.
DH sounds good, too. And I guess with that versatility, it just keeps Turner's name in there and keeps his bat alive if they need him for different positions, as you mentioned.
Correct.
DH first, third.
It makes your bench a whole lot better. By the way, Nolan Arenado met the media.
Yes.
After he turned down a trade to the Astros this winter.
Mm-hmm.
They asked him, what about the Cardinals' World Series aspirations while the team is going through a transition? He said, do I wish the direction of the team was all in? Of course. But this is probably what's best for the Cardinals? Probably. So they are not all in. So
that's a guy. That's a name that you kind of wanted over at third base. Anything to solidify that hot corner.
I did, and I talked to a couple of the Cardinal broadcasters who are friends of mine this weekend, and they both said, there's no way they're going to let him go to you guys. No way. So
I mean, anything could happen. I mean, if you gave a prospect some cash, looks like the St. Louis Cardinals could use some cash, maybe a middle-of-the-road prospect, maybe. You could do it.
Sign me up. I'm in.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Now live in Illinois right now. Bet $10 and get $100 in bonus bets. Unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Bulls fans, it's not too late to secure a partial season ticket plan. Catch more action at the United Center this season by choosing from flexible plans that unlock benefits and allow you to save on individual game pricing. Visit bulls.com/tickets to secure your seats today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Hey, let me tell you about Verizon. Are you stuck with an older broken phone? Switch to Verizon. For a limited time, they'll pay it off up to $800 via a prepaid MasterCard. And you can get a new phone. Just trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan. With the new line on my plan, additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Jay Moore. Rolling on Cap and Jay Hood. If you missed the news, we reported here that Justin Turner is a done deal with the Cubs. 1 year, $6 million. And he had a good year last year in Toronto, and now he takes a step up to try and win here in Chicago.
Pull the curtain back. Were you both taking a poop?
No.
What
I was washing out my water bottle.
Jay Moore and I are sitting here, we're like, we have no hosts. I'm running in there so I can do the read and then do the rejoin. I'm like, where are you guys?
No, pull the curtain back. I usually, almost every break, if I don't have a read, I try to walk the entire floor here on 7 3 times to get so I can get to 3,000 steps by the time the show ends. Then I only have 7,000 more to get in the rest of the day. So
multitasking.
And the other day I worked out at home, and then I'm in shorts and just a short sleeve like hoodie, a Cubs hoodie, and I decided to walk the entire complex where we live in shorts. And a guy pulled by me and looked at me and shook his head like, what an idiot. It was cold. Very cold. But anyway, we're back. Hoodie just walked in. And Justin Turner is a Cub. 1 year deal.
I had to ask if you guys were both taking a poop, Woody. But Jay Moore and I were sitting here. The music's going. I'm like, where is everybody?
Well, no one comes to corral us, so we're just walking around.
That's it. That is it.
It'd be nice if we had speakers that worked around this office, and then we'd all know when the show is starting again.
Wow. You were saying about shorts or something? You were walking? 10,000?
Yes, okay. I was walking to get my steps in, and it was freezing cold, and I was in shorts, and I was too lazy to go upstairs and change into sweats. So I just walked in shorts and a short sleeve hoodie, and a guy drove by me and looked and just shook his head like, what an idiot.
You're better than that.
Well, I wasn't too lazy to do the 1.5 miles it took to get the rest of my steps in.
Yes.
But I was too lazy to go up the 2 flights of stairs up to my bedroom.
Too lazy to prevent frostbite.
Correct.
I see.
No gloves. That's it.
Sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Ankin Law 3126. Maybe the great attorney Howard Ankin.
Sound my ball. So tell us about your first sojourn to medieval times.
So we went yesterday for my grandson Ben's 4th birthday.
Yes.
And, of course, when you leave it up to my wife, everything has to be just so. Like, I want to come back as her grandchild. Got to be right up front there, center of the what do you call it? The field where the horses run around.
A good seat.
Yeah.
Front row.
And then we've got to buy the lightsaber, because got to have the lightsaber.
Yeah.
And then he got knighted for his birthday. He loved it. He and my granddaughter Nora, she's only 1. They loved it. Super cool. The whole eating with no utensils. It's an unusual concept.
Well, I hope that you didn't expect Chicago cut when you walked in there. I mean, it's medieval times. It's in the title, medieval.
The chicken was very good.
That's not the point.
But you get like this big hunk of chicken
yes.
on the bone, and now you got to pull it apart with your hands.
Yes, the way they used to do it, Cap. Medieval times, you see.
They didn't have forks?
Back then, no. The fork was not invented back then.
Chopsticks? Nothing?
What country are we talking about? What do you mean? Okay, we go to historian Shay Norling. Shay, it's medieval times.
They had no implements back then?
No, they ate with their hands.
Come on. Well, okay, it depends.
Depends on the country, right?
No, the nobility probably ate with implements because they could afford to have silverware and they could afford to have those things. Peasants that lived in like the streets, no chance. They were eating pudding with their hands. They were eating like a dog out of a bowl.
I think that was the case.
Turkey right off the leg.
This guy here thinks he's going to get a 5-star dining opportunity at medieval times. I told you before you went in there yesterday, I said, Cap, this is going to be something like a throwback. You're going to see horses and people joust, and it's going to be like a whole show, like dinner and a movie, except the movie's right in front of you, live in person.
Yeah, it was super cool.
Yeah.
It was super cool. Had a good time. I'd never been.
You were hoping for some utensils, though, maybe in your side pocket.
They probably could have given you like a block of wood and had you fashion a wooden spoon yourself with like a knife. That would have been realistic to the time.
Like if I did it again, I would probably I have like forks for my little lunch kit when I travel.
Of course you do.
I would probably throw that in my jacket pocket so I could have a fork.
This is David Kaplan we're talking about, folks. Yes, he does have himself a knife and fork and spoon just in case.
I do.
You just not a surprise.
I do. I have a little lunch bag. It comes with a knife and a fork, a spoon, and a bowl with a top.
Cap, I wish you would have showed up with your Tupperware of fruit. That would have been hilarious. No, thanks. I brought my own. Set it right there in front of you. Mindy would have been horrified.
She would have been.
David, this is medieval times. I like what I like. Take that. That would have been funny.
I told you we showed up at a relative, my sister-in-law's house for Christmas.
Yes.
And she wasn't the best cook in the world, but I brought my own food with me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can I use your microwave? Where's the microwave?
Yes.
Why? What do you have to heat up? My dinner. You're not eating what I made? No.
Just a special kind
I'm
of.
not eating that.
That's a special kind of jackass there, man. I mean, even just pinch off of a little bit of it. I'm not hungry, but you told the truth. Your food sucks. I brought something that's edible. Take that. The rest of you suffer.
I had a bowl of chicken. I had another bowl with some broccoli. And a bowl of fruit. I had one of her cookies.
Didn't like that either.
Those were store-bought.
Thank you, Archway. That's what you did, Cap. Salerno butter cookies would have been better.
I think it was a Maurice Linnell pinwheel.
Oh, that's restaurant quality there. Then that's the best thing at the meal.
I don't like crunchy cookies.
But it's Maurice Linnell. That's the top shelf.
Yeah, I like pliable cookies, like soft.
Cap, the label says it all. When you like cookies, a story I'll tell. Maurice Linnell, the cookie. You remember the commercial, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a top shelf cookie.
I think they used to be on Harlem Avenue, like in Elmwood Park, right around there.
Come on, man. You may not like
Carmen's
it.
area.
Hey, listen, you may not like it, but that's a top shelf cookie right there.
Yeah,
Maurice Linnell?
Yeah, but my sister-in-law made lamb. I'm not a lamb guy.
Of course not.
I can deal with like the little lamb chops, the little lollipop lamb chops, like at the Greek restaurant, like at Cesaria.
Yes.
The big hunk of rare lamb.
No, that's good. That's good stuff.
That's
man.
horrible.
That's the goods.
Lamb is outstanding.
Yeah, that would.
I'll pass.
That sounds so good.
Pass.
Big ass turkey leg. Oh, that goes crazy.
Usually just once a year around Easter is when lamb would always, but otherwise, I mean, that's a fine meal. Oh, my God. Whether it's lollipop or not, lamb's good. Holy is the lamb.
The biggest lamb fan.
It's good stuff.
Nope.
I'd never even heard of medieval times, and now looking at the photos, this looks kind of cool.
It's
It
fun.
is super cool, man. The show is great.
Been there a couple times.
The show is outstanding. Oh, and by the way, our color section, red and yellow, our guy, he won. So take that.
You know why?
They should have betting.
You know why?
That's what I would do.
What? It's a show.
They,
It's like betting on WWE.
your horse and Jouster won because you had the best seat.
That's correct.
So it was your section won.
And our waitress was his wife.
That's funny.
It was very funny.
Sold out, by the way?
Packed.
Usually is.
Packed.
Always seen it full. Always people, because it's just a fun time.
Yeah. Packed.
But I like the idea of you bringing your own Tupperware of food.
I did bring an apple with me in my pocket,
Yes.
wrapped in paper towel. My wife's like, "You're bringing an apple in here?" I said, "I don't know what the quality of the food's going to be."
Oh, my
But
God.
it was actually pretty good. Actually pretty good.
Concerned about the quality of the food. I told you. You don't listen. Why should I waste my time? I told you it's a good time. They've got good food that they serve you.
It's a nice show. Highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it. So,
But no fork and knife, though. That could have even been better for you.
yeah, that would be.
Just for you to.
Let me get in there and make a few changes to the program.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and imagine you in there. Top-notch water, of course, more vegetables and fruit, and people will be miserable. 312-332-ESPN.
Can you imagine Cap in the Middle Ages is like,
Oh, yeah.
don't fry your bird in that oil, kid. Like they care. Like they give a rip. Oh, you shouldn't use butter, kid, to cook.
Cap would actually take it to the letter of the law, because he'd say, well, in medieval times, did they not have fruits and berries?
They did.
And so that would be what you'd be served, fruits and berries.
Excuse me, was this chicken cooked in olive oil or canola?
Oh, my God.
Woody, I've seen this guy order an egg. Him in the Middle Ages would be utter nonsense.
Was that an Indy?
Dude, we went to breakfast by your house, and you were ordering it. I'm like, what is going on here?
Excuse me, can I get that cooked in olive oil, please? One yolk with avocado.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they did it just exactly how you wanted it to.
Middle Ages, the I don't know if I can call the serving lady what they would have called the serving lady. She would have hit Cap with a brick, asked for that egg cooked that way.
Wow. Steve in Schererville, Indiana, on Captain J. Hood.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Love you guys. I have a funny story. A few years ago, we thought it'd be great to bring our daughters to Medieval Times. Got them front row, got them everything.
Yeah, same here.
I forgot that I was allergic to horses.
Same here.
About 15 minutes into it, my eyes start itching, my throat starts swelling up. I had to hightail it out of there. Everybody's like, what is going on with this guy running out of here? I get into the parking lot, fly down the street to the 7-Eleven, open the Benadryl right there, and start drinking water. They're like, what's wrong with this guy? And I had explained to them, I'm allergic to horses. So I just ruined the whole show for my family.
Yeah, I am also. I told that story the other day. You're supposed to spray Pledge on the horse so that the dander doesn't kick up. They're obviously not going to do that for me there. Yeah, but I had the same issue. I'm like, why are my eyes all watery?
That also helps the horse's ass shine the way you like it, Steve.
Correct.
Don't forget about that.
All right, you guys have a great day. Love
you too.
Guys.
See you, buddy.
Take care. Bye.
So
it's a weird one today, isn't it?
It is. It is a weird
Bizarre.
one.
It's a weird one today.
I'm going to tell him myself, and I'm glad Carmen's not working. Eric Carmen is working today, actually.
Is he? Okay.
So he's going to be pissed if he hears this. Apparently, I didn't realize Medieval Times plays a big role in the movie Cable Guy, and I have never seen Cable Guy.
Neither.
Yeah,
is that a must-see thing? Carmen always talks about it, and he's like, oh, you have to see Cable Guy. I've never seen it. But people were mystified. I didn't know what Medieval Times was.
Well, I mean, it's not known to everybody. Everyone has their own different experience. I mean, so yes, that is part of Cable Guy. I hadn't thought about that movie in years. It's a sports radio thing. There's a Rolodex of movies that you must see to be able to do this for a living.
Apparently, that's one of them.
It's so nonsense.
I guess I have to retire. I'll go sell insurance.
What are those? One of those movies, Cap? You must be able to see these movies to be able to do this for a living, like
The Natural.
The Natural. Yeah, you gotta be able to do
School.
that. Yeah,
yeah. There's a bunch.
I feel like Goodfellas is in there.
Yes, for sure. Casino.
The hockey movies. What was that?
Slapshot.
Yeah, you got to see Slapshot in order to do this.
Goon.
Awesome. Never saw that.
You never saw Goon?
No.
Goon's good.
Yep.
Is that a hockey movie?
Yeah.
Yes.
I never
yes,
saw
it is.
that.
And so there's just certain movies that you're supposed to see apparently to be able to do this for full time. And that's one of them.
You realize Thursday we have our first baseball game.
Yeah.
Cubbies and the Dodgers. Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're ready to go.
Yes.
I'll be actually behind the microphone before Boog Shambi or Len Casper doing my first baseball game.
There's no way your game gets played.
You want to bet? Want to bet? I didn't bet you last year. I sent a video saying that you were wrong. So if you'd like to bet, a week from today, opening day for the UIC Flames against North Park.
Here in Chicago.
Granderson Stadium.
Outdoors.
Yeah.
No dome on it.
Would you like to bet? Like last year, it was like 60 degrees. No way you're going to play. We played. You want to bet we play? Next Tuesday, 4 o'clock, Granderson Stadium.
Let me see what the forecast is.
No. Just bet. You're so confident that won't happen? Go ahead. Put some money on it.
See what the forecast is.
See, he won't do that. Shay, it's amazing, isn't it, this guy? As I've said many times on this show, I can give him an ocean of information. He only retains a bottle size full.
Yeah, but the difference is you have no idea what the forecast is. You're just...
You don't think I know? That's another problem. You don't think I've looked at that 7 days ahead? You don't think I have the intel from Tracy Butler? It's amazing, this guy. Underestimating me. You see that, Jay Moore? Underestimating me at every turn, this guy. It is amazing. He doesn't think I know what the temperature is for opening day for the UIC Flames
What's
next
it
week.
supposed to be?
No, look it up there, pal. Go ahead. We're going to play.
The weather forecast next week in the city of Chicago.
This guy
is
underestimating me at every turn.
I'm going to guess it's going to be like 32.
No, you don't have to guess, brother. It's right there.
Come on, this freaking computer. Tuesday, 44 and sunny. You will play. How about that? I want to know what maniac schedules a baseball game in Chicago outdoors on the 25th of February.
An ocean of information, only retaining a bottle size full of what I give you every day. We're playing 4 o'clock. No way we went through this last year, you and I. It was 65 degrees with the windows open in the press box.
Wow.
Cap, it's baseball in the Midwest. It's difficult. You know it's difficult.
So you take your shots.
Flames have been on the road. They're going to be on the road for 2 weeks now. They're going to play against the Georgia Bulldogs because it's warm. They just got back from Charleston. So we got to get a home game in there somehow. I'll be behind the mic before Boog and before
John Schriffen.
John Schriffen.
Texted with him yesterday.
Take that. See?
All right.
Don't again, but just a non-believer. I think I deserve better than that.
I just didn't believe you.
We went through this last year.
That was a one-off.
How about 2 off? Because I'm going to be in the booth next Tuesday. See, he doesn't listen to me, folks. See, again, it's wide open for everyone to hear. He doesn't believe in me.
I believe in you. I just don't believe in the 25th of February being baseball weather in Chicago.
See that, Jay Moore? See? I'm telling them what's going on. Won't listen.
He loves you.
I do love him.
He loves you.
That's true.
How? Hey, so is it a division title or bust when it comes to the Chicago Cubs? A big move made by the Chicago Cubs. As far as roster development is concerned, as far as a roster spot's concerned, we'll get to what Jed Hoyer is going to have to deal with this season. That's coming up next. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and the preseason is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson warm up their vocal cords with a North-South game with the Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Week Saturday at 1 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get in all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
The best live music in Chicagoland? That's Joe's Live in Rosemont. With a packed slate of upcoming shows. Catch Parmalee on February 22nd, Low Cash on the 27th, Landco on the 28th, Jackson Dean on March 13th, and back-to-back nights with Russell Dickerson on March 20th and 21st. Grab your tickets now at joesliverosemont.com.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It is your vibrant thing. It is Captain J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 10 o'clock, then Clinton Yates and friends from 10 to noon, followed by Carmen and Jurko, Waddle Meller, Bleck and Abdalla at 6:30, all part of the mix right here on ESPN 1000. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Tuesday morning. So, Cap, when it comes to the Chicago Cubs, and I think we can talk about it today, but I'd like to expand the conversation with you a little bit more on tomorrow's show. The Athletic, I don't know if you saw this, Athletic.com polled Major League Baseball executives, former executives, coaches, and scouts for their annual preseason survey. And the Cubs came in with the second most votes for the team under the most pressure to win now. This casual Cub fan thing that we get from time to time is like, oh, I'm still basking in the glow of 2016. It was so cool when we won the World Series. Hey, man, you've been in a playoff drought for a while. The idea that you're still living off of 16, that's great. I'm still living off of 05 just in some ways. But it's about now. The Ricketts regime has to be about being in the playoffs on a regular basis and knocking down another World Series. You pay through the nose for Craig Counsell, then take a step further and pay for more talent in the next few years here under Counsell. Counsell didn't come here to go backwards or sideways. He's here to win. You paid him to do it, so supply him with the talent.
Like the projections, pre-adjusted turnaround, I don't think he's going to affect the projection that much, was on the PECOTA rankings. It's a computer program that tells you their belief, how these teams will perform. They have the Cubs, the third best odds to go to the playoffs. They have the Cubs with almost 91 wins. I think it's a good team. Do I think it's a elite team like the Dodgers? No, I don't. Do I think they should spend more money? 100%. Why are you $35 million short of the first luxury tax level? Why? Why not push in and go, you know what? Damn it, let's try and win right now. That's my question. I don't see why. Yes, they're the financial heavyweight in their own division.
Yes.
But guess what? You could do more. You absolutely could.
So I'm Tom Ricketts, and you're Jed Hoyer. And I'd say, Jed, 9 years since the World Series and 8 years since a postseason victory and 4 consecutive non-playoff seasons. So why should I give you more money? I will just give you the resume as of late.
And I would tell you, because I believe we have gone through very tough times. We had to move on from some iconic players, Rizzo and Baez and Bryant and Contreras. I mean, really good players. And I think we've come out on the other side with a top 5 farm system. We have really no bad contracts on our books. If you look down the road, we don't have real problems contractually. And we have a good young team. But we need a top-of-the-rotation guy. We need to add one more bat. There are things we can do, Tom, to push in, but keep our powder dry for July as well, and to be at 190 whatever, 200 million, we're better than that.
Snarky Tom would say, can you not do this without Theo?
I absolutely can. Look at our farm system.
I understand, but I want to see some playoffs in here. We're top 10 in payroll. Why can't you manage with that? Why can't you get us there?
If you're top 5 in revenue, I think you're top 3 in most expensive for a family of 4 to go to the game. Why can't we spend at that level? I understand the Dodgers are in a different world.
Yeah.
And the Yankees and the Mets. I'll give you those 3. You're telling me there's another team in baseball other than those 3 that we can't spend reasonably close to?
Sure. You can make that deal for Vladdy or whomever, but I want to see what you could do with this team. Now did you have Tucker? If we get to the deadline and you want to make a deal, we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, and what happens if Tucker gets off to an amazingly good start like he did last year till he got hit with that pitch and was out? What if he says, let's do a deal right now before free agency? Let's do a deal at the All-Star break. And it's $500 million.
Well, you have to understand our limitations with our TV money. It'll be very difficult for us to reach that. You can't say that as president of baseball operations. You can't tell the owner to sell the team.
I'm not.
You can't do that.
I'm not saying it in a jerky way. I'm simply saying,
Cap, you can't say
look,
that.
are we in this to say we own the Cubs,
Yes.
or are we in this to say we're trying to win the World Series? Period.
You can't do the sell the team thing with Tom like you do with Jerry. You can't do that. You can't do that. You had the same narrative.
I just don't understand why someone would want to own a team and not try to win.
Oh, I understand. 100%. You're 100% right. But when you say that about Jerry, it hits home more so than Tom. Tom has shown a commitment to winning.
No question.
To a certain level.
To a certain level.
Yes.
I'm not disputing that fact. My point is, okay, you've gone through the lean times. You've won 83 each of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Unacceptable, but certainly not bereft of talent.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not push all in right now?
I agree. You've been out of the playoffs all this time, then so why not push in? Why not?
Correct.
Don't you want to get back in the mix? Because it's Jed's career on the line here. You're not going to extend Jed at this point in time.
Correct.
So why not do that?
Correct.
I agree with you.
Correct.
You're still the haves, but still with limitations. You're what you used to hate. You are one of the teams that are the evil empire. You're not the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Braves, but you know what I mean. You do have money, but there's always this, well, let's just wait and see kind of thing.
Right. If we're in it, we'll push harder in July. Why not push from day one?
Let me just tell you something. Theo Epstein would have gotten the Tucker deal done between now and, say,
the who
July.
deal?
Tucker.
Who's Tucker?
Or the guy in the right field for you.
Oh, Kyle
Tucker, yes.
Oh, you would have think he got what deal done?
I think there would have been an opportunity for him to sign long-term with the Cubs.
He has said
I'm talking about Theo, the wheeler and dealer that he is. He would have tried to make it happen.
I don't believe that Tucker would do that. I've been told he has, nope, I want to see if I like Chicago, and free agency's right around the corner, man. If I have a great year, I'm going to get paid insane money.
I know that's from his standpoint, but that's how much I believe in Theo to try to get something like that done. I do.
Theo tried to get Soto, couldn't get him.
I get it. I just think that guy is smart enough to be able to sell the city. I mean, John Lester didn't want to come here. It's like, come on. I mean, you're going to be the linchpin for this. Come on.
He got it done.
See? I just think that he's that kind of negotiator that he would find a way for Kyle Tucker to stay long term.
Maybe at the end of the year.
Sure.
I don't think he'd have got him signed now. But look, if you're 10th in spend, you're 3rd in revenue, maybe you're 4th in revenue on one poll I saw, and you're top 3 most expensive to go to the game.
Mm-hmm.
You own the neighborhood. Now, I will give them credit. They spent $1 billion of their own money to refurbish the ballpark. Mm-hmm. It's gorgeous. It's awesome. Wrigleyville is great. But at some point, it's time to try and win. Not just go, well, the Reds are at 110, the Brewers are at 110, the Cardinals are at 146, the Pirates are wherever they're at, and we're at 200. I'm not playing against them. I'm playing against the Dodgers and the Mets and the Texas Rangers and the Diamondbacks and the Yankees. I want to win the World Series, man.
Yes. Yeah. That's the goal, especially when you're top 10 in payroll.
Right. Like what Tom has generational wealth.
Yes.
So why own a team? And he says, I don't take any money for my family.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to break even. Okay, if that's true, why own the team if you're not trying to win?
Yeah. It's a good question.
So we'll see.
Mike in Willow Springs has a good question on Cap and J Hood. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I want to expound on your point, Cap, about winning the division versus trying to do something in the playoffs. Now, I'm not a Johnny-come-lately. I said this after the World Series. The Cubs should have targeted either Flaherty or Pivetta. Flaherty goes to Detroit for $12.5 a year. Pivetta goes to San Diego for $15 a year. Both contracts very, very doable to keep us under the cap, number one. Number two, the Phillies let Carlos Estevez go to the Royals and Jeff Hoffman go to the Blue Jays, who are lights out better than Ryan Presley, but they got a bromance with Hottovy because they played A-ball together. And then my last point, I don't have an issue with not signing Bregman because you got to give Matt Shaw a runway. But you can't do that with the pitching. It was idiotic. It was idiotic what they did. And that's on Jed. That's 100% on Jed.
So
I'm pissed.
So you're mad. So just so we're clear, you're mad at Jed for what?
Not getting the pitching.
So who
You got to get through 5 or 6 innings in the playoffs with your starter
and
to get to the 4 relievers.
Okay, and if you look at Imanaga, Steele, they believe strongly that Cade Horton's a top of the rotation type arm.
He's a rookie. You're going to go against the Dodgers or Mets with Cade Horton? Give me a break. He was awful last year.
He was hurt last year. Don't disagree.
He was hurt. He's not ready.
Don't disagree there. They got Jamison Tyone. I agree with you. They need another arm. 1,000%.
Matt Boyd is okay.
Yeah,
but you're talking about Jack Flaherty and Pivetta, who are above average guys that can shut teams down for 5 or 6 innings.
Yeah, I'm not a huge. Pavetta's okay, but I agree with you. Jack Flaherty would have been a nice fit. Absolutely.
He's a Tiger.
Yes, he is a Tiger. Yes,
Right.
he is.
He kicked the tires out on the open market and then came back to Detroit.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner. He's a Tiger. On Chicago's Home for Sports.
You are listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Oh, I could sink my teeth right now into some mouth-watering barbecue at Russell's.
Can't beat it. Those smash burgers at Circle Tavern are unbeatable, too.
I'm all about that place.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene during Restaurant Week, February 21st to March 3rd.
Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Cap and J Hood cut of the day. It's a classic cut today.
And it's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Seymour. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
He likes it raw.
I love this off-season talk, man. It gets me hot.
That's not what's getting you hot. What's on your phone is getting you hot.
What's getting you hot?
No, I'm excited. I love the off-season NFL. Let's go.
Hoodie, what's getting him hot?
Man, he gave me some information I was not prepared for. You said Sports Illustrated, did you not?
Sports Illustrated has the swimsuit issue coming out.
Listen to this, Jay Moore.
And I subscribe to Sports Illustrated.
Hold on, I want Jay Moore to hear this. Jay,
you're the guy.
Jay Moore? Here we go. What's
Jay Moore. I get this email from Sports Illustrated at the break.
Oh, my God.
Pops up on my phone. Who is on the cover of the new Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition? And they have like 5 different people that are being featured.
Mm-hmm.
Chrissy Teigen. Teigen.
That's a fine.
Okay. Hunter McGrady. She is a plus-size model.
All right.
Kate Upton, wife of Justin Verlander.
Back.
All right.
And one more. There's 4. Gail King.
What? Who you say? Yeah.
Gail King. And she actually looks really good.
What do you mean, actually?
Yeah, that was odd.
I
just hit her with a bus.
didn't think of Gail King as a swimsuit model. Excellent journalist.
How about that? So, Jay
Good
Moore.
for her.
Hey, now that you think about it.
Yeah. If it's good enough for 50 cents, good enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about that?
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. It's simply my favorite. David Flom and Matt Moore's Dining Gem. Make sure you ask for David and Matt when you visit Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
I sent you something. I know that you won't watch it because I sent it to you.
Okay.
Well, the last couple of times, Shay, I've sent him videos and.
I watched this already.
Okay, yeah, okay. So you've seen Ken Rosenthal go after Tom Ricketts?
Yes.
And Jed Hoyer?
Yes. Yes, he crushed him.
You can understand why.
Yes.
But he's done this.
Fair enough.
Ken Rosenthal specifically has had a hard-on for the Ricketts for years now. Remember at the end of last season, he wrote a piece where he was calling Ricketts effectively cheap. Just straight up saying it.
Correct.
He's been doing this for a while. And I'm not even saying he's wrong. Mm-hmm. He's just more willing to get the sledgehammer out than his cohorts.
That is true, because it's all about the relationships for some. Like getting, loving everybody. And by the way, he has every right to, because the Cubs are the ones that raised the bar. They raised the bar. The Ricketts regime is the bar. The World Series, the amount of playoff appearances, Cap. So the idea that you're going to go sideways, that's not good enough. You're the only hope around here. You are.
That's it.
The Cubs are the only hope around here. Like the Bears are doing their thing. And again, this is a new regime, new coach, but
White
the
Sox,
Cubs,
Bulls, and Blackhawks? Sorry.
It's on the Cubs, Cap.
It is.
And if that doesn't work.
Right. Like I'd like to let Ben Johnson, and Ryan Poles do their deal this offseason and then kind of disappear off the radar while the Cubs are galloping to a 7-game lead at the All-Star break. And then training camp starts.
Oh.
And football's back. Oh, and the Cubs are rolling. Chicago Cubs have just announced they've acquired Vladimir Guerrero. What?
Pass me a cigarette.
Let's go.
Because that's a good on-ramp to get to training camp.
Yes.
I always say this about baseball. Just give me something interesting to watch until I get to training camp, please.
Do you know what's going to be fun, too, for our show purposes? I have a feeling this season is going to be spent much like the offseason was, where the Cubs and the Tigers spend the entire season in the exact same trade rumors. Cap and I are going to go to war on a daily basis over some of these rumors. It's radio
let me
gold.
down, Tom.
It's radio gold between Cap and I, because our teams will be in the trade rumors, the exact same rumors.
Yeah. Little Caesars versus TD Ameritrade and In Capital. Let's go.
I love the idea of the drop-in by Shea as we went to the last break. Jack Flaherty, he's a Tiger. That's all you needed. That's it, Shea. He's a Tiger.
He's okay. It's not like he's, Babe Ruth there.
Yeah, 1 year. I think it's $25 million the first year with a $10 million option in year 2. So he's a 1 year deal.
Yeah, okay.
Cubs should have been in on that.
Why didn't you go get Jordan Montgomery? You and Waddle were in a full lather. The Cubs had to get him. That guy was horrible.
Today is National Battery Day. What's your favorite battery?
Everready.
Duracell was more expensive, so you went with the Everready. That's for sure.
Correct.
Also, National Drink Wine Day.
Oh, I'm going to drink wine tonight.
Try this. National Drink Wine Day. I like mine out of a box.
Beautiful. I'm in tonight.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore.
Night.
We'll talk to you tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the Svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
Yes. Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
ESPN.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates?
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And, of course, Sirius XM Channel 80. Back in the studio today. Was at home yesterday. No college baseball on the big screen. But as it turned out yesterday, if you were following the program, Stetson did get on the board in that game. So they did not get completely blanked by Michigan. Why are we talking about college baseball first thing in the morning in February? Well, because yesterday we learned something. And there's something that happens on the show where organically we all sort of talk during the day about things that are going on in the sports world. And we have a group thread. There's a separate group thread for the socials because that's just easier. We don't want to gum up the discussion with various files. This is all very interior business, but it doesn't matter because we learned one thing earlier last week, which were about James's shoes. That was a big revelation to all of us, and we got to learn about his Ghostbusters love. Now, yesterday, after we spent a whole show going around and around, excuse me, about what conference the Stetson Hatters were in the Atlantic Sun, and we learned everything, our social producer, Ben Smith, chimed in with, oh, by the by, I should probably mention, I loved all the college baseball talk. Great way for me to keep up with my Chants, as in the Chanticleers, and casually mentions that he played for Coastal Carolina in college. Now, there's a couple ways that we could look at this. Number one is incredible humility. But number two, I couldn't believe this. Not only did he play for Coastal, left-handed pitcher, Ben was a stud. 2.59 ERA, 7th on the Chanticleers all-time list, 6th best in the Division I era. Devin, this was a showstopper when he decided to drop that into the chat. I could not believe it.
You said humility, and that's the exactly right word. It's just, hey, by the way. And I love that because I feel like I would be the same way in terms of like, hey, I don't want to be braggadocio about this. Right. He's like, yeah, you know, I played. And that could mean a lot of things. You could be the last guy on the team. You could be he was one of the better players in the school's history in terms of pitching.
I hit up my man Sam, who's the voice of the Pelicans and does Chanticleers games for ESPN Plus. He was like, bro, dude was filthy. That's what he said. So I just want to be clear. If there's any questions about who on this program or around this program was the best athlete, it is clearly Ben Smith. I think that's fair to say, Devin. Right?
I'm happy we learned that this early on in the show as well. We can stop all the debates. And also, I'm just thinking about it now. Left-handed pitchers, way cooler than right-handed pitchers. Do we agree? Okay.
Well, I mean, and also, dude, the Chants they're not just some other college team. Coastal Carolina gets after it. Coastal Carolina won a national championship. Ben wasn't on that team, but he played with those guys. And that was an awesome one that they won. Coastal's the kind of school that when you see them playing sports, you think to yourself, Devin, why didn't I go there? Like, it's got that kind of vibe, you know? Yeah. That's what Coastal's got going on. And they've got the alliterative name. There's some great alliterative names in college sports. Coastal's maybe top one. There are others that I can think of. The Campbell Camels are a good one. The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers are another one. Nothing really can top the Drexel Dragons because that's 2 letters alliterative. That's pretty solid. But anyway, the point here is that Ben Smith, social producer, who puts together all the clips that you see that I post, stud pitcher. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so we had a little pucks last night. We've been talking hockey a little bit on this program. Those of you know that I'm a hockey fan. Longtime Caps fan and the teams of my youth. As a matter of fact, I was telling the guys before the program started that my memories or whatever, excuse me, my memories or whatever on my timeline called up a picture of me with a T-shirt on my head going to watch the Capitals when they were in the Stanley Cup final last. Played Game 5 down at Capital One Arena with 20,000 other people watching it on the big screen. That was a great day. But the Four Nations face-off is here. And yesterday, the U.S. played Sweden, skated against Sweden. Now, they were already qualified to go to the championship, the Americans, that is. So this Sweden matchup wasn't exactly one that had the same level of tilt that the USA-Canada match did, but that means a rematch is set in the championship game. Now, I don't want to get into a whole interior discussion about this, but I feel like we will, and I'm willing to do it. But when I first sat down to watch that match earlier this week or last, whenever it was, and 3 fights broke out in the first 9-10 seconds of the game, didn't love it. Did not love that. And every time I bring up this topic online or elsewhere, I get a decent amount of mouth breathers in my mentions. Like, oh, you must not be a real hockey fan, blah, 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 blah. I'm 43 years old. I've been a hockey fan since I was 7 years old. Didn't play. Got through it mostly through going to games, as I just mentioned, the Capitals, playing video games, covering the game in college. I spent more nights at that barn than I care to remember, watching my Red Hawks skate at the Golgate Ice Arena. Lived with hockey guys in college before I met my real roommates, as I like to call them now. It's not unfamiliar to me, the world of pucks at most levels. But there's something about, in 2025, watching grown men on skates fight that feels so beyond boorish that I didn't like it. It turned me off. Now, I get it. There is a decent percentage of human beings that love fighting in hockey. They think it's sort of the outlaw element, and they'll even rationalize it with, oh, well, you know, if you didn't have a certain amount of goonery, then a certain amount of cheap shots would exist. I'd say the NHL has largely regulated that out of the game to some degree. It's not the same game that we were watching. This is a topic we discuss a lot. And so the idea of the enforcer is not really the same type of a player that they once were. Let's hear the sound on that little ditty that started the match in the Four Nations face-off. Do we have that?
Efforting right now.
Efforting, thank you.
Efforting.
Well, anyway, we have a little sound compilation of what happened because it was borderline shocking.
I got it now.
Let's hit it.
Here we go. Point wins the draw, and we've got a fight. We have a fight off the opening faceoff. Brandon Hagel and Matthew Tkachuk. It took 2 seconds. Tkachuk's helmet is up. Hagel has an arm free. One punch. And now Hagel takes Tkachuk to the ice. How do you like it so far?
It's safe to say this is the loudest I've ever heard any building in 40 years that I've been involved in this game.
Brady's taking the draw against Sam Bennett, and we have another fight. 1 second later, Tkachuk with a right, Bennett with a right, lost his helmet. They're exchanging blows, and now Tkachuk takes down Bennett. 3 seconds into the game, 2 fights, and the Tkachuk brothers will be side by each in the penalty box. Have you ever seen a start to a game like this? Charlie McAvoy gains the zone, throws it right on the net. Another stoppage, scrums in front of the net. JT Miller drops the gloves with Colton Parayko. Miller and Parayko. Parayko's got a right free. He catches Miller. Miller falls to the ice. Falls again. Parayko, big reach, knocks his helmet off. And now the linesmen step in. And our third straight fight.
To be clear, I understand why, in this particular case, people enjoyed it. 2 big-time hockey nations going up against each other, sort of a cool little tournament format. Emotions were flying high. But I do think the larger discussion is one to be had. They don't fight in college hockey. They don't fight in the Olympics. Just a quick reminder. You know, lower levels of the game, they do that. But for me, it took a little bit away from this game. My point being, I really hope that that doesn't bleed over into the championship skate. That would really be annoying. The Four Nations Face-Off Championship, by the by, is Thursday at 8 p.m. on ESPN and ESPN+. This should be a good skate. The U.S. team, we were talking to Arda Ocal earlier, last week rather, about how their strength is in the net. Connor Hellebuck, who did not play last night, by the way, should be back between the pipes for the Americans. And for Canada, it's obviously a big deal. I mean, hockey is the national sport. Let's hear what Nate McKinnon, who's Canada center, had to say on this matchup.
The last thing we wanted to do was go home today or tomorrow, whatever. So, yeah, whoever we were playing in the finals, obviously it's going to be the Americans. We'd love to play them again. We feel like we could beat those guys, and we plan on playing a little better Thursday.
It's a big deal. That place was going crazy. That building was rocking the Bell Center up in Montreal. But I really hope that we don't get to another round of this bout, if you will. in that regard. Let's hear what Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, had to say about the matchup.
The dynamic completely shifts for this game as the action shifts from Montreal to Boston. I mean, you could feel it tonight, even in a game that didn't really mean anything, the chance of USA, the Boston crowd getting fired up every time the Americans touch the puck. Like, that's going to be amplified by 1 billion on Thursday when Canada is the opponent instead of Sweden. And it's going to be a real distinct home ice advantage for the Americans.
Here's the thing. I know that fights are why a lot of people tune into hockey, but there's not nearly as much fighting as people think. Like, you're very rarely going to tune in and get a fight a night. That's not kind of where we are anymore, thankfully. But part of the reason why, and as an aside, like, I would actually probably, Devin, watch a league of dudes on skates fighting each other in a rink.
Oh, just
eliminate
as the standard.
Just eliminate the hockey.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? If you want to strap up the skates and put on and take off gloves and just fight, I feel like that could be accommodated as a league. We could watch that.
So I agree, like UFC on ice.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Let me offer up this, Clint, because I
Yes.
think about this. I agree with you that if the fights were happening like it was taken away throughout the entire game, then we have an issue. But for the fact that it only happened at the beginning and then we still got a really good game of hockey, does that change anything for you?
It does. It was a good game. Don't get me wrong. I just know that every sort of cycle, we get these people that come around, see, we need more fighting in hockey. No, we don't. We do not need more fighting in pucks. And I'll tell you guys straight up, there was a time in my mind when this changed explicitly as a hockey fan. And that's with Derek Bogard, the boogeyman, a.k.a. the Mountie. I want to say the New York Times did a story about him. He passed away in a tragic fashion, and his entire life was basically dedicated to being a goon on the ice. And how it affected his brain, how it affected his life, forever changed me. So while I'm loving what the Four Nations face-off has to offer, I'm not going to be the guy that tells you that I need more fighting in hockey. I've seen too many dudes, not just ones that played in the NHL, whose lives were derailed for the sake of entertaining the masses in such a boorish manner. I know that's a little bit of a wet blanket, but here's the deal. I love hockey. I don't love fighting. That's just me. James, I want to get your thoughts on this quickly because I know that you guys enjoy the pucks up there a lot.
Yeah, I was texting Pat Costello, who's one of the producers on Sportsmanlike. He was at first he was telling me that he wasn't going to watch a meaningless game, a game that didn't mean anything. And I started texting him about the fights, and he's like, "Oh, so this game does mean something." Like I'm not like a big fight guy in hockey. I'm a Penguins fan, so I've gotten to see some of the most skillful players in my lifetime: Lemieux, Yager, Crosby, Malkin. Like, so I would rather see the skill on the ice, but there was something that was just it just proved to me that these guys were playing for something somehow whenever it happened on Saturday. And also, these guys aren't just a bunch of goons either. These are the best players in the world.
That's
and
true.
It happened, and they got through it, and then they played a great game. So it for someone who isn't really a guy who likes fighting in hockey, it just felt a little bit different.
It was Saturday. A good fight. That's fair. My mind might have been changed a little bit on that in this context. But if we come out and get 3 more fights at the gold medal game, not going to love it. Coming up, what do you think other leagues could learn from what we've seen during the Four Nations face-off? Give us a call, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll do that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. It's Clinton and Friend, kiddos.
This is Clinton and Friends.
What's your sole purpose in this army? To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant. Damn it, Gump! You're a genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a damn IQ of 160. You are damn gifted, Private Gump.
Clinton and Friends.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. This February, you could miss Groundhog Day, President's Day, and even Valentine's Day. Well, some of you probably shouldn't miss Valentine's Day, but don't miss your chance from Window Nation to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 full years. Only from Window Nation. This offer ends February 28th, so you'll want to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
After getting my promotion, the time had come to sell our home, so we got an appraisal.
But it was much lower than we expected. Before we had it appraised again, a friend suggested we make some changes.
I put my framed vintage Negro League baseball shirt, our African art, and family photos into storage. And that second appraisal came back much higher.
It's a shame we had to hide who we are to get a fair home appraisal.
A recent study found that Black and Latino homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original after removing family photos, Black art, and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I call him Michael Jordan, man. Mike ain't gonna take your call. That's where you're wrong, Doma Simpson. You must don't know my middle name. It's Tropicana. What the hell that mean? Means I got juice.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You are tuned in to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Back in the studio today, looking good, feeling good. Bright lights are on. And nobody knows bright lights like my man David Dennis Jr., of course, Antscape senior writer. You see him on Around the Horn with me. David, we got a lot to talk about, brother, because you, my friend, were a complete superstar in the Bay over the weekend. Starting from when you got off the plane, my guy, tell me about your whirlwind weekend before we ever even get to any basketball at all, sir. How are you?
First of all, I would like to be acknowledged as Clinton Yates' first and best friend on Clinton on
Yes,
Clinton and Friends
okay,
show. I think that's how I should be referred to going forward. All-Star Weekend is the best. It's the best sports weekend that you could possibly have. Landed in Oakland, tapped in. We did a video with E40 and Too Short. Followed them around the weekend as the ambassadors of the Bay Area. They performed at the halftime show. They were performing all weekend. Got to hang out with them. Got to make sure I paid homage to E40 as the mayor after suggesting that he maybe should be traded from the Warriors to get Jimmy Butler. Had to do come hat in hand with that. It was an amazing time. Got to see friends. Got to see performances. Got to, hang out for All-Star Weekend. There's just nothing like All-Star Weekend. Like Super Bowl is cool as a weekend festivity. Obviously, the Super Bowl game is usually better than the All-Star game itself. But the weekend, there's nothing better than the All-Star Weekend.
Man, E40 and Too Short. What did you all actually do? I'm very curious about what 40 Water and Short Dog were getting up to.
So, they were doing E40 was on NBA Today. You got to hang out with them.
Okay.
Too Short was performing. He performed at least at 3 different venues every single night while he was there. I mean, the dude, every time I saw him, he had a microphone in his hand. He was on stage. He was performing. 40 Water was hanging out with the missus. He was kind of low-key. He was drinking his wine that he's gotten in stores and all that stuff. We were just, we went to a lovely brunch hosted by Wardell Stephen Curry. It was a good time. Like they were just soaking in and getting the flowers that they so well deserved for being like the OGs in the rap game.
Hanging out with rappers and brunching with NBA superstars. David Dennis Jr. joins us here on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. That said, though, David, there was a lot of criticism of this weekend, and not just from players, but from fans in terms of what the weekend has become. Mac McClung, who's a marginal NBA player at best, completes the three-peat for the dunk contest. Chris Paul, shocker, makes a mockery of the skills competition with Wemby. And the game was just kind of a weird melange of things with guys like LeBron and Giannis saying, no thanks, we're good on that. What did you think of the actual on-court product from your vantage point as far as how good it was as a success for the league?
Okay, so the All-Star game, I think we got 2 sort of different conversations going on here. The dunk contest, I think, is the real thing that should be tinkered with, and they got to figure out how to make that better. Like, the dunk contest being what it is right now is the actual real travesty of All-Star Weekend, right? Like, there's no excuse that you can't get dudes out there to just go do some dunks, right? Like, there's All-Star game itself there's concerns about health and rest and things like that that I think are legitimate, that are, that make players kind of reluctant to give it their all, especially with the schedule, all that stuff, right? To me, the game itself, I think the idea that the game is in some sort of like tailspin is a little bit overblown. Like the All-Star games in general, right? It's about 60% games, 20% really compelling games, and 20% games that are just boring you out of your mind. And I think it's a little bit overblown that we should be expecting this high-level competitive game every time we go out there. It just doesn't happen. The flow of the game sort of dictates if it's going to turn out to be something that's competitive towards the end. And for the most part, a lot of these games just have never been that way. We just have this nostalgia for 2001, 2003, Jordan's last game, the Magic Johnson, spectacle in 1992, right. Even though that game, for those who do not remember, it was 153 to 113. Like, that was not exactly this competitive game, even though it had this really cool moment. So I think the game should be fine. We'll find something great in that in the coming years. To me, the dunk contest, where you have this dude who barely plays any basketball, is winning this thing 3 times in a row. Nobody wants to compete against him. And it's not – I mean, he had some great dunks. It was really cool, but I want to see stars dunk. That, to me, is the thing that needs to be fixed.
David Dennis Jr. joins us here on Clinton and Friends talking about NBA All-Star Weekend and the second half. I use air quotes going forward because we're already more than half of the way through the season. The larger discussion, though, David, was about the game in general. And by the game, I mean the sport specifically in the NBA. And follow me here a little bit. My feeling is that there is so much about the NBA that has evolved that the core group of fans who have followed with it and have aged with it have not evolved in the same way that the actual players on the court have in terms of sort of solving for the athlete. 25 years ago, everybody wasn't a somewhere between 6'7" and 7 feet sort of wing rangy guy who could dribble and could put the ball up. Now there's 5 of those guys on every single team in the league. But my point is that, David, is you're not going to be able to change that part of NBA basketball. But if people don't like watching those guys play, what do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because a lot of people, there's so many games, a lot of people are not actually locked in on the product all throughout the season. Some of that is the NBA's fault in the way that they make games available or not available to people, and the services that they provide. But I think, like, the game overall is a good, entertaining game that just looks different than what we had back then. And the NBA is going up against something that is undefeated, which is nostalgia, right? Nobody beats nostalgia. We have this feeling for these games. We did on NBA Today a couple months ago. We did this thing of like the top 50 plays of the 21st century, right? And I was watching some of these plays from the beginning of the 21st century, right? Like the Derek Fisher shot over the Spurs, incredible shot, right? The final score was something like 75-73. Nobody wants to go back to that, right? And the game is a much better game now than it used to be. It can be a lot of, a little sort of homogenous where people talking about shooting threes, but once you get into actual competitive playoff-style basketball, which we've seen a lot of that in the regular season, there have been some tremendous games. Both Warriors-Mavericks games have been incredible. OKC-Cavs games are probably the peak of offense and defense on the court. Like, there are great games. I think NBA is just kind of going up against this idea of nostalgia and, this crossroads of the fact that you have the luminaries who have carried the sport for the last 15 years, LeBron, Steph, and KD, are on their way out, and there are new stars that we have to learn to care about, which the NBA finds it in this space every few years. We just so happen to have a time when LeBron James has been so dominant for 20 years. Now we have to look at new stars and build new stars and think about what they're going to present for the league. But Wembanyama's coming. Like, there's going to be a star that everybody's going to care about very, very soon.
Is Wemby the biggest story for the second half for you in terms of what you're looking at to play out?
Well, no. To me, the biggest story is, obviously there's OKC and what they're going to look like is them making that championship leap. Like, that to me is the thing that I'm looking forward to, is are the Thunder going to transfer this excellence that they have in the regular season? Because for those who do not know, the Oklahoma City Thunder are a legitimately historic, great regular season team right now. One of the best defenses we've seen, an incredible offense, and an SGA who's having one of the best shooting guard seasons we've ever seen. So to me, it's about them making that jump to overtake a Boston to make sure that they can hold off of Denver, that type of stuff. But beyond that, it's the swan song thing of Steph, KD, and LeBron. Like, that to me is the most – maybe it's my own nostalgia I'm talking about that. It's like how these three dudes end up their careers and end up this season now with Jimmy Butler being added to the Warriors, with Luka being added to the Lakers, and KD in this, like, really interesting purgatory part of his career with the trade impending and where he's going to go next. So to me, it's about these three guys and how they're going to wind up at the end of their careers.
Last thing I'll ask you, and you waxed a little bit poetically about this on social media, but it must have been pretty cool to stand up there and take pictures with Wardell, considering you've known that guy since y'all were wee lads in college. Tell me about that.
Yeah. It's a really wild thing to do. So for those who do not know, me and Stephen Curry, I don't know how you don't know, I talk about it all the time. Basically, like, we went to Davidson together, and he has such a very interesting collegiate run, right? And the fact that half the time he was in college, there was not an idea that he was going to be an NBA player. Even after, like, I graduated right after the Elite Eight run, and at the time it was still like, maybe this dude will be a fringe, first round, maybe second round pick. We got to see one more year, right? And obviously at the time, I wanted to be in sports. I wanted to be in broadcast. I wanted to be at ESPN. And we just two dudes who had this sort of, like, crazy dreams. And, now to a place where we can link up at All-Star, and I'm hanging out with him, and I see him, and we're talking about the old times, and it's so wild, and I'm leaving his event, and he's like, yo, what you got? We're like, why are you leaving? I'm like, I got to be up at 4 a.m. California time, probably to talk about you. And so, like, it's just a wild, full circle moment that it just never gets old. It's just, you just think about those times in college, hanging out, dreaming, and then where you are right now, and it's just like a cool thing to chronicle and to be a part of.
David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer, panelist on Around the Horn, ball knower, and friend of Wardell, Stephen Curry. Thank you, David.
Most important, friend of the show, friend of Clinton.
Get out of here. I'll talk to you later. David Dennis Jr. That for him specifically is a really cool thing. Devin, I don't know how you feel about sort of where the career's path is taking you, but when I get to see people who finally get to realize something and they get to do it alongside somebody who also, that's just a really cool moment for him. I wanted him to be able to revisit that.
Especially Steph, because a guy like that, obviously he has NBA pedigree with his father, but still, if you remember that run with Davidson, like, this guy was overlooked all through high school, even in college. So when he made that run, it seemed way more far-fetched for Steph, despite his dad playing in the NBA. So I think that makes it even more special.
Absolutely. He wasn't even recruited by his dad's own school, which is so crazy to think. Vatek said, nah, we're good. Like, to think back on how certain people get overlooked and certain people get missed, it's wild. Anyway, one of the points David was making was about how this last run with the Warriors is really going to be what he looks forward to the most. And Draymond has made a ton of noise over the course of the All-Star weekend, understandably, because he's a bit of a loudmouth just in terms of his personality. That's not a knock. But also, I think the points that he brought up were salient. We talked about it at length yesterday. And I do want to continue this conversation more because I think it's important. I think it's important that people understand what they're looking at. And David Dennis made a great point. He said that when it gets down to it, this basketball is more competitive than people understand. He was leaning into ball knower territory right there, which is fine. But I think he makes a good point. Once we get to the actual playoffs, it's stuff like unlike anything we've ever seen. Let's hear what Oscar Robertson, who's an NBA Hall of Famer, obviously, had to say on Sirius XM NBA Radio about Draymond.
Well, Draymond said so much. Who cares what Draymond says? It doesn't mean anything. People, this is what I mean. One guy can say this, and one guy can say that. The game is what it is. People either like the game or they don't. And I think people enjoy the game, especially if their team can win. And you look at the basketball, it might be boring to him because if he's not passing the ball to Curry, what is he doing?
I agree. Triple single is
not to single that out because I think he knows how to play basketball, but he's passed his ball to Curry more than anyone I've ever seen in basketball. And so it means a lot. So, it might be boring to him at times because of what he's doing. Maybe it is boring when he's out there. He's not shooting a lot. And he's not guarding a lot. So it's boring.
Oscar Robertson is hilarious. I love hearing black dudes of a certain age talk just in general because the timbre of their voices always has such a sort of a wisdom to it. Reminds me of old uncles I have that have passed on, etc. But anyway, I look, if you don't like basketball, then you don't like basketball. I think that's the most salient point he made, which is you can't really change the type of guys that are playing ball these days. You can't really do anything about the fact that athletes now are basically 10 times better than athletes were even as recently as 20 years ago. That's just the truth. And so the way that they play the game is going to look different. To call it boring is an indication that maybe just you don't like it, and therefore maybe you shouldn't be doing it, which is reasonable to me. I thought it was pretty funny also what Kevin Durant did. Kevin Durant, who, by the way, is a social media master. And David Dennis was talking a little bit about how he's kind of on his way out in terms of the stars of the league, LeBron, Steph, and KD, all kind of being in that final era, that golden bachelor phase, if you will. But KD always keeps it funky, especially on social media. He tweeted this: I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy. Cancel All-Star Weekend and let's just give everybody a break since we're all so miserable around this time. There's a perfect dose of sarcasm in that, Devin, with a perfect amount of truth that sums up the experience for a lot of folks. There are a lot of miserable people out there, Devin, who want to complain about the NBA.
And he knows exactly how to push the buttons. If he wasn't an NBA player, and he's still a professional troll on Twitter, like he can do both things at once and be one of the best players in the NBA. I think a lot of people are mad about KD's tweets in terms of just in general.
Yeah.
I love that he does it because it clearly makes him happy.
I agree. You know, people consider him kind of an unserious person. Mans can hoop, though. Buddy can hoop. Let's hear what Joe Fortenbaugh had to say, host of Joe and Q, about this exact matter.
It's way better to complain about it than watch it. Yeah, he's right. The product sucks. You're right. That game sucks. That weekend sucks. Wemby and Paul just throwing balls off the rack to try to game the system. That sucks. We watch you because you guys can do things we can't. It makes you superhuman in our eyes. It makes you gods in our eyes. It's why we hang posters of you in our rooms when we're growing up. It's why we pay absurd amounts to take our kids to see you play, because you can do things 99.9% of the world can't do, and you so actively tell us you don't want to do those things, but yet keep paying, keep watching, and don't complain. How do you think this cycle works? Are we supposed to sit here and applaud the fact that this product stinks? Like, your playoff format is awesome, but everything outside of the NBA playoffs has really fallen off. Like, what do you want us to say? Do you want people not to complain? It's complainable. You're putting a complainable item out there for us.
Man, Joe is hot on that. I did not realize he was that into the situation. I mean, look, I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with it for two reasons, because I do think that they serve two different purposes. A lot of sports deal with this problem these days. The question is the NBA going to be comfortable with people liking the lifestyle of being an NBA fan and not caring about the games? Is there a tipping point where people stop showing up, where people stop watching until the playoffs start? I don't think we're there yet. Not even close. I think that once some of these guys that people have gotten used to cycle out, we're going to have a completely different feeling about the way the NBA looks. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. LeBron James made some pretty interesting comments in his year 22 season about his mindset. You'll hear what he said next on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, kiddos.
Dr. George F. Grant was not looking to make history when he invented the golf tee. The Harvard grad and prominent dentist was simply trying to make a hard game a little less frustrating for his golfing buddies in Boston. Before the tee, golfers had to carry buckets of dirt from hole to hole and build small mounds to place their golf balls. He probably had no idea that his invention would change golf forever.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March, who will be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Do you know what to do when a car is pulled over on the side of the road? First, reduce your speed. Second, change lanes if possible. Third, proceed with caution. These 3 simple steps can be the difference between life and death. The next time you're on the road, do the right thing. Slow down, move over, and drive like your life and their life depends on it. Sponsored by the Illinois Broadcasters Association. Aired in cooperation with this station. Thanks to the AAA Auto Club for their financial support in the airing of this message.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about? What am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's giving me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Carmen and Jurko, weekdays Now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? I didn't mean to do that. Please, continue. You were saying something about best intentions. What's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Don't wanna live as an untold story. Rather go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't feel you.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You were listening to Clinton and Friends on the ESPN app and SiriusXM Channel 80. Do you know where that clip is, Devin? That's led into that segment. Do you know what movie that clip is from?
No. What is it from?
Do not. James, do you know? This would probably be closer to your. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
Oh.
Well, allow me to retort.
I don't. I can't place it.
Pulp Fiction, one of the great Los Angeles movies of all time, directed by Quentin Tarantino. In that particular scene is when Sam Jackson and John Travolta pull up on Brett. Check out the big brain on Brett. That's what he says before he blows away the guy who's sitting on the couch. Pretty violent movie, I'm not going to lie. But when I was 13 years old, it was the coolest thing in the world.
I know it now that you said it.
Yeah, exactly. You remember the scene. Anyway, so we talked to David Dennis Jr. earlier in the hour, and he brought up an interesting topic about how in the NBA now, we're looking at the last runs of three of the big guys of this generation of the NBA. Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and, of course, LeBron, Raymond James. Now, we link them together, because obviously they played at the same time. But if we're going to have an honest discussion about it, LeBron James is a completely separate sort of category on pretty much every level because of when he started, sort of how big he's gotten, the type of person that he is, and where the legacy stands. Now, I don't love a ton of legacy talk, but in this particular case, we're going to dive deep into it. He's the first player in NBA history to reach 30,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, and 10,000 assists. Like, you don't have to be a math genius to understand how wild that is. Anytime you're getting into the double-digit thousands of anything in any regard, in any walk of life, you're dealing with big-time stuff. On February 8th, 2023, he passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the all-time scorer. It was a big moment to sort of put a cap on all of this. And over the weekend, LeBron got a lot of flack because he didn't play in the All-Star game. He didn't announce that till late. He was a little glib about it. You got these people, oh, why didn't he give it up earlier? He could have given somebody else a chance to play. Nobody wants to play in the game anyway. That's the whole problem. So we can nix that. But it was very interesting to hear him discuss it himself about what's happening in his mind these days. Let's hear it on what he's talking about regarding his mindset late in his career.
I think they merge right into one another. You know, I think I have a great appreciation for the moment because I understand that it's not going to be a lot of moments going, you know, into the future. You know, whenever that time is, whenever that time comes. So you have an opportunity to really, really, truly appreciate every single moment. You know, and take it all in, no matter, you know, the goods, the bads, the adversity, whatever comes with the day-to-day process of, you know, being a professional and still trying to play for championships, but more importantly, just engage in every single day and every single moment of being able to do what I love to do. And I've been doing it for such a long time. I've been a professional for 22 years. I've been playing the game at a level where, coaches and referees and, was involved since I was 8. So, this is something I've always dived into and always loved the process. And, I think they just intertwine together.
I'm fascinated by this, Devin. The idea of what LeBron James is going to do in the last few seasons of his career and thus for the rest of his life, I imagine that's actually going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Not to say that every NBA player doesn't dream of it since they're a kid, play hard, obviously, and play well up into their pro careers. But every player is not LeBron James. Every player was not on the front of Sports Illustrated in high school. Every player is not on a one-name basis globally with sports fans. Devin, does this interest you at all, sort of what Bron's final, I don't want to say destination because that sounds weird, but to some degree, what his final stages are going to be?
I think it's really particularly interesting when you think about a lot of guys, they don't retire because, they're just, I'm done. Oftentimes the league retires them because they can't play anymore. I think might be in an interesting spot where it doesn't seem like LeBron's slowing down at all. And so is he going to have to make a call where it's like, listen, I'm 45, 46, and I'm still playing well, but I need to just make this ultimate call? Like, are we going to see a decline in his play before he calls it quits?
That's a great question because it's not like the Lakers don't need him. It's not like he's not a force still. LeBron James is one of the top 10 players in the NBA. No doubt about it. And he's effectively ancient. Now, what I hope doesn't happen, and this is something I think about, and I don't, mean to sort of cast these things into the universe, but I do hope he can go out on his own terms. I hope there is not a health situation or some other circumstance that comes up in which all of a sudden LeBron James isn't playing basketball anymore. Because I do think it's so weird to say this. It's not that LeBron is underrated. It's not really possible for a guy like LeBron to be underrated. But I don't think people genuinely realize what they were looking at to be able to say that they saw LeBron James throughout his entire career. Like, if you were to think about the different eras of the game and what accomplishments occurred, if you really wanted to maximize your experience and you could only pick one era through one player, you would pick LeBron James. That's what you would do. What the NBA was when he got there versus what the NBA is now and the things you got to see as a result of him playing are just not going to be replicated, ever. It's pretty wild to think about in terms of who he is. 30,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, 10,000 assists, crazy work. Draymond Green believes the Warriors are going to win.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carm.
We really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene during Restaurant Week, February 21st to March 3rd.
Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the Svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old three-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday, but sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments, and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. The V Foundation has the skill, the speed, and the strength to achieve victory over cancer. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory. Learn more at v.org.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
Yes. Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Guerrero Jr. to hit free agency in November. He and the Blue Jays unable to agree on an extension before his Monday night deadline. He plans to cut off talks and play out the 2025 MLB season as an impending free agent, but said he won't close the door on a realistic offer from Toronto. If the Blue Jays were to perhaps trade Guerrero, they would get a massive haul in return. One of the key parts of the NFL offseason begins today with the franchise tag window opening at 4 Eastern. Bengals will likely use the tag on receiver T. Higgins for a second straight year if the sides don't agree on a long-term deal by the March 4th tag deadline. Team USA and Bruins defenseman Charlie McAvoy won't play in the Four Nations face-off championship game Thursday versus Canada. He's undergoing testing related to an upper body injury.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
with the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the ESPN app. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank you all for joining us. Big basketball day here. We started the show talking a little hockey, but we talked to David Dennis Jr. earlier in the program, and coming off of NBA All-Star Weekend, there are a lot of things to discuss. The state of the game is one thing. The state of the All-Star Weekend is another. But there's actual basketball. Let's not forget, this is a league that plays games every night. And over the course of this weekend, a lot of things have sort of developed. And we've been thinking about the various storylines regarding what we call the second half of the year. But there was still a trade deadline. That still happened. There is hoops to be played. Jimmy Butler went to the Golden State Warriors. That team is 3-1 in games he's played in. The Dubs are back above 500. They're 28-27. And Butler has averaged 21.3 points, 7 rebounds, 5.3 assists, and 1.3 steals, being Jimmy Butler. He's all over the court. Now, over the past 5 to 10 years or so, the teams that have won the NBA title have sort of emerged from one place or another, but we've kept the same basic 5 squads in the conversation. And in the West this year, the Warriors are 10th right now. The Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler Warriors are in the play-in. And that's, it's decent. It's a decent spot. They're on the outside looking in. They're obviously moving upward. But Draymond Green, who I feel like this entire show has rotated around today, by the way, Devin. Like, Draymond Green has found himself in the news in more ways than ever before without even playing basketball. He said this about this year's chances.
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship. Wow. Because I don't believe any of these teams are that great. Boston, yes, you got to go through Boston. You got to get through the champs. But we got to get through the West first. But none of these teams scare me. I'm going to follow Jimmy Butler. I'm going to follow Steph Curry. And we're going to follow those two guys right to a championship.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I don't think this is that ridiculous. Do you? Like, are the Warriors, I mean, the guarantees are one thing. I'm not a big guarantee guy. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. As in, I don't particularly care if one player or not says we are definitely going to do this. That's the mindset you're supposed to have. I'm also not a gambler, so it's not like I'm putting any money on this either way. But whether or not this is a realistic thing, I do think is a serious question. Because we all sort of assume, well, yeah, if the Warriors get in the playoffs and you have Steph Curry, you have a shot. But I'm not sure I understand why we're not looking at some of these other teams as potentially the next phase of champions in this league. We obviously saw Boston do it. It took them a while. They got there. But right now, the standings for the Western Conference are as follows. 10th, the Warriors. 9th, the Kings. 8, the Mavericks. 7, the Timberwolves. 6 are the Clippers. Lakers are right there at 5. And this is where things get interesting. The top 4 teams in the West. The Houston Rockets are 34-21. The Denver Nuggets, who we know well, are 36-19. The Grizzlies, the Memphis Grizzlies are in second, and the Thunder are in first. We talked to Tim Bontemps earlier. The Thunder are having one of the all-time regular seasons, and they're no slouch. But there is a real question as to why aren't people talking about this conference as if more teams could possibly win it? I would not be shocked at all to see the Rockets come out of this thing. I would not be shocked at all to see the Grizzlies in the finals. But I do think there's something that in our minds, because experience is such a big factor in the NBA, we just can't talk about it and feel it until we see it happen. But something's got to give here. The Lakers just got through reformatting their entire team. I don't know that we can just assume because they have LeBron and Luka that they're going to win a title. They got a good shot. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if I think the Warriors are just a walkthrough just because they're there either. Some of these other teams are going to start making noise due to the simple fact that they are that good, and that's the way the draw is going to shake out. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. How seriously are you taking Draymond Green when it comes to his guarantees of the Dubs winning a title? The Houston Rockets, I think, are the sleeper cell in this whole entire situation. And here's the reason, Devin. It's not just because they got a young core of guys who all seem to be able to play defense and all seem to have endless energy. It's Ime Udoka. When he got out of Boston, it was kind of a messy situation, and I think that it was viewed as, because the team was so good, well, they're just going to keep moving. And they did. And ended up winning a title. But Ime Udoka has that team playing in a way, Devin, that I just don't think he's getting enough credit for.
100%. I mean, obviously, yeah, he had, like you mentioned, he had his problems with why he was let go. And a lot of teams, if that didn't happen, I think the Rockets were like, let's pick up and see what happens. We know he has the proven track record. And I think the Rockets are in a spot where they're still under the radar, very much so. And I think that's exactly where they want to be. I could absolutely see them coming out of the West and making some noise.
Yeah. That team is fun to watch, too. Not sure how many of you all are on League Pass, but the Rockets are an incredible squad. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Justin in California. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. So, I don't think you normally you would take everything that Draymond Green says with a grain of salt, but I don't think it matters really who was to say what Draymond says. It is somewhat realistic. I mean, before Kevin Durant got there, yeah, you had Clay and you had Draymond, but I mean, how many times did Steph put the team on his back and drive them to a championship?
Appreciate the phone call. I mean, you're right. That's what we're talking about. It's basically, is Steph going to be able to cook to the point that you can put them over the hump? I mean, Butler being there is a huge aid to this. Don't get me wrong. I just can't decide who I actually think is going to win the NBA title. We're pretty far along during the season. Most years, you kind of have a pretty good idea. You think, okay, well, if that team doesn't do it, well, then they've failed. I think Boston last year was kind of on that train. You sort of looked at it like, well, they're head and shoulders above everybody else. There's no way they should be able to get knocked off. But this year, I don't think that, especially not in the West. There's always this discussion about who's any good until they actually do it. The Nuggets are still hanging around. The Lakers have a shot. Devin, do you when you look at the Lakers and you look at Luka and LeBron, is that a team that you could see making the final?
100%. I mean, we got to still see kind of how they coalesce together. And I think once Luka gets in better game shape as we go along, I think that team absolutely has a chance. Obviously, the defensive issues, like we mentioned on the show, we'll see how those play out. But in terms of like veteran leadership and guys who have been there in the biggest moments, I think they obviously you have LeBron and Luka to lead the charge. I think they can absolutely, like you said, this is so the West is a crapshoot. I'm like the Thunder. They have been doing this without Chet Holmgren for much of the season.
Correct.
Hartenstein also has been hurt for a lot of the season. So we haven't even seen them at full strength, and they've only lost 10 games.
This is what I mean. You could make a reasonably good case for pretty much all 10 of these teams, save, I'm going to say, the Mavericks and the Kings. Sorry, guys. You could make a reasonably good case that all of the top 10 teams in the West could make the finals. And you're telling me the league is boring? I'm not sure I understand how those two things can go together. If you don't have an obvious front runner and this many teams are that good, what's there to be boring about? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Aaron in South Carolina. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Good morning, Clayton. Love the show, man. Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
So when it comes to what Draymond was saying, usually I just laugh off, when he spouts off at the mouth. But I actually think that that there's some credibility based on the parity in the West, as you were talking about. It's all about matchups when you get to the playoffs, and one or two good matchups, and I see the Warriors legitimately making one final last dance kind of a push.
Thanks for the phone call. Okay. I mean, this is what makes the league good. This is why these arguments about how the game is boring and all this, I just don't understand it. I'm very much looking forward to how these teams position with each other, because they know the matchups too. Man, if the Lakers make the NBA Finals, Devin, we're going to be that's going to be the kind of thing that is going to change our lives, because it will be the last sort of gasp for LeBron James, who we were talking about earlier in the show. And I don't think you understand the relationship that Lakers fans have with LeBron James, Devin. Here locally, it is love-hate is just way too basic of a term to describe how people feel about him.
What if we got a Lakers-Warriors Western Conference Finals?
That would be incredible. That would be a perfect coda on the careers, not careers, I don't want to say it like that, but on this kind of phase for those two. Dubs, Lakers. Old, new. I still think that Dubs team, I mean, for LeBron to play them again in the finals would be crazy work, just in terms of the longevity of that guy's career. But anyway, what I was saying was, if the Lakers make the finals, it's really going to change LeBron's status in Los Angeles, I think. People don't want to give him credit for the bubble championship. There was always some level of friction between the fans who call him, like, I don't know, not a real Laker or whatever it may be. But if they get back to the finals this year, even if it's with Luka, I think you're going to have to change your tune, Lakers fans. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sid, you're on Clinton and Friends. What up?
Hey, I agree with what you said the other day. The NBA's evolved. It's a different game. I enjoy the game immensely. And when it comes to playoff basketball, there's nothing like it. Those guys are going to tear each other's heads off. And the last thing I want to say is I heard some of the negative stuff that you were reading about yourself. I think it was text messages, something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, when the green light turns on, you're in front of the mic. Let's see what you do. You're great.
Thanks for the phone call, Sid. I appreciate it. Sid talking about haters. I know. He's right. And the light's red often, Sid, just so you know. We used to call that red light disease back in the day when I was a younger broadcaster. Some people are really smart. Some people know a lot of things. But when that red light comes on, they don't know what to do. It is a skill. So I appreciate that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ronald in Florida, you're on the air.
Hey, Clinton Yates, dude. It's good to finally talk to you, dude. I've been watching you on Around the Horn for a while, dude.
Appreciate that, brother. What you got?
This is what I got, dude. You're absolutely right. What Jimmy Butler brings is the perimeter defense. As long as Jonathan Kuminga can come back healthy, they'll be fine. Jimmy Butler's defense, that's Kyrie Irving, that's Luka Doncic, that's Jamal Murray, that's Ja Morant. He can somewhat defend those guys, dude, and he can also score. I agree with Draymond, dude. As long as Kuminga can come back healthy, I like the Warriors.
Appreciate the phone call. Kuminga was huge in them not having to get rid of Kuminga in order to get Butler. Massive for the Dubs on every single level. I can't decide what I want to happen versus what I think is going to happen. But this is the fun part about being a sports fan. The Warriors are trying to return to be the gold standard in the NBA. The gold standard is brought to you by Robinhood. Get a 3% IRA match, only $5 a month. Coming up, baseball season is fast approaching in the bigs. There's one storyline that I'm hyper-focused on, and yes, it starts here in Southern California. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Before we start our regular program, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Dr. Clinton. Clint, if you're anything like I am, you'll spend your first week trying to figure out what all these buttons do.
Actually, in college, I ran the radio station.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
It starts as a little nuisance. Before you know it, that awful joint pain takes over your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car feels impossible. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. I know how debilitating constant joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back can be. But here's the great news. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants.
You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
You're going to be part of the problem or part of the solution? I'm going to be the whole problem.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, the Sirius XM Channel 80, of course, on Watch ESPN as well. It's my man Gary Clark Jr. right here. If you're not familiar with his work, Devin, get into it.
I love Gary Clark, actually.
Really play the guitar. Yeah. Saw him live once. It was one of the best live shows I'd ever seen in my life. Anyway, we're talking about the NBA here on a Tuesday, discussing the state of the game, discussing the actual standings. What are people looking forward to most for the second half of the season, which is not really the second half? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Nick in North Carolina, you're on Clinton and Friends this morning.
Hey, I think you're talking about the game from a standings perspective, and that's good. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of parity, up until now in the NBA. I mean, I don't recall ever seeing this many teams that are, together, stacked together this late in the season like this. Mm-hmm. But the game itself is terrible. I mean, there's too many threes, not enough defense. There's no, all the drives to the basket, mid-range game is gone. It's just hard to watch. I think that's what Draymond's talking about, not necessarily the standings or the
Nick, I understand what you're saying. Stay with me here, Nick. Let me ask you this. What basketball, Nick, do you like? And I'm not being flippant with that. I'm genuinely asking.
Say that again?
Like, what level of basketball do you enjoy the most? And that's an honest question.
Oh, I enjoy the NBA the most, but the last couple of years has just been hard. I mean, every game looks almost like the All-Star, how the All-Star game looked, and that's just completely terrible. But, I've been watching NBA since mid-'80s. I've been a big Knicks fan since, in the 90s. I mean, that's the basketball I grew up on, and this is just it's just the threes just kill the game.
Thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it. I mean, I understand that. And I think more and more guys around that age, and I appreciate that, Nick. That was a good call. As an aside, I just want to sort of train listeners. If you call to the show, I'm probably going to ask you a question too. Just keep that in mind, folks. Anyway, I think that everybody's dislike of the NBA product is earnest. But I do think that there is something about it that is inevitable that people are going to have to realize in terms of what they're looking at. Outside of some marked changes in the actual rules of the game, this is what the NBA looks like now. This is the game. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Corey from Memphis on the Grizzlies. What up?
Man, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
All right, I don't agree with the other caller, man, because I used to love to watch Reggie Miller hit threes back in the day, so it's been popular ever since. But I was just calling about, I want to know your analysis on Memphis-Boston matchup, and I'll listen to you.
Thanks for the phone call. I think Memphis is good. I think Memphis is one of these teams that, honestly, the NBA could do for them to make a run. They've been kind of languishing. They've always been around. The Grizzlies have not exactly been important in a long time. The Ja situation didn't help. And I got to say, I look at the Ja situation a little differently than a lot of people do. I think he's a young man that was under a lot of criticism for things that were not the smartest things in the world to do, but I do think that he cares about the game. I do think that winning is important to him as far as how his career is looked at. That would be a great, great story if the Grizzlies found a way to make it to the NBA Finals. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tarek in California, you're on the show.
Hey, good morning, Clinton. Love the show. Congratulations on the new show. I've watched you my whole young life around the horn. Really quick. Oh, it's Terrence, by the way. Terrence.
Oh, my bad. Terrence, hello.
No, you good. You good. I hear what you're saying, and I do enjoy that there is parity, but just because there's organized chaos and drama doesn't add for good basketball in the NBA. Kind of what the last caller alluded to. Poor defense, no schemes, kind of just up and down basketball. And I feel like because of that, that's why it doesn't have that dominance that it used to have, where now we have this organized drama and parity, and it looks like it's good drama and good for ratings, but really it's hard to watch the game.
Appreciate the phone call, Terrence. Man, folks are hammering the league this morning, Devin. I don't know. I think that there is still something to be said for this was not like an overnight thing. This has been a slow burn. You could see this coming on the horizon. It is where we are. It is what it is. I don't think it's that bad. I like watching NBA games. I don't know how else to qualify that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jason in Indianapolis, you're on the program.
Hey, boss, man. Yeah, when you mentioned that inevitable thing, man, that's all I can think of myself, man, honestly. I mean, as much as I would love if the game was more how I grew up on. I mean, I'm only in my 30s, so I saw stuff in the 90s and the early 2000s. But, I mean, like, it is what it is. Like, they started shooting shots. I mean, I even think LeBron, like, he's a great player. I think he'd be even better if he'd have played in an era that was more physical and wasn't about, like, taking advantage of the rules as much. I'm not saying it like they didn't take advantage of rules in the 90s and 80s too, obviously. But I'm saying, like, there's a lot more flopping now probably than there was. And because of that, the game has just changed. So like you're saying, I mean, yeah, I wish it was different. I would. But, I mean, I'm going to love basketball no matter what because I love basketball. And
Gotcha.
So, like, I'm going to love the sport. But, I mean, I'm going to wish that things were different, just like people in the 80s wish that things were different when the 90s came and things started playing a little bit different.
Yeah.
So
appreciate the phone call from a basketball state in a basketball town. I've been hard on Indianapolis over the years, but they know hoops there. That's for sure. And I think inevitability feels a little bit more negative as a term than it is. Some people call it evolution. Some people call it growth. I find it to be inevitable because if you've seen this at the youth level coming up, you know this is why guys play the way they do. Dudes are better these days at putting the ball through the basket, and they do it differently. So this is what you get. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jesse in California. Let's see what this is about.
Hey there. How's it going? Good morning.
Pretty good. You're on the air.
So I think I just solved the problem with the NBA. Let's make dunks worth 3 points also. You're going to have to define what a dunk is, but let's make dunks worth 3 points also. We want the inside game again. I'm bored with the NBA. I've been watching it all my life. I'm 56 years old. I'm a Warriors fan, and I think that's what we do.
Okay. Thanks for the phone call. Devin, you kind of threw me a curveball there. I thought that was going to be a lot more ridiculous than it was.
You don't think that's ridiculous?
I mean, it's as ridiculous as putting a three-point line in the first place, is it not?
I guess. So would we just get rid of the three-point line, or like what happens?
I don't know. I'd have to test the theory of that knowledge. But let's think about that. I mean, how much more ridiculous is it than, okay, a shot from wherever is worth 3 points? I don't think by much.
Oh man, that's tough. It's just, yeah, I guess it's tough for me to wrap my brain around, given how long the 3-point game has been in the game. I don't know.
The 3-point line is older than you are.
Yes.
So like I understand why this is different, but like imagine if it were not, and you had been watching basketball all this time, and somebody just said we're putting a line and now things are worth 3 points. That's not actually, in fact, that much different than just saying, oh, guess what? In the key, dunking it, 3 points.
Yeah, but do you think you would actually lose more people if you did that? Like you would make a lot of people who grew up during this era and think the 3-point line is ruining the game happy, but I think that's the minority.
Yeah.
I think we're hearing the vocal minority saying, "Oh, the three is killing the game."
Yeah.
I don't think it's that big of an issue, honestly, but
I don't either. But we've fielded some weird ideas here. And this is 3 points for a dunk. It's not that bad. Do you get more points for an alley-oop?
If you dunk on someone, is it 4 points?
Bang on someone, is it automatically 4 points? A 4-point dunk? Can you imagine?
Plus a foul potentially?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That would be crazy. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mike, you're on Clinton and Friends. What's up?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
Real quick, that last call, I mentioned that dunk points. Isn't that a rule like North Korea? You get like extra points for dunk or something like that? It's been weird.
I do not know what basketball rules are in North Korea, but what you got?
Anyways, I was calling because it's not the three-point shot that's killing the game. It's the mentality, the boom or bust mentality, and the lower value or people not caring about the regular season anymore. We as fans have devalued the regular season, and players just don't care about it. As soon as the game is out of reach, they give up, they quit. You know, they live for the next day, and they don't really try anymore unless it's the playoffs. And I think that's ultimately what's killing the game.
Okay, thanks for the phone call. I can't get past 3 points for a dunk. I cannot get that off my mind. That would be hilarious. I mean, not to mention how much that would change, like, betting lines on a whole other level. Shouts to my man Scott Van Pelt on Bad Beats. Can you imagine some of these late game dunks completely changing your over-unders or your situations?
It would change the game, though, because what the 3-point, resurgence or whatever you want to call it is about is efficiency.
Right.
It's like if you're shooting that at whatever rate compared to whatever you're shooting 2 2-point shots at, it's more efficient. It's all about efficiency.
And the dunk is technically the most efficient shot.
It would be the most efficient shot. And if it was worth 3 points, I think that you would actually get more inside play, right?
This might be genius, Devin. You laughed it off as ridiculous. This might be low-key genius.
I mean, just to qualify, it has to be a dunk. It has to be a dunk, right?
So what do you mean it has to be a dunk? Of course it has to be a dunk.
Yeah, at first I thought he was like, just around the basket, like but my thing is like, I'm trying to digest this.
I kind of want to see, here's what I would like to do. I wish we could do this. Maybe we can. Are there ways in like a video game to change the scoring rules? Like, I need a simulation of this to happen. I need to watch an actual basketball game where players who know the rules of the dunk being worth 3 points go up and down the court. You don't eliminate the 3-point shot. You add one to the repertoire. I need to see that actually happen in a game before I can actually judge it.
And this would lead to more rim protectors, like teams drafting big guys that just, protect the rim. And like, would you get an enforcer in the NBA where, hey, your only job is to use all 6 of your fouls? Do not allow a dunk around the rim.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. It would certainly change the player personnel situation a lot. You're right. Because think about it. If our biggest concern is too many guys play the same way, too many threes, they all sort of look the same, we're basically building athletes in a lab in this country at this point, if you look at how young athletes are developed. And it's not necessarily that there's a problem with that, but it's that we're not growing enough types. All of the types are the same. 50,000 dudes named Jalen in an AAU tournament in any given weekend, and they all got the same haircut. And they all got the same game. But if you alter the game, maybe you'll get different usages for different types of players. The 3-point dunk, kind of in that zone. This is growing on me. This is growing on me a lot. I'm going to have to find a place where they can play games like that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Navarre in Virginia, you're on Clinton and Friends.
Yeah, I'll just wrap my mind around the 3-point dunk thing, too, which sounds like a great idea if this was like the 80s or the 90s, where you could just dunk on people and the game would keep going. But nowadays, if you just touch somebody, we have to stop the game for like 20 minutes to do like 5 different reviews to see if it's a charge or if it's a foul, or like every dunk is just going to take like a whole like quarter just to figure out. So the game's going to get extended and slowed down.
That's fair.
I would love to see it, but
yeah,
it's going to take forever.
Let me ask you, what would you institute? And do you agree, Navarre, that there are problems with the NBA game from an in-game standpoint?
Yeah, I do agree that there's a problem with it. I mean, the guys getting paid like $50, $60 million, they don't care about playing. So, like, why do I care about watching it? Like, I think just the overall mentality of the player themselves
is what's killing the game. Like, you guys go out there, they're like, oh, I'm not going to play today, so whatever. Like, so why would I go spend my $200-300 to try to go to the game and watch it? And the effort just doesn't seem like it's there unless, like you said, it's playoffs or something. So
Yeah.
I think it's just an internal problem more than anything.
Appreciate the phone call. There's some validity to that. I would argue the league could expand as well. That would probably change that. Yesterday we had a caller talking about how there needs to be a household name on every team. If you expanded the league, that would be something you could do. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. David in California, you're on the show. Did we lose David?
Hey, can you hear me, CY?
Gotcha. You're on the air.
Hey, brother, it's David 100.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Foremost,
How are you? David 100, big local listener here at ESPN 710, person I know personally. How you doing today?
Good, brother. I want to congratulate you on the show.
Thank you.
And then what I wanted to talk about is, obviously, you know, we could get into the All-Star game and all that, but I'm going to skip all that. You know, the NHL just killed it, so I'm not even going to talk about the NBA. But as far as the three-pointers, I mean, the caller that's saying let's have a dunks that are three-pointers, that's going to drive everybody crazy. I understand we still want to see the post-game and, you know, more people going in the paint and so on and so forth. But, you know, maybe we do need to eliminate the, you know, extending the line out. I mean, it doesn't matter. Guys are shooting from the half court already, so it doesn't matter. So instead of eliminating her, maybe it needs to be just a number. Okay, you have, let's say, 4 quarters, you have 25, 30 pointers. Whether you make it or not, it's going to count as 3-pointers. After that, everything's a 2-pointer. I don't know. I may be crazy, but I think
I get it.
It's good.
I appreciate the phone call, David. I mean, people are trying to be creative. Everyone's so creative, like that meme. And I get it. I think a 3-point dunk is a good idea. I've always been a proponent also that every shot beyond half court should be a 4-pointer, but that's just a separate discussion. That's not actually in changing the game. The 3-point dunk is growing on me. I know I keep repeating myself, but I kind of can't believe that not that I haven't thought about that, but that isn't a more regular opinion on what you could do to change the game. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Marcus in Virginia, you're on Clinton and Friends.
Yeah, Clinton, my mind's blown by this 3 points for a dunk. If you think about it, the dunk is the most exciting play in the NBA. So that would mean that more people would attempt dunks since they were worth three points. So the inside game, you don't get rid of the 3-point line. That can still be worth 3 points. But if the dunk is worth 3 points, then you'll get more dunks, which is the most exciting play in the NBA. And that's what everybody's complaining about, that the game is not exciting. Right. I just think, I just really think it's just like so brilliant. And I'd never call in, but when I heard that, I was like you. I'm like, dude, this is the best idea ever. That's all I had to say.
Thank you for the phone call. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're building a consensus, Devin.
You know what? I'm here to say that when I first heard it, I didn't believe in it. But now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of am jumping on the train.
Right. I just want you to know why I singled out Devin. It's because he put the caller name up there and had in parentheses unserious. And I was like, okay, well, let's see what this guy has to say. Turns out he's a genius. Man, who was that caller? We need to make sure that we get that, because I am thoroughly impressed.
I'll go back in and find out his name.
I am thoroughly impressed with that idea now, because Marcus is right. If the most exciting play in the game is suddenly worth more, and we know that everybody who's on the court is capable to some degree of doing it in a way that is different than the 3-point line, why not make dunks worth 3 points? You've already got guys jacking it up from way outside all the time. If you don't like looking at that, would you rather watch guys try to dunk on each other all the time? Or maybe both? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Luis, you're on Clinton and Friends this morning. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. What you got?
Hey, I kind of want to chime in on the idea with that dunk. You know how they have the 8-second violation where you have to bring the ball half court. I think after the 8 seconds, they should count the dunk as a 3-point. That way, if there's a fast break, and get an easy dunk, it doesn't count as a 3. And what that allows, it allows the defense to settle in on the other side and make it more competitive to make that dunk and count it as a 3.
Okay, thanks for the phone call. I didn't quite understand that, Devin. I'm not sure I followed what was happening. What was that?
Yeah, so he was saying that you have to get the ball across half court in 8 seconds.
Right.
So if you dunk before that first 8 seconds in the shot clock, basically, it's still only 2 points. That way fast break dunks are only 2 still.
Okay. That's fair.
And then it would give the opposing defense a chance to set up and all that.
Okay,
and then
we're way in the weeds there. But that to me, that doesn't actually make sense because that's the whole point of defending. You don't just, fast breaks that you don't just disqualify the fact that it's a fast. I would not do that because that would not incentivize the actual defense in the same way.
I'm just realizing in real time, would Victor Wembanyama be like the tush push in the NBA?
Like just sort of an unfair play that nobody can stop.
Especially if we make lobs 4. Like, he's just going to be able to stand right around the rim.
I don't think lobs need to be 4.
Okay,
I think that might be pushing it a little too far. That was me getting loose with it.
That's the unserious idea.
Right. That's the unserious part. I am genuinely, my mind is blown. Sorry, we had to work that out on the air. But I think we might have something here. Could we see a 3-point dunk in the NBA? What to watch for is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. Coming up, going to talk about baseball and check in on social media. I'm Clinton. These are my friends, kiddos.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Perfectly good show. We're not going to change it one iota. Only a fool would listen to the opinion of every Tom, Dick, and Harry. I liked everything about it. On the other hand, it's good to keep an open mind.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Enck. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Day 1, diagnosis day. The hardest day. The day you hear,
I'm sorry. This is a type of blood cancer.
But day 1 is just one day. At the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, we are here to help you move past day 1.
On day 45, I discovered an online community who shared great tips for in-treatment care.
I missed a lot of school during treatment, and LLS helped me keep up.
We are here for you. We exist for everyone fighting leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, and other types of blood cancer.
On day 185, LLS helped me file my insurance claims properly.
Day 5,840 and counting, and I'm still in remission.
To learn more and get help on day 1, day 2, day 983, or any day, please visit LLS.org or call 1-800-955-4572. That's LLS.org, 1-800-955-4572.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on Sirius XM Channel 80 and Watch ESPN. Let's get right to it. This is a hot button topic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ryan in Iowa, what you got?
So we've talked about three-point dunks. Now let's give the defense some help and give some more fouls so we can actually have plays at the rim instead of people making business decisions.
So you're saying you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Three-point dunks have to happen. I'm now with a pitchfork outside of Adam Silver's office. Not really, but I love this idea. I really, really do. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Blake in Georgia, you're on the show.
Yeah, I got an alternative idea, guys. Instead of giving 3 points for the dunk, let's make a rule where you can't make 2 3-point baskets in a row. That's the least way that you interrupt the flow of the game, but it adds strategy. And it also doesn't open the door for all those kind of delays to evaluate dunks and all those kind of things. Just say you can't make 2 3-point baskets in a row.
Thanks for the phone call. Not a bad idea. Don't particularly love it. I'm still on the 3-point dunks. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier to help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. It is time to check my social media.
Time to check my social media, yeah. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of the Circle of Life, which we close out most shows with, I'm going to read some tweets. People are talking about the... This guy says, at Clinton Yates, Gary Hudson, having three-point dunks is turning Giannis into Wilt Chamberlain. No thanks. My man Grand Theft Prado, who's a local listener, he says, I play a lot of NBA 2K, and they have a mode called double dunks, where dunks are worth 4 points, and it really does change the game. You have to protect the rim, and that's the only thing I can compare this to. I mean, Devin, this is what I'm saying. This is real.
I'm converted, man.
I am a convert. The doors of the church are open. Bring your tired, your huddled, your masses. You haven't loved the NBA products. You've been wandering in the wilderness, wondering what's going on. Come on in. We got a warm blanket for you. We've got the Circle of Life. We got 3-point dunks. We're not going to North Korea where dunks are worth 4 points, apparently. My man 805 Raider says, just go full rock and jock. I mean, I get it. There is a rock and jock element to this. But come on. You have to like the idea that somebody could bang on someone and potentially get 4 points.
Is it awkward if I say, thanks, North Korea?
I'd say don't say that, yeah.
Yes, I would leave that alone.
Okay.
We need to thank the caller who brought up the idea. That's what we need to do. We do not need to be worried about other nations and how they play basketball. Well, at least not that one. 3-point dunks. That's what we're taking away from the program today. Well, the Circle of Life is now complete. Thank you all very much for your participation. I want to thank David Dennis Jr. He joined the program. But I really don't think the league has a huge problem. I think, as I've said before, the way that the game has evolved is something that if you've been watching it at every level for the last 25 years, then you knew what you were going to get. A lot of people say that Steph Curry was the reason for this. It wasn't just him. It's that we have optimized our ability to create athletes to do exactly one thing. In basketball, in particular, in this country, shot-making ability is number one. Everybody can shoot. And if you understand that about how basketball works, well, then it's easier to understand what you're looking at. And the reason people try things is because people could actually do things that they couldn't do previously. The worst guy on the bench on an NBA team these days is 10 times better than the worst guy on the bench was 25 years ago in the NBA. That's the difference. So when you know what you're looking at, and I don't mean ball knowers, I'm not getting into that, but just understand who the athletes are. They're better players. They can jump higher. They can run faster. They're better at putting the ball in the basket, which is ultimately the goal of basketball. It's tough, but that's what we got 3-point shots for. Joe and Q is coming up next. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. Nice to see you, handsome. Still tan. You look good.
Yeah, great to be here, man.
Good to see you, my friend. And another potential trade target has become available if the Cubs are so inclined. But would it make sense to go out and push all in for a one-year rental? I don't know. It seems like they're already doing that in right field.
I think they're planning more for a shutdown 2 years from now than they are for this Major League Baseball season.
So maybe it would make sense then. We're going to discuss what Vlad Jr. Staying in Toronto on one last year without a new deal could potentially mean for the Cubs. Jesse Rogers will join us. Albert Breer with good stuff earlier today with Cap and Hoodie about Trey Smith and his future in Kansas City or elsewhere. And we're all buzzing about Canada and the U.S. in just a little over 48 hours. Join us for the fun at noon.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Being blind doesn't always look how others may think. Stargardt disease was supposed to define me.
Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down.
A blinding eye disease attempted to force me away from doing what I was born to do.
But it cannot stop me. I have the tools.
I will keep moving forward.
Pushing past the limits of this disability.
I know where to find support and where I can be seen.
Loss of sight won't blind our vision. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Learn more at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
We gather together in communities across the nation to remember and honor, to celebrate and support, to light the night. Join us as we lift our lanterns high in order to move toward a world free of blood cancers. Join us as we light the night for a loved one. Join us. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our mission is to cure leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and myeloma. Our aim is to improve the quality of life of patients and their families. Join us. We are LLS, and when we walk, cancer runs. Join your community and help bring light to the darkness of cancer. Join us as we light the night. Find your local event at lightthenight.org. That's lightthenight.org.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, the crew's back together. Carmen and Jurko with you, Bleck Abdalla alongside. Happy Tuesday. We'll talk to Jesse Rogers in about an hour. He's live covering the Cubs and the Sox out in Arizona. We got the lunch rush later on. We got some good NFL stuff, but we start with baseball. I heard the breaking news this morning on Cap and Hoodie's show. I heard two pieces of breaking news this morning on Cap and Hoodie's show. Vlad Guerrero Jr. staying. The Cubs have signed Justin Turner as some sort of option at third base. If the young kid doesn't work out, maybe they still feel like even at 40, there's a little pop left in the bat. And I wouldn't totally dismiss that, even though he's 40. I mean, Justin Turner still doesn't strike out a lot. He's still a pretty high on base guy. The last couple of years he's pushed into his late 30s. He's still been on base at like a 350 clip. So it might not be the worst thing in the world, especially if the young kid over there falters a little bit. But the real story continues to be how they were out on Alex Bregman when it was all said and done. I feel like, were you already out of town last week when that happened?
Yeah, I was gone.
You were already gone.
I read the news when I was there. Boston Red Sox 3-year deal.
Yeah, it happened right after you left, I think, right after we were done recapping the Super Bowl a week ago yesterday. And they missed out on Alex Bregman. And then I heard the other piece of breaking news I heard this morning from the guys was this news that Vlad Guerrero Jr. has basically said no deal has been done. He's going to play out this last year in Toronto or somewhere else, seeing as they might want to trade him and see what they can recoup for a player they're probably going to lose. Not that he ruled out going back there, but he sort of said, hey, now it's open to everybody. Now there's going to be 29 other teams, and I'm going to listen. And he said something to the effect when he was pushed about how close they were or weren't to a contract. He's like, it's not close. So they obviously...
He knows he's got to go if he's going to get a deal.
Probably. Vladdy Jr. is only going to play his age 26 season. He's one of those guys that came in and played pretty much real early on.
Right away.
20 years old.
Yep.
He's going to only be playing his age 26 season. He's in that, Machado, Harper kind of, not 30 or 31-year-old free agent, but a 27-year-old free agent next year who has spent the majority of his career pretty much mashing and bashing. I know he got off to a tough start last year. His first couple months, it was a little bit slow. He only had 5 home runs his first 2 months last year, but he still finished with 30 on the season. He finished with the 544 slugging percentage. He finished with the 166 OPS last year. He doesn't strike out. He's like his old man. I mean, he didn't strike out 100 times last year. He's like not maybe quite as prolific as his dad was in terms of contact and power, but he's one of these guys who has displayed big power that doesn't strike out a ton. It's not 150 strikeouts or 200 strikeouts a year for Vladdy Jr. He doesn't have his dad's 10% strikeout rate, but that's more rare to have power and to never swing and miss like his dad did. And he played that all the way to a Hall of Fame career, but he's the kind of profile you're looking for. Balls in play a lot, hits for a lot of power, high on base, high slug, big OPS plus, and is going to get paid handsomely. I heard Cap and Hoodie talking about it on Shot or No Shot, the hypothetical. Do you go, if you're the Cubs, do you call now and pounce? And I guess in theory, it kind of makes sense, but how many guys are you going to acquire that you're just going to allow to walk at the end of the year? They're already doing it with Kyle Tucker. You already
know that's happening.
You're going to do it again? You're going to go out and get another guy and trade prospects? And prospects are, all right, well,
They're
what
suspects.
do people always say about them?
Yeah,
They're suspects.
prospects are suspects.
What happens if you lose those guys, though, and you have to lean into those suspects a little bit, and you need guys to play? What's the plan? How many? Cap was saying go get Bichette and Vlad Jr.
Both of them.
Trade Nico Horner, trade Shaw, trade Bush. I don't know that it would even get it done if you're going to get both those guys. And I would assume in that world, then you move Swanson to, well, maybe Bichette can play second, whatever. I mean, they'd have more elite defense on their middle infield. You really want to do that? If you're not going to have, if you have no intention of signing any of them long term, what would be the point of that?
What are you doing?
To take one stab at October?
And it doesn't seem like that's the MO, the modus operandi. I don't think it's ever been the modus operandi of the owner. Has it?
I think that's more the modus. Well, yeah, to spend long term. Yeah, you're right. I think more the modus operandi is we'll go ahead and we'll take them for the year, and then we'll figure out next year when it happens, but we're not paying any of them.
Right.
That seems to be the modus operandi of the owner now. And he continues to get beat up both here, locally and nationally.
Right.
Buster only took him to the woodshed this morning on ESPN.
Yeah, I think he's to the point where he's gotten the championship, the one that he wanted, the one that he delivered to the Cubs after a long time. He ended whatever drought there was. And now we're in the mode of building and making capital improvements and making improvements to the grounds and making the money churning machine, building that up to the point where they're set and ready to rock. And at some point again down the line, when they recover all investments and they pay off all bills, then they might invest in your baseball team the way the Dodgers invest in their baseball team, the way the Yankees invest in their baseball team, the way others around the country invest in their baseball team, and not settle in the early teens where they like to be.
Yeah, they are outside the top 10 in payroll. They have reduced their payroll. They're top 5 in revenue. They're top 5 in franchise valuation.
The problem is I think Tom Ricketts has sat through one too many Jerry Reinsdorf symposiums, lectures. I think he sat through one too many of those.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Jake.
He's morphed into the forgotten Reinsdorf son, or the newly adopted Reinsdorf son, little Tommy Reinsdorf.
I don't know if anybody's going to pry Vlad away. I would think that it's very possible. Now, we'll talk more about it with Jesse when he joins us in about an hour. Would the Cubs go down that road? Maybe they do see they're looking into the future here and they see a work stoppage coming after 2 more seasons. And he's trying to get one more. And he'll trade whatever he has to trade. He'll rent a couple of guys to see. They should, for all intents and purposes, win this division going away. I know baseball's weird, but the Cubs really should win the Central this year going away. And I'm sorry to the Brewer fans. The one guy on Twitter who's from Milwaukee is probably already queuing up his tweets. They traded their closer. You got a 35-year-old Christian Yelich coming off back surgery. They lost their best offensive player. Willie Adames went to the coast, went to the Bay Area. Come on.
All they do is keep winning, though.
I know, but the Cubs really...
When they lost Corbin Burns, they were going to be crippled. They were not crippled.
Yeah, you're right. They certainly weren't a year ago. They kind of lapped the Cubs. I would think the Cubs win this division going away, and maybe he's just looking to get one more, and he sees a work stoppage coming, and with no clear future after that, isn't worried about long-term deals or anything in baseball happening after next season, and they would go all in for a player like Vlad who might walk at the end of the year the way they just did for Kyle Tucker, because it doesn't sound like they're too keen on signing Kyle Tucker long-term, even though he's another one of those somewhat younger free agents who came in young and is going to hit free agency before he turns 30. Cub fans, if you want to join us, you can at 312-332-3776. Do you think it'd be a good idea, or is enough enough? You've already done this once with Kyle Tucker. Would you want them trading more prospects to get a player that, in all likelihood, will walk at the end of the year? I was reading Buster Olney's article this morning. He just posted this not too long ago on ESPN.com, and he starts it by writing this year. Hurricane Milton wrecked the Tampa Bay Rays ballpark last fall, leaving them without a stadium. For this season, they'll play their home games in the Yankees spring training facility, which has a capacity of around 11,000 fans. And yet the Rays have outspent the Cubs in free agency this winter. I didn't even realize that. I guess because they just signed Ha-Seong Kim. I didn't even realize that. They signed him 10 days ago.
Right.
And so they've actually outspent the Cubs in free agency this year. Now, that I'm assuming that there is an investment the Cubs made because of the salary they're paying Kyle Tucker, but that's not free agency. That was a trade.
Right.
So a little clever accounting maybe there, but Buster's point is
but
the Rays have outspent the Cubs in free agency.
But what's the number they agreed to? 17 and a half for Kyle Tucker?
Was it, guys? It was something like that.
It was very similar to that number.
It was about 17 and a half, I think, before they had to go to the ARB hearing.
So then
that's about right.
You take a look at total expenditures and what they did and see if there's a $17.5 million difference. Or is it that cute accounting that was taking place right there, the one that you talk about?
Yeah,
because that doesn't count as spending.
It doesn't count as a free agent spend, obviously, because they acquired the player and then settled pre-ARB with the player. Buster goes on to write, it says a lot more about the conduct of the big market Cubs than it does about the Rays. Last week, the Cubs were outbid by multiple teams for the services of all-star third baseman Alex Bregman. And the question that should hang over the franchise is why? Why aren't the Cubs spending more? Owner Tom Ricketts provided no answers last week when he briefly stopped by camp and told players it was a privilege to play for his organization and then left without speaking to reporters. I know you love that, Jurko. It's a privilege to play.
Yeah.
Tom Ricketts.
Yeah. Just imagine that goes over like a lead balloon over there.
Nothing about the Cubs' offer could give them a legitimate shot at landing a player who would have been a perfect fit. He's talking about Bregman here, Jurko.
Yeah.
The Tigers offered the most total dollars on the table. The Astros offered a chance for Bregman to continue his Houston legacy without being tapped for state taxes. The Red Sox deal offered the highest average annual salary with contractual flexibility. It was as if the Cubs wanted Bregman to play for less money and the privilege to be part of their organization.
Yeah.
Hard to see that being appealing, though, enough to convince someone like Bregman, who has played in the postseason every year of his career and aims to continue that tradition. Despite the fact that the Cubs are playing in baseball's land of opportunity, the incredibly weak NL Central, they've given no indication that winning is an actual priority. Making money seems to be the modus operandi. This is from Buster Olney.
That's what the Ricketts family does, right?
Yes.
They make money. What the old man, before he invested, what the old man say? How do I make money?
Tom told the old man, right? Is that what you're alluding to?
But he said, how do I make money? And then Tom told the old man.
It's always full.
It's always full. They don't even have to
everything
win.
Around the park.
Yeah.
And
They just come like sheep. And they do. And it's okay. When they won in 16, everybody was there, guys. Everybody was there. And now they've gone about the business of keeping the tap flowing just enough and just making fans think that there's just enough there that they can compete during the year and maybe get to the playoffs. And if that's enough, then fine. That's enough.
You know, there are a lot of inequities across baseball. This was a hot topic last week while you were gone, Jurk. And in the light of the Bregman thing and everything else and like this looming...
With Barstool Eddie?
Barstool Eddie was here last week.
Yeah, I said with
Tuesday.
Barstool Eddie, was this a hot topic?
With Eddie, and then with Shea one day, and then with Abdalla 2 days.
Club Shea.
It takes a village to I mean, when you're gone, it really takes.
Was it Club Shea?
Bleck was gone. You were gone. It took a village. It was a lot of hard work.
Well, this is the spring training of spring training, is what this is. So, yeah, it does.
It took a village.
When everyone is sick
No
and
spring
or
trading.
on vacation.
No, I don't think we're doing spring trading.
Yeah.
But no, Abdalla and I talked
see.
about it. I don't think me and Eddie might not have as much because I don't think it had happened by last Tuesday. I feel like it was Wednesday or Thursday that it happened.
Right.
And look, I get it that there are some major problems on the table and that are looming for baseball and that there are some inequities. You have a built-in advantage when you're playing in this market. The guy that owns my favorite team has never accepted that responsibility as an owner. Really only spent on a big salary once just to stick it to the other owners.
Right. Albert Bell.
Yeah. I mean, think about how petty you have to be.
Because
in
they
your
didn't
life.
listen to Jerry.
Yes.
They didn't listen to Jerry.
So coming out of the, what was it, striker or lockout?
93 or 94?
Yeah, 94. What was that?
I believe the
technically?
term was a lockout.
That was a lockout? Or was
I believe
that
it was a
player's
lockout.
Strike? I can't even remember.
It was one of the two, Carmen.
But he basically said when the rest of the owners didn't go along with him, he's like, now I'll show you. And he signed Albert Bell to a ridiculous contract just to drive up the price of salaries, just to be petty.
Yeah.
It's the only time he's ever done it.
Just to be Jerry.
Yes, to be petty. It could be Jerry.
Yeah, just to be Jerry.
So he'll never do it. He'll never assume that responsibility. He'll never take advantage of that benefit. And whether it's right or wrong, if you hate the Dodgers, you hate the Mets, you hated the Yankees back in the day when George Steinbrenner was running it, or if you still hate them to this day, they're taking advantage of the rules, in a sense, of the inequities of baseball. Do you blame them? I know Dodger fans don't care, and they're like, too bad, so sad for the rest of you. If the Mets ever put it together and win another World Series, I think they'd say the same thing. Yankees fans and Yankee players have historically said the same thing. Why it doesn't happen here, I don't know. I know why it doesn't happen on the South Side. I'm resigned to that. I know my lot in life as a White Sox fan. I know where it is, while Jerry's the principal owner of the team and makes the decisions. I know what to expect. I know what not to expect. Why is it that Cub fans, with all of the different avenues and revenue streams that they have, all that's at their disposal, the advantages that they have, simply don't take advantage of it or simply don't care enough to really do what some of these other franchises have done. And they give you the Dodgers are basically telling you, F off.
Yeah, we don't care.
We don't care. Go cry about it to your mom.
Yes.
Go cry to your wife. Go cry to your sister.
They might care.
Go cry to your brother. Go cry somewhere else. The Dodgers are saying we don't care. Steve Cohen's saying the same thing. Go cry somewhere else.
Yeah. Tears in my eyes.
We don't care.
Develop your players, and we will take them when they turn 27 and 28.
And
we will take your players.
Will it someday be fixed? That's right. Jurko's right. Will it someday be fixed? Will it be more equitable? Will they truly make it possible for the Royals, for the Pirates, for the Reds, for the Rays? I really don't know. I don't know what 2027 and beyond looks like. I have no idea. But here and now, the Dodgers have basically told you, go cry somewhere else. We don't care. And why Tom Ricketts doesn't operate the same way, I don't know. He's too busy telling you that they can't compete with the Dodgers. Why?
By the way, the accounting on that is Bellinger leaves $25 million. You acquired the other player for $17.5, say it was.
I didn't even subtract.
You're still $7,500 savings, right?
Yeah.
$7,500,000. If you retain $2.5 million, it's $5 million that you ended up saving. There's your math. They got rid of an expensive player. They brought theoretically a better player over for less money. So your math is they saved money by bringing Kyle Tucker in.
And they spent a little bit on Boyd and here and there. And,
okay, but that's...
But the Rays have outspent them in free agency,
right.
and I didn't even think about, like,
there's your
subtracting
point, yeah.
You're
yeah,
right.
You got to get rid of Bellinger, too, and remember, you ended up saving $7.5 million.
So, all right, Cub fans, if
Fancy
you're
accounting.
continue to be frustrated by this whole thing, there's more and more reporting now that everybody's in spring training about this looming work stoppage. I shouldn't looming. I mean, we still got 2 full seasons of baseball, but there's... Like Bob Nightingale wrote a real long article at USA Today about it. I want to read a few quotes from that because Tony Clark from the PA is making the rounds, presenting their side. And of course you expect that to be one-sided, just like you expect the leagues to be one-sided. But I want to read you a few quotes from there. He seems to directly take a shot at the Cubs in what he said to Nightingale. So I want to read that. Buster Only, we were just reading you what he wrote this morning, kind of taking Ricketts to the woodshed. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a swing and an outside. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and the preseason is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson warm up their vocal cords with a North-South game with the Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Week Saturday at 1 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Jurko here with Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch, planning for retirement isn't all that different from football, is it? It really comes down to the X's and O's.
You're right, Jurko. We both know from our days in the NFL, doing the basics well, like blocking and tackling, wins games. In retirement, it's protecting your nest egg from the Wall Street roller coaster and creating guaranteed lifetime income so you don't have to sweat retirement.
Right. In retirement, every day is Saturday, so you need protection and a reliable income to enjoy retirement like a champ.
So true, Jurko. If you're nearing or in retirement, the game changes. You can't afford to suffer market losses and take pay cuts.
Kind of like a retirement red zone, huh?
Exactly. We help people create a retirement of steel to protect what they've spent their lifetime saving and generate more income than they thought possible.
Call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora.
Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
All right, action resumes over at the UC for our local teams here later this week and into next. Plus, there's always events and concerts and circus and ice capades. Have you checked out Nancy's Pizza yet on your way over? Or maybe after? Check them out. That flagship restaurant in the West Loop is the perfect game day destination. Or really, like I said, any other event that's happening at the UC that you happen to be going to. If you're looking for a place to stop in, grab a drink, grab some of Chicago's best pizza, you got to hit up Nancy's. They've got Chicagoland locations throughout the burbs as well, so pick up carryout or delivery today. Remember, that's the original stuffed crust pizza of Chicago. Their thin crust knocks it out of the park as well. It's Nancy's Pizza. Check them out today.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We have some Golf Expo tickets to give away. We'll do that a little bit later on. The golf show presented by the CDGA, that's the Chicago District Golf Association, is happening next Friday, the 28th, through Sunday, March 2nd at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. God bless you, Jurko. I've been to the golf show many times over the years. I went last year, actually.
I'm not surprised.
Took the kids for a little bit on that Sunday. It's always a good time. Good way to beat the cold as
Rosemont, Carm. Rosemont.
Out in Rosemont. Now, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets a little bit later today, so be listening for that.
Wonderful.
And the return of our golf show with Tyler.
That's right.
And the great folks over at the CDGA kicks off this weekend. They'll have their first, and then they're going to broadcast live next Saturday from the actual, the golf show, the golf
from the
expo,
golf the convention. Yeah, the golf convention up at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center.
But the show itself is back this weekend.
The show is back.
That makes people feel good.
It is back. I've been asking for it.
Corner.
I've been asking for it.
I know.
Ever since the start of the new year. The PGA was in the midst of all their action anyway.
Yeah.
They had the Hawaii swing where they had the two events out there.
Right.
One on Maui, one out on Oahu. And then they came over to California and started having themselves a little bit of fun.
Did Oberg win the Genesis, by the way? Who ended up winning? Did Oberg win?
Lucas Advub.
I think it's Ludwig, isn't it?
Is it Ludwig?
I think it's Lucas.
Is it von Beethoven?
Isn't it?
I'm getting the American version. Lucas Adverb.
I think it's Ludwig Oberg.
Adverb.
I think. Yeah, I saw
Doesn't
some
his name look like Adverb?
Well, but he's got that little circle above the A, so I think in Swedish that means it's pronounced Oberg, right?
Could be.
I think I have that
Could
right.
be. I think you're on top of it, Carm. But either way, it's finally here.
Bob Nightingale, Jurk, wrote about the...
What'd Bobby write about?
The finances, in a sense, of baseball. What's going to happen here after
baseball
next season.
Finances?
Well, Tony Clark's making the rounds now.
Right, so 2027.
Yeah, going into the
2027 campaign.
Got 2 years left, and then who knows what's going to happen.
Now, what are we talking about? Let me hear it.
But no, just tell me what this sounds like. This is Tony Clark. I mean, who's this a shot at? You ready? A quote from Tony Clark in this article. Hypothetically speaking, it's an interesting dynamic when a club says it doesn't have any money, but it's otherwise investing hundreds of millions in properties around the ballpark and then leveraging the value it creates for the club to take more money to do more with that property, all while running a professional ball club. I always find it fascinating when clubs talk about their finances and do so against the backdrop of an industry that's growing as quickly as this one. that's an interesting dynamic. But doesn't that sound like a direct shot at
crickets
at Tom Ricketts?
Yeah, it's good, actually, 100% across the bow. You sunk my battleship. Yes, that's exactly who he's going after.
Buying up property and bars and rooftops and everything else.
Got to service debt.
There's no money.
That's what happens. You got to service debt. Yeah, when you're spending it everywhere else.
Don't look here.
There's no money. Of course not.
Got nothing, Jurko.
Don't have a ball club in there and tell me how busy that place is going to be. Have no games and tell me how much all that property is going to be generating.
Abdalla was saying last week he lives up in that neighborhood. He was telling me it's a ghost town in the winter for the most part.
Is the new gambling facility that they built up there with
that's
DK?
Nice. I've been there.
You been in there?
I've been there.
You've enjoyed it?
So like two summers ago, I think it was, when I saw Bruce Springsteen in the summer at Wrigley, we went there to just sort of pregame. We got something to eat, had some cocktails. It was quite nice, actually. Yeah, it was.
Quite exceptional.
That's the only time I was in there, though. Yeah.
When there's no ball games there, how busy do you think it's going to be? When there's no baseball at all in the summer,
that's a good question. I would
what
think
sporting events would be luring people to come into there?
But NFL Sunday might get people there.
I was going to say, I bet he does well on an NFL set on college football and NFL Sundays. I bet there's money going into Tom Ricketts' pocket somehow. With
July.
Well, July.
July with no baseball. I'm asking you a
you're
question.
Saying July with no baseball and no football.
2027.
I got you.
No baseball.
I'm sorry. Yeah, not nearly as good.
Okay, April. Oh, the Masters. I get the sports calendar, and I understand what's on.
I see what you're saying.
But when you don't have any baseball on, and you've got nobody being driven there, you're going to tell me people are just casually going to gallivant down there and say, I can't wait to pay overpriced drinks over at that DraftKings place.
Probably not. Like out of football season, you're right. Probably not. Only if there's a concert, if there's an event.
Right.
On the dates where it's dark and you have no baseball, I wouldn't imagine it's like a destination meeting ground. You're right about that, 100%. So,
So they're preparing for that. See, that's the thing. All these major league clubs are preparing for 2027. To be there so they can, stay, not the word solvent doesn't come to mind, liquid. Where they can sit there and have that cash on hand to go ahead and take care of everything they've got to be able to take care of, even when there's no revenues coming in. Now, look where the television people go. Do they still feed the major league clubs money, even though there's going to be no product? Or do they hold on to their money? Oh, they did it before.
Yeah.
Oh, they've done it before. Where they made it known that they're going to give the NFL owners and or the Major League Baseball owners the monies, and they're going to have it flowing so they're not going to be hurt without television revenues. So you see what side people, what side they take.
If you want to ring us up, 312-332-3776. Thoughts on how the Cubs have conducted business this offseason. It's been, from a strategic standpoint, I guess you'd say, a pretty productive season for them, offseason for them. I think Jed's done a decent enough job with considering what has been available to him and what's been at his disposal. The Cubs, they are a favorite to win the division. I think they have the best roster in the division. They should outperform where they were a year ago. I don't think there's any doubt that this is going to be a better team. And I think come late August and into September, I envision them stretching their legs a little in this division. But I don't think it's gone the way Cub fans necessarily would have wanted. I think, you sort of feel like you're on that 1 yard line and you want a little Philly tush push action here, go. Like the Bregman thing would have made a lot of sense if you ask me. A lot.
Right.
And I don't think it's a deal that would have broken them. I don't think it's completely out of whack for, even though you're talking about a player who's on the other side of 30. I don't think it's anything that's completely out of whack or not anything that you couldn't have justified to really give your team a little something extra come October should they make it. And I would anticipate the Cubs make it to October.
Your dilemma is what I'm telling you. Your dilemma is simply the Cubs' Pythagorean numbers come in at 90, right, and change. That should be plenty.
Yeah.
Should be plenty to win the division.
Yeah.
Now they're in the playoffs. People are talking about it. Anything can happen in the playoffs. But even if they go to the playoffs and they lose, well, look, we competed. We made the playoff. We just couldn't get it done in the playoffs. That's the narrative they're going to have. That's what they're going to go with. And that's what we're young, and we're this, and we're that. That's all they really care about. is to try to convince you that you're in the battle, that you're in the mix.
You can sell that narrative, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think all fans buy it, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, it can be sold.
And I think a lot of Cub fans are a little irritated and annoyed by the way the offseason has gone. 312-332-ESPN. We'll start taking some of your thoughts coming up next. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Host Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Bulls fans looking to support your school or youth basketball organization? Group fundraising programs are now available and offer individual and group benefits. Visit bulls.com/groups to learn more.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Mr. Jesse will join us in about 30 minutes. Jesse Rogers. So I'm doing stuff for ABC7 live out in spring training yesterday. It looked nice. Short sleeves, sun shining.
Well, I mean, that's what you're going to get out there. It is spring training.
How was the weather in Florida when you were there?
86 degrees every day. Windy. 86 and windy.
Yeah. but that 86 in Windy City.
Oh, it was
nice.
beautiful.
Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Jeez.
No complaints out there, kid. Already starting to peel.
Yeah, I could see
Already
some of the,
starting to peel, man.
Still got a nice little base coat.
A little bit of a glow.
Yeah, look a little bit of a glow.
Don't worry. I had the Scottsdale on the 13th and the 14th.
13th and the 14th of next month.
Another birthday. Somebody celebrating a birthday.
You catching any spring training baseball while you're out there, or is that?
I believe the Cubs are heading to Japan.
The Cubs would be by then, yes. That's
Yeah,
the point.
I don't know when they leave, but I believe they will be going to Japan.
The first game's the 18th, so it'll be close. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope. I think I'll miss them.
Well, there's like 15 teams that train out there. It's not
Why the
just
hell would I
Cubs and
want to
the
go
Dodgers.
see spring training baseball if I don't have to?
Spring training
If not
baseball's
mandated
fun.
by the bosses where you have to go in there and pretend like you enjoy spring training baseball. Why would I do that?
I'm with Jurko on this one. Explain to me how it's fun.
I don't
like,
get it.
I don't know. You sit out, it makes you think of the summer. Right?
Anytime I have gone to spring training baseball, I've stood in the outfield and drank and didn't even care about what was happening.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
That's why it's
field.
fun.
Okay, but going
I
outside
can
and
do that
drinking
anywhere.
is fun anyway.
I go to a beer garden.
That's true.
And drink and not pay attention to what's happening on the field.
I've gone to games that aren't even Cubs and White Sox just to be out in
Not
Arizona,
surprised.
like enjoying, the sun and having a beer at the ballpark makes you feel like it's the summer back home. You're coming back home to still some lousy weather. So I don't know. It's to me it's an enjoyable. It's an enjoyable thing. Spring training's a
If
fun
I've
trip.
got 2-3 hours, I'll waste them on a golf course, not at a minor league baseball facility.
Okay. Or
Watching
at a
number
casino.
97 do something that might never crack the big leagues ever in his life.
I like to go to Talking Stick. You get to the stadium's nice. You can see a game. Then you can duck in the casino. You kind of do.
They're right next to each other?
Yeah, you could double dip. It's
Whose
kinda-
stadiums are right next to
the
each other?
Giants.
I thought Talking Stick was way out over on the east side, off the highway, east
It
of
is off-
Scottsdale.
it is off the highway.
East of Scottsdale.
That you've got me on. I don't know. I don't have my bearings that well
I've
over
got
there,
'em
but
that-
you might be right.
I've got them that well.
It's right by the Top Golf too. They've got the Top Golf, the casino, the
East
park.
of Scottsdale.
You might be right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's still like proper, isn't it? Like still.
I don't know any minor league ballpark that's anywhere near that vicinity. You've got to travel away to go ahead and get to Talking
Maybe it's not-
Stick. Not just a little jaunt.
I don't remember it being that far, but okay,
Yeah,
maybe you're right.
I mean, it's far north of like a Ho-Ho-Cam or wherever the Cubs facility is.
That's in Mesa. That's right
Yeah,
by the campus.
from Mesa, right by Tempe. You've got to travel north a good ways to
That
get up
seems to be
there.
right
Yeah,
about that. Yeah, you're right about that. Because
I think the closest one by the airport is San Francisco, right? Or the Anaheim Angels of Anaheim
it's
of Los
probably
Angeles.
Anaheim. That's where Arizona
of
State plays.
Maricopa County of wherever the hell the Angels are at.
That's where, that's where Arizona State plays. They play in the college facility.
Tempe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tempe.
That's a nice little facility, actually.
Yes, it is.
Dave's in Arizona. What's up, Dave?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Really enjoy listening to you guys. I'm doing great. So I just wanted to make a comment. You guys were talking about the Dodgers and go cry to mama, and Ricketts is saying the same thing. It's just for a different reason. He's Dodgers are overspending. Go cry to mama, and he's like, yeah, we're underspending. Go cry. We don't care. And it's like, this is Chicago sports. I'm a diehard. And it's always, all the teams, same thing. We stand at the precipice of being great, and then we fall back into disaster, So, anyway.
I don't know. Dave, thanks, man. I listened. I'd be annoyed. And,
oh, yeah.
It's easy for me to say, I guess. I'm not a
chapped.
Cub fan. It's not my money that I have to spend. But I've always been pretty vocal about the way Jerry Reinsdorf has done business. I don't think it's acceptable. You're in a big market. You can't pretend like you're operating with the same constraints as teams maybe like the Reds or the Pirates. Do some of these other franchises have more legitimate gripes? I suppose. I suppose that's the case. Excuse me. Maybe as much as we'd all like to say, well, it's easy, just spend money and you have to make, it's easy to make money. And they have different challenges that probably preclude them from ever really operating the way some of the true big market teams do. They don't have the luxury of being in a more balanced system like they have in these other sports, certainly not like they have in the NFL. It allows a team like Green Bay to be competitive no matter what. So does if I'm one of those other teams, do you have some legitimate gripes and concerns about the inequities in baseball? I suppose, but this isn't Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
This isn't St. Petersburg. It's not Kansas City. It's not Milwaukee. It's not Indianapolis. There's no professional baseball team in Indianapolis, but you know what I mean. This is not small town America.
And the show for 2 years from now is the one that we're going to be doing about what are the right numbers to set as if they plan on imposing a salary cap for the high and what's the basement, you know?
Yeah,
what's
they
the
don't
floor?
even have.
They don't have a floor.
They don't even have
Which
it.
is why you've got small market clubs taking advantage and just cashing in, which they promised they'd spend on the players, but we all knew that was a lie.
That's why Steinbrenner was always annoyed at the whole process.
Because he knew they were liars.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They knew they wouldn't
They're
do
just
it.
going to pocket it.
Then we spent it on our minor league facilities, wink, wink.
Right.
All right, minor league facilities, which will help us develop players that will eventually go into the big leagues.
Yeah, that was kind of their thing.
Yeah, that was their lie they told.
That's like that's the magic trick that they pulled off.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
we've
They do it
invested
all the
that money.
time, yeah.
Right. We're just not going to spend it on players.
The truth is a foreign concept to owners.
Yeah. Randy's in Seattle. What's up, Randy?
Hey, boys. Listen, like I said to Adam, and I felt this way for quite some time, enough is enough. You know, when do the salaries stop? When do we keep being put over a barrel because players just can't get enough money? You know, it's happened to the NBA, so I'm in a position where F the NBA, and I'm getting this way about Major League Baseball. Okay, I don't want it to go to the owners necessarily, but whether you like it or not, we're all paying for it. Okay?
Well,
whether you buy tickets or not, go to games or not, you're buying product that's advertising on TV, radio. That's where the money's coming from. And it's like, okay, stop with the hundreds of millions of dollars of salaries.
But why? But I don't know what, Randy. I don't like that though. Where? As you said, okay, you don't want it to go to the owners. I mean, where is it going to go, and why is it in this industry and seemingly this industry alone that people have a problem with true free market economics? I don't get that. It seems to be only in sports do we have a problem with people making too much money. I don't know that there's any other walk in life in this country, any other job where you'd say that person can't make that. Well, of course they can. That's what they're worth. That's their value.
It's not, Carm, it's not really a free market when you're talking about professional sports. How many baseball teams are there?
Yeah, we could quibble with that. You're 30. Right. There's 30.
We can.
Yeah. I know.
Anyway,
the way it's set up is goofy. Period, because it always benefits the owners.
Yeah. So when do the fans finally, get a break and we can afford to do things and not have to pay so much for everything? It's just got to stop somewhere. Where do we get to the $1 billion salaries? Okay.
It's going to happen. You're right. It's going to happen. But revenues grow. I don't think that happens out of thin air, though, Randy. I think revenues do grow. Baseball generates more and more every year. Professional sports generate more and more revenue each and every year.
Of course it does, because tickets prices are going up.
Yeah.
Packages are going up.
Yeah.
You're paying more for everything.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
There is no end in sight unless we stop somehow.
I don't know.
And maybe a strike would be good for everybody, and we get a reset.
Boy,
but and so maybe that's going to be the best thing. Let's blow this thing up and bring things back to normal. But that's just me being an old guy pissed about how everybody's raving. Hey, how come we didn't spend $500 million for this guy? Please.
I know. It's easy when it's not your money. I love you, Randy. Thanks, buddy. No. Yeah.
Well, you can adopt my philosophy.
Your philosophy.
Yeah, my philosophy. If it's too expensive, I don't. If I go to a game, I don't buy anything. I don't buy a beer. I don't buy a drink. I don't buy a hot dog. I don't buy anything anymore. Zero. Nothing. You'll get none of my dimes. I don't even want to pay for the damn ticket. And if I've got to pay for the ticket, I definitely am not drinking anything. I'll have something in the car. I'll have something in the car.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I used to pay for my season tickets for the Chicago Blackhawks when it mattered.
And in protest, Jurko leaves in the fourth inning.
Right. As soon as the starter's out of the game, that's when I get to leave.
But now? Yeah,
that's only games that I was mandated that I had to go to.
Right.
The starter's out, I'm out. I think that's a great philosophy to have. I haven't been to a ball game, though, since they've implemented the shot clock, the pitch clock.
So you haven't been in the last couple of years, huh?
What for? To watch what? To watch substandard baseball teams? Who the hell's going to the South Side to watch that crap?
Well, you go to watch the other players.
Carm, who's going to the South Side to watch the crap?
I went to 5 games last year.
Oh, boy.
But you see but you're going to see the other team. I mean, honestly.
I think the last time I was up on the north side to actually see a game, when was Sylvie's bachelor party?
Oh, stop it. Is that true?
They played the Dodgers in a playoff game.
In 16 they did, sure.
Did they play them again in 17? Or
No.
did they not make it in 17?
No, they made it.
It
but
might have
they-
been 15.
No, they made it. Who'd they lose in the NLCS to that year? They beat the Washington Nationals in the first round, didn't they?
They beat Pittsburgh one year.
That was
Remember
15.
15.
Mm-hmm. In the playing game.
Right.
Right. They actually might have beaten them in 15 and in 16 in the
Okay.
playing game, didn't they?
Yeah,
Maybe.
but I was at a Dodger game.
Well, you might have in 2016 probably. Was that really the last time you were there?
I didn't go to World Series game here.
Holy cow.
I went to the World Series games in Cleveland.
we were in Cleveland.
I was in Cleveland. that's true.
Mandated.
Well, I mean, you got to be in the building for your team to win a
God
championship.
forbid you witness history.
Mandated.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
hot
really?
dogs. I remember going up into the ballpark and I had a hot dogs. So whenever a hot dog was in there, I had one of his goose something sausages.
So in 17, they did lose to the Dodgers
That's
in
the year.
NLCS.
17.
Remember, they beat Washington, and then they lost to the Dodgers.
Yeah,
so
17
was the
yeah.
last time you were there. And, of course, in 16, they beat the Dodgers to
Right.
go to
Yeah.
the World Series.
Well, you used to be able to watch them on TV. Can you still watch the Cubs on TV?
You can, if you have Marquee Network. I don't have Marquee.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Because they're not on YouTube. So you don't have it either, my friend. You have YouTube TV now.
Yeah, I saw Neil Armstrong playing center. What's the kid's name?
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Pete Crow Armstrong. I saw him playing center.
Yeah, you don't have. By the way, yeah, you do not have anymore. There's no marquee for you. Not
Well,
that I
I
think you would have
still
gone
get.
looking.
I can still get substandard White Sox baseball, can't I?
With the antenna, only with the antenna.
What's going on?
Yurko's not going to watch 10 innings.
I'm going to have to pay for a mediocre product. Is that what's happening? Oh boy! Thank heavens for the computer.
Oh man, that's
right?
funny.
Thank heavens for the computer. And the White Sox highlight packages will probably only be 30 seconds long.
They're not going to be much.
There won't be a lot of highlights coming out of Comiskey.
Get ready for some young Colson.
Don't know what
Montgomery.
the name is. Don't care what the name is.
It's
Comiskey
rate.
Park.
It's rate.
Comiskey Park.
Great field, my
Nobody
friend.
pays me to say that name.
Nobody pays me to say it, but I mean,
There you go. Comiskey Park.
just call it Sox Park and Cubs Park. like my
Comiskey
dad.
Park is what I'll call it. Charles Comiskey.
There's Sox Park and there's Cubs Park.
Carl, did you watch on Saturday or on Sunday the SNL 50?
I did not.
Are you familiar with Drunk Uncle?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Not, yeah.
Who is
Yurko,
the
right-
drunk uncle?
You in the last 5 minutes, this performance
Have
is
I?
very Drunk Uncle.
I've gone to Drunk Uncle?
It's been entertaining.
I haven't been in a game in
whatever
so
you call
long.
it. I'm
Whatever
not
they call
calling-
it. Pitch
I'm not
clock.
calling whatever it is.
Pitch clock.
I remember
Yeah,
watching
but Bip.
Neil Armstrong out in the outfield.
Armstrong.
Back in my day, starters went the whole game, and that's when I stayed the whole game.
That's right.
Now I just have a little nip in the car, and I go about my day. Pitch clock.
I like it when they're
Vlad Jr.
Hey, I can't believe it's been like, what is that, 7 years since you've been to a
8.
Cubs game? That's incredible.
8 glorious years.
8 glorious seasons.
I've been to a Blackhawks game, though. I have been to a slew of Blackhawk games.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's
know, I
just
mean,
as
really.
bad. It's just as bad. Just losers on ice. I mean, what the hell is the difference? Losers on the diamond, losers on ice, losers on the gridiron. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah,
Welcome to Chicago. Losers everywhere.
Unfortunately, it's like the
Yeah.
same old for us right now. Although I think your baseball team will be pretty good. Maybe this is the year you go back out there. I don't know. I'm just saying because I do think they'll be pretty good this year. It's Carmen and Europe. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Heard of the child tax credit? Your CPA has. A certified public accountant can identify all your eligible tax credits and deductions this tax season. Before filing your tax return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
How about fresh seafood? From crispy calamari to tender clams, it all awaits at Donnie G's.
Good call. How about a legendary sandwich from Johnny's Beef?
Yes, the heavyweight champ.
We could do this all day, Carmen.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene during Restaurant Week, February 21st to March 3rd.
Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen.
PFF's doing its countdown of the top 101 players from last season. And they've released so far 61 through 101. Only one Bear to be found on that list, Jurko. And I don't think any Bear's going to be in the top 61. That'd be a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah.
Jalen Johnson did check in at number 94. For the second straight year, Johnson lands in PFF's top 101. Credit to another year showcasing his sticky coverage ability. While Johnson's coverage metrics may have dipped slightly, his advanced coverage grade finished in the 98th percentile among all qualifying coverage defenders. So Bears have one. There's a lot of Eagles. As you'd imagine.
Yeah.
I would think there'd probably be some more as the list goes on, too.
Yeah.
A lot of Eagles.
A lot of Eagles.
Saw a bunch of Ravens and a lot of Eagles, and yeah. But only one Bear. No Bear's going to be
Kansas City probably will have 3 or 4. I don't think it's above that number, though.
Mahomes, Creed Humphrey, I would think, right? Unless he's already been on the list. Forgive me if I missed him. If he's somewhere already on the list, he'll certainly be in the top 100. I would think he's in the top 50 or 60.
And Big 95, Chris Jones.
Big 95, Chris Jones. I would think Trent McDuffie probably. And I don't know, does Kelsey still 100 great player? Is Kelsey still a top 101?
Teetering. He's teetering.
Look, is he one of the great tight ends still? Yeah, I mean, I'd still say he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'd say he's a top 4.
I would agree with you, probably.
3 tight end, yeah.
Does that mean he's one of the 101 best players?
The guy that stepped up and made it happen is obviously Brock Bowers.
He'll be
and then Laporta is another one of those guys. Then after that,
I mean, Kelsey averaged like 9.5 yards a catch this year. Not that a tight end's going to average 15, but for his career, I bet he's more like 12. That's a pretty substantial drop when you think about some of the productivity on a per catch basis, on a run basis. You know, you've seen those metrics drop a little bit.
nobody had 1,000 yards, right? Receiving on that team, nobody had 1,000
Nobody
yards.
had 1,000, no.
Nobody had 1,000 yards rushing on that team.
That's correct. Yep. You're 100% right about that. Still made it to the Super Bowl.
Still made it to the Super Bowl.
So
Did not
Jalen
win.
Johnson is your lone, what would appear to be your lone representative. We'll see as the list goes on. But again, they've released 61 through 101. One Bear makes the list, and it is Jalen Johnson. We're going to talk to Jesse Rogers coming up here in about 5 minutes. After that, I want to get back to some NFL stuff, or at least talk about some NFL stuff. And I want to play Albert Breer earlier today with Cap and Hoodie. He was talking about Trey Smith and his potential departure from Kansas City. Tags can officially be put on players, Jurko, starting today. The window is now open. You have franchise and transition tags. If you're wondering what the franchise tag number for O-lineman is, remember they do not break it up by position. It's just O-lineman.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it benefits the guards and the centers for sure, because the tackle price is jacking up their price.
Mm-hmm.
The franchise tag is about $25.5 million. Whether you play guard or tackle, doesn't matter. That's the franchise tag. The transition tag is a little bit lower. I think it comes in around 22. Did we have that right? I think it is. I think it was about 22.
I think it was.
Jurko was looking at all the different positions. And remember, franchise tag is top 5. Transition tag is top 10.
The punter and kicker franchise and transition tags are out of whack.
About $6 million, $4.5 million?
6.8 and like 5.1, something like that.
Wow.
Just
good to be a punter. Randy's right. There's too much money.
Too much money. If you're starting to pay your punters and kickers that, too much money.
There's too much money in this sport.
And the running backs are only like 12.
Running backs are about 12, yeah. Think
12.
about that. I mean, like a kicker's
And
half
9 and change.
A running back, you know?
That I would agree with. They should get like another $4 million of the punter and kicker money. I told you if I was ever GM, they wouldn't make more than minimum.
Never say never, but
not more than minimum. No sirree, Bob. Minimum.
You know,
that's all they would make.
Up until it's a little bit of trouble that Justin Tucker's found himself in. Like that was for a while. They're trending like, hey, maybe it makes some sense. You know, you buy low, get him for like $4 million, maybe $4 million.
I'm glad it didn't work.
It doesn't seem like that's going to work at this point. Jesse Rogers will join us. We'll talk some more Cubs baseball with him. We'll talk about this Vladdy stuff. And more in the national media kind of going after Tom Ricketts. I heard Jeff Passan on with Waddle and Sylvia on Friday. It was Meller and Waddle really taking Tom Ricketts and the Cubs to task. Buster Olney did the same thing this morning on ESPN.com. We'll talk to Jesse live in Arizona when we come back in 2 minutes.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I'm excited about it. You know, these cutting-edge things that are new in medicine now, I'm all in on it. I'm all in on QC Kinetics. It works.
Henry Hinton decided to check out QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his aching knees after seeing a close friend have amazing results without going under the knife.
I have a friend that started this, which is one of the reasons that I decided to do it. He could not play golf anymore, and he went to QC Kinetics and started having the treatments, and he's back golfing like 3 days a week. He couldn't play at all.
QC Kinetics gets you back to doing what you love, using your own natural biologics to help heal and restore damaged joints. Long-term relief that puts a guy back on the golf course.
You know, I've had one treatment so far, and I can already tell a difference. QC Kinetics works. I'm excited about it.
You're next. Start with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Dear winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the Svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Cubs have added Justin Turner. Jesse hinted at that last week when we talked to him. That became official today. Will they pursue Vlad Guerrero Jr., who is saying that time is over for talking about a contract extension with the Blue Jays? He's going to play out the year, go to free agency. He said they have their numbers, I have my numbers. And we'll see where this thing goes as he's about to play his age 26 season. He's going to be one of those young free agents. Let's bring in Jesse Rogers to the program, and he joins us live in Arizona. Looking good on TV yesterday, by the way, buddy.
Oh, thank you. Yes, they actually gave me a free shirt to wear for that.
I saw that. Nice. That looked like a Cubby Blue shirt almost. It was very even though you were talking White Sox.
Yeah, true. I was at White Sox camp. They reported yesterday full squads. Cubs have been here for a few days. I'm actually at the Arizona Biltmore. It's Cactus League Media Day. It's absolutely gorgeous out here. I was listening on my drive here. I'm going to see Manfred in an hour. And, Jurko, I think your job as spokesperson for the league might be in jeopardy. It might be in jeopardy after listening to you for the last 20 minutes.
You think?
My God. Yes, my God. It's fun to be at spring training, Jurko.
I love spring training.
It's actually a cheap product. You can get a ticket for $8 at most places, not everywhere. The Dodgers are, they're scalping those tickets, of course. But you sit on the lawn, have a beer, Jurko, watch number 97, try to make the team. What's wrong with that?
He doesn't want anything to do with it. A lot of the stadiums are newer and nice. Like the Cubs stadium is nice. That Salt River field, and it's not the Giants. I said the Giants. It's the Rockies and the Diamondbacks. A talking stick there. That Salt River Fields is really nice by the Top Golf and the casino. It's all walking distance.
Yeah.
Or close enough. It's very nice.
Yeah, they're about a mile apart.
About a mile apart.
Top Golf Casino, and they're about all 8 miles north of the Cubs. It's great. Everything's in one area, and then you go.
It's enticing.
You go across the valley, and that's where the Reds and the Mariners and the Padres and all those teams are. So, but around the Cubs, it's the A's, the Cubs, the Rockies, the Giants. I'm staying right near Giant Stadium within walking distance. So, Jurko, come on, man. Jump on board.
Yeah, get on board, Jurko, for the next 2 seasons before there's a work stoppage.
Jesse just convinced me. I'm all in, guys.
Jesse,
I'm all in.
Do you want me to? Where do you want to start? You want to talk about Turner? I've got this Ian Happ soundbite I can play real quick. Thoughts on Justin Turner arriving, or do you want to start with Vlad Jr.? What do you call it?
No, let's start with Turner because it again puts an exclamation mark on this off season in a weird way. Buster only wrote a critical column today. We've all been critical of Cubs ownership and stuff, but in their own way, they are going for it. It's just the Cubs version of going for it. It's weird to be critical of the team, yet they are picked to be the division winner.
I said to Jurk, I know exactly what you're saying. I said this during the first hour. From Jed's standpoint and the baseball ops standpoint, with whatever they've been given, whatever resources they were given, and some that they weren't, I think from a roster construction standpoint, they've done a reasonably good job building this roster for 2025.
Well, especially if you believe in experience, outweighing the age factor. Can Justin Turner play at 40? Well, he did last year at 39. He was 354 on base. But remember, Hector Neris 2 years ago was really good, and then he fell off the cliff last year. So there is a point when age will catch up with you. Father Times hasn't been beaten. So they add Presley, Brazier, Turner, Matthew Boyd, all older guys. The Cubs must have added more experience / age than any team in the league by far. So it's clear what they're doing. They're going for it within their own budget. That's been clear since they traded 3 guys for Tucker. And so I'm fascinated by it all. And I wrote on Friday after talking to counsel, what's it been like internally, understanding that this is Jed's last year? And he's like, you know what? I talked to Jed. We both agree we have clarity. Now, counsel probably won't be fired after 2 years. But his point was, we know what is at stake. We need to make the playoffs. We need to make the playoffs. And he won't say playoffs or bust publicly because that's headline stuff.
Right.
But it is absolutely clear Jed Hoyer certainly has to make the playoffs to stay here. And if he's going to get a contract before the postseason, it would mean a big lead in the division halfway through the year. And who knows, maybe he's rewarded at that point. So at least there's clarity, and it is the Cubs version of going for it. And you end up with Turner instead of Bregman because that's how the Cubs are operating right now.
I want to talk more about Turner and what he might contribute. Here's Ian Happ with some thoughts on the latest signing as Justin Turner arrives with some championship medal and pedigree, obviously, after his time with the Dodgers. Here's Ian Happ.
Been a fan of his for a long time, the way he plays the game. I think he's a natural hitter. His ability not only to drive the baseball, but like situationally hit, the swing, the way he thinks about hitting, like all that stuff, I think will be an asset for us.
Played in a bunch of postseason games again because he was a little bit of a late bloomer, obviously, Jess. But in his best years in this last decade or so with some of those great Dodger teams, he's got a lot of postseason experience. It's nearly 90 games of postseason experience. You mentioned last year the on base was still high over the last two seasons. It's still at 349, so he still is displaying an ability at the very least to get on base. What do they hope to get out of him, though? Is this like, hey, in case the young kid doesn't pan out? I mean, how much is he going to play? How much would you expect him to have to contribute?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly going to be the backup, but mostly at first. I don't think they want him anywhere near
third base. Okay.
They really don't. Not at 40. He's only played a few games there the last 2 years, maybe, I don't know, a dozen or so. But if Shaw isn't very good, they don't have many other options, so he might end up there. But he's certainly going to help Shaw and even Bush, just Michael Bush's second year. He'll probably DH a little bit, though that's Suzuki's job. I mean, it's that veteran presence. I think they've added 5 players this offseason that have won a ring over the last 5 years, at least one ring. I mean, all over the field have they done that, whether it be Kyle Tucker or him or Presley. So, it again, is their version of going for it. You just hope that age doesn't catch up with these guys because, let's face it, they didn't go out and get the best closer on the market. They got the one that was kind of available to them after they lost out on Tanner Scott. Now, I will tell you, in Justin Turner's case, the Yankees were after Turner. So I don't think the bidding started at $6 million. It ended at $6 million, and the Cubs won that, maybe in part because they'll get more playing time, or maybe the Cubs gave the best offer. I'm not sure. But there was interest from other teams for Turner. Yeah, they lost on Bregman to the Red Sox, but at least they won on Turner over the Yankees, from what I understand. But again, it's a 40-year-old Turner, so I'm not saying everybody was knocking the door down for him. So we'll see. But I don't think he's going to get that much playing time. If he is, he's either lighting it up or someone else is struggling big time.
Jesse, is this the first year that we really feel the effect of the greatest non-influencer in all of managerial history in Craig Counsell?
I know where you're going.
Is this the first year we feel whatever we're supposed to get from this guy once you jettison David Ross?
I'm going to say yes. This is it.
How will we be able to tell? What will be? How will we tell?
More wins. More wins. More than 83. More than 85. More than 87. If they get to the 91 range,
isn't that done by improving the roster? The manager's the same.
Of course. I agree with you. I'd like to see them overachieve. I mean, we think Milwaukee did all those years under Counsell. The Cubs underachieved last year. They underachieved. So it's time to overachieve, or at least achieve what you're supposed to. Pacoda says 90-plus wins. Yeah, Jurko, I know where you're going, and I agree with you. I've known Counsell forever, and I was kind of critical last year of him. It was an underwhelming performance. But in his second year in the organization, just like a free agent in their second year, you get comfortable, you should be able to take off. So I'm with you. This is the time to overachieve.
I read some stuff over the weekend about Seiya and his comments, better communication with Counsell. And I guess Counsell sort of agreed with that, and he mentioned sometimes with the language barrier, it can be tough, especially when it's a newer player or someone you don't have a relationship with. You know, what was at the heart of that? And is Seiya going to be at some, like he's been vocal, Jess, about not really wanting to embrace this role as DH. He doesn't have too much of a choice, though. So what is the relationship going to be like here going forward?
Yeah, so it's also on Seiya, too. I know Counsell took the bullet, so to speak. Mm-hmm. I will say this. You know, just like regular players, there are two types of Japanese players that come over. There are some that are on the lower maintenance side. I would say Shota is that, and some a little bit on the higher maintenance side. I would say Seiya is just like, and again, just like any clubhouse has lower and higher. Seiya I think needs his hand held a little bit more. I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm just giving you facts. And so I think unlike Shota, Counsell can, go quickly with Shota on communication. With Seiya, he needs to explain a little bit more. And my feeling, and this is just a guess, I don't know for sure, it related to defensive things. Remember how bad of a year he was on defense last year? And I think that communication fell apart. Of course, he's not going to play a lot of defense this year. So I think there's layers. I'm not sure of all of it. But Seiya just needs a little bit more time with him than a guy like Shota. And again, that is no different than other players in the clubhouse as well. And I think Counsell learned that last year because it was just his first year with him.
What does the news out of Toronto mean, or out of their spring training facility right now? What does it mean for the pursuit of Vladdy from any team that might be interested, the Cubs' pursuit, if they would be willing to go kind of push all in for a guy that they might lose at the end of the year? It already seems like they're going to have one of those guys in Kyle Tucker. What does this mean for baseball? As Vladdy has said, talks are done. He's going to play out this year and then hit free agency at 27. And it's going to be, if he has a Vlad Jr. season, and I don't know why he wouldn't, Jess, it's going to be, he's going to be a pretty sought-after guy at just 27 hitting the market next year.
He will be. What it tells me, though, and I'm not surprised that it fell apart, the talks, because of the position he plays. This is what I've learned over the years here. First base gets no respect. I don't care how good you are. You get dinged a little bit if you're first base compared to short or center or even right or third. It just, of course, when you have a bad first baseman, everybody notices it because it impacts the defense in such a big way. But look at Pete Alonso. He had to settle. Christian Walker was thrilled with his deal in Houston. Anthony Rizzo can't get a job right now. If first base is your only position other than potentially DH, I feel like you get dinged a little bit. Now, as far as the Cubs, look, they're going to load up to try to keep Tucker. They're not going after Tucker and Vlad. Let's face it. And the chances of Tucker seem slim, but not impossible. I think the savings on Bregman, so to speak, could be rolled over to Tucker next year. I think the savings on anything over the next 12 months is going to be rolled over to Tucker. So the idea of getting Tucker and Vlad, maybe the Dodgers or Yankees might be interested in two guys like that. But I think the Cubs are going to try their best to sign Tucker. Again, I have my doubts for several reasons, but I don't think Vlad's in the cards for them. That seems like I don't know if Pete Alonso opts out, Vlad will be on the Mets or something like that.
Yeah.
Buster's talked about Vlad with the Red Sox, although they've loaded up on corner infielders. So, there'll be a bidding war, but I do feel like first basemen just don't get the respect, and probably why things fell apart because, they're thinking like he should get the max amount, and teams are like, no, he plays first. Let's give him the second max, or the third max, or whatever the number is.
Do the Jays, I guess maybe it just depends on how the season goes, but does it seem likely then at some point that he's playing somewhere else in 2025?
Well, I think if their season goes south, absolutely. Yeah. You don't let that guy walk. If you feel like you can't sign him, you got to trade him. Yeah. And this was the time to sign him. If he's going to let 29 other teams with the billionaires that are out there bid on him, I would say you trade him if you're out of the race by July. Yeah.
All right, Jess, what else should we know?
Well, first day for White Sox yesterday was interesting because the vibe is completely different. There's no doubt. It's what I said to Cap and J. Hood. Like, it's your normal rebuilding young team that's going to be bad but has good young vibes. It is. Will Venable helps that.
Yes.
Colson Montgomery, Hagen Smith, all these guys out there. I fully expect Colson Montgomery to be the opening day shortstop. There's no reason why he can't win the job. I expect other guys to debut later in the year. It'll be bad, but it'll be at least interesting bad, where in the last couple of years it was just plain old bad. So they've moved out most of the old. Luis Robert will be gone in July. He talked for 20 minutes with the media yesterday. He's going to try to play smarter early in the season to stay healthy. That should be music to Getz' ears because he needs him at his best come July when he could trade him for maybe two top prospects. So we're back to just like a rebuilding, nice young team that'll have some interest with the young players, but not necessarily in the win-loss record.
If Colson Montgomery can't win the job, that's that'd be pretty damning.
Well, I had to ask Merkin, who the hell's that guy? Who the hell's that guy?
That's what I mean.
The backups. Who are these guys? Miguel Vargas will be at third, and like Josh Rojas at second. There's really no one there to take the job at short.
There's nobody.
Montgomery. Yeah.
He better make the job. He better win the job. That'd be problematic.
Likable kid.
Yeah, he does
kid.
seem. He does seem pretty likable, actually. He does.
You got to perform.
Yeah.
You got to perform.
All right. All right, Jess. Good work, buddy.
All right, Jurko, I love you, buddy.
Yeah, you carry the torch for baseball, my friend. You're the one.
So wait, today's Cactus League Media Day.
Yeah. So
Manfred's talking.
Yeah. A lot of ABS. They're using the automatic balls and strikes. It's spring training. That's a year away from being in the majors during the regular season. You have all 15 executives and managers here, so you get a chance to talk to everybody and see who's going to be what this season.
And upcoming labor strife might be on the docket, I would think, today. Maybe.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're 2 years away from it hitting, hitting the fan.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. Let us know if anything good comes out of that, all right?
You got it.
All right,
Jess. Be well, guys. Talk to you soon.
That's good. That's Jesse Rogers. That's an excellent hit.
All right, Jess, thanks. Real good stuff.
It's so funny.
Great report.
That was good.
I said it was a great report.
Come on, Jesse.
Why? I'm not being a smart aleck. It's a great report. We've got a lot of baseball fans in this city,
Like,
Carm.
did we misevaluate? These are hard things to evaluate when it comes to, like, what a manager means. I mean, how many times have we talked about that over the years, right? You're like,
the point.
Hold on. Let me
go
just,
ahead.
let me
I'm
just
gonna
say.
let you talk.
I would just ask, like, did we potentially misevaluate or overvaluate what Council could bring, considering the job like Pat Murphy did in Milwaukee last year? Is that more of a Milwaukee thing, or like, is there something special about Council that could help? That's what I was going to ask.
If your guy, you set the atmosphere, you set the expectations, you set the schedule, you keep players accountable. In a perfect world, players keep themselves accountable. That's not the perfect world.
That's right, Jurko.
So you've got to do it. You've got to set the expectations from what you expect from all your guys.
Yeah.
That's what he sets. And then the players have got to respond. When they don't respond, then the manager has to step in and make sure that things get taken care of, right? So that's his role. So what they told me was that David Ross wasn't doing that. They're bringing a guy that's going to come in, and he's going to do that.
There's obviously something they felt like he wasn't doing. You're right, that they were upgrading.
Okay.
Otherwise, you don't do it and you don't pay that money. But
where's the proof in the pudding?
You didn't get it last year. You're right.
I keep looking for the proof in the pudding, and I don't see it.
I know, like a year ago.
But what always happens, though, is, you always need better players.
That's very true. Yes.
You need better players. You need the right ingredients to be able to make whatever you're making. You need the right players. So what effect does the manager actually have?
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought Council did a good job up there from afar. I'm watching it from afar, but I always did think that he maximized certain things and that he was a very good manager.
So
and perhaps he is. Maybe it manifests more this year.
He's come here and he's... If I use the word disappointing, would that be accurate?
No, I think it was very disappointing last year. I think all the way around it was.
Disappointing. And now your closer stunk.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
And you couldn't save games. Is that your manager's fault? So the point is, I don't think the manager does that much at all. Oh, you're going to win 54, you're going to lose 54. The manager, bull. I can't even say it. I want to say it, but I can't because you dumped me. But that's... Maybe 3-4 games during the year. Maybe 3-4 games during the year.
Yeah.
How many games were the Cubs out of first place and out of the wild card last year?
There were 10 out of first.
And 90, I think, or 89 was it. So there were 6-7 out of that.
Something like that, yeah.
So he wasn't going to make a difference no matter what.
Yeah.
So what'd you do? You paid the guy more, the managerial position, and you got less. Congratulations. That's what you did. And when he wins the first game this year, somebody tell me when.
Okay.
When he wins it, somebody tell me
he
when.
Probably cost them a game or two. That was surprising, I think, to a lot of people with some of the managerial decisions last year, more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a 4-pack of golf show tickets for next weekend at the Donald D. Stevens Convention Center to give away. We'll do that when we come back next. I'm going to play some Albert Breer from earlier today with Cap and Hoodie about the likelihood of Trey Smith leaving Kansas City. And is it all that likely anymore? Albert Breer with a big picture national perspective that was interesting. We got the lunch rush around the corner. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Pat Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago Golf Show, presented by the CDGA, is next Friday, the 28th through March 2nd. It's happening at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. We got a 4-pack of tickets right now. If you don't win, you can buy tickets at ChicagoGolfShow.com. That's ChicagoGolfShow.com. And it's always a very fun event. I was there last year, bought a simulated golf video game. I mean, how do you not go there and buy some fun stuff? So check out the golf show this year. That's ChicagoGolfShow.com for tickets. But we have a 4-pack. Caller 20. You win 312-332-3776. And check out the very first CDGA golf show here on ESPN Chicago with Tyler and with Mike Gilligan this coming Saturday. They are on the air. I know fans have been waiting for it. 9 to 11. They'll broadcast live next week from the convention at Donald E. Stevens, but the show kicks off its 2025 season this weekend with Tyler and Mike Gilligan, so don't miss that.
My first golf scores are in the CDGA.
Nice. How did we do, by the way?
Not well.
No.
The goal was 360. I don't think we hit 400.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you know.
24 golf balls found their watery grave. Yeah.
How many rounds?
4.
6. That's 6 balls.
Yeah, let me tell you. It wasn't 6 balls around because I shot 1 good round.
Okay.
Well, I only lost 3 balls.
Man.
There was one that I just kept firing, Carmen. I just kept firing.
You're
just
like
go.
Tin Cup?
Yeah, just go.
All right.
You can make it.
Dude. You can
just
make
go.
it. Just go for it. It's Tin Cup. I love it. And I know you play the simulator, and look, you.
There's nothing like real golf.
There's not. You haven't played golf. You haven't been, the feel, the touch, the elements outdoors.
I putted well.
Did you?
Yeah, I putted well.
That's kind of amazing. It's
putted well. Yeah, I went sand to sand, rocking through the wilderness. Nothing worse than being in the sand and still being in the same sand.
Yeah, I've been there.
I was like Mrs. Hammercamp. Wee!
That's it.
By the way, Caddyshack reference for all you kids that are 25 that don't care to watch one of the funniest movies ever made.
Yeah, it hasn't aged all that well.
No,
I love it.
Hasn't.
It's great.
Great comedy doesn't age well sometimes. Go listen to Buddy Hackett.
That's a good
People
point.
be offended. Oh, I can't believe he would say that. Oh, that's so offensive.
Mrs. Haverkamp, your ball's over there, Mrs. Haverkamp.
I can't believe how offensive this Buddy Hackett is. Oh, my.
I can't believe how offensive Nunzio is wearing a tank top as a caddy. We would have been, we would have showed up like that at Naperville Country Club.
You guys would have got run.
You would have been fired on the spot.
You guys would have been run.
I always found it amusing as a former jock caddy. That Nunzio would wear black pants and a tank top. That's not a caddy outfit.
That is not a caddy outfit.
Maybe in 1980, but geez.
A looper nowadays, no, you won't find a looper like that.
By the summer of what? Let me see, 92 I was looping, 91 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly weren't dressed like that.
No, you're not going to find that at Olympia Fields by any stretch of the imagination. No,
you definitely won't. So take a listen to this. Tell me what you think.
By the way, we had some good caddying on that trip, too.
Did you guys?
Yeah, good caddying.
Guys, some guys live up north that go down there for the winter.
Guys from New York and such. Yeah, go down for the winter.
Yeah, nice. Take a listen. Tell me what you think. This is Albert Breer earlier today. I was listening to Cap and Hoodie when Albert came on and they started talking about Trey Smith. The tag window is now open. They kind of set it up as, is it likely? Is it possible? Is he going to hit the free agent market? But just listen to Albert Breer talk about Trey Smith in Kansas City.
So I would have said absolutely he's played his last snap in Kansas City until I saw what I saw on Super Bowl Sunday and what we all saw on Super Bowl Sunday. And, I mean, I think the hard thing now becomes what exactly do you do if you're them, where it's like it's not, I mean, if we're calling it like we see it, it's not like it was, a couple of years ago or 4 years ago when they lost in the Super Bowl to the Bucks and the line had completely aged out. Like, this isn't that. But, they certainly have some work to do, and they've got an all-pro level player on their roster in Trey Smith. So, I this is the type of guy that, like, maybe until 2 weeks ago, I would have said, it's really tough to let him go because he's a great player, but you already paid Creed Humphrey. You got to take care of your tackle situation. You're paying Juwan Taylor $20 million right now. This is probably one where it's like the tough decision, but you let him go. And now it's like, I mean, God, how can they look Patrick Mahomes in the face if they don't make an effort to try to keep him? So I think this has become a very difficult one for them, and we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, I think he probably will make it to the open market because, I mean, look, if you're Trey Smith, you look at it and you say you paid Creed Humphrey, and you didn't pay me, and I took on an extra year of injury risk. So why in the world wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I hit the market and see what I'm worth? But obviously, I think it is a tricky situation, trickier than it was a couple weeks ago.
It sounds like if a tag is going to be in play there, it's going to be the transition tag, not the franchise tag. It would allow him to go get another deal. It would allow Kansas City to match. It lowers the cost. If indeed he were to play on it. I don't know that he will. I doubt that he will. Do you agree that one game could kind of change their mindset and mentality?
No.
Though? You don't think so?
No. I think they know what they have up and coming, and they're preparing for that. They're going to move the one guy back into the guard position, the one that shifted out to tackle.
You're talking about Joe Tooney,
yeah,
which would seem to make sense.
Right,
you got to fix your left tackle situation.
Right, they're going to have to fix their left tackle situation. That's a pressing need for them.
Yeah,
I don't think it necessarily changes it. No.
Okay.
They know how much they can allocate to their offensive line. Right. They know what that number is.
Right.
What do they need? Young, inexpensive talent on that offensive line.
Right. They might have to go and draft the next Trey Smith.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what they're going to do. Or they believe they've got him on the roster already as a backup and or somebody ready to step in.
I kind of lean with you on this one. Like, I hear what you're saying, that I don't know that they can let one game determine it. I mean, that doesn't seem to be a good business decision. Like, and if they've reached internally the point where it's like, hey, we can't afford this. We have to replace it. It's going to cost a lot. We're not wanting to reset the guard market right now. We paid Creed. And he's the best in the business, so fine. We need to fix left tackle. We got to figure out if we could squeeze anything better out of Juwan Taylor on the other side. Like, they got an issue there.
Yes.
And so if they've made that determination internally, I kind of lean with you. It feels like as bad as it did look, and as bad as it was, I don't know that you are overreacting one way or another if you're Kansas City. And if you've got a belief in your system, and they probably have pretty strong belief in what they do internally, that they can replace it, that's what they're going to do. I don't know that they want to go reset that market. We'll see how this plays out. We'll see if he gets tagged. We'll see if he's allowed to talk to other teams, depending on which tag he gets. And we'll see if the Bears are going to be interested. You certainly would think so here in the next handful of weeks as we get into the new league year and free agency starts. That is a connection that we are going to continue to make in the coming weeks. But a few teams are going to be very interested on Trey Smith. 312-332-3776. That's the number if you want to ring us up. We got the lunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
All right, fellas, it's game time. You know the feeling. The lights are on. It's your moment to shine, and your partner is ready for you to bring that A game. May I say the A-plus game. But what happens if you're not quite ready to perform? Little Jurko's not so vibrant. Well, guess what? Don't worry. Blue Chew's got your back. Blue Chew's your secret weapon for the bedroom. It delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but it's in a chewable form. No pills to swallow, no awkward pharmacy trips, and no embarrassing conversations with your doctor. Everything's done online, and Blue Chew ships directly and discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner, and of course, your little guy will know. He'll be at attention. Think of Blue Chew like your pregame ritual. Just like athletes stretch and warm up before hitting the field, Blue Chew gives you the confidence and the extra boost you need to perform like a champ when it's crunch time. Here's the deal. Blue Chew's simple, effective, affordable. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right prescription, and because it's all prepared and shipped in the USA, it's less expensive than a pharmacy. And the best part, your first month is free. Just visit BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed medical providers, get the first month free, chew it, and do it.
When you call or text 988, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to someone like me. I'm here to listen to you and hear your story. You don't have to have all the words or know exactly what to say. I'll meet you where you are. Whether you're feeling hopeless, overwhelmed, or just need someone to talk to, we're here 24/7 because your life matters. Call or text 988. Let's find hope together.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HIM to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HIM to 321-321. That's HIM to 321-321.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Crosstalk's an hour away. Meller's in for Sylvia. It'll be Meller and Waddle a little bit later. Bleck and Abdalla tonight, 6:30 until 8. Guys here with us now. It's Carmen and Jurko. Hope everyone is staying warm, having a nice day. At least it's sunny out. Yesterday and today, the sun's out.
Beautiful.
It's kind of nice. Hey, 40s this weekend. It's going to feel like
I saw that.
Tropical heat wave.
Yeah, a little bit of a warm-up. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not at all. Looking forward to that.
Melt all that snow, saturate the ground. Nothing wrong with it.
So excited for Thursday night, in the final. We're going to talk to Eddie O tomorrow. Our buddy Edzo was on the call for the games yesterday because they were TNT games. He will not be on the call because it's an ESPN ABC broadcast on Thursday, but Eddie O's going to join us. Maybe pick his brain on what's happening here with Bedard as well, and if that's going to get better anytime soon. Eddie still keeps close tabs, obviously, on the league, even from afar, not being as close with the Blackhawks anymore, but looking forward to talking to Eddie O tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to that game on Thursday. A little nervous. They can beat Canada twice here in back-to-back games. It's going to be a tall order. Waiting to see what's going on with Charlie McAvoy, the star defenseman for the Bruins and one of the star players on Team USA's defense, who I thought was great in that game on Saturday night, has some sort of injury that required him to be hospitalized this morning. Did you see that?
No.
And I haven't looked in the last few hours. I saw it early this morning.
That.
Yeah. So it's Tuesday and he's at Mass General and the game is Thursday night. Like, that can't be good.
What do you have, a hernia?
I don't know, Jurk. And I don't know if maybe Abdalla's seen something, and I can double check. I am not exactly sure. But
ingrown toenail, that could do it, Carm.
That's going to take you to the hospital.
Staph infection. You've got to be very careful with that.
I guess.
Yeah.
I do not like to hear that one bit. I thought he played great. He was on the ice against McDavid a lot.
Yes, he was.
As that game went on. Boy, we'll talk about it with Eddie tomorrow. But the defensive clinic, minus a meltdown on the one and only Canadian goal, on the McDavid goal. You can't let Connor McDavid have that kind of speed.
Yeah.
Come on. I still Waddle and I were texting about the game. I said, that's like asking a safety to tackle Saquon in the hole with the 12-yard head, with nobody put a finger on him for 12 yards. Good luck. Yeah. Guess who wins? Saquon wins. Like, you can't do that. Minus that.
Parts like the Red Sea.
Yeah. I said, minus that breakdown, they were phenomenal against McKinnon and McDavid. And so, can they replicate that? We're going to find out. Let's do the lunch rush. Abdalla, what's going on, my man?
McAvoy's out.
So he is out.
He's out, according to NHL.com. According to Mike Sullivan.
Great buildup.
Quote and phrasing, Quinn Hughes is coming.
Quinn Hughes?
Quinn Hughes.
Well, that's good. Quinn Hughes has been absent because he's dealing with his own injury. That'd be a nice way to replace McAvoy, replace him with the defenseman who's probably even better. Yeah, they're calling it an upper body injury. So McAvoy is out. Don't love that. If Quinn Hughes can get back in the lineup and play well, that is a huge boost. So we'll see. Brady Tkachuk sounds like he'll be good to go after missing most of last night's game. I think they said that was out of just the utmost precaution. Why risk anything in a game that meant nothing to the U.S. when it was all said and done in that final round robin game against Sweden. So, all right. Thank you for updating that, Adam. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So hopefully Quinn Hughes can play, but no Charlie McAvoy tomorrow.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, on Thursday.
Speaking of coming, who's going to come to the Bears? In free agency, Matt Bowen put the best team fits for the top 50 free agents here. Obviously,
let me guess, Trey Smith.
Trey Smith is the Bears at number 2, and then Drew Dahlman for the Bears also further down the list. It seems like it's going to be basically a disappointment now if they don't get one of those two guys, right?
Yeah, kind of does.
If not both.
If they don't get both.
Yeah.
Certainly one of the two.
Now that Parsons is off
both.
The table for sure, most likely.
Yeah. Who's that?
Parsons
Alan
is off the table.
Parsons off the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he told the Cowboys website that a deal is going to get done.
It's imminent.
Imminent.
Yeah,
I mean,
they can't.
He's not going to hold out of training camp. Yeah. He's not going to do anything crazy. He'll get a deal done. We're negotiating. The deal's going to be done.
Listen, I know they've spent a lot here. They've had to reset the market with Dak, right? You had to pay a lot to to CeeDee, excuse me. You know, you paid a lot to CeeDee. You got to do this one, guys, right? I mean, Again, not to overreact too much to one game, but you watch what the Eagles did. That's not overreacting one game. We know what great pass rushers do. They help you win games. They are difference makers.
The quarterback, yes.
I mean, like,
they pressure the QB.
Yeah, like they are some of the game's biggest difference makers. Maybe the biggest difference maker after quarterback himself. You know, it is that pass rusher. So you can't possibly let Micah Parsons get away from you if you're Dallas. There's just no way, no how. What else, Adam?
Some best fits for the QB, Sam Darnold to the Raiders. I'm just saying until I finish scrolling.
Not an answer. Not an answer.
Justin Fields to the Steelers.
Justin Fields is already?
He's already a Steeler.
Well,
they're saying, like,
re-sign him?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I still think Rodgers is an interesting scenario there. I do.
Russell Wilson to the Giants?
That's not an answer for the Giants.
But does it help Dayball, like, get a 9-win year and maybe make, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like it either, believe me.
Got to find your answer.
Yeah. Do they draft one of the young guys and have Russell Wilson hold his hand for the first year? I don't know that that's the best tact, but who else is on that list? What other ones do you
those are the only QBs on that list. I did see that Adam Schefter said earlier that it seems like the market is drying up for Aaron Rodgers to be a starter.
I don't agree with Courtney's take on, you know.
She threw a big caveat out there, though.
Yeah, she did, and I'm not like.
I mean, that was
Courtney.
a massive. I know, but I'm just saying she threw a massive caveat that needs to be expressed every time we talk about it. He has to be willing to be a backup.
Of course,
and
right.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either.
I think it's a non-starter.
Even if he is,
I don't think it makes sense here. Yeah.
Not here.
I don't think it makes sense here. I don't. So.
I suggested that he goes to the Raiders and they draft Shedeur.
You know, the market dries up, Adam, until all of a sudden.
It's not dry anymore.
Until it's not. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry to be so simplistic about it, but isn't that true?
Can't have a dry market.
Like, it. You know, like, not everybody's going to get the quarterback they wanted in free agency or in the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, Rodgers could still be somewhat of an option for someone out there. So that one quarterback needy team that feels like they're competitive. So I don't know. It's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not dried up until it's totally dried up. But
Jeremy Fowler wrote last night that the Bengals are hoping to pull off an ambitious and expensive offseason and signing all of their trio of stars that need new deals: Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson.
Saw that.
Now that would be, and they're willing to. And Joe Burrow said he's willing to restructure his deal in order for them to be able to afford all of this. But they'd have to do a lot. Well, they'd have to do a lot of it in signing bonuses.
Would T play on a franchise tag? Like, they could franchise T. Higgins, right?
They could.
Yeah, but it's 120% of what he got paid last
because
year.
Because he played franchise last year.
Which would be $25 million,
right.
Or 120% of what the current number is.
Right. How do you do this? Like, you know, we talk about the positions that matter most: the quarterback, the pass rusher, the guy who gets the quarterback, right? The left tackle.
Corner.
The corner. When do you get to wide receiver, and when do you say...
Well, you've got one already. You had Jamar Chase.
You do.
When do you get to the second wide receiver?
I don't know, man. And, like, what do you do when
the answer might be never.
Feels like you got to pay Jamar Chase, but do you? Do you have to pay the best receiver? I think... Some would argue that show me the team that's ever won anything substantial in the NFL paying its wide receiver more than anybody else. And it's a somewhat interesting argument when it's thrown in your face that way.
What was Randy Moss paid? I think what ends up...
Randy never won a Super Bowl either. I mean, remember that. But
right? Well, he lost both of the ones he was with New England.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think it's a timing thing. You know, show me the guy that won with the highest paid guard. I think it's a timing thing. Did the guy get paid and happen to be a guard? So I think it's more of a timing thing than it is anything.
Okay.
Jerry Rice may have never been the top paid wide receiver, but damn, San Francisco won a lot of Super Bowls with him, didn't they?
Amen. That might be the only real
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, amen.
And it's just the timing thing. He may have gotten paid. He was the highest paid. Then the next year, somebody else got paid. They became the highest paid.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin, when he was with Dallas, was he the highest paid?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's got to go with his contract. And what year was he in?
Right.
During his contract. Was he ever the highest paid wide receiver in the league at any point? You know, that kind of thing is also got to.
Yeah, we could maybe find some examples. Good call. You know,
I mean, those two that just came to mind.
No, and it's an excellent call. I would want to pay Jamar Chase. If I'm Minnesota, I'd want to pay Justin Jefferson. They did. I think he's that special and can be that much of a difference maker. Am I misevaluating it? No, maybe not. Maybe you just gave me two great examples. Like, it's just interesting every once in a while to hear the debate and people kind of say, well, go ahead and show me the blueprint for that to really succeed when you got to commit $25 million a year to your wide receiver. But I'd want to pay Jamar Chase. I think he's that important to what they do, and he's that special of an offensive player.
Did the highest paid running back in the league win this year's Super Bowl?
Is he the highest, or is no? Because there's somebody else.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's McCaffrey, probably.
Yeah, I think McCaffrey.
McCaffrey is. But I mean, Saquon did get a pretty damn nice deal over there.
Yeah, but his cap hit was only $4 million. They front loaded and gave him a bunch of signing bonus money.
They still
paid handsomely.
I understand that, but that's the way they made it look.
Right.
They made it look better when it actually wasn't a huge hit, so they could afford other guys.
Yeah.
Well, that always comes to roost.
Ambitious to say the least, though. Getting back to it, Adam, right about Cincinnati, like it. I don't know. It just feels like that's going to be hard to pull off. With or without Joe Burrow restructuring.
So who are they going to?
They want Hendrickson, T, and Jamar Chase. I mean, you'd figure where do you prioritize? The pass rusher or Jamar Chase?
You also need to block for your quarterback so he's not getting killed too.
That helps. And it's the sexy thing to do is like, hey man, you got to pay Jamar Chase. He just pulled off the Triple Crown, the receiving Triple Crown. Plus Hendrickson's older. I don't know. So that's going to be that's an ambitious task to say the least. You're right. What else, Adam?
Netflix wants to be the new home of Sunday afternoon NFL games. In an interview on some blog, something called Puck something, their chief content officer, Puck News, yeah.
It's I can't place it, but it was something that went out of business. All the journalists went together on that.
Yeah.
So it's a respected group.
It is. But their chief content officer was asked, "Would you be in 5 years? Will Netflix air a weekly NFL game?" And because the answer is obviously yes, which NFL package would you steal from your rival? And she replied, I'd say the answer is no because the rights are already tied up, to which the interviewer responded, no, there are opt-outs in less than 5 years. And she replied, we want the Sunday afternoon games. So like 325 would be the home. Netflix would be the home of your 325 games.
Your late window. Late afternoon window. We were last week, Jurko, Abdalla and I were talking about just streaming again and these different, I don't even know how it came up or what we were talking about.
The frustrations out there, Carmen.
And Adam said, you really, and I think some of it had to do with like, there was a brief moment last week where it was like, hey, if you're a YouTube TV provider, you might not have CBS for the tournament. Like now you'd have TNT and all that other stuff, but we just, we were like, my YouTube TV went up again. I've had it for 2 years now. It's like $20 more a month already in 2 years. It's getting ridiculous. And Adam's like, what you should do is dump it all and start over and see what you really need. Do you know what I really am not sure I need?
Local channels.
Netflix. No, because that you can still get over the air.
Yeah. You will on Christmas.
And so that's the thing. Like, if they get big into the NFL, more than just one game, or Christmas, I was thinking about it this weekend. I watch nothing on Netflix. Nothing.
You're not a Love is Blind guy?
I'm not. I don't even know what that is.
It's a reality show about love being blind.
I don't watch it. Like right now, because I told Adam, I'm like, do I need HBO? And he's like, you kind of always need The Sopranos. I'm like, that's true. And now White Lotus is back. Like, I like White Lotus. I like the first 2 seasons. I liked Sunday. I did watch Sunday night. I don't know if you guys saw it. Like, I like that. I want to watch those 8 or 10 episodes. I'll keep it at least for the foreseeable future for that. Amazon is a yes because you pay for Prime anyway. Of course I have Amazon Prime. I mean, you pay for Prime. HBO, probably a must. I'll probably keep YouTube TV. Do I need Netflix, you guys?
Probably not.
Honestly.
Just sign up again in December.
Yeah.
And then cancel it at the end of December.
I don't know. What
pay
do you
want? Pay $8 or whatever it is to watch Christmas Day games.
Right. And I know you're not watching anything. I think you could go into your daughter's account or something. You said you're not watching anything on Netflix. I know you're not.
That's not true.
Really? What are you watching on Netflix?
I've watched Gray Man on there. I've watched
some of the movies.
All the movies. So many action movies. It's unbelievable.
If it weren't for like Grace having an account that you use, would you keep it, or would you say I?
Well, I was happy I had football with it, but Peacock right now is the most important one for me to have.
Right.
because it's got soccer on it.
Right, and which
So
makes
that's
sense.
the most important.
Like that one for you is a must.
And I got free Disney, and I got free
Right.
Hulu, and I got free ESPN.
Right.
So that's all free because of Verizon.
Right.
So I'm fine there. So of the other three, YouTube I need because that's where I get my local channels from.
Right.
So could I live without Netflix? If Netflix doesn't start putting more content on and different movies on, then yeah, I'm going to have a problem with Netflix.
Yeah,
Because I've watched everything over and over again.
I feel like I could dump Netflix and be okay.
Unless they get the NFL package.
Unless there's more NFL.
That won't be till the end of the
But now
this decade,
I didn't add Netflix. My kids had Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all I did was utilize the Netflix I was already paying for.
Right.
So, guys,
I
I have
don't think
one
my
more
kids
thing.
would care. I don't think my kids would care. They don't ever put on Netflix.
No, they have YouTube.
They have YouTube, but
Yeah.
they never
And that's
put
free.
on Netflix.
I have one more thing. We don't have time for it, but the city of Chicago needs your guys' help.
All right.
We'll do that after the break.
Sounds good. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, Elmwood right now.
All right, yeah.
Picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's. I love Jim and Pete's. That place is a classic. Why not treat yourself to something sweet after at Masa Cafe? Sounds like the perfect food tour. In Elmwood Park, food is at the heart of the community. It brings people together, and there's no better time to experience it than during Elmwood Park's Restaurant Week. It's happening Friday through March 2nd. So grab your family, grab your friends, of course, bring your appetite, and discover the historic dining scene that we rave about all the time. It's the dining scene that makes Elmwood Park a true destination. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Getting all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
All right, Chicago, dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar, its next superstar? Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you could win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. It'll be here before we know it. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Abdalla, what do we need to do for our great city?
All right, the city of Chicago needs the help of Carmen and Yurko. probably Jurko specifically.
I am
maybe.
ready. I am
Okay.
ready.
Here's the headline today. This has now gone viral in the city of Chicago.
It's viral.
A remarkably rotund beaver is making a splash on the south side, and she needs a name. A remarkably rotund and likely pregnant beaver is living, eating, and knocking down trees around the southwest side. An environmental nonprofit Urban Rivers is looking to name
I
it.
was going to say, which river are we talking
The
here?
Chicago River. This is
The
in
actual
Bridgeport.
south branch of the
This is
Chicago
in
River?
Bridgeport, yeah.
This is in Bridgeport?
Yes. Near Pilsen, Bridgeport, and McKinley Park
Oh, boy.
is where this large rotund beaver.
Yeah, Bridgeport, that's for sure.
This was in the news today? How did
This
I
was in the news today.
I'm going to put Big Beaver Chicago.
Lori
Yeah,
Heavyfoot.
please search
Good
Big
luck.
Beaver
Good luck.
Chicago. Lori Heavyfoot, Southside Large Marge, Damn Ryan,
Yeah.
Damn Ryan is great.
Sufjan Bevins,
Sigourney Beaver.
Sigourney Beaver,
Sigourney
and I've
Beaver.
seen Damn Aykroyd as well.
Damn Aykroyd.
You know, this could be a game show.
All great names, by the way.
Name.
And this is a big beaver.
That.
This is one of the biggest beavers I've ever
This
seen.
is a huge beaver.
Look at the chomping that beaver's done on that log.
Here,
And
I'm
I
watching.
didn't come up with the word rotund. This is in the story.
Isn't it rotund?
Rotund? Rotund?
Yeah, it's rotund.
I think it's rotund.
Come
well,
on,
rotund when we're
Abdalla.
talking beavers, maybe.
No,
Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Be
It's
careful.
a D.
Yeah,
Ends in a D.
I believe the word is rotund.
Doesn't matter. We're talking
Yeah.
beeves here.
All right, I found this now on Block Club Chicago.
I got a picture, 2 pictures of the beaver.
Likely pregnant beaver is knocking down trees. Wow. Okay, so
Well,
let's
it's what
see.
they do.
South
He's trying to build a dam. He's trying to build his little hut.
She.
Whatever. She's got to build a little hut. She's got babies coming.
Right.
You know, she's nesting, guys. What do we call her? Oh boy.
There's got to be. Is there a play on like the
Kelly
white?
Clarkson.
Is there a play on the Sox in the South Side? That
Nobody
we could
wants
do?
that crappy beaver.
Since it-
For Chicagoans looking to spot the beaver, the best time to see one is right after sundown, especially when it's warm out.
Of course. Well, everybody knows that's the best time to be.
And now
looking
they've
for
got
beaver.
coyotes near the beaver's home.
Well, you got to take care of that beaver.
Oh boy.
Protect the beaver.
Nice beaver.
There's not enough fur on that beaver to hide it from that, to disguise the scent.
Back,
Very pungent, the beaver is.
back
Yes,
in the old
it
days.
is.
Back in the old days, there was enough.
Maybe they should give that beaver more pineapple.
All right.
I mean, that's a myth.
And we will be back in 2 minutes.
By the way, that's a myth, isn't it? That's a myth.
I thought it was the other way around.
I thought it was the other way around too.
No,
I don't think it works for
I
women.
think it's both ways.
It works both ways.
Yeah.
That's not a myth.
No.
Actually, I think figs
Chris
really
goes, no.
Figs really do the job.
Chris like, no, it's not a myth. It's real.
not.
It's
I think figs really do it all.
pineapple, huh?
Guys, yeah. Both ways. Name that beaver.
Yes.
A game show.
I love it. Yeah, let's.
So we do have a legitimate issue. I like the names that have already been thought of.
They
that's
can
pretty
be
good.
destructive, though, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're
Oh,
gnawing wood.
yeah.
They're taking down wood, that beaver
Yes.
is.
That's right.
Left and right.
Very destructive.
Bevy Smollett or BV Smollett.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
Off
pretty-
of Juicy.
off of Juicy
you know?
Sommelier.
Yeah, boy, did he misdo that.
Harold
Wow.
Washington.
That is.
Say that one again.
And then my Harold Washington.
Washington.
And then my favorite, Mulva.
Funny. Okay, Seinfeld. Let's continue to brainstorm some ideas
Dolores?
for the beaver. We'll do that. We'll do that coming up. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Ankin, 312-6000000. Howard is our lawyer on the Kappa J. Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I mean, are we just childish or, like, you know, the way they write some of this stuff, this story about the beaver, like Adam was reading here from, I'm assuming we're reading from the same article, blockclubchicago.org. For Chicagoans looking to spot a beaver, the best time is right after sundown, especially when it's warm. On the south and west sides, they're often around the islands built on Bubbly Creek. Sometimes they'll come out in day if they're in a hurry and trying to get a ton of branches for some projects. But most of the time, it's after sundown. And when it's warm and you're out here on you're out here on the wide mile in June, and it's right after the sun goes down, you have a real good chance of seeing beaver. Like, come on. Are we children, or is this...
I mean, usually when it gets warmer out, you know,
more animals are on the move, Carm.
Yeah. They're not hibernating.
Like the freezing and the
Summertime
wording and all this. Like, are they messing with us, or are we just children?
Why do you think I brought this to the attention of the class?
How many times do you watch like those nature videos, and then you see like they go through a full season, and in the spring when things start to move, bears hibernate in the winter, and then in the spring, what do? They
come out.
They wake up, right, thinner than when they went to hibernation, when they were fat.
Yes.
They've used up their stores, and now it's time to get back on the hunt.
I guess so. I don't even know what the wide mile is. What is that?
The wide mile. It's where maybe the river goes a little wider than the average beaver.
Not going to lie, I was watching a video featuring a beaver the other day. And you want to know the animal fact?
What was the theme?
No, you don't. You want to know what the fact?
Yeah, we heard
about
you
it?
saw Nora.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah.
No. It wasn't. That was different.
What was it?
The fact was, when you see a beaver chewing on a tree stump, they'll stop periodically and they'll look around and they'll wait. Do you know what they're doing in that situation?
See if there's any predators eyeing them up or something? Or
no. I thought this was fascinating.
So they're going to town on the stump.
They're chomping on the stump, and then they'll stop and they'll look around.
They're listening to see if the tree is going to fall.
Yes.
When the beaver is working.
Yes.
Busy as a beaver, they say.
Yeah.
And when he stops and he kind of kicks back a little bit, he's listening for the creaking of the tree, so he gets the hell out of Dodge.
They know to get out of Dodge.
Knows how to. Yes. 100%.
I know everything about beavers, man.
See, there you go.
Everything about beavers.
Beaver facts.
That makes sense.
Even one of the biggest like beaver dams was like up in Canada, dude. They saw it from the satellite.
Really?
That's how big this beaver dam is.
It's a big beaver.
And they had to go up, like the Army Corps Engineers, the Canadian Royal Mounted Police, or whoever does it.
Right.
They went up there and they had to blow this thing up.
Get out,
to get the water. Yeah, look at the biggest,
because they dammed a spot of the river.
Biggest beaver dam. Go ahead and Google it right now. It'll take you to a place with a thing, and it'll show you how many miles this thing is.
Wow.
There's the first ever.
They're nature's little engineers. Jurko.
It's the first ever floating eco park, the Wild Mile Chicago. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, yeah.
The largest beaver dam is literally visible from space. Jurko's not kidding.
I don't. Why would I lie to you? I do nothing all day. I don't watch baseball. You guys already know that.
Except for staring at
I'm
beavers.
looking at beaver videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're interesting little creatures, huh?
Those little flat-tailed bastages, cute as a button they are.
They are interesting little creatures.
Yeah.
They're sort of fascinating.
They are. So. Check out the story on that dam.
I see
and
it
it
right
wasn't just
now.
one beaver that did that. There was a family of beavers, guys. Wow.
Like
Imagine.
They're basically, I mean.
You can get good money for a
like
beaver hide, too, guys. Just remember that.
They're doing a side-by-side with, like, the Hoover Dam. Like, it's like twice as long as the Hoover Dam.
Yeah. Do I lie to you?
Wow.
Do you just suspect everything? When I say
I know
you just say, this Jurko's full of it. No. Yeah, one of the greats, the nature videos are out there. Maybe that's something somebody else provides out there. It could be Disney or it could be something that has it. You look at some of those, like, nature videos that they have.
That's like one of the few things I actually do go to Netflix for, because they do a lot of the BBC stuff that they have, like a lot of the Our Planet stuff, which is kind of interesting.
Sure, yeah.
It's like that and Chef's Table, which they haven't had a new season. I feel like Chef's Table for a while.
You get a little upset about that.
Yeah, like I don't watch Netflix. I'm thinking about.
Speaking of that, when's the last time you produced a ditty?
A ditty.
Yeah, a nice little meal that you've concocted with your robe on or whatever that thing's called.
Well, Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Some game day nachos.
Barbacoa?
No. Steak.
Cook a lamb.
Steak nachos.
Did you cook a lamb?
Didn't cook a lamb.
No, what a shame.
Didn't. I will maybe do.
You should do a lamb on a spit, man, or leg of lamb.
I don't have a spit.
Well, give us a leg of lamb then.
Leg of lamb I could do.
Yeah, why don't you give me some leg of lamb? Bring it in. We'll eat it.
Maybe make a video this weekend. We'll see.
Yeah, leg of lamb. It's not that expensive. You been to the meat market?
Yeah, I've been to the meat market.
Hello, how are you?
I go to the
First time, by the way, I saw the price of eggs at $8.
$8.
Yeah. Then I picked up a couple dozen from my guy Sasha. It cost me $0.
Right. That's the way to do it.
Picked up about 2 pounds of beef jerky and about 20 venison sticks.
Tell you what,
Tell you what, about 60 pounds worth of meat yesterday. Good stuff. I'll be eating for weeks.
I had so much fun Saturday watching that hockey game. I'm so looking forward to Thursday's game.
I know you are.
Eddie O's going to join us tomorrow.
Are we going to have a viewing party somewhere? The ESPN 1000 viewing party with listeners?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's quick to turn around. I get it.
Yeah, very quick.
Well, this just happened. We just caught the magic.
I mean, like 3 weeks ago, I barely even, it's like, oh, yeah, we had a caller like 3 weeks ago. When we were, it might have been right after, like, Messier went after Bedard a little bit, and we talked hockey for a minute. And a caller, Jim, maybe somebody called and said, "Hey guys, that Four Nations thing, watch that." And I was like, "Four Nations?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. They're doing some tournament instead of the All-Star game." Little did I know I've loved it. It is, and I don't know that they'll always be able to replicate it, or next year's Olympics, so they'll wait a couple years before they dust this off again. But 4.5 million people, while that is not a huge audience in terms of
hockey,
it's huge.
It's a huge audience for hockey, yes.
It's not football, of course. It's not even NBA Finals or stuff like that. 4.5 million for a hockey game in February when they couldn't get 1 million to watch the outdoor game, like one of their big marketing events. Now, the teams aren't good. When the Hawks stink, it matters. But, the Hawks Blues on, what was that, New Year's Eve, I think it was?
New Year's Eve, Carm.
They couldn't get 1 million people to watch it?
Miserable.
One of the marquee things on the NHL's calendar, they couldn't get 1 million people, and they had 4.5 million watching that game Saturday night.
They made one mistake.
Did they?
Yeah. You know what the mistake is. I mentioned it yesterday. You didn't get to listen?
I did not. I missed it. I'm sorry.
The Russians should be playing.
Well, Waddle's been on that all last week.
Well, he was on it last week. I was on it yesterday. Yeah. They've got the fourth highest amount of players in the league.
Right, yeah.
By actual players and percentage-wise.
Yes. Yeah.
So, to make Sweden and Finland and Norway more respectable, just combine the Scandinavian countries.
I think Sweden can they didn't play great in this tournament, but I think they could.
They're third most.
Yeah, they're third most.
They're third most.
So maybe the others.
Yeah,
like Norway and Finland.
You put the guys got to be in there. Put them under whatever flag you want to put them under.
Right.
And
in the old Viking flag.
Put them on whatever. I said put the old CCCP on the Red Army jersey. Whatever you want. I go don't put them in a Russian thing and don't use the Russian flag.
Right, just like they do at the Olympics.
I mean, right. I'm with you. I mean, I don't know what direction you're going. I'm just saying put some old nostalgia jersey on there that's not utilized anymore.
Hammer and
you remember it.
Put Gorbachev.
Tretiak, the one that was Tretiak was wearing. Put the dot on all the helmets.
Yeah, like the birthmark. Like
on his head.
Gorbachev's birthmark.
Put it on all their helmets as the sponsor of the helmet.
Man, you could do that, I guess.
Make fun of him. Go ahead.
He's dead.
Well, he's not going to complain. What about the family?
He's not going to complain.
He's not going to complain. But that was the only complaint.
So that was your complaint.
That was the only complaint. Tommy was on it. I agree with Tommy. Just brought it up yesterday. I think there's a lot of very talented player. And I saw a rundown of the Russian players that would be in.
Sure.
And by the way, their goaltending would be the best goaltending in of every team that's out there.
Well, I think Hellebuck's probably the best goalie in the world right now. I think we're fortunate. I think we have the best. But like Vasilevsky would be in there, right?
Yeah.
And a couple
Rabovsky's still in there.
Rabovsky's in
yeah.
there. Yeah.
There's got another guy. I listened to somebody put it out on Twitter. All the guys, Chinoff, this off, boom, boom, boom. It's just nonstop. The Ruskies that they would have on that team. Why they're not in it, I don't get it. Do they not play in the NHL? Are they not members of the NHL? No, I just want to know. Are they members of the NHL?
Of course.
And you're having this little festivities with the nations. Now all of a sudden they're just going to be ignored. Now maybe they don't give a rat's ass.
It's not that
maybe
they're
they
being ignored.
appreciate the time.
It's not that
They're being ignored, Carm.
They're
being lambasted. They're
being excluded.
They're wearing the Scarlet R.
Yes.
The Scarlet R is what they're wearing.
But
haven't we learned about the Scarlet Letter? Wasn't there a story written about that?
do we totally disagree with the notion, though, of what's happening in the
We
the
used
world
to
right
keep
now?
politics and sports separate. What
Yeah,
happened,
but I
Rune Aldridge, whatever his name was.
Rune Aldridge.
Whatever.
Do you know it was so...
Arledge. That's his name.
Yeah, Rune Arledge.
Keep it separate. I got to keep it separated. What happened?
I'll tell the Canadians that, too. The fans, anyway. Do you know it was so
I
captivating?
hope tonight, or Saturday night, or Thursday night?
It's Thursday night. Yeah.
Thursday night. I hope Thursday night the Americans sing the Canadian national anthem.
I do, too.
You and I are big fans of the Canadian national anthem.
I love it. I can recite it from start to finish.
Whenever Toronto came to town, or Montreal, or Winnipeg, or Calgary, or Vancouver, or any of the teams, when that Canadian national anthem played, it's something special and something to behold.
Yes.
And if I'm in Boston, I give a stirring rendition of the Canadian national anthem to show them what it's like, what it's about.
And the Boston fans have done that before. They've done that in the past.
Don't let the politicians tweak you a little bit. They don't dictate how you feel or how you don't feel.
I think that's
I
how
wake up every morning, I look at myself in the mirror, and I say, look at how handsome you are. You think I'm going to let somebody sully my thoughts if somebody takes a shot at me? No. Why do you let anybody upset who you are and what you are when you go about the business of getting your day done? Don't do that. Don't allow people to do that. Don't let them get in your kitchen.
I think the Boston fans will do exactly what you're talking
They're
about.
hockey fans, you know,
and the American hockey fans that are
in
there,
the Northeast.
They're great.
Great hockey fans up there. Good.
And I don't think you have to be as classless as the Canadian fans that chose to be.
Right.
And that's what it is.
And I understand they're influenced by their whatever's going on up there. They're fickle. It's cold. It's miserable. They can't wait to get the hell out of town. I get it.
They speak that funny language. What is it? Oh, yeah, French. No,
Well, only Montreal.
Only in Montreal.
Only in Montreal. And it was interesting. There was a flight to Toronto. It was right next to the flight to Chicago on the way home on Saturday.
Yeah.
Right? And they speak in English to the Canadians that are going to Toronto.
Yeah.
And then they did one in French. I go, they're not going to Vancouver. They're not going to Montreal.
Yeah.
They're not going to Ottawa.
They're not going to Quebec.
I go, what the hell's
City?
going on here?
Yeah.
Come on.
They speak perfect
It's not
English.
placate them. They can speak English.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
It was so captivating and riveting Saturday night. My son was hooked on it, and he doesn't watch hockey.
Yeah.
Now, I had NBA, what do they call it? Saturday night? Whatever they call it. NBA Saturday night, whatever it is. All-Star Saturday night.
All-Star Saturday
night. It was
night.
on TV2 with the sound down.
Did he watch the great effort of Victor Wembanyama?
Nope.
And Chris Paul? Did he get a chance to see the tremendous efforts at shooting the basketball?
Nope. But he did.
What a shame.
He did happen to glance over and jump off his couch for Jesser, who I had no idea who that was. But in the world of a 12-year-old boy, soon to be 13-year-old boy,
how's it Jesser?
Jesser's a big deal, you guys. He was like, Jesser's at the dunk. I was like, who?
Did you ever think about backhanding that child?
No, I have not thought about
maybe
that.
knocking
Maybe
some
a time or
sense
two,
into
but
him?
no, I never have. But I don't mind if he knows who some famous YouTubers. That's fine. And the only other thing that piqued his interest, they do like Mac McClung. Mac McClung is the only thing that's kept.
Max or Mac?
It's Mac, right? Isn't it Mac? I think it's Mac McClung.
It's Mac.
Yeah.
Mac?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's ridiculous that the NBA can't get one of its own players to do that. We do know that, right? We all agree with that? I'm not begrudging Mac McClung. Good for him.
He's made more money in the last 3.
Good. But
dunk championships, winning the dunk than he has in his NBA career.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But that the NBA can't get one of their guys, that's a whole other set of problems. But yeah, Jesser was exciting for him. But man, I'm telling you, Gio was totally into the hockey game, and he does not watch hockey ever. And even said to me, he goes, I didn't think I like watching hockey that much, but that was pretty fun. And he really wants to watch Thursday night now.
Good. Tell him to bring his buddies over.
Yeah, I'm like, it's on. Let's go.
Be
Thursday
careful.
night.
Don't get him too in love. He's going to want to skate.
No,
don't get him too in love with the game.
My kids like to go skating, but he's not going to play hocky now. He's 13. You don't pick up hockey at 13.
You pick your hockey up at 3.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
My kids love going ice skating. They do. Oh, yeah. If I take them skating, they're going.
Triple Lutz?
They go.
Can they give us a triple salt cow?
Triple Lutz.
No? Give us the camel
skates.
spin. Give us the old Dorothy Hamill camel
real
spin.
Thing? A camel spin? That
the
sounds
Hamill
like
camel. Yeah, that's they used to call
a
it.
real thing?
Are you doubting me?
Can we start making jokes?
Look up the Hamill camel. See what you get. You're going to see her. She'll be spinning. The Hamill camel. Hamel camel.
You got it.
There she
is.
He did it
again.
Yeah.
He did it again, folks.
Oh, who didn't love ice skating
Learning
back
a
in the
Hamill
kid?
camel.
I told you when Torval and Dean did their little number to Bolero's 10. Oh, my heavens. They barely left the ice. To see what they can do on ice skates nowadays compared to what they did 40-some-odd years ago.
Yeah.
But when Torval and Dean, the Great Britain figure skaters, what a duo they were.
Torval and Dean.
When they hit that bad boy, oh, my heavens. I had goosebumps. I got them now. Just thinking about that day watching that.
You're amazing.
Yeah.
Only Jurko. Torval and Dean.
Oh, Kurt Kramer. You funny guy. I got some comedians on the old text exchange.
Did he say something you can't say maybe?
Oh, yeah. Of course he did.
Tomorrow, Eddie O is going to join the program, so we'll talk.
Can't wait to talk to
more
Eddie
about
O.
the big game with him.
Breaking it down.
I'm very nervous, though.
Well, we have some Beaver talk with Eddie. You know, he's a Chicagoan. He might want to know about the old Wild Mile.
Wide Mile.
Yeah, whatever. Wide Mile, Wild Mile, either way. It's up around Goose Island, that area. No, this one's in Bridgeport.
No, south. Goose
yeah,
Island's
I got
up
you.
here. Yeah.
Then that Wide Mile
Wait,
I
is
saw
it the
was
Wide
a different
Mile
one.
or the?
It's the Wild Mile is down there. The Wide Mile is this one.
I don't know. I'm all kidding.
Either way, we've got them all. Here, look. I got Wide Mile. I clicked on it. Look, Carm, this is what it gave me. The Wild Mile. But it's the Wide Mile is what you're telling me.
No, maybe it is wild. I might have misread it.
Look
Forgive
at
me.
it. Look where it says it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not southwest of the city. So maybe the Wide Mile is south of the city.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm all.
Not the Wild Mile, the Wide Mile. I don't know. Why do they keep giving me Wild Miles when I want a Wide Mile? The hell's going on here?
It's too funny.
Either way, it's in Bridgeport, kid. We ought to head down there and do a report.
I want to go check on these beavers down there.
Yeah, and then we'll go to a place. We'll get some Italian food. What do you think?
I'd like to see exactly what's happening. And I know some spots down there, Jurko.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Crosstalk coming up.
You know a spot where the beaver's hanging.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. The Wild Mile, yeah.
Is different than the Wide Mile.
I don't think there's a Wide Mile. I think I might have just misread it. It's the Wild Mile. That's what it is.
It's not in Bridgeport.
Oh, really? You
yeah.
sure?
It's up around Goose Island, Carm.
I don't know then.
We'll check it out. You and me, we'll go check it out. Well, let's do some kayaking, you and me.
Nope.
Come on. We'll get in the river. We'll do some kayaking. We'll head down there.
No chance.
We'll spot some animals, some wildlife.
I don't want, no.
You sure?
Kayak Chicago did reach out to us once.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. It's probably been a little time since you've seen a beaver. Live, that is.
Live beaver. Live beaver. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a swing-and-a-roll drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and the preseason is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson warm up their vocal cords with a North-South game with the Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Week Saturday at 1 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Always Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/24.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at windownation.com. You know me, I hate winter. Not only do I hate it outside, I used to hate it inside too because my windows stunk. That was until I called Window Nation and I saved 60% off all window styles and I paid nothing for 2 years. Now you can get that same deal by calling 866-90Nation or go online to windownation.com. My guy Alan Favada will come over and give you a free in-home estimate. Call today, 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
got crosstalk coming up with Meller and Waddle. Bleck and Abdalla are on tonight. They'll be on 6:30 until 8. Mo is on the south side. He would like to name the Beaver. Yes, Mo.
Mo.
I got a bone to pick with Jurko.
Okay.
So I didn't know that. I live right by McKinley Park that way. That's not normally where I go look for beavers at. So I'll be going to beaver hunting tonight. Secondly, the beaver should be named Nalter Payton.
Say it again.
Nalter Payton.
Nalter Payton.
Nalter Payton.
That's not so bad, Mo.
That's a good one, actually, Mo.
Nalter Payton. All right. What's the beef you have to go ahead with Jurko? Yeah.
Hey, Jurko.
Yeah.
What's the first rule of Fight Club?
Don't talk about Fight Club.
So a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned you were in the bar and how you couldn't get the Bulls game, the Blackhawks game, and the guy told you about the TV app.
Yeah.
When you go to those type of apps, when you talk about those type of apps, you have to think of the rule of Fight Club. There is no TV app. There is none.
Why, you don't want people to find out, huh?
No, you don't say that over the air. So
I got you.
Your bosses can have, like they had your channel blocked on TV app now. Now you need a VPN to even access ESPN now on the TV app.
Well, there aren't technically our bosses anymore because we're not owned by ESPN. But I see what you're saying, Mo. Yeah.
So
if you get a connection, don't say the connection.
Right.
Especially not over the air. You want to say, "Hey, Carmen, check this out. I'm going to send you this link to this." So you never talk about that on the air. Like I got sites where I go get sports and movies.
Yeah.
You know. And I wouldn't call in and say, "Hey, Jurko, go to this." No,
my kids told me that too.
You got to keep it on the down low. Mo's right. All right, Mo.
My
Good
kids
stuff.
told me the same thing.
Mo brought it today.
My kids go, loose lips sink ships, Pappy.
Yeah, yep. And Nalter Payton is pretty good. Submit it.
Nalter Payton.
They're doing like a contest. Some group named, the group I was reading about in this story, they're called the Urban Rivers. What are they called? They're trying to name it. I'm trying to go back to this story. I can't find where I found it in here, but they want to name it. Nalter Payton's a pretty damn good one. I gotta be honest. Yeah, I forgot that you were you were spilling the beans on one of the local bars.
It's a while ago.
Yeah,
while ago, and not the local bars, but just the information I was receiving in the local bar.
Right, yeah,
yeah,
right, yeah. I was thinking about dumping YouTube since I can watch the White Sox on the.
Sure.
Can you imagine? I mean, it's just like, I gotta watch
No, you've got to watch the White Sox. You
I
like
don't have
baseball,
to, but it's like I like.
But you
baseball.
like baseball.
I could watch whatever national programming they have on ESPN Plus, right? Which would be a fair amount. I guess I could pay for the package, but man, I haven't done that in a long time.
No one's making you do anything. You don't have to do it.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
But I do want to watch baseball.
Yeah, you can. I mean, how much are we going?
I can't
how much
get
White
Marquee.
Sox are we going to be breaking down here?
I can't get Marquee, but I had a workaround last year. I'm going to try to get that workaround back. I don't know if that's going to. We'll see if that comes to fruition. I'm not paying for Marquee Network. You got no chance. No chance. And now, we are going to talk more Cubs baseball. They're going to be relevant. They're going to, I think, going to be a playoff team. But I'm not paying for Marquee Network. You can go spit.
I like that.
Not if they're not going to pay for free agents.
Go spit.
I know you don't care, but like.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame any Cub fan for not wanting
Yeah.
What's the Cubs one called?
That's Marquee.
Marquee. What's the other one called? With the other three franchises.
That's Chisholm. See, I can watch that because I have the antenna. So I can watch
Chisholm.
I can watch the White Sox this summer, and then I could like dump YouTube and then pick back up for football season.
Yeah.
So save a little scratch over the summer because
I don't
again,
believe I'll be doing anything.
2 years ago, like right now, this month, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Cut cable, got YouTube TV, and I'm like, this isn't bad. You know, it's about $70. It's $20 a month more right now, just like that in 2 years' time.
I saw someone had the price hike when it like 5 years ago. It was like $40 cheaper.
that's
Almost $45 cheaper.
That's exactly right.
Than it is now, and that's just because of rights fees and all that kind of stuff. But if you think about it, unless you have an antenna, and I know we talk a lot about the antennas, unless you have the antenna for the summer until football season, you can't. There's no free. Or I guess not free, but like it's not on Xfinity, it's not on YouTube TV, it's not on Hulu Live. You can't watch any of your teams,
right?
Unless you pay for the CHSN app or you pay for Marquee,
right?
There's no other way to do it.
And like, what am I watching on YouTube once once you get through the tournament, let's say, once I get through the tournament and you've got the TNT, TBS, and all those True TV, that they brought.
Quad box.
Yeah, and the quad box. It's exactly right, Adam. Once I'm through the tournament.
And that's like,
the quad
not
box,
even through the tournament. First 2 weeks. First 2 weeks of the tournament. Because after that, all the games are on right after each other.
I guess it wouldn't be bad for the NHL here. See, I talk myself in all these things. It's not bad for the NHL, NBA playoffs because, again, like I can split the screen. I can put an NBA game on one, and I have two TVs, but still, like it'll split the screen for me. One NHL game, one NBA game, and like that's kind of cool. But come summer, could I spend a few months saving the $100 a month that it cost all of a sudden when it seemed so much more affordable just 24 short months ago? I don't know, maybe an option. I'm really thinking about dumping the Netflix thing, though, at this point. Sign back up for Christmas for the Christmas Day game. Crosstalk is coming up next with Waddle and Sylvie. So Meller is in for Sylvie again. I don't know. Sylvie might just stay in Mexico. I don't think he's coming back. It's too nice.
Good riddance.
He's having fun down there. Jurko has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
There's not enough fur on that beaver to hide it from that, to disguise the scent. Very pungent, the beaver is. Yes, it is.
Back in the old days, it was enough.
Maybe they should give that beaver more pineapple.
All right.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
All right, guys, I got my Land Rover Defender 2025 from the great folks at Howard Orloff. Wow, breathing down my neck. I love dream for a big truck. You cannot believe it. And if you are looking for that badass off-road vehicle, well, believe me, it will deliver because off-road is the name of the game when it comes to the Defender. So, whatever type of terrain you're looking to conquer, Land Rover's got you covered. Love the folks over at Howard Orloff Imports. They're the best group to deal with. Trust me. Don't just take my word for it. Stop in, talk to Bill and his team today. Check out the 3 beautiful showrooms. If you're in the city, in the Lincoln Park neighborhood, right off of the Kennedy at Armitage, or you can see the full lineup of 2025 Defenders and everything else that Howard Orloff Imports has in stock at orloff.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, White Sox fans, single-game tickets are on sale now. Join us all season at Rate Field as we celebrate the 125th year anniversary of Chicago White Sox baseball. Don't miss your chance to secure tickets for opening day on March 27th, the unveiling of Mark Burley's statue on July 11th, and big matchups against the Cubs, Dodgers, and Yankees. Plus, collect all 23 exclusive giveaways inspired by unforgettable moments and legends that have shaped the White Sox legacy. For the full schedule and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com today.
Get ready for your next escape. Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Hey, it's Barstool Chief. Four Winds has award-winning cuisine. I'm so excited to hit the Copper Rock Steakhouse on my next visit. Four Winds has luxurious hotel rooms, the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, a sports book, and headliner entertainment. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. Get info and make your reservation now at fourwindscasino.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile brand. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Yeah. What's your game day plan this spring? I'll tell you. Grab a Sam Adams American Light at Greystone Tavern in Wrigleyville. Refreshing, crisp, and brewed for moments just like this. Pair it with Greystone's wings or a smash burger for the ultimate combo. Make your game day legendary this spring with Sam Adams American Light at Greystone Tavern in Wrigleyville.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, thanks to Bleck and Abdalla for producing the show today. The boys are on tonight, 6:30 until 8. They'll be back about 6:15 or so for Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie, and that's what we're doing right now. Meller's in for Sylvie. Also, thanks for listening and calling today, and thank you to Jesse Rogers. Eddie O will join us tomorrow, get a preview of the championship game from Boston on Thursday night. Meller is here, Waddle's here. It's time for Crosstalk, brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. What up, fellas?
How you doing?
Good.
How are you? How are you?
Good. I didn't know they couldn't 1-for-1 sub McAvoy and Hughes. So Meller was just informing me of that. I didn't realize that. I thought Hughes was going to be able to come back and play.
Yeah, I mean, they can find someone to sit for Hughes.
I don't know. How do they do that?
Here's the problem, right?
Who's the weak link now?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. If you're none of these players are going to want to miss this game. And
you take the decision out of the player's hands.
But they've played and they've earned their way to the final.
Right.
I don't know if Bill Guerin's going to step in and say, "Hey, take one for the team. Quinn Hughes is ready to roll."
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm saying. Like,
I hear it.
You know, sport hockey, you like
tough decision, but do you want to win? Are you better off with Hughes?
McAvoy's a big loss.
By the way, he's the son-in-law of the coach, isn't he?
Yes, he's Mike Sullivan's son-in-law. Yes.
Yeah, Quinn Hughes is,
and he's in the hospital, isn't he? What did they say? What it was?
He has an infection, according to I think Pierre LeBrun said it was an infection.
Look at me breaking. I'm all hockeyed in.
You are
right
all
now.
hockeyed in.
Yeah, according to NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly, just like Harley in Canada, Quinn Hughes is not in unless someone else is definitely out due to injury or illness. He can't practice with team or play until that happens.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Does that mean, I guess, if they officially rule out McAvoy, have they not?
Isn't a less senior player takes one for the team and says, "Hey, this guy's better than me. Take my spot."
Who does that?
I don't know.
Adam Fox decide to sit? No, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, you earned your way on the team.
Totally
You don't want to. I mean, listen, I know they.
Everyone's
a competitive player, right?
I get it.
You're there for
situations.
a reason.
I mean, do you want to win or
the U.S. would be much better served if Quinn Hughes could play for them.
That's what you do then, right? I get it. It's difficult. It's not ideal, but this isn't a participation trophy event, is it?
No, we want to win this thing. Yeah.
Help me out here, Johnny.
There's no helping you out of this. Yeah, everybody wants to play, but the best players play. That's the way it works. It's the way it's always been.
Is this guy Hughes better than some of the other guys?
Yes, he would have
better than anybody.
I was going to say he's their best offensive puck-moving defenseman.
He's probably our best.
Then you put him on the ice, right? And you apologize to the guy whose place he takes.
The only reason he wasn't on the roster, he was on the initial roster, but they removed him because he wasn't healthy enough to start the tournament.
Right.
And so now the fact that, a week later he has a chance to return.
Interesting decision. We'll talk to Eddie about it tomorrow. We'll see how this goes over the next 48 hours.
Yeah, I think you'll find somebody because these guys are such. I think it's not. Listen, how the hell do I know? I wouldn't be shocked if somebody said, "Hey, look, it's for the best part. It's for the team."
I don't know.
I'll take one for the team.
I don't know.
No?
I don't know. I don't know if that happens. I'm kind of with Meller. Like they want to be on the ice for this. They've earned their spot.
Yeah, of course.
They played great in the first, couple of games of this tournament, and those guys that were on the ice were such a big part of it. So that's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Who's the young guy?
And the other thing is, it's not like this is a team like the Blackhawks where all of a sudden, like Duncan Keith is back and available after he had been missing for some time. And, I'm trying to think of
But you're going to get another spin at this.
All of a sudden, Brent Sopel's a scratch.
Yeah.
This is not that situation because.
I get it, but you're going to get another spin at this in 2 years, right?
You will. Not next year because of the Olympics, but it sounds like after that. And an expanded version, which I know you want, and Jurko agrees with you, which I think you'll get. It's been great for the league.
Relegation, Carm. Finland gets relegated.
Yeah, or you got to put them like with that wild card group. Like you said, you become part of, if you want to do 4 nations still and then you find a wild card group and make it a group of 5, or if you find a 5th nation, you make a wild card team. Kind of like the President's Cup and the Ryder Cup. You're just pooling those countries together. Okay, and you're our 6th team. You're our wild card team, so that you can get Draisaitl to play. You're not.
Did Finland go with 0 points? Did they get any points?
No, they had a loss. They had an
overtime loss.
Okay, so but I'm sorry, Finland. You've been relegated.
No, Finland beat Sweden.
They did.
Right?
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
you're right.
Finland beat Sweden.
Every team got a win.
Every team got a win. Yeah.
Now some were regulation wins versus, or whatever overtime.
They got one win they took Sweden on Saturday afternoon to overtime and they won. They beat Sweden. So, yeah. All right. Well,
relegation happens in the in the soccer world, doesn't it?
It does
quite successfully.
So for the 4 nations face-off, I'm sorry, Finland / I guess it would be Finland because they had the lowest point total.
I think Finland had the fewest. Yeah, right.
After
with the lowest
Sweden
total,
you have been removed. You have been relegated.
Dude, Charlie Gibson couldn't pack his stuff up quick enough to get the hell out of Daly Plaza.
He's like, damn it.
We were like, out. Charlie, any chance we can get a response from you? Nope. I'm headed to the airport.
Got playing to catch, boys.
Yeah.
As he was waving.
Yeah.
He was nice about it.
Okay, see you guys. Yeah. So much for Chicago.
He was nice in the sense that as he was walking away, waving goodbye, he gave us a vocal, nope, sorry, playing to catch, boys.
Yeah.
As nice as you can be in that situation as you're blowing people off.
The city of Chicago failing to receive the requisite number of votes.
Is that what it was?
Is not continuing on to the next round. He did not pay enough.
Didn't you hear an audible, oh?
Yeah, everybody. I was like, wow, all right, that was quick. Like a fart in the wind. And meantime, Waddle and Silver left to talk about
Chicago, having obtained the least number of votes, will not participate in the next round.
You will not participate. You did not pay us enough.
Charlie Gibbs is, all right, I'm out.
See ya. Mayor Daley's like, what happened?
Yeah.
So anticlimactic.
Oh,
it was
God.
awful. It was
I mean,
awful.
we're supposed to be great at paying people off. How do you screw that up?
Yeah, well, different level of payoff at that, with that crew.
They did.
I guess so.
I guess
we're great at payoffs.
Repaving some of the roads and having nothing but portable sites may not have necessarily impressed the Olympic body.
What a corrupt business the Olympics
I mean, with the benefit
Holy
of hindsight, was it
perfect?
I was going to say. I mean,
FIFA's offended by how corrupt the
I
Olympics are.
think you're right. I think
IOC.
FIFA is. I think they blush at how corrupt the IOC is. That's saying something.
It's a high bar.
That's next level corruption.
Is it with the benefit of hindsight? Was Chicago, in a better place not having had it?
Probably. Right? It seems like
of course.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't going to make us any
think about
money.
how
It's not going to make you any
It was
money.
just something to put on your mantle.
Think of how much debt we'd be paying off. I mean, there'd be no public funds for the Bears next year.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Where would Kevin Warren go for his money? Where would Jerry Reinsdorf go?
So it's a good
Build
thing.
me a new stadium.
There would be some new bathrooms maybe out there that Kevin Warren could visit.
Then they wouldn't have to splurge and work that into the finances.
Listen,
they'd already be paid for.
We're on the other side of the halfway point of February. right?
Yes.
Shovels are supposed to be in the ground by the end of this year.
Yeah, label me skeptical.
Me as well.
Yeah.
Like, not even a hint of anything going on, huh?
Don't believe it.
We'll see. It's only Feb, but we'll see.
I know.
Label me a little bit. I'm a little skeptical. Yeah, I don't know. And then you've got, speaking of owners and money that they spend or choose not to spend.
What a nice shot by Tony Clark, huh?
With Tony Clark, obviously he's presenting one side of the argument, but it was a shot that sure seemed to be directed towards Tom Ricketts.
Could Boston have caught a little shrapnel for that as well?
I think the way he phrased it, both clubs come under fire.
Certainly the Cubs were in the crossfire.
100%. And Buster Olney just absolutely took him to the woodshed today. We read some of his article. I didn't see the Ken Rosenthal stuff. Meller said Ken Rosenthal did the same.
Yeah, we have sound from him.
Oh, so he's got sound of it.
Ken Rosenthal wrote about it yesterday.
Okay, I missed that.
And then today, he followed up. You want to hear it? You want to hear it? Here. So he followed up on his article and was like, I'm going to make some content as well out of this.
My Sunday Notes column, the one about the Cubs and how they whiffed on Alex Bregman. And I started the note by saying, or recalling, what Theo Epstein said when the Cubs traded for Aroldis Chapman during the 2016 season. Theo, who was trying to break a 108-year World Series title drought, said, if not now, when? Now, as I mentioned, the situation for the Cubs now is not as urgent as it was then. But Alex Bregman for them presented an opportunity, a pretty rare opportunity, at a moment in time when they should have been ready to strike. Now, why was Bregman such a rare opportunity? A couple of reasons. This is perhaps the only year that the Cubs will have Kyle Tucker. At this point, you probably can say it is going to be the only year the Cubs are going to have Kyle Tucker because of the way that they've resisted spending long-term for the most part in recent years. So you've got 1 year of Kyle Tucker, at least one certain year of club control. You've had years in which you were financially disciplined, cutting the payroll, trying to put yourself in a position where when an opportunity like Bregman arose, you'd be ready to go. Well, what did the Cubs do? They made the fourth highest offer behind the Tigers, behind the Astros, behind the Red Sox. I'm talking about total guaranteed money. And obviously, they didn't get the player. So I was critical of them in this particular note, and I said, if not now, when? That's the question Theo asked. And Tom Ricketts, as owner, his answer lately seems to be never. And when you're charging the highest ticket prices in the game, or among the highest ticket prices, I should say, that's a problem.
There you go. Ken Rosenthal.
Excellent.
I like it.
Yeah.
I know. That was on Foul Territory, his weekly hits.
Yeah.
Carm, I don't know if this is 100% accurate or enough, but for me, the ratio is what bothers me most. If you're third or fourth in revenue and 10 or worse in player salary,
that's a discrepancy or disparity that probably shouldn't exist. Right?
Exactly, and that's why if I was a Cubs fan, that's what would chap my ass about the whole thing. But I heard you guys having the conversation earlier. I think Johnny's right. Like if you can project out to after, this collective bargaining agreement expires, what is it, December 1st of 26?
Yeah, after next season, yeah.
I'm assuming there's still a good bit of debt service that is attached to building out Wrigley in the magnificent fashion that they have.
I'm sure.
With no baseball.
But
listen, I'm not giving him an exit here. I'm just saying,
I'm sure that's part of it.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's most of it. I'm sure that's it.
And the answer to that is well, that was your choice.
Right.
Too bad, so sad.
Right.
It's glorious up there, but we didn't ask you to do that.
You chose to do it.
Yeah.
Why are you not still operating with the stated goal of trying to win each and every year?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like that's really what's going on up there. And even if you cut them some slack for being more fiscally responsible in the last couple of years where maybe they didn't feel they were going to be as competitive, this did seem like a perfect time to strike. And it definitely feels like Alex Bregman fell in their lap in a sense, right? Like as long as this went. And
where are you at with
February,
Bregman,
I think it would have been a good addition for the Cubs.
I mean, I know his numbers last year. Was that an anomaly, or is that the sign of more to come because of his age?
How troubling were they? Like, the walk rate dipping as precipitously as it did is somewhat alarming. His contact numbers in terms of, how hard he hit the ball, where he hit the ball, I don't think there was anything too alarming there. The walk rate falling off a cliff maybe gives you some pause.
Partial, and this is why I think they actually may have dodged a bullet in not signing him to a deal, as in the sense that I don't think he's going to be anywhere near worth the money. The fact that his zone percentage of pitches seen in the zone last year was the highest he's seen since he was a rookie. Oftentimes you'll see rookie hitters get challenged by pitchers to make sure that, hey, this hotshot prospect, can he actually deliver at the major league level?
So pitchers weren't scared of him.
Yeah, and then when they figure out, oh, this guy can hit, they don't show you as much inside the zone.
Very true.
Well, so his zone percentage, I think, was 53.1%, which is the highest he's had since he was a rookie. And I think that's part of the reason why he wasn't. Yeah, they're like, okay, he still hit
Maybe
20.
it threw him off. He wasn't used to seeing good pitches.
He still hit 26 home runs, but how much of that was a product of the Crawford boxes in Houston, right? And I don't know if we'll actually be able to know enough of the fall off, because the one spot that he's actually hit better than in Houston is Fenway.
Boston,
So that was a shrewd move by them. So maybe he opts out next year anyway and signs
What I
a
would
bigger
say
deal.
to that, though, is if that's the way that Jed felt, then fine. It's not the way he felt.
No, that's the counter
Jed
argument
felt
too.
other.
Of course.
Jed wanted him.
I have concerns about Bregman, but Jed Hoyer was clearly willing to. They don't have concerns. They think
he and counsel wanted him.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
It tells you should have met the asking price, or at least forced him, Carm, to make the choice with an even deal. He wanted to go to Boston because he thought that he could bang 40 doubles off the Green Monster.
I said it the other day to Abdalla when all this was happening. I was like, if you just totally reversed it, and if on the south side, Pete Crow Armstrong were my center fielder, and Dansby Swanson was my shortstop, and Kyle Tucker were my right fielder, and Ian Happ were my left fielder, and you told me, hey, this situation's presenting itself where a guy who's played 100 playoff games, and if I felt as good about my team in my division as I think everybody feels about the Cubs, and you said a guy who's played 100 playoff games, a guy who's hit more home runs than any other third baseman in history,
including
in the playoffs,
Mike Schmidt.
And then some of that is a product of playing more games. I got news for you. Even at a rate measurement, even if you look at his rate statistics, he's hit more postseason home runs as a third baseman per at bat than Mike Schmidt, than Chipper Jones. Is he better than Mike Schmidt? Of course he isn't. But you know what I'm saying?
Sign him up.
It seemed like, hey, all of a sudden there's like this like really good clubhouse guy who's got a bunch of October experience who, are we going to overpay here a little bit and regret it in the third year? Maybe. But if I feel so good about my team going to October and Alex Bregman could be part of it, I'd be like, yeah, do it. Go do it.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. Like, I hear, and I know what you're saying, Mallory. Now you're probably, maybe they did dodge a bullet, and the back end of it could not look so good. But
the
if
point,
if the roles were reversed, I think I'd want my team to be like, you know what, F it. Like, let's
and
Alex
that's the thing. Is point
Alex
being,
Bregman.
listen, I have my reservations about Alex Bregman, but Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins, and the Cubs front office didn't. The only thing that seemed to be stopping them was the limits that were, and the artificial limits that were placed on them by Tom Ricketts.
Yes, exactly right. There's
And
no
that's
other way
why,
to read it.
And
Like,
that's why I think that the National Bigfoot Society of the baseball writers and guys who cover the team, they're having the same response. Like, look, you
What are you
decided
doing?
he was your guy.
Right.
You're the third largest market.
Why did you have the worst bid?
Right.
At the end of the day, why did you guys have like the lowest bid? Because it's a privilege to play for the Cubs. That's what Buster wrote. Because Tom Ricketts apparently said that to
addressed
the team. Took a little shot. He goes,
at spring training. I mean,
well, we're going to offer you the least, but you should pick us because it's a privilege to play for the Cubs.
And here's the thing: if you're going to operate like this too, I know everybody was excited about the addition of Kyle Tucker, but the move to add Kyle Tucker in a trade where you're giving up, and I agree with Jurko in the sense that prospects are suspects. I completely understand that. But at the same time, if you're trading your top-level prospects, a couple of your top-hitting prospects, for 1 year of a player, and you're not willing to try and get a long-term deal done with them, that also is kind of bad business.
Do you connect the dots with how they handled the Bregman situation and lead you to conclude that they won't be true players for Toronto? Or for Toronto, for Tucker, rather?
I don't. It doesn't feel like it. Meantime, Jurko's just drawing.
Cubs logos. I'm motivated by today's.
That's a really
Cubs.
Well,
really
maybe
good.
you'll go to a game. I heard you say it's been 8 years.
8 years.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I went to a Cubs game.
I may have gone and worked maybe not. A White Sox game maybe 2-3 years ago. I may have gone up. And,
you did, for sure. You said you hadn't been to a Cub game in 8 years.
8 years for a Cubs game. But
You were at the Sox game a couple years ago. You were.
I think a couple, 2-3 years ago.
We were in a suite together.
Free chicken wings, free beer, free drink.
And then when Johnny, he employed his standard, when the starting pitcher leaves, so does he? Is that in play?
Even earlier.
We were at the game, remember, what was it, the year after COVID? It was probably 2021. We were at the game when poor Chris Bassett got hit in the face. Remember that?
Yeah.
We were at that game. Chris Bassett took that line drive off the face. We had like a listener party. You were at that game.
I took the break time to get out of there then. That's a perfect time. There's a distraction on the field. Let's get the hell out of
Somebody
here.
got hit in the face. There goes Johnny.
I got to do a Sox logo, too.
Unbelievable. All right.
Old English. Get the
My
old
guess
English
is
letters
you're
going.
not going to spell it the appropriate fashion.
No, I'll spell right.
There'll be a U there.
They're just a fancy. This is a fancy one. You've got interlocking letters. You've got all types of
It's the
good
classic
stuff.
logo, man. There's a reason why Kevin Durant was sporting the Sox hat after
he still loves it.
after
remember
hitting
that.
the point total.
Cube likes it. All right, boys. What's up on the show today?
Stuff.
Yeah, we'll obviously talk quite a bit about the Cubs.
Johnny,
and
you're going to be locked in the big Purdue-Michigan State basketball tilt tonight?
I am. That's a big one. I am excited about that.
Johnny Roundball is back.
I can't wait. I mean, college basketball's my thing. You guys know
I know.
that.
I
right?
won that Auburn-Alabama game Saturday was good. It was good.
It was fantastic.
Alabama couldn't throw it in the ocean from the edge of the boat from behind the arc. But
All right, now I'm in the O, guys.
That's
as
it.
far as I got, now I'm in the O. The O is a
You
different
can
team.
finish it tomorrow. Save it.
You can finish it tomorrow.
Thanks,
What
Carmen.
is he? What is he? A daycare?
Listen, an artist, they're
Well,
not
he's
done
not
in a
gonna
day.
sit
A letter
there
a day?
A masterpiece takes time to
So it
craft.
took Michelangelo how long to paint the
Sistine
Sistine
Chapel.
Chapel?
Whoa,
Come
whoa,
on,
what are you
buddy.
talking about?
You're comparing that to Michelangelo?
Sure.
Yeah.
What do you think the Sistine Chapel looked like after the first 5 minutes?
Yeah,
It
just
wasn't
exactly.
X.
You're right, just an
takes
axe.
time.
He was scraping it all. He was scraping it all, trying to get the his easel.
When I
had to
see you
become
start
smooth.
scraping it, then you know what? I'll connect those
Finish
dots.
tomorrow.
I hope you get stuck in an elevator.
Yeah, boy, that's
What-
crazy.
Yeah, you know what? That's being an asshat.
It's becoming a
I
common
know.
occurrence with
I
these
know.
elevators in the last couple
30
of months.
minutes, Carmen. It is one of my biggest fears. It came to reality.
Not good.
Thank goodness, a very patient and a very kind of soothing Jeff Meller was in the elevator with me.
You remember my guy Chris Anderson, elevator guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, elevator guy. His boy Kerry, elevator guys. I'll call him. I'll get him out here if we need him.
And from Northwest Indiana, I think I'd be dead if I had to wait that long, Johnny.
I've been
I barely made it 35
I'm
minutes.
talking about fixing them.
Yeah, we got.
guys.
Well, but
I'm
they're
talking
Otis
about looking
elevators,
at
I
them.
think, aren't they? I think they're Otis.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, they're supposed to be the best of the best. I got an Otis guy.
You know what?
Are
They
you claustrophobic, Carmen?
No. They are Otis. You know how I know that? When I spoke to the operator yesterday, Operator Bree, who works for Otis. To try and get these fixed
Yeah,
up.
DeMeller's
Call my
just
boy
like
Cornell and
call-
let's get him over here.
He's calm as hell. Just we're stuck in an elevator. I'm over there basically chewing my own face off,
We're going to cover that.
thinking
but
I'm going to die, hyperventilating.
I think my guy John Brolick is Otis
That's
elevator
what we need.
guy,
You got to
too.
get him over.
Yeah.
It's been a problem here lately.
when they finally pried the doors open, like in between the 4th and 5th floor,
Yeah.
and we had to hop out.
Which is dangerous because if they do
Yeah.
engage,
That'll
it's going to
sever
cut
you
you in
right
half.
now.
They don't like cut the power or something so that
They
it
tried
doesn't.
to reset it twice. I don't know if they cut the power, but
No,
as soon as there was a
Or if
soon as
gravity
there
just,
was
like
an-
something
well,
released and
Carmen,
gravity pulled that
Carmen,
thing down, it would have cut you in two.
I would have like
I ain't moving.
an 8-foot high jump for
You
me.
did?
I just jumped out of there, did a barrel
Carmen,
roll.
So I was on the air with Adam and Aki, talking to them, talking it through, and I was like, all right, guys, I got to go. They're
gonna
opening
get
these
outta
doors
here,
here, and I was going to take quick video, getting out,
Yeah.
right? I
Stick your
couldn't.
video.
I couldn't switch the phone off and get to the video quick enough. Waddle was out faster than a dog off a leash, my man.
Carm, I can't even.
You're
What is
leaving Meller behind,
What are you?
too.
Is there
Not even-
anything?
Not even offering Meller to go first.
Dude, he was
Offer him to go first.
He was.
I would have eaten him if I had to get out of
I
there.
was younger
Alive.
ones should go. Women and children first, and the younger ones. What
Dude
is
thought he was in
man.
thought he was in a ride in Disney World. He wasn't bothered by it. I felt like I was in a coffin 6 feet in the ground.
Dude, in the moment, I wasn't really realizing it because I was trying to talk through the person, get us going here. I didn't realize he was in some bad shape.
Yeah.
he was. He was
I'm-
compartmentalizing.
Yes.
Like You know when you hear about, like, people being subjected to terrible things and how they go to a different place in their mind?
Yeah.
That was Waddle yesterday, stuck on the elevator.
Dude. All right. Well, glad you're okay, buddy.
Yeah, are you afraid of anything like that? Is anything?
I mean, I wouldn't want to be stuck in an elevator. I wouldn't be panicky. I'd be more with Meller. I'd be annoyed, but like, okay.
Okay, so then that's in a different. Being annoyed and being terrified are two
different things. Yeah, I hear you. I do. All right, boys. Meller,
good luck going down, John.
In for Sylvie. Waddle and Sylvie are next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Host Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Hey now, as a sports guy, staying connected isn't just a luxury, it is a necessity. Whether I'm streaming a game, breaking down film, or prepping for the show, I need internet that's fast, reliable, and always up to speed. And that's why the Waddle House always counts on Xfinity to help us ahead of the game, help keep us ahead of the game. At home, Xfinity is clutch. I can watch my favorite shows. There's still plenty of bandwidth for the rest of the family. And there's no buffering, no slowdowns, just seamless performance every single time. When I'm on the go, Xfinity's millions of Wi-Fi hotspots, they have my back. Whether I'm headed to the studio, traveling, or just checking scores in between events, I stay connected anywhere. No lag, no dead zones, just a fast, secure connection wherever I need it. If you're looking for internet that works as hard as you do, now's the time to make the switch to Xfinity. To get started, call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or stop by an Xfinity store today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Does that get you going? You ready to hop on an elevator tonight, my man?
Going for what?
Are you ready to hop on an elevator and face your fears.
So I have to listen to Eye of the Tiger to get from the 7th floor to the 1st floor?
Face your fears.
How about we just get on that thing and it runs smoothly the way it's supposed to?
We could do that. We could try that one. I've been working here for over 20 years.
How about Tyler and Adam trying to take advantage of my terror and a horrible experience for me just for the sake of content?
It was a well-being check.
Oh, I don't believe that. You know what? I may believe that a touch from you. I think there was no doubt Adam was rolling with the content.
All I'm saying is I'm looking out for you. I know.
Yeah.
The second Meller texted us saying that you guys were stuck in an elevator, my mind went to, he must be freaking the F out right now.
Yeah, and what you guys should have done was gone to the national programming and really tried to assist in the rescue. That's what you should have done if you really cared.
How could we have serviced
Could have
you,
gone
Tom Waddle?
could have talked to security downstairs, made sure
could have hopped
on
in an
a
elevator.
holiday that there was an ample number of actual maintenance folks. By the way, he was great. He kept apologizing. Not you. I meant you were great too, but the maintenance guy, he kept saying, "I'm so sorry." And Miller and I were like, "Hey, it's not your fault."
Yeah, we're like, "Thanks for
He
opening
said,
the door."
14 years I've been here and it's never happened.
You know, I've heard
then I got off the thing and I was like, "Hey, where's the stairs? I gotta go." And Miller, like, I'm totally done.
No, here's what happened.
Totally cooked. And Miller goes, "What are the odds we'll get stuck again? Just get in this one." So I followed him into that one, and we did make it down to the 1st floor.
Yeah. So if
what a dumbass I am to get back into an elevator instead of just taking the stairs.
You know that I heard in some buildings when this happens, the building managers will give you gift cards, like Visa gift cards.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you get stuck in an elevator.
What? I mean, you get a Disney, Disney discount?
No, you'll get a Visa gift card or something like that.
Charlie, can you help me check on that? See if I'm good for a Visa discount card?
Run some reconnaissance for you.
Yeah.
And then as they're handing you the Visa disc card, they're like, "Hey, do us a favor, sign this NDA while you're accepting
not a chance.
this Visa gift card."
I ain't signing whatever.
Just for our records at
I
work
will
here.
say this. Thank goodness I was with Meller.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
Because you were calm as the day is long. And you were just like I've described it. It's just like you were at a ride at Disney World that was just like, okay, this is fine. This is good. You called your wife to check on your child's brace situation with his teeth.
Yeah, that was
after talking to the emergency Otis elevator person.
Operator Bree. Yeah, she helped us out in a pinch there.
I mean, I was in full anxiety attack mode. I didn't think I was going to be able to continue to breathe. So I accessed, this is true. I mean, this is the greatest endorsement I can give Comcast.
Yes.
I dialed into my Xfinity on the go and I started watching
true crime serial killer stuff too.
Yeah. The Night Stalker. I watched 30 minutes of the Night Stalker episode.
That's a good one.
Just to
It is. And there's no connection between being stuck in an elevator and serial killers. So, I mean,
you
it
were
may
literally
sound
just like, get me something to take my mind
one
away
is
from where I'm
clearly
at.
less scary to you than the other.
Sometimes you got to face death with death.
I'm telling you, I was at peace watching the episode of Serial Killers. I was totally not at peace with what we were doing. And you just it was like a walk in the park for you.
No need to become alarmed, at least at that moment.
if you're claustrophobic, it's plenty of reason to be alarmed.
It's a good thing we're both not claustrophobic. I'll say that.
I'm telling you, had I been alone, I think it'd have been worse. At the very least, we had small conversations.
I think absolutely it would have been worse for you. There's no doubt in my mind.
That's the reason why I'm not leaving tonight unless you're on the elevator with me.
We are absolutely enforcing the buddy system for the elevator at ESPN 1000 moving forward. We will not ride elevators without a buddy because Waddle was terrified. I'm actually a little disappointed in myself for not recognizing in the moment how terrified you were. I was trying to keep it light, no big deal, and obviously giving Tyler...
you were fine. You were great. I mean, I don't know what more you could have done.
No, I know, but, I honestly... Part of me was just like, oh, he's just, who knows how long we're going to be stuck in this? So
I totally went into a shell, and I was in non-communication mode. I was not responding to you.
No, you're right.
At one point, I thought about laying down and getting into the fetal position.
That was the most surprising. Meller said you guys stood the entire time.
I think Waddle probably looked to me in that regard, and since I was standing, he had his phone, and he was just the least amount of movements possible. That was what was going through Waddle's mind. I didn't realize it did, but Waddle reminded me today. One of my first moves was kind of like to jump up and down on the elevator.
Yeah, that
see if
really
we
was
could get
great.
it jarring and moved. That did not work.
That's the most teenager solution of all time.
I don't like when people do that in a working elevator.
I tried to pry the door open.
That is some college dorm ass activity from you.
It's like, that's like 12 bears in, trying to jump up and down to get the elevator going again. Waddle, yes, he also tried to immediately pry the doors open. When I hit the emergency phone for the operator, the first thing they said was, please do not try to pry open the doors, as Waddle had already tried to open them twice.
And I had to hold everything to restrain myself not to say, well, please don't get my ass stuck in an elevator. How about that?
In the moment, I was really not, it did not dawn on me how scared Waddle was. Or
terrified.
Yes. I was, like I said, just going with the flow, being like, hey, this is fine. We'll get out of here soon enough.
If you don't understand what an irrational fear is.
Yeah. No,
I'm not saying you in general. I'm saying if like some people are scared of different things, enclosed spaces freak me out.
Yeah. And you've told me that before, and this is the first time I think I truly witnessed you in that moment.
Listen, I went for my shoulders. I had to have both my shoulders looked at in an MRI. It was an open MRI. I was all zannied up. And I had to have my wife in the room holding my hand in an open-ended MRI machine because I'm so terrified.
Was it like an hour, or how long do you have to be in there?
No, well, it lasted 30 minutes because they kept telling me, if you keep moving, we're going to have to start over. Yeah. And I moved twice.
I mean, there's some MRIs where you have to be in for an hour plus sometimes.
You're going to have to completely put me out for that.
So Waddle was not in a good place.
I don't even like to be in the dentist chair in a dental room that's not like big and airy. If it's not like in a basketball gym, I feel confined.
What if they're taking X-rays and they put the huge metal?
That's not a problem as long as the room is of good size.
Okay. So yes, Waddle was terrified last night as we left the show, and it didn't dawn on me until as the maintenance man came and finally got the door open after about a half an hour. So I was on the air with Tyler and Abdalla, just giving them the beats of what was going on. And, I was like, guys, they're getting the doors open. I'll call you back, because I did want to take a quick video of what was happening.
Why?
You know how it is.
Why?
Content, my man. We're stuck in an elevator.
Content at the expense of someone who is suffering I don't believe, is one of the GKB.
In my defense, I really hadn't registered that you were suffering at this moment.
Well, maybe you need to be a more compassionate human being.
What I'm telling you now is, as I was hitting the record button on my phone for the video that I was about to take for good content, that is when I realized, because I could not hang up the phone with Aki and Abdalla quick enough to get the video on, you were already out of the elevator door.
Dude thought he was filming an episode of Faces of Death is what he was. Like, what is it going to be? Like, in fact, I'm terrified that when I do go, you're going to be standing over me, not trying to help me, filming for good content.
Listen,
it's like the dad who was filming his son when the son was on the kayak and went into the whale's stomach from Waddle's World the other day.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if you might as well have video if something like this is going to happen, right? You said I was a calming influence. I was helping you.
You were. I just think with the benefit of hindsight.
Like, all right, let's get a video of us. No, it was like, let's get a video of us getting out of this elevator. That's basically what I was doing.
That's fine. I think the fact that you didn't turn the camera on me and tape me in the panic mode that I was in was probably very...
Yeah. Like, listen, there's some people in this...
Chivalrous
There's some people who work in this building who absolutely would have immediately turned on the video and would have been, running it live on X for all to see.
Yeah.
So we did not do that. It's
such a compassionate soul.
It did, though. I think I finally grasped the reality of the situation, like Waddle said. At first, I asked you, I said, do you want to take the stairs? I have video of that. And you said, do we have stairs?
Yeah, I don't know where the stairs are here.
As if we were
I was at that point, like you could have talked me
You were in a state of shock.
It sounds like he's waking up from a root canal.
Yeah, you could have talked me into jumping out of the 4th floor window.
Yeah.
At that point.
He was absolutely not all there, Charlie. It's a great observation. And I said, yeah, we have stairs. We got it, but they're not right here. We're going to have to walk a bit. And then
I think the body was creating its own propofol at that point.
A little defense mechanism for you. And then we were reassured by the maintenance guy in the building who said, been working here 14 years. That's never happened before. And I think he's like, it's not going to happen again. And I was like, what are the odds? Come on. Let's just take the elevator. We'll be out of here in a moment.
And like a dazed sheep, I got in the elevator with you. And
I shepherded him in, and I
fortunately
hit
made
the
it
G button on the ground
to the bottom.
And before I knew it, we were walking out the doors, no problem. And then as we were walking to the parking lot, that's when I was like, "Are you all right, man?" And that's where I really think I grasped the reality of how you were feeling.
Yeah, thanks for your delayed compassion.
Yeah, this was Waddle's reaction.
You okay? No, man. I'm pretty f***ing far from okay.
And then we walked to our cars at that moment. Checked in later that night with him.
Yeah.
The other part is Waddle called in on the way back, like driving back. And it was one of those things where I feel like you could have asked Waddle anything and he would have given you the complete truthful thought because there was just like
human propofol had been created and I was willing to spill all the beans.
Yeah, there's nothing that could like stop you mentally from just saying what's truly on your mind.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was an experience, and we are now going to use the buddy system.
By the way, coming up today as well.
Yes.
I was in the same elevator, the third from the actual door.
I don't know how you did that.
That's the most hilarious part. He's all mad at me yesterday for suggesting we take the elevator down after we had escaped the one that wasn't working.
I mean, what are my options?
You go in there.
He takes the very same elevator that we were caught in yesterday.
You go in there, you hit whatever number floor you want, you send that one up on its way, and then you get the next one.
Durwood's in DeKalb. Does he remember? Is this I got caught in the riptide in the Dominican as well.
Yeah. What was worse?
That's a really good question.
The riptide or the?
Well, yeah. What
because
were
Stephen Wright's got a bit where he says, "What happens if you're scared half to death twice?"
You want to know what? Now that I remember, I was much more terrified with the riptide than that. I thought I was going to die in the water in the Dominican. And here, I did think I was going to die, but not as... The fear was not as intense as drifting away from the boat in the riptide.
I think a riptide presents much more immediate danger.
You're like close... Yeah. You're like pretty close to death in a riptide.
Yes.
A lot closer than you are in just an elevator. Work. Did you swim to the side?
No, I was hanging on to one of those little like floatable or
a buoy or
like those little noodles that you have in your pool.
Yeah.
And finally, one of the guys. Listen, it was like me and 4 of my friends and our wives, and we were taking like a booze cruise out, and I mean it was probably a dumb decision for me to jump out of the boat without a life jacket on.
Yeah. In retrospect.
Retrospect.
Riding the elevator, not as dumb a decision, even though it didn't
That's good
work
catch,
out.
Durwood.
Let's try Jim.
I forgot about that.
Jim in Joliet has a question that I think we have an answer to. What's going on, Jim?
Hey, guys.
What do you got?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jim, what's going on?
Are you stuck in an elevator,
sorry about
Jim?
that. No, I just got a new phone. I'm messing around with the Bluetooth and driving at the same time, so I'm all squared away right now. But I will. Curious if there were any ceiling tiles to knock out and get up through the top. And then the other.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was an exit hatch.
I looked pretty closely, did not see anything. I was wondering if that was indeed how we were going to have to exit the elevator. I thought that was a possibility. And then immediately, the scene from Silence of the Lambs, which we were just talking about
I would have stepped over your dead body to get out of there. There's no question.
Was running through my mind. Yeah. I do know Abdalla asked us if we last night had established a pee corner. The good news was that we both went to the bathroom prior to hopping on the elevator, so that was not needed. We weren't stuck in there nearly long enough.
So, Jim, thanks for the concern, but no, there was no ceiling tile.
Mirrors, right?
I don't know. No, there's not mirrors in there. They're just kind of like solid.
Yeah, like
listen, when I get in any elevator, wherever I'm at, I check the ceiling to see if there's an escape hatch.
And if there's not, he just gets in anyway.
This is a recurring issue here too.
This
is
true.
Some salespeople. There was a pack of like 4 or 5 of them that got stuck.
Yes,
a week or 2 ago.
Like,
I do think
can we get this addressed?
I will tell you, I do think being stuck in the elevator with one other person, that 2 is the perfect number to be stuck in, because you do have, again, the buddy system. But whereas you start to get 3, 4, 5 people in an elevator, you want to talk about being claustrophobic, Waddle.
The problem is that if you were stuck in the elevator with someone that was either going to prey on your claustrophobia or shared your claustrophobia, not good.
Yeah.
It was beneficial for me to have you in there, cool, calm, and collected, not afraid of any of it.
Ice water in my veins.
That's what got me through it. I do appreciate
you
that.
guys were a Kevin Zipak bathroom break away from a little three-man weave in there.
Yeah. Disaster.
And if he had to go to the...
Oh, boy.
Yeah. If he had to go to...
I would have dropped the cinder block on him. That's what I would have done.
We would have found one somewhere in that elevator. Let's try Chemo, who's in Joliet. What's going on, Chemo?
Hey, what's up, guys?
You tell us.
Hey, I was telling the other guy.
Yeah, Tyler.
I was a freshman in college, and I played with a couple of boys from the Good Kids alma mater, and we went to spring break, and we were down at the beach at 8 o'clock. Ran out of beer. Of course, I was in shape back then, so I played football, and I ran upstairs to get a cooler beer, and I go to the elevator, and I get in, and there was a girl, just me and a girl in there, and if Cap's listening, yeah, she was hot. But the elevator broke down, and she started freaking out. And I just sat in the cooler, opened a beer. So, T. Waddle, would you feel better if you had a bottle of scotch with you?
Yes, probably.
Oh, yeah.
How long were you stuck?
Oh, I would say 45 minutes, maybe 4 or 5 beers into it. But she got off, and I asked her, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Yeah." And then she was actually on the beach next to us. So, yeah. But I had to share that story with you because I was cracking up. I'm like, no. But my fear is spiders. My fear is spiders and snakes.
See, like the spider thing doesn't bother me. Snakes, I'm not a fan of. But like I could be in a room of spiders. I just don't make it a really small room that I can't get out of. Like that
my job. Spiders would fall on me, and I'd freak out.
Oh no,
yeah, that's not great, Chemo.
What is the game? Thanks, Chemo, for the call. What is the It's an what do they call it? The escape room?
Escape room, yeah. My daughter loves them. Escape rooms.
I couldn't do that,
dude. If we're on vacation or just somewhere, if we walk past an escape room, immediately her eyes get real wide, and she's like, plotting out in her head when we've got free time to go do an escape room. She loves them.
I'm really bad at them. I get distracted, and then I get frustrated, and then I don't want to do it anymore.
Dude, that place would be Waddle's hell.
Yeah.
An escape
room.
Because
you can't get out. You're locked in.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You're locked in until you figure out all the clues.
Is it a tight room, too?
It's usually not big. It's not tight, but it's not. It's certainly not.
That's not fun. I'm not paying for an anxiety attack.
Sometimes you're like in a cage.
Get the hell out of here.
That's true. They vary widely. Let's check in with Kurt, who's in Wilmette. What's going on, Kurt?
Hey, fellas. 31 years in the fire service. I got a lot of people out of elevators over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of curious. You guys say you're looking for a hatch in the ceiling. What are you going to do if you get up on top of the elevator with all the high tension wires and the cables?
Yeah.
And I mean, you're doomed if you get on top of the elevator. So
it's a great point.
All right, so there you go.
Public service announcement: stay in the elevator.
Yeah.
We'll get you out. Everything's going to be fine.
It's a great point, Kurt.
This isn't Mission Impossible.
Yeah, we're not Bruce Willis here in Die Hard sneaking through the elevator.
No, I never had that thought of going through the ceiling. But.
Yeah, the only thing is the thought that was occurring to me in the moment was, would we have to go through the ceiling to exit the elevator with assistance from the maintenance guy?
Well, I'm glad that you didn't discuss that with me. That would not
you were on a need-to-know basis at that moment. Let's try Mike, who is in New Lenox. What's going on, Mike?
This is bad, too.
How's it going, Mr. Waddle?
Not good. If you're going to tell me you got stuck upside down on a roller coaster.
I stuck on a roller coaster with a bunch of kids one time in Great America. It was chaos.
What?
One kid peed himself.
Well, that's the least of your problems, Mike. What do you remember? What roller coaster it was?
I do not.
Okay.
How did you get down?
After like 45 minutes to an hour, they actually had people from Great America walking up it.
Yeah.
I never noticed that they had stairs on the other side of walking up.
Yeah.
They came up, kept telling everyone to calm down, and eventually it clicked in.
Yeah.
Which, being stuck on it, wasn't scared. When that thing started to go and you had to finish the ride to get done, that was the only time I was scared.
Did you get back on? Have you been back on a roller coaster since then?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wasn't scared of that part, but
Yeah.
it just never had a chance to get back on. To be honest.
No reason to tempt
Mike,
fate.
what?
See, here's the
what,
problem,
position
too.
were you stuck in too? Like
The
you were an
missionary
upside down,
position.
right?
No, we were at the top. We were at the top, just about to drop over. So at least we were leaning back.
See, here's the deal, too. Like, if for whatever reason they couldn't get it going again and they had to.
You had to walk down
and
the
you
stairs.
had to walk. I couldn't have done that
Yes.
because I'm afraid of
I would
heights
say,
as well.
You were asking me in the break what scares me like that. And there's a level of, height that definitely does freak me out. I've been, especially like if you go to like Central America on vacation, sometimes you'll cross a drawbridge. Not great, bro.
Walking?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not crossing a drawbridge walking.
I've been.
By the way, I
those-
struggled getting to the glass window at the top of the Hancock building, in the
Yes,
observatory.
yes.
I can't do that.
Yeah, that freaks me out as well. Like, yeah.
That when I'm up there, I was like with like a few people, and I was like, guys, I swear to God, the wind is like blowing this place. Like I can feel it rocking back and forth. And they're like, no, I think you're actually just having a panic attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the height thing is definitely a real issue for me, especially like when.
That's why I won't go on roller coasters as well.
Like
And
zip
not to
lining.
mention
I've
that,
been-
but I don't like. Speaking of claustrophobia, I don't like when the bars, the protective bars, come over the top of
On
you
the
and you're
roller
locked
coaster?
in.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't.
That'll do it for you if
yeah,
you're
that doesn't work
claustrophobic.
for me either.
Yeah, like zip lining. Going zip lining across like very
Keep
high. I've done it plenty of times, though, but begrudgingly because my kids love it, but I'm always like, this is not ideal.
Listen, I'd rather go play golf.
Fair point. Let's try TJ, who's in Wheaton. He's got an elevator story. What's going on, TJ?
Hey guys, love you guys.
Thanks, man.
So this is after a wedding reception. So the shuttle bus pulls up to the hotel. About 15 people get to the elevator, and we get stuck in there for about an hour.
Yeah.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, an hour,
over
huh?
about an hour.
And then what happened? They eventually just got it to the bottom again, TJ, or did you guys have to crawl out?
Well, there was some inebriated girls in there that were freaking out, and they tried to climb through the hatch in the top.
What?
That didn't really work out. No. And eventually, I believe the fire department had to come because it was so late, and the elevator company wasn't doing anything.
It's the same thing when I went back to my college
Thanks,
reunion
TJ.
like 5 years ago after the party in our dorm room. Everyone's like, all right, we're going to the next party. It was 1:30 in the morning. I was flying out early. So like 15 people, including most of my friends, left I was like, I'm done. I'm going to sleep. They all got in the elevator. I found out earlier in the next morning, they were stuck for an hour and a half.
Ooh.
And the Boston Fire Department had to come and get them out of there.
Yeah.
I would have never made it.
If you're drinking too, like you got to pee.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
that's the worst part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you wonder, like, at what point do people just finally, like, you get the mulligan from everybody in the elevator. Like,
Floodgates
listen,
open.
you like Abdalla said, establish a pee corner, and everybody turn their back and let the other person go. At a certain
And you just
point,
better hope that there's a place for it all to kind of run out and it doesn't pool and puddle and come back at you.
Let's. I think I've experienced this quite a bit. Let's try Brian, who's in Villa Park. What's going on, Brian?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so it's funny that you just mentioned the pee issue because my story is about getting stuck on a ski lift, and we were in Aspen, Colorado.
Sure.
And those ski lifts are, first of all, they're up there.
Yep.
They're not just the ones in Wisconsin where you're 20 feet up.
Oh yeah,
You're up there.
You're at elevation.
But
There's
don't
no
they?
doubt.
But don't they go up on the angle close to the so you're never more than 25 or 30 feet in the air, are you?
Oh, no.
Because you're going up on the same angle as the mountain.
There's some
No,
that are,
the poles are just taller there. I mean, you're probably up maybe 40 feet, 50 feet.
Yeah,
up
like
over them.
there's probably a max height.
Could you
but
jump out though, and
No.
would the snow break your fall,
No,
or would it
if
break your legs?
Yes.
Absolutely no shot. no.
Break your legs
It was
easily.
not like some nice powder.
Yeah.
It was, some packed in snow.
Okay.
Yeah, we were only up there for 20, 30 minutes. It's cold, and
Yeah.
like you mentioned, the peeing issue, it was the last run. We're like, hey, guys, let's go have
One more.
lunch, get some beers. And, I had to go. So we were, shaking and having to pee. So,
Yeah.
Peeing on the
Yeah,
mountain.
not great. Listen, I've as has been well documented. I've spent plenty of time on ski lifts, and if you're going for a week vacation,
you're probably going to get stuck at some point, at least once for 5 to 10 minutes. But yeah, once you start to get into that 20 minutes, that is certainly not ideal. 312-332-3776. We've hit a nerve.
Bill asks an interesting question, and I would say, as I've gotten older, my tolerance for small places and being confined has gotten less and less. So I don't know if that's the case for most irrational fears, that as you get older, they get heightened. I really didn't have any of these issues when I was young. I basically lived in an MRI machine for quite some time.
Yeah, as in your playing days.
But I couldn't get in one now.
We'll continue to take your calls, 312-332-3776. I'm Jeff Meller. In for Sylvie, it's Waddle and Sylvie.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion, Saturdays from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville. Brought to you by Zazu Salons.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Hey, White Sox fans, cover your bases with the all-new Ballpark Pass. For a limited time, get access to every home game in March, April, and May for just $125. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Your Ballpark Pass includes tickets to opening day on March 27th and exclusive giveaways celebrating the unforgettable moments, legendary players, and iconic eras that have shaped the White Sox 125-year legacy. For more information and to secure your Ballpark Pass, visit whitesox.com/ballparkpass today.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle and Meller in for Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000. Hanging out with you. We'll talk with Michael Wilbon at 5 o'clock.
By the way, I said to you, just as an aside, I just saw on Twitter Terrence Shannon Jr.
Yes.
What he posted was really cool. Remember, they honored him in his jersey banner situation this weekend.
Yeah, by hanging it upside down.
Yeah,
that was not intentional.
And what he tweeted a little bit ago was, when life has you upside down, turn it around. Proceeds from my upside down banner shirt will benefit the Don Moyer Boys and Girls Club. Thank you to Game Day Spirit Illinois for helping me bring this idea to life. So he's taken a situation that was kind of, embarrassing for many, and is raising money for it for those who are in need. So
kudos to him for
handling it with class, maturity, and with a good sense of humor.
Absolutely. He will. And the nice thing is, because of his response, it will benefit a great cause. So he will make, turning it into a positive. And because of that, I think a lot of people will be able to, I'm sure Illinois, Josh Whitman will always be disappointed with the way it came about, but because he's able to laugh about it and turn it into something positive, it will be something moving forward that people can joke about and just move on pretty easily. So, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Kudos to Terrence Shannon Jr. for doing that, and all proceeds going to the Boys and Girls Club, as you mentioned. That is pretty cool.
That is cool.
The one thing, addendum to the stuck in an elevator story last night as Waddle and I were leaving after the show. What I failed to mention, I did tell both Charlie and Tyler this. So, coincidentally, one of the craziest things for the entire elevator debacle was that as you and I were exiting, we were heading to the elevator bank, and
with no connection to any of this at all.
Yeah, completely. We had not stepped foot on the elevator yet. But what happened was that stepping into the hallway of the elevator bank, it jarred my memory, and I go, oh, that's right. I just watched this funny video on X about a prank that I wanted to show Waddle that happened in the elevator. And so as we are waiting for the elevator doors to open, I'm scrolling my phone for an X tweet that I just liked the other day, and I pull it up, and I start to show Waddle an elevator prank where a woman steps onto the elevator, and a couple of seconds into her ride, the elevator stops, the lights go out, and then what you see is a person who's dressed like basically a ghoul, a dead, what you would see in a horror flick, crawl through a panel that has been closed and
kind of like
concealed.
A zombie.
And this person then walks into the corner while the lights are out, and then the lights flash back on, and the woman sees this zombie-type creature in the corner and completely loses her mind and freaks out. So I'm showing Waddle this clip as we're stepping onto the elevator that ultimately would get stuck. I think most people probably would have immediately assumed that I was up to some sort of malfeasance by, creating my own elaborate prank by showing you a prank ahead of time. It was just a mere coincidence that I'm showing you this video, which occurred to me because we were stepping on the elevator and I had forgotten to show it to you earlier in the day. And so that was also somewhat amusing to me, not nearly as amusing.
Yeah, that dark humor is not resonating with me right now.
Let's check in with Tim, who's in Warrenville. What's going on, Tim?
Afternoon, fellas. Hey, let me tell you this. Long-time listener, first-time caller. How about that, huh?
Hoo-ha! Thank you, Tim.
Thanks for the patronage, Timmy.
Absolutely. I got to tell you, hey, last night was some of the best radio I've heard in a very long time. It was absolutely hysterical to me. I'm sorry you guys had to go through it,
Yeah,
though.
at my expense. Thanks.
Listen, great content, Tim. Not going to turn it away.
Absolutely. So I got to share my story with you. So this was probably right around, age 13 or so. You know how you take those field trips to different cities around the country?
Yeah.
We went down to St. Louis and had to go in the Arch. Have either of you guys been inside the Arch?
I've been to St. Louis, but I've never stopped in the Arch.
Okay, so the Arch, as you can imagine, is not a very big area for you to be in to go up to the top.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And it's very narrow. And so I was in the Arch, and we were going to the top of the Arch, and
there's 4 people in these tight little pods, and you can't see anything until you get to the top, right? Because the top is literally where the elevator is that they let you off, and you can go check outside. Yeah, the pods got stuck about halfway up with 4 people just tightly crammed into this little thing. Oh,
nope. Not happening.
And heights is definitely my biggest fear, but I got to tell you, having a young kid, I went into the Navy Pier Ferris wheel a couple of years ago, and you can't show fear to the child, otherwise they'll freak out even more. So I was like having a panic attack underneath without being able to have it externally.
Just hopping on the Ferris wheel at Navy Pier?
Yeah, just going up. I hate heights that much, man.
No, I'm with you. Listen, Tim, I'm with you there. I'm not a fan of Ferris wheels. I've done way too many for my liking, and I think I've actually sworn off them as well because of the height factor and then
not going to happen.
Stopping. Not loving it. Let's try JJ, who is in West Town. What's going on, JJ?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much,
First time caller to the Waddle and Sylvie show.
Thanks for calling.
JJ, bless you.
So I'll try to make this story quick, but this, I wanted to call in this morning when you were on Captain J Hood, but I just couldn't. I didn't have enough time. But basically, what happened to me was on my wedding day, my groom and I got married in California. And in California, we stayed at a hotel and got married at a different location. So right before the wedding, all the groomsmen and I were fully dressed in our tuxes. We had taken all kind of the pre-pictures, the ones that are just with the fellas and the groomsmen. Mm-hmm. And we got on the elevator down to get on a shuttle to go to the wedding venue. As we were going down, my brother says, "Wouldn't it be funny if we got stuck in this elevator?" And I swear to God, within 2 seconds, the elevator just goes ka-chunk, and it just holds.
Oh boy!
And so we're all dressed, and it's in California, so it is so hot. So one of my groomsmen is just we got to preserve the tuxes, otherwise we're going to soak through them.
Ooh.
So
we got undressed.
We all had to you had to preserve the clothes. So we took off our shirts. We're in this elevator, calling the fire department, trying to get out. The fire department gets there. They show up, and they're like, "Hey, we've located you. You guys are somewhere between the first floor and the third floor. There's only 3 floors in this hotel." So it really didn't help us at all. But we kind of talked it through. We were in the elevator for a total of an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh boy, no.
I know, and I will tell you, Waddle, I promise you, we got lucky. Nobody panicked. We had a good time. We were all a little buzzed, so we had a good time. Nobody had to pee. We all held it, but the fire department had to come and basically break open the side door, the elevator next to us. Basically, pry the elevator open. They had to put a ladder down. We climbed up about 4 steps each, and we all got out of the elevator fine. And then the hotel was like, "Okay, we're going to rush you to the wedding. We'll get you guys." They're like, "We'll get you guys some beers, and we'll talk about the compensation later." So me and the groomsmen, we got in the shuttle on the way over, late to the wedding, and they handed us a bucket of beers, and they were the non-alcoholic beers.
Oh boy!
And so that was just the cherry on top of it. We were like.
Did you make it on time, JJ, or did you guys have to delay the wedding?
No, we made it on time. Our wedding planner, thank God we had a wedding planner, and she kicked butt. She got everything rotated around. She managed to make sure my wife didn't lose her mind. Yeah. Everything actually went pretty well. All the groomsmen got compensated. But there's a couple funny videos. I'll message them to Tyler of us getting out of the elevator, and one of them while we're in the elevator. We had a good time all in all, and we all got some nice compensation. So, but it was a funny story.
Made the best of it. Good stuff, JJ. Thanks for checking in. Let's try a couple more here before we shift to some actual sports here. Let's try Rich, who is in Florida. What's going on, Rich?
Hey guys, great to talk to you.
Hey.
Yeah. So I've got one too. So we were in Italy on vacation with kind of a extended family group, and we're coming back. We're staying in this place 5 or 6 stories only, but we're coming back, and I take the stairs up to my room. My 2 daughters, 3 nieces, and their parents. So 7 of them stuff on this Italian building elevator.
Oh boy!
And I get in my room, Like 2 minutes after I'm in the room, my cell phone rings. My sister-in-law, Rich, the elevator's stuck.
Oh.
So, and it was the hottest. It was like record-breaking heat. So they're baking in this thing. Who knows what the temp? Just baking. And I'm now running around the streets of Italy looking for like police, somebody, because there's no one there. It's late at night. And I eventually found police. The funniest thing was people in Italy, everyone spoke English, all the places. It was wonderful. The only people that I met that whole trip that didn't speak English were the police, right? So it was like
just
a debacle.
When you need a little bit
How
of
long were they stuck?
Probably like an hour and 15. Fire crews, all these people, they had to go something with like a special key they had to find, and then they had to get on the roof of the building and get this thing released so that they could drop it down. It was, they're looking at all of us like, and then the family ushers out of this thing when they finally get them out. They're like clearly looking and saying like, what is with these Americans stuffing 7 people on this little elevator? What idiots. But that's my story. Guys. So.
At least, an hour 15.
Everyone found safety.
Yeah, and
this is why I won't get on crowded elevators. Like if I'm waiting for an elevator and it opens up and it's crowded, I'll tell them I'll catch the next one.
You know what? I've actually, now that you say that, I remember a few instances where we've had some entire, work-related events where we all have to go down to the 3rd floor. The entire office is shuffling into the elevator.
I will not get
I've
on
noticed you say, I'll catch the next one.
Yeah.
Let's try Eddie, who's on the north side. What's going on, Eddie?
Hey, boys. So the only thing that came up to me, you guys are Thunder Buddies for life.
Thunder Buddies for life. That's from Ted, right?
I was
from
like,
Ted?
we have the bear, and I don't know if Miller's first name is Johnny, but we're right there. And man, I hear you, but that's the only thing I thought about was Ted. And you guys are Thunder Buddies for life.
Amen to that. I will always, for the rest of my life, Eddie, I will appreciate the calmness.
Have a great night, guys.
Thanks, Eddie.
I will appreciate your calmness, Jeff.
Well, like I said, elevator buddies for life now as we leave ESPN 1000. I promise you tonight, you will not ride it alone. 312-332-3776 if you want to hop on in. We'll still take your calls about some of your greatest fears in life. But the Cubs did make a move. They finally added a bat today, Waddle.
They did?
Yes. Big splurge, too, by the way. $6 million for a 40-year-old. We'll tell you more details coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Guys, Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, and we always talk about what is true Chicago-style pizza. It's not what out-of-towners and tourists think it is. Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's frozen pizzas are classic thin pies made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's a tradition. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy. They're exactly what you want on hand when you feel like having pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top-dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Pap Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Peter. He loves his motorcycle. What he doesn't love is wind. Which is ironic, because wind is a big part of the whole wind-in-your-face motorcycle cliche. But nobody ever tells you how relentless a strong crosswind is, or the cliche wouldn't exist. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get a quote to see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Bulls season ticket plans are still available. Season ticket holders receive exclusive benefits and invites, plus savings on parking, merchandise, individual game pricing, and more. Learn more at bulls.com/tickets.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
A lot of consternation over the last few days regarding the Cubs' inability to seal a deal with Alex Bregman. But today, they finally got a corner bat. Justin Turner.
you say corner bat.
I do, loosely.
Because, I mean, truthfully, he's more of a fill-in first baseman than a third baseman, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
How many games has he played at third base?
All right, so
over the last 2 years?
So the Cubs signed Justin Turner to the 40-year-old Justin Turner, by the way, to a 1-year, $6 million deal.
Now, he's pretty impressive for the 40-year-old right-handed.
Yeah, listen, he's solid. I think if you remember Justin Turner in his heyday, he was a really nice hitter throughout most of his 30s. But I will say the last couple of years, the power numbers have fallen off a little bit here to the point where I think there's at least quite a bit of concern about how much, pop is still remaining in his bat. But he still got on base last year to a tune of 354.
Right.
The year before in Boston, he had a 345 on base percentage. In Boston, he did hit 23 homers in 2023, drove in 96. Last year, with both with 2 teams, the Blue Jays and the Mariners, he had 11 homers for 55 RBIs.
So a nice bat to add, an additional bat. But if you think that he is going to, let's just say that Shaw, for whatever reason, either struggles, as some rookies do, or he's dealing with, an oblique injury, which I'm sure everyone is very hopeful that will come and go and he'll be fine. But if they find themselves in need of somebody to step in to take over for the rookie, I don't believe that Justin Turner's your guy, is he? Because he's probably only played 12 games at third base in 2 years.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though Justin Turner spent the majority of his career playing third base, he has not done so the last 2 years, to your point. He's been primarily a first baseman DH with the Red Sox, Blue Jays, and Mariners. Over the last 2 seasons, he has only logged, it is a total of, 6 games here? 6 games
I saw
last
17 at-bats when he was playing third base last year, however many games that would entail.
Yeah, I think it's six total games. The last...
the moral of the story is, do you really want a 40-year-old, patrolling third base?
No, it's a total of 33 innings. Actually, that was 2024. He had 33 innings. He had 57 innings at third base in 2023. So 90 innings total the last 2 seasons. That's 10 full games.
If you told me that you've added him as a veteran bat, whether or not he can fill in as a DH, odds are Suzuki's not going to be healthy the entire year, right? Because that's what the trend has been over the course of the last couple of seasons.
That has been the trend.
Or you need him to fill in at first.
Justin Turner's a right-handed hitter, so Michael Busch, who was a nice find for the Cubs last year, I think there's still some hope that he can tap into even more as a hitter, but he had a .335 on base, played a pretty solid, first base defensively last year, got better, I think, as Tyler has pointed out multiple times.
He was a second baseman in the minor leagues, wasn't he?
Second, third, primarily, but he was a pretty solid first baseman last year. He will be 27 this year, Michael Busch, that is. Now,
so if you're trying to solve an issue at third base because for whatever reason, knock on wood, Shaw is not the answer or is struggling, do you kick Busch over to third and you play Turner at first?
It's an interesting question. I'm not sure because do you want to
because
get
we've talked about
at 2 positions, theoretically, if you would play Turner primarily at first and then move Busch to third? Or would you, if you were Craig Counsell, would you maybe roll the dice and see what Justin Turner had left as a third baseman, knowing...
Well, you lived with Wisdom and Morrell there defensively for a while.
Yeah. Now, I think you'd certainly like better defense. I think the hope is that Matt Shaw can win that job outright, and then Justin Turner as a 3 or 4 day a week player.
Yeah, but aren't you I get it. Shaw projects to be a difference-making player at some point, but aren't you putting too many eggs in his rookie basket?
I think the Cubs
to man third base without any kind of fallback?
Any real good fallback, yeah. And is Justin Turner the fallback? And if so, can you really count on a 40-year-old? Or, as we're kind of talking this through, is the plan to potentially, if you have to, use Turner primarily at first base, a less taxing position, and then maybe move Busch back to third that's needed. I'm not sure what the plan is.
And does it also mean that you're less likely to want to deal Nico Horner because if
he's got some positional flexibility?
Yeah, but do you want that? That was the other issue. Could you move him to third base? But why would you want to disrupt something? A Gold Glove caliber second baseman with a dandy glove man in Dansby Swanson at sure. Why would you want to mess up that double play combo?
I wouldn't think you would. I think you would want to stay strong up the middle.
Yeah.
So,
and my point was, obviously, Nico Horner was a guy that there were at least some people having conversation about whether or not you could move him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't have an answer for whatever reason, depending on how things develop with Shaw at third base, can you really move on from Nico Horner, or now at that point, do you need his glove? And whatever limited offense he's going to give you.
Yeah, I think Nico he's going to, I would imagine he'll stay at second base. He could, in a pinch, probably go to third, but I don't think that would be anything that the Cubs would want to do long term. If anything, they might be more inclined to play utility man John Birdie, or if Vidal Brujan can show something. There's a couple of veteran names who are on the roster who could also man third base in a pinch. So maybe if Matt Shaw doesn't win the third base job outright, you could have, a multitude of players, and basically the Cubs would go and see what sticks. I think Justin Turner, of all the players I've mentioned, even though he's 40 years old, he's by far and away the best, most reliable bat of any of those options that we've run through. And so offensively, if Justin Turner can get out there and be healthy for the most part, he's a decent player. He's a nice 4th, 5th, 6th hitter when you need him. But how long can
he still has to run out there and play third base.
Or again, will it be a mix and match? Would Bush maybe play a little more third base like he has in the past, although he wasn't great defensively?
Maybe Turner can play third base, and
that's what I'm.
Rafael Devers just wasn't going to give it up in Boston.
Yeah, we were just talking it through. Again, before the last 2 years, he still was primarily a third baseman for the Dodgers. Justin Turner, that is. So I don't know.
It's been 2 years since he's played third base consistently, and he's not getting any younger.
That's Devers' spot.
No, I get it, but do you really want to, as a Cub fan, do you want to run a 40-year-old out there at third base?
No, I don't.
Defensively? That's my point.
As Tyler mentions it over there, I'll play it over here if you missed it. Rafael Devers met the media today, and the Boston Red Sox, who did land Alex Bregman at the expense of the Cubs, there's been talk about whether or not Alex Bregman, who's a Gold Glove caliber third baseman, would actually play third base because the Boston Red Sox best hitter, Rafael Devers, that's his spot, Waddle. So is Bregman going to play third base? Is he potentially going to play second base? Rafael Devers attempted to clarify what he believes the situation is going to be this year.
Yeah, I mean, third base is my position. It's what I've played. I don't know what their plans are. Like, I know we had a conversation. I made it clear kind of what my desires were. And yeah, whatever happens from here, I don't know. Yeah, no, like I said before, like my position is third base. I don't know how they want to go about it or what they want to do, but I know that that's the position I get ready to play every day. And it's just, it's just my position.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
Can you translate that, please?
So we should clarify, the no was actually Rafael Devers. The voice you heard was his interpreter translating his previous answer, which we cut out to save for time. But Rafael Devers, pretty hell-bent on being a third baseman. Ask him to DH. Waddle, no.
Well, as a Cub fan, it seems, so if you were a Cub fan, that, a better answer would have been Alex Bregman, but obviously that ship sailed, and it sailed with many accomplished baseball scribes poking holes in that sail.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, Justin Turner didn't play third base 2 years ago in Boston because Rafael Devers was not interested in playing anything.
And blow a call into Mike Schmidt. Maybe he'll come back, Tyler, and he can man the third base for you.
The old hot corner. 312-332-3776. If you want to talk Cubs, we're here for you. We're going to shift to a little bit of Bears talk before Waddle's World coming up next here on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hey, White Sox fans, single-game tickets are on sale now. Join us all season at Rate Field as we celebrate the 125th year anniversary of Chicago White Sox baseball. Don't miss your chance to secure tickets for opening day on March 27th, the unveiling of Mark Burley's statue on July 11th, and big matchups against the Cubs, Dodgers, and Yankees. Plus, collect all 23 exclusive giveaways inspired by unforgettable moments and legends that have shaped the White Sox legacy. For the full schedule and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com today.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Your old furnace is costing you money. Call your trusted local expert, Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric for a free in-home estimate. Furnaces from $39 a month. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Don't push Waddle when he's stuck in an elevator.
Well, I don't think you should push, each other in under any circumstances.
What if it's in a jovial manner, though?
Still,
Little
you used to
soft-
in
little
jovial
soft-
manner. You know what Meller used to do? Punch me in the kidneys.
And I stopped.
Right,
Once
because I
after
started
years-
pissing blood.
After years of Waddle pointing out how I like to, and it was always a playful punch. It was never hard.
Peeing blood, right? That was.
That's fine.
the
We
word
got
now.
we got the gist. It was never hard. It was more of a soft jab.
Well, I mean, it's
soft jab.
Depending on whether or not you're delivering the punch
Tyler,
or
I would
you're
sneak up on him
receiving
from
the
behind
punch.
and just give him a little,
You're a kidney punch guy?
Yeah. Like, there's nobody worse on the planet than the kidney punch
We
guy.
used to have a
Maybe
guy
the
in,
nut punch guy.
Yeah,
Middle
that
school-
guy's worse.
Middle
That
school,
guy's
we
worse.
used to have Charlie Horse guy.
Oh, that
He'd
guy
just give you
sucks.
a knee right to the thigh.
What about the old?
What inspires you to be Charlie Horse guy, nut punch guy, or kidney punch guy?
Again, I was never a nut punch guy. I was just.
I know,
and
but I'm
again,
asking though.
It was not a real punch. It was just a soft little jab.
But if you're not expecting anything like
Could hurt.
that,
That's
yeah.
fair. And you know what? After years of you pointing
Urinating
it
blood
out,
is not something that is good for anybody.
I think I stopped long before Tyler or Charlie ever arrived. So that's been years since. I punched
Meller
you
was
in the
kidney punch guy.
Every
Yeah,
office
that's
needs
tough.
one. Yeah.
I disagree with that. I don't think every office needs a kidney punch.
I'm with you, Charlie. Nobody needs a kidney punch guy. Nobody needs a nut punch guy.
Also, in my defense, those were in the Disney days, not the Good Karma days. Never been a kidney punch guy in the Good Karma days.
Well, you used to play the tap
Greg
game.
straightened you out, huh?
Meller went from tap game, used to play the tap game, to kidney punch guy.
What's the tap game? I never played the tap.
Tap guy's a bad guy.
Yeah.
I don't ever do.
Generally bad human being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
No tap guy here.
Hit
How
you
about we
with a
just
little door
keep
flap?
How about we just keep our hands to ourselves, right?
Yeah.
You know.
We're in elementary school now, being taught the same rules.
Yeah.
Life is cyclical.
Yes. Unbelievable. By the way, today is I don't know how important a day it is in the National Football League, but it is the start of the franchise tag extravaganza. Nobody gets the franchise tag on day one, right?
Nope.
Like, they wait until the
It is.
final day. They try to
Honestly-
extend contracts until you absolutely have to place the franchise tag on someone.
I can't remember the last time someone had the franchise tag slapped on them
Early?
the first day, or even like the first 4 or 5 days of franchise.
That sounds like something you would do with a quarterback who you know you're not going to extend, and you're just like, listen, we can do this later, we can do this early. I'm not giving you $55 million a year or whatever it was, somebody pursuing back in the day.
Part of the reason that it's teams, they'll wait an extra week or so because they have 2 weeks to extend the franchise tag on any one player. And the reason you don't necessarily want to do it is because once you put the franchise tag on a player, the player can't accept it once it's been extended to them.
Correct.
And you lose all flexibility as a team because you're responsible for that cap number.
Yeah,
So-
I would think that the prudent thing to do for any NFL franchise is if, in fact,
let's use the Cincinnati Bengals as an example. They're going to try to get a contract done with T. Higgins.
Yes.
I don't know how they're going to do it, to be honest with you, because they're going to have to sign Jamar Chase, and my guess would be Jamar Chase will end up being the highest paid wide receiver in the National Football League. That defense sucks. Trey Hendrickson has had back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons.
Mm-hmm.
He wants some fresh cash. I don't know that they're going to pay him as the top pass rusher in the National Football League, but it would be in their best interest to try to keep him around. So are you going to be able to do all three? They are saying that is their intention. But the Cincinnati Bengals have not ever been flush with cash, and then they have, I don't believe, inspired anyone to actually think that they're going to be able to do this. So T. Higgins may be as good a candidate for the franchise tag as humanly possible. It make no sense to offer that or to tag him now.
Yeah,
let's try to get a deal done if you're the Cincinnati Bengals, and if you can't, then at the last moment, then you franchise him.
Yes, that would seem to be the most prudent move for.
He played under the franchise tag this year, right? And I believe if you are franchised a consecutive year, it's a 20% pay increase. So I think he went from like $23 million to $26 million, or potentially would go from 22 or 23 to 26, 27, something like that. I think the interesting question with regard to the franchise tag now being something that an NFL team can use, I don't know that the Kansas City Chiefs, an interesting talking point. Do you believe that based on what you saw against the Philadelphia Eagles, that has changed their want or their willingness or their
mindset,
whatever to try and keep Trey Smith or to let him go? Now again, you're set with Creed Humphrey at center. You're going to kick Tooney back into guard.
Yep.
What you really need is a
couple of tackles, bookend tackles.
But it doesn't look like there are, that answers in free agency, so you may have to do that in the draft, right?
Yeah, I wonder what is there.
So I guess my question is what is the likelihood that the Kansas City Chiefs, based on what they experienced in the Super Bowl, are going to be willing to let Trey Smith get out of Kansas City?
What are you talking about from a franchise tag perspective?
Just as as a free agency. Yeah,
you really can't franchise tag him because I don't know. Albert Breer was discussing this morning.
Well, because there's no you can't differentiate between tackles and guards and centers. It's all the same.
You're basically franchise tagging him on a left tackle salary.
Yes. So it is weird because. There's some tight ends, and don't you remember I forget which tight end it was. He was
Jimmy Graham.
Was it Jimmy Graham? Yeah, was trying to petition the league.
Tight end in his Twitter bio.
Yes, and there are some tight ends that basically play like wide receivers. Yet the franchise number for a tight end is significantly less than a wide receiver. Safeties have their own designation, so they're not lumped in with corners. But on the offensive line, regardless of what position you play. Yes. The franchise number is the same. So if you're trying to sign, you would never franchise a center or a guard more than likely.
Really only franchise tag a left tackle.
Yes. But with that in mind, and I know that if they can redo some of, I think there is a potential for the Kansas City Chiefs to rework Patrick Mahomes' contract and create significant cap space. I'm just wondering whether or not, again, based on what happened in the Super Bowl, if they are, at one point you just thought, well, they're not going to be able to keep Trey Smith. Have they changed their tune?
Don't you kind of think like they're a smart front office? They probably knew that was an issue for them heading into the Super Bowl. I can't imagine that that changed their tune in any sort of way.
But Charlie, what did Mike Tyson say? Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's true, but they have been, because they drafted Kingsley Suamataia in the second round last year.
And he was a disaster.
And he was a disaster, but you hope that, another offseason when you invest that kind of resource in somebody, that he can give you something, either at tackle or maybe at guard.
You sound like Ryan Poles selling Ben Johnson on Karana Magaji right now.
Those are the kinds of bargains you have to live with, though, when you're that good.
Well, I guess the reason I even mention this is because whether or not he's listed. Matt Bowen put together a list of the top 50 free agents.
I think Albert Breer brought it up, or maybe it was Cap asking him the question. A lot might hinge on whether or not Travis Kelce retires. If Travis Kelce
we talked about that.
Yeah, if Kelce retires, you could see a path to them trying to re-sign Trey Smith a lot more likely.
Well, that creates about $15 million more of cap space for them.
So maybe that is really what it is. It could be as easy as that.
So if you're a Bears fan, you want Travis Kelce to maintain his interest in playing for the Kansas City Chiefs. There's no doubt about that.
I think that definitely makes it much more likely that Trey Smith makes it to the open market.
But Matt Bowen put together his list of top 50 free agents and where their best landing spots would be. The number 2 free agent on his list is Trey Smith. And he actually has the Bears as their best landing spot.
Yes.
As his best landing
The top interior lineman on the market, Smith would upgrade a critical position of need in Chicago. Smith is a powerful mover in the run game, as his run block win rate of 75.1% ranked 6th among guards. Plus, he has the foot speed to mirror interior defenders and the strength at 6'6" and 321 pounds to anchor against bull rushes. Bears GM Ryan Poles could make a splash move to rebuild the front for Ben Johnson's new offense. The Bears allowed a league-high 68 almost nice sacks in 2024.
Nothing nice about that.
That is true.
Number 26, Drew Dahlman, center from the Atlanta Falcons, who I believe missed some time this past year with an ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
He's number 26 on Matt Bowen's list, and he also has the Bears listed as his best landing spot.
Yeah, he said he matched Trey Smith to the Bears, but this team can't stop there this spring. Let's also put Dahlman, the top center in free agency, next to Smith. Dahlman wins his assignments with movement and leverage to offset a smaller frame, 6'3", 300 pounds. He's a technician on tape, best suited for the zone run game, and his pass block win rate of 95.1% rank 9th among centers with at least 500 snaps.
Okay, so if in fact the Bears would employ that plan, could I also sell you guys on them using their first-round pick this year, their second-round pick next year to trade for Myles Garrett? Now, I believe recently...
Their first-round pick this year, their second-round pick
No,
next
their
year?
first-round pick next year.
Okay, so 2 first-rounders. Got it.
Yeah, or whatever it would be. Let's just use that as kind of a
starting point. Yeah, makes sense.
I do believe I saw something recently, and guys are going to say stuff, but Micah Parsons, I think, has intimated that he feels a deal will get done with the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know how likely it is that they would trade him. Whatever the case may be, it does sound like maybe Cleveland, despite their reluctance or their, they said they were reluctant to trade him. Maybe you could convince them to trade him. Can I convince you, and I know how others feel that they want to do this through the draft, but could I convince you, if in fact their plan included signing Trey Smith and Drew Dahlman in free agency, I do believe they could still have the cash to trade for someone like Myles Garrett and give him a contract extension or manipulate his contract to the point. Howie Roseman does it all the time. All the best general managers and cap guys do it all the time. Find a creative way, knowing that you have $65 to $75 million to spend before you get rid of some other guys. Find a way to include him. Could I sell you on that, or are you just one of these, I'm going to do it through the draft guys?
I'm going to go ahead and quote Jerry Maguire and say, you had me at hello. You don't have to sell me anymore. Let's get this done. Sign those top 2 free agents to help you with your interior line play. We will potentially run it back with Braxton Jones for a year. We know it, again, assuming Ben Johnson signs off on it, or at the very least, maybe bring in a little bit of competition for Braxton Jones, whether it be in this draft or maybe there's somebody else in free agency as well that Ben Johnson likes, that you don't necessarily have to break the bank for. And to your point,
wouldn't be my top choice. And again, left tackle is very important.
But if you can shore up the rest of the interior line,
right,
all of a sudden
you'd be looking for a left tackle in the draft anyway.
Yes,
right.
So I would think so.
I can still use the 39th pick of the draft on a left tackle or the 41st pick of the draft on a left tackle,
or maybe you could.
Don't get on that. Don't get on that elevator.
Our market manager.
That's the one.
Yeah. No.
That's the one.
Is that 3 or 2?
That's down that one too.
Is that 3?
Don't get on 3, Keith.
That's
there
3.
You go.
That's the one.
No, or is that 3 or 2?
No, that's 3.
That's
counting.
3.
Oh boy. All right. Godspeed, Keith. Okay,
he's not getting in.
Okay, he's going to send that one down to the ground floor and he's going to hop on another one.
Oh boy.
Interesting times, and he doesn't even have an elevator, buddy. Look at that, Keith.
No.
You're going it alone? Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
you better. Yes, you're good
All right,
there.
yeah,
You're
all
good
right.
down there.
Car
Is that
5.
where they got stuck last week?
I don't know.
Listen, there's only 5 elevators. You got to roll the dice at some point. But
look, I mean, who's the kid that they're? Are they talking about the kid Banks in the manner in which staring at 2 college football
they're
fans
not.
here?
Calvin Banks.
Is he the same as Joe Alt?
No.
Okay,
I don't think anyone's talking about anybody like Joe Alt.
Most of these tackles are talked about with the caveat that they can also play guard, which kind of tells you what these.
Okay, so my
tackles
plan works even better for me then.
Yes.
If there's not a dominant tackle that you think is going to be available to you at 10,
yeah,
then would we all as a crew be willing?
I'll tell you, here's the thing.
To wait to the second round to draft that guy, if in fact there is not an enormous difference between who you could get there and a guy at 10.
I subscribe to the idea that like a bunch of picks are better than like high draft picks. Like I would rather have, like a first round pick, but then a handful of opportunities to swing at the ball throughout the draft. Maybe that's a few third or fourth rounders. Like a team like the Ravens, they're always getting those third and fourth round picks because they're always getting comp picks in free agency.
Well, if Ian Cunningham chooses and the
Exactly.
Jags
So
choose
you'll
him,
probably
you're going to
get a
get
third
that.
this year. And so that's why I think like there's so much history of teams kind of trying to microwave a rebuild. And I don't think this is necessarily doing that because you are getting a franchise player. But at the same time, I do think there's a lot of value in not skipping steps throughout this process. You do have a lot of runway with your new head coach. You assume you have a lot of runway with Ryan Poles. And like, if they're going to do this where they move a bunch of draft picks, I would rather do it for a Micah Parsons type, even if that would cost a little bit more.
Here's where I'm going to listen. I think everybody likes the idea of getting Micah Parsons, but it takes 2 to tango. And I don't think Jerry Jones ultimately is going to be.
And again, let me real quick before you go there, I'm going to really quick to Charlie tell you that I do believe there will be some regression inside your own division. Mm-hmm. And nobody thought that the Commanders were going to be in the NFC title game. Nobody thought the Vikings were going to win 14 games. So, like, this is a league, and nobody really thought the Bears were only going to win 5. So, like, you bring in somebody like
Myles Garrett,
and you could become a significantly better team quicker than maybe you think.
Here's and I get it. Like I understand everybody out there wants the younger player in Micah Parsons in comparison to Myles Garrett. But what I will say, historically speaking, for those that are fearful that Myles Garrett is all of a sudden going to just fall off a cliff, I've done some numbers here quickly, and Myles Garrett is in rarefied air when it comes to edge rushers. He is the fastest player to ever record 100 sacks. He did that this past year. He's got 102.5 career sacks through his age 28 season.
By the way, I think he's been the best defensive player in the league the last 2 years.
I completely agree with you. So, if we can all agree that he's amongst the all-time greats when it comes to pass rushers, I will provide you with the top 10 pass rushers of all time, which, again, Myles Garrett is on his way to joining this list. In fact, he'll probably, honestly, if he does what I expect and what all these guys have done in the later stages of their career, he's going to end up easily third amongst all-time sack leaders with the potential to be the best of all time.
Your message is don't be afraid of a guy's capacity to get to the opposing quarterback at the age of 31, 32, or 33.
Bingo. Bruce Smith, your all-time sack leader with 200 career sacks, starting from his age 30 through 37. So 8 full seasons, he had 89 sacks in 125 games. 7 seasons of double-digit sacks over those 8 seasons. Didn't fall off a cliff. And the 1 year that he didn't hit double digits, he had a 7-sack season. Reggie White, 198 career sacks. Age 30 through 37, had 97.5 career sacks in 124 games.
This is truly rarefied air.
It is, but Myles Garrett,
he's
that's
on
where
pace.
he's operating.
Yeah.
6 seasons for Reggie White in those 8 seasons of double-digit sacks. The 2 years that he didn't get double digits, 8 and 8.5. And oftentimes Reggie White was facing double teams on almost every play. That's the type of respect he commanded as a pass rusher. Kevin Green, third all-time, 160 sacks. His age is 30 through 37. He hit 97.5 sacks in 125 games. 8 seasons, 7 seasons, he had double-digit sacks. Julius Peppers. Bears fans are very familiar with his work. 159.5 career sacks. Age 30 to 37, he had 73.5 of those sacks in 128 games. Same deal. 4 seasons of double-digit sacks over that 8 seasons. Chris Dolman, 150.5 career sacks. Age 30 to 37, he registered 88 of those sacks in 126 games. What you see time and time again, more often than not, is that the elite pass rushers from age 30 through basically 35, 36, 37, they're the most productive seasons of their careers.
Yeah, I mean, Courtney has told us in the past, like, that's her, has been her feeling, too, that, your pass rushers, when we talked about Myles Garrett, hit their stride right around this time. And you also have to factor in that you still have a quarterback on a rookie contract. 3 years from now, you're not going to be able to make this deal.
Yeah, at that
point, you're going to have to completely reconfigure how you're building your team.
You're going to have to go the Kansas City Chiefs Patrick Mahomes route. Hopefully, Caleb Williams can be anywhere near that conversation. But all of a sudden, the way you start building your team is vastly different when your quarterback has that big
Now's
salary.
the time, if you're going to take that swing or to consider taking that swing, now is that time. Because in free agency, you can spend your money on Trey Smith and you can spend your money on Drew Dahlman. But after that, we're just spending kind of to spend, right?
Yeah. Then you find yourself spending on DeAndre Swift. And
right.
You're like, okay, he's
So
fine.
if I'm going to spend my money, and now's the time, one of the best things that Ryan Poles has done, he's been fiscally responsible. He hasn't spent like a drunken sailor. With a quarterback on a rookie deal, now could be the time to do a little drunken sailor spending.
And
if you will. And if I'm going to drunken sailor spend, it's going to be on a guy that has a track record like Myles Garrett.
And as we tag team this case for why
we're browbeating Charlie at this point.
Listen, it's like it's in a wrestling match. We're both in the ring.
Have
at
we
the same
got
time
you to
here.
say give? Are you ready to tap?
One more point. So, what Myles Garrett has done in his career to this point, if he operates at the level of the all-time greats, which again he has so far. This is a guy who you can absolutely build your roster around. Montez Sweat is not Myles Garrett.
No.
Everybody wants Montez Sweat to be Myles Garrett. He is not that guy. He has never proven to be that guy. But Montez Sweat will also benefit greatly from Myles Garrett being on the other edge.
Well, you're going to get better return on your already invested money on Montez Sweat if you add Myles Garrett. Charlie, have you been convinced?
No, like I definitely no. I absolutely.
You want to build through the draft, right?
Well, what you're saying is absolutely valid as far as like going all in on a rookie contract, but there's something to, and I know that like this didn't result in a Super Bowl, but when Josh Allen was on his rookie contract, the Bills didn't go after the, big, huge signing. They went after Micah Hyde. They went after Jordan Poyer. They had money to sign Tre'Davious White. They had money to throw out their offensive line.
They traded for Von Miller, too.
They signed him in the offseason, I thought.
Did they sign him?
Yeah,
well,
and so they weren't paying him
Rams
premium.
traded for him.
They weren't paying him
that's
premium like Von Miller money, and then that's obviously a deal that didn't work out. It was also a deal that was after Josh Allen's rookie contract. So you can still do it, and I think that you're kind of building yourself a house of cards if you dedicate your draft picks, your money to one player and one position. Whereas if you give yourself that flexibility through free agency, multiple swings in free agency, and multiple swings through the draft, I just think you've built a more sustainable house for yourself.
But you're not spending all your draft picks in the scenario that we've presented because you've got 9. If you eliminate the top pick this year, now you got 8. And you probably, if in fact Ian Cunningham becomes the general manager of the Jags, you're going to be back to 9. Because you probably get one of those comp picks this year and one next year, right? Isn't that how they do it?
Yeah.
So, I look, if you can draft the way that the Lions have drafted, and if you can draft the way that the Ravens have drafted, can you draft the way the Eagles have drafted, and recently the way the Rams have drafted? Then I'll buy what you're selling.
I would say that those teams, especially the Eagles, like they always have multiple high picks. They always have multiple first-round picks, multiple second-round picks, multiple third-round picks. If you're chipping away at that, all of a sudden you don't have a chance to draft. I know the Bears don't have, obviously, 2 first-round picks, but like part of the reason that those teams were built so well, like the Ravens as well, they have so many draft picks. They have a war chest of guys, of draft picks that they can use to invest in. And maybe it's like to trade one of them for Roquan Smith or something like that, and that moves the needle for them. But they still have, even what was it, a second-round pick? They still had that just backlog of comp picks that they always end up with.
And you better not draft Velus Jones and Zach Pickens and a punter and a lot of those guys as well.
That's the other.
So it's all predicated on being able to hit more than you miss.
Yeah, that's the other part. That's the other part of the equation is like, do you trust Ryan Poles to make those draft picks?
That's what we're factoring in.
Like,
Ryan
a lot of
Poles
times,
trust Ryan Poles to make these picks.
A lot of times, like, we'll just see teams just go on a heater when it comes to their draft picks. Like the Seahawks they drafted the entire Legion of Boom, and then they didn't draft well for like 8 straight years. So a lot of times that is just you catch fire as a drafter for like 2 or 3
Well,
years.
this eliminates the need to catch fire because I'm offering you a guy in this potential trade that you don't need any luck. And you just told me that there's no lineman that you believe is worthy of offensive tackle that's worthy of the 10th overall pick.
Well, it's maybe not just a lineman, but like at a certain point, like you're probably drafting best player available, and maybe that ends up being like Mason Graham or something like that. Like I'm not thinking of this as just of one guy drafting at 10. I mean, maybe there's an opportunity to trade down, but to me, like, I just think you give yourself a lot more flexibility if you do try to build.
More draft picks.
I'm not poo-pooing the thought at all. I'm just giving you an alternative to that, and I wouldn't dismiss pursuing someone like Myles Garrett.
Based on just because he's 29 years old.
Yes,
the history of elite pass rushers.
Your quarterback's on a rookie deal.
Yeah. And again,
you have cash to spend.
With Montez Sweat on the other side, showing you what he showed you last year, where he's maybe not exactly what you hoped he would be, all the more reason why getting that impact player who you can build your defense around, I think, would be a huge coup if the Bears could pull it off.
So Charlie's a no. We weren't able to sell him.
I'm a hard yes.
Tyler's a hard
Myles
yes.
Garrett, like, that's what the Super Bowl taught me, is that a pass rusher is a must. For this team,
I think that's a great point.
Next season, or in this offseason, to go out and get one of those guys. Now, who exactly is available, we don't know, but Myles Garrett would be one of those guys that if he is somehow available, I would try to do everything in my power to go out and get him.
And again, in my scenario, I haven't ignored the offensive line. I've actually, I'm signing off on spending big money on a guard.
We're
and
not
a
doing
center.
this without adding Dahlman and Trey Smith to the mix.
It's not Myles Garrett and let's stop there. It's Myles Garrett and a lot more stuff too. And let's not forget, you're paying a head coach $13 million. He better have something in him to help improve that offensive line just by his own presence being there.
Yes.
And the passing game and the running game. You're not paying him $13 million to just draw up some X's and O's and coach on game day. He has to be more than that in terms of talent development.
Well said, Tyler. He's Tyler Aki, of course.
Show yourself out, Charlie.
No, we'll let you hang around, Charlie Bevins. We'll just have to keep working on you to convince you.
Make him ride the elevator for the next segment.
There you go.
Charlie, why don't we do that? Would you be willing to get on the elevator, the number 3, and see if you go down and get back up without any trouble?
Go 1 to whatever the
whatever.
Bring you until you get stuck.
You want to do an elevator? You want to do an elevator challenge?
Elevator ride during Waddle's World. That's coming up next, and I believe I'll leave you with this, Waddle, and Charlie with this as he heads to the elevator. The old phrasing, or the old phrase, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. That's what Myles Garrett would be.
He'd be 2 in the bush?
No. He's a bird in the hand.
Bird in the hand. Two
draft picks is 2 in the bush. Go ride the elevator, Charlie.
Come on, Charlie, ride it. Ride the light.
Waddle's World next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago Whites.
Hey now, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Cap and J. Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Cap and J. Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
The Paramount Theater in downtown Aurora. Their shows continue to wow audiences with amazing staging and talent. Now is the perfect time to leave your couch and make a date night with Waitress. The Tony-nominated Best Musical features music from Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles. The show runs now through March 30th. Go to ParamountAurora.com for tickets and use code ESPN at checkout for a discount. So, order up! It's Waitress at Paramount Theater in Aurora. Visit ParamountAurora.com now.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This segment is brought to you by ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com, your hormone replacement therapy specialist. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, let's get weird.
Oh, we're getting real weird in Waddle's World today, my friend.
Charlie Bevins, who was not willing to consider seriously our sales pitch
for Myles
about
Garrett.
the Bears actually trading for Myles Garrett and also adding Dahlman and Smith via free agency. We could not convince him to do that, but we have convinced him to ride the light. By that, I mean he's on the elevator. He's on the elevator that we found ourselves
he jumped
stuck
in car number 3
yeah.
in the elevator
I think we got to just make sure all the elevators are good for when we leave today. So why don't we have him
give him a ride?
Why don't we have him test all of them?
Top to bottom?
Yeah.
Do we...
Little Goldilocks for him.
It probably would be rude to stop at every floor because it's kind of a busy time in the building.
So what? Let's be selfish.
What about on the way up? Should we on the way up have him stop at every floor?
At every floor.
All right, so we're going to have to check in. We're going to get
I'll
Charlie
give him a
on the
call
line here. Tyler's going
to... by the way, did you guys see that Netflix is looking to get into the NFL broadcast game on a more regular status? Charlie's already abandoned the bit.
He
went down and went back. He came back up to the to the floor.
Apparently, our plan was lost in translation. We didn't convey exactly what we wanted of Charlie here.
Now, Charlie, get on the other elevator. You got to do all 5.
All right,
you got to try all 5.
And we stay on the line because we want to report from each elevator, Charlie. That's the plan.
By the way, so as I said, Netflix threatening Fox and CBS as a new NFL broadcasting partner.
No real surprise. Netflix dipped their toe with the Christmas games.
And they gave, what did they give the league, like $150 million for each game, or $100 million
like
for each game?
300, right? Was it 300?
And then you were telling me that everybody.
Well, yeah. Tyler informed us of the high 5 to 6-digit paydays for everybody who was on the broadcast for one day of work.
Fantastic.
Yeah, must be nice.
Good work if you can get it, right?
Yeah.
You might want to get back.
So everybody that worked the Christmas Day game was given a high 5-digit, if not a 6-digit. Payday.
They were handsomely compensated.
So what would happen here? It says here that Netflix is now interested in bidding on the NFL Sunday afternoon games. Fox picked up the NFC package from CBS in '94, while CBS snagged the AFC package from NBC in '98. Their current broadcasting deals aren't up until 2033. However, if they wish, the NFL can terminate the deals 4 years early, which could allow Netflix to make a play in 2029.
I would fully expect the NFL to opt out of their current deals in 2029 and puts their packages up for bidding almost, as soon as they can, because now that you've got Netflix and all these other streamers in the mix, potentially, we know Prime got the Thursday night package. We know that Apple has been rumored to be in the conversations for it. Peacock, which is part of NBC, of course, has aired a playoff game on their streaming platform. So basically, it's going to be open bidding from everybody and anybody who wants a piece of the NFL.
So it's not this is not stopping anytime soon.
I wouldn't think so, no. And I think they're going to be the NFL will continue to build these 10-year deals in which they have opt-outs, 3, 4, 5 years in. Should we get a quick check-in from Charlie?
Yeah. Where's Charlie? Charlie, where you at, buddy?
Charlie, what's
I'm in elevator 4 right now. Just got to the lobby.
Okay.
And
so you made no problem?
No problem so far. I've gone in 3 elevators. I'm heading all the way back up to 12 now, and then I'll be back down to 7.
All right, this is happening awful quick here. When you get down to the bottom on elevator 4, can you, on the next elevator ride, stop on every floor going up?
Well, I'm on 12 now.
So go down to the bottom, go down to the ground floor, and then the next elevator.
You got to Buddy the Elf that thing.
Yeah, the next elevator that comes exactly as Tyler said.
Looks like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, we'll celebrate SNL 50, channel your inner Will Ferrell, Buddy the Elf it, and hit every floor on the next elevator ride going up, and that way we can make sure that it stops properly the way it's intended to, and it doesn't get stuck the way it did last time.
Good work, Charlie. You're fearless, my man.
Here,
these are fast elevators.
Yeah, I know.
Not when they're stuck.
That's why you need to stop on every floor here.
Are you claustrophobic, Charlie?
Not too bad.
No?
I don't like heights.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, stick with us here. Let us know when you hop on the next elevator.
Yeah.
You got another story in between?
Yeah, of course I do. The Panthers' backup quarterback Andy Dalton has signed a 2-year deal. If that floats your boat.
With the Panthers.
Vlad Guerrero, as we touched on briefly, Vlad Jr., has failed to come to a contract extension agreement with the Blue Jays.
Correct. Which means he'll be a free agent at the end of the season.
And I believe what he has said to the Blue Jays is, well, that's fine, but now there are going to be 29 other teams involved in my pursuit of a new deal.
I will tell you that Vlad
if you're the
Guerrero,
Cubs, are you interested?
They should be.
Hell yeah.
Tyler, are you interested?
Oh, yeah.
What if it, now this is going to be a 1-year deal or even a half-year deal if you get to the trade deadline?
You're talking about trading for him this season.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about as a free agent.
Have you seen what next year's free agent class looks like? It's incredible. I saw Russell Dorsey.
Tucker and Vlad.
Tucker and Vladdy. And then you could have some more opt-outs, too. Like if Alonso has a great season this year, Bregman, Zach Gallen's a free agent next year. Like there are some.
You're
definitely if you are interested in re-signing Tucker.
Well,
you can't do both.
No, well, you wouldn't think so.
You could.
No. You could, yeah. If you want, if you were the Dodgers, you could. If you were
some of the
Mets.
others, Bo Bichette, Dylan Cease, JT Realmuto. Like there are some legit.
Are you on 4 or 3? Which elevator is that, Charlie?
I'm on 4 right now.
Okay, I just saw it stop on our. So are you going up? Are you going up to 8 right now?
The door's just open to 8.
Okay.
Oh,
have you?
I've never been on here.
Have you? Oh, Discovery. 8th
Go make
floor.
a friend.
Have you? Has anybody hopped on the elevator with you during your?
No, that was my big fear. Is like you said, the Buddy VL situation.
Well, that's why I think going up is. I think that's why hitting the buttons going up is not really a problem because most people.
He's going to go on every floor and every one of these elevators is going to be fine. We're going to get on that elevator at 6:35 and we're going to get stopped again.
For making a new radio
this is going to do the same thing.
Any elevator observations, Charlie?
When you're done, Charlie, go outside and put your tongue on a light pole, will you?
I'm going to pass on that. It's a nice elevator, though. Well lit. Nice marbling.
Do you think that any of the elevators are better than the others so far, if you had to pick one?
So far, no. They're all pretty similar.
How many have you been on at this point?
This is my 3rd elevator.
Okay,
I got 2 more.
There's 5 total of the bank.
Almost done, Charlie.
You've been on 4. You were on the one that we were on yesterday that got stuck, which was 3, right?
Yes.
And then what was the
We
other?
giving Charlie a cookie when he's done here? What are we doing?
We can buy him a snack. And then what other elevator were you on?
I think I was on 1.
You think you were on 1? We might have to test all 1, 2,
it
and
was
5
the,
just to make sure.
The leftmost one.
Then that would be 1, yeah.
Now when you come back to
the elevator.
Now you've got to go on the service elevator.
So you just got off
too.
7. You're back on our floor. Now you're going to go for what, 5?
Yeah.
Right.
Also need you to test the freight too in the back.
Yeah, 5 has been the danger elevator in the past.
Aside from 3, which
3's
we got stuck on last
the
night.
one we got stuck on.
All right, so you're gonna have to send that one down. Obviously, that was the one we were stuck on last night. And then as we wait, Charlie, he'll test the.
Hey, by the
5th
way,
and
did you
final
guys
elevator
see that Joe Buck is going to call the Brewers-Yankees opening day game on ESPN?
I was wondering how long it would be until
before he got involved with baseball.
ESPN asked him to call a couple of baseball games. And so what was it? He's been two seasons of ESPN Monday Night Football, or has it been 3 now?
Yeah.
I think it's 2
or 3.
Right?
Yeah, he left Fox Sports in 2022 for ESPN, where he calls Monday Night Football.
So, yeah,
he referred to the opening day assignment as a one-off opportunity and not a permanent return to the baseball booth. So joining Buck in the booth will be former Yankees manager Joe Girardi and Bill Schrader, the lead color analyst for the Brewers. Did I get his name right?
Yes.
Schrader?
Shouldn't he be? I know you can't really do it all season long because of Monday Night Football, but he should be Sunday Night Baseball.
Who is it now? Is it Ravi?
Ravi.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Love Ravi, but yeah, Joe Buck. But the thing is, Joe Buck doesn't want to do baseball like that anymore. I think that was part of the reason he was kind of. I've heard him talk about how, he did baseball for, I think, almost 30 years.
I love Joe Buck.
So do I. I think he's great at baseball. I love when he calls games, but I think he's done it for, like I said, I think almost like, he's done like 20 World Series, I think, as the lead voice. So when you've done it for as long as he has, I can see why he's like, all right, I'll do a few one-offs every now and then, but not necessarily need to do it every season the way he wants to.
All right, we need to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll check with Charlie. I have some interesting articles, death-related, considering I felt like I had a near-death experience. I also have something to raise your spirits. There is a TripAdvisor Best Beaches in the World and the United States article for you, and an article about FAFO parenting. Do you know what that is?
FAFO.
You'll find out when we come back.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. YouTube. For the live stream of ESPN Chicago, subscribe for free today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carmen.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene during Restaurant Week, February 21st to March 3rd.
Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
So I stumped you, Meller. What is FAFO parenting, or should we just pronounce it as FAFO?
Yes.
FAFO? This trend of natural consequences will restore your faith. A new trend is on the rise, and you don't have a guess.
Yeah, I'm familiar with FOMO, but FAFO, not so much.
It stands for F around and find out.
Oh, good call. I like that. For parents? So that
known in 2025 as FAFO or FAFO on social media, the parenting style encourages kids to find out the natural consequences of their behavior that they've been warned against, as long as they're not in serious danger. For example, a child might refuse to eat their dinner only to realize they're hungry later, or want to go outside without a jacket and surprisingly get cold.
The kids without a jacket is a huge problem amongst teenagers.
Why
freshmen,
is that?
Let me tell you. I don't know.
Why are teens...
From my... They
Are you, I mean, Tyler, you're young. You're not a teen, but do you go outside without a jacket?
Not anymore.
No.
Dude,
Did you used to?
I used to be resistant, yeah. I didn't need a jacket. My dad would be like, put one on, put one on.
Dude, every single morning, it's a fight with my twins. Both of them. I'm like...
The point is, maybe employ a little FAFO parenting, and they'll change their way.
Yeah, I wish, though, but they're too... it's fine. The problem is they're cushioned. There's not enough consequence.
The consequence is you freeze your ass off.
Yeah, the thing is they get picked up from school.
They're standing outside with no jacket.
Yeah, they don't wait long enough.
Or they didn't eat what they were supposed to eat. So
Charlie
now they're
hungry.
Got an empty elevator.
Charlie's here. Hey, Charlie, you still with us?
I am.
Are you in the 5th elevator bank, or?
I am. I'm just about to get out on 7.
Okay, you're going to... Oh, so how was the 5th ride, the 5th elevator ride?
5th ride, a little squirrely, I'm not going to lie. There was like a Hang on, let me get away from the speaker. There was a stretch where between 4 and 5,
That's like the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, it like paused for a little bit between 4 and 5, and this one there's a little bit of clanging going on.
How often is this happening on these elevator rides? It seems to be far too frequent.
5 has always been traditionally the worst.
The bad car, yeah.
5 used to have the doors that didn't always close, and that I remember was like my first introduction to
With My Fear.
Waddle tweaking out.
Yeah.
But you're back
Every
on 7
other
now.
one's been fine. Yeah, I'm back in 7 now. I'm just waiting. I think 1 is the last one I have to get. Every other one's been fine.
Okay.
Charlie's, you know what? I think you're doing a yeoman's work. You're doing yeoman's work.
You know, it's funny. Somebody got on the elevator on this last one. And then
as you were going up?
They were going. No, I was going down. Thank God.
Okay. Actually, that would be. Is that OV? I can't.
That's
see
OV. OV, don't get on 5.
All right, OV's hopping on. She's going down on elevator. Is that 3 or 4?
She got stuck on one of them.
Oh yeah,
she got stuck on 5.
Yeah, last week, last
Good
Friday,
luck.
I think. Right.
Godspeed.
Did you know that men are injecting their jaw lines with bone-like filler for chiseled faces?
I was not aware of that, but honestly, I'm not surprised.
I mean,
are you surprised?
No, because I think people are just out of their minds.
Yeah, personal maintenance.
This guy Antonio DeVita.
I like Charlie's directing traffic. Like I need that first elevator bank.
Yeah,
sending people down.
Antonio DeVita. Got a jawline, chin, and cheek filler, he said. Cost him $7,200 for facial enhancement. It was a bit of a power move, he said. Now when I walk into a corporate setting, I feel more confident. It's a trio of injectable treatments that millennial, Gen X, and baby boomer men are now getting to get the chiseled, sprightly looks of 20-something heartthrobs.
I mean, listen.
Such as Henry Cavill. Is it Cavill? John Hamm, Matt Rife, and Jacob Elordi.
Cavale. Oh, yeah, Jacob Elordi.
Or even early or older hunks like Brad Pitt and Keanu Reeves. That's what it says.
Are you familiar with Jacob Elordi?
No, I don't know.
He was
who
in
he is.
Saltburn and Euphoria.
Yeah.
And did you see the Euphoria news over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Season
Back,
3?
right? Yeah.
You know who's added to the cast?
No.
Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is he replacing Angus Cloud?
He might. That's a good. I hadn't even thought about that, but that's a great call, Tyler. Zendaya is back, but I don't know if I can't remember if Elordi is back for season 3 or not. I can't remember if I saw his name, but Marshawn Lynch is going to enter his acting foray of his career, I guess, as he'll be on season 3 of Euphoria. So,
would you like to,
Charlie? Are you on 1 yet? Are you still hanging with us, Charlie?
No, I'm not in 1 quite yet.
Okay. Still waiting for that elusive final
Still
elevator.
waiting for 1, yeah. A lot of people are starting to leave, too, so I got to explain things.
You're in rush hour.
Charlie. You're in rush hour of
the good fight
of the elevator.
Would you guys like to guess, according to science, the most painful way to die?
Oh, burning alive.
Death is inevitable, obviously, through science. Though science has revealed what might be the most painful ways to go. Nearly 10,000 Americans die every day, adding up to about 3 million people per year, according to the CDC. Most of these are from conditions like heart disease and cancer. There are some other more bizarre and painful other ways as well. Would you like to guess?
I would have guessed what Meller did.
He is correct. Being burned alive is considered the most painful.
Drowning.
Radiation poisoning is number 2.
Drowning.
Getting eaten alive by bugs is number 3.
That's most painful?
Number 3. And decompression sickness is number 4. That's as far as they go.
What is
that? Well, you remember those the people that got into that little orb that went down to see Titanic?
Submersible?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, not sure why I brought you that article, but
the more you know.
Also, scientists have captured end-of-life brain activity that could prove humans do have souls. A mysterious burst of energy that happens in the brain as we pass away could be the soul leaving the body, according to an expert. What do you think of that?
It could be, I suppose. It could also just be the final throngs of life. Right?
Okay.
Whatever those happen to be.
Jeff is actually taking a negative approach to this story.
I'm saying it could be. It could be a lot of things, right?
And I will wrap up Waddle's World with a more pleasant story. The best beaches in the world have been revealed by TripAdvisor. And do you know if there are any U.S. beaches in the top 10 in the world's best beaches?
I'm going to guess no.
The answer is The answer is yes. Siesta Beach in Siesta Key, Florida comes in at number 4. Number 1 is Elafonisi Beach in Greece.
Okay.
Banana Beach in Thailand. Eagle Beach in Aruba. Siesta Beach in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Some that I can't pronounce in Portugal. Playa Veradero in Cuba. Bavaro Beach in Dominican Republic is number 7. Playa de Muro Beach in Spain is 8.
Mallorca.
Kelingking Beach in Indonesia is 9. And Myrtos Beach in Greece is 10.
All right.
Siesta Beach is obviously number 1, followed by a couple of beaches in Hawaii. La Jolla Cove at number 4 in California. Waikiki Beach in Oahu is 5. Clearwater Beach in Florida is 6. Driftwood Beach in Georgia is 7. Another Hawaiian beach is 8. Big Pine Key, Florida Beach is number 9. And another beach in Maui is 10.
Let's call off the Car 1 chase, Charlie.
Wasn't there one that was under construction or like under maintenance?
Why has Charlie found trouble?
Yeah, that might be the case. If anything, take one elevator all the way down to the bottom, Charlie, and see if one is blocked off for any reason.
Why? What's the problem? Has Charlie been caught in the elevator?
Well,
Charlie's just pacing back and forth.
He's waiting, trying to get one. Go to the bottom on the next ride, Charlie, and then we'll check in with you after Wilbon.
All right, Michael Wilbon is next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's face it, joint pain isn't just a nuisance. It affects everything. Walking, climbing stairs, even simple things like getting out of the car, that can feel like a challenge. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. If you're dealing with that always there joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, it's time to stop suffering. The solution? QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore those damaged joints, all without surgery. These therapies, including PRP treatments, are revolutionizing the way we treat arthritis pain. Under the expert care of medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli, QC Kinetics is right here in Chicago, helping thousands of people get lasting relief. Imagine getting back to your life without joint pain, downtime, or going under the knife. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? Don't wait. Find out if you're a candidate today. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Saturday appointments are available as well. Here's a number, 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Stop the pain. Start living again. And I'm telling you, QC Kinetics will help you feel better, move better, live better.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Chicago dreaming of being at the draft in Green Bay? Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how to win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
Waddle and Meller in for Sylvie today here on ESPN 1000. As always at this time, Michael Wilbon joins Waddle and Sylvie.
And he's brought to you and us by HawkAuto.com. Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Mike, how are we today?
Gentlemen, I'm good. How are you?
A little cold here in Chicago, but other than that, all good.
Well, don't bury the lead, Tom. Mike,
February stuff.
Yeah. Mike, before we get to the sports, have to ask you, because Waddle had a traumatic experience last night as we were going home. Have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
Yeah, but then never more than never to the point where I was, there was either communication while I was stuck. I think 20 minutes is probably the longest. That's enough.
Yes, it is enough.
Tommy, how long were you stuck in the elevator?
Jeff and I were stuck in the elevator last night on the way or getting out of the building for 30 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I am highly claustrophobic. I'm a very claustrophobic individual.
Yeah, that's somebody's got to pay. Who got you out? What were the circumstances of that?
Well, they tried
to reset.
They tried to reset the elevator twice to no avail. As so eventually one of the maintenance guys here pried the doors open, and we were stuck between floors 4 and 5, and we actually had to climb up and out.
No.
Yeah.
It was like an action movie.
It was traumatizing. Traumatizing.
That sounds like some comp owed to employees.
Yes.
Employee comp.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
It was not pleasant. In fact, it was one of the more disturbing things I've experienced in quite some time.
I hear you. I'm with you there, man.
It was almost as bad as the All-Star game on Sunday, Mike. What, Mike?
Nothing's that bad.
What do you? I mean, do sports fans just expect too much of the NBA for the All-Star festivities?
No.
You think
the NBA is in an embarrassing position. They put themselves there. I'm not going to, as I have now grown fond of saying, I'm not going to care more about your product than you care.
Yes.
And if the players don't care, why should I care? And the players haven't cared. They didn't care for about 10 years worth. They didn't care, and now you have to run out there and put these phony attempts to obscure the game. Let's make it a variety show hosted by Kevin Hart. No. It's a waste of time. The NFL did this at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And it had to go away. It went away. That's all you can do with it.
Yeah.
So the Pro Bowl went away. The NHL seems to have discovered something that does work. They had 10 million people in the United States and Canada watching Saturday night. The NBA doesn't have the stones, doesn't have the gonads to put out there to say to the players, if we're going to have this and put our name on it, we're going to have something that people are proud of. Because I'm just going to tell you this. There's I'll narrow it down a little bit. So there's a Chicago area player, Hall of Famer, who I talked to last week, and I said, when are you going to the All-Star game? And he said, I'm not. And I said, when have you ever missed the All-Star game? He said, I haven't, ever, in 40 years, ever. So I'm not wasting my time with this. And this guy played in some All-Star games. And I said, you're not going. He said, I'm not going. And to me, that was an indictment. Because and then I talked to a couple of other Hall of Famers who were like, dude, I don't even watch this anymore. And they feel embarrassed about it. And they said there's no, they used the word pride. They used it. I'm talking about guys in the Hall of Fame. And so I'm influenced by what they think. And just on my own, independently, I'm like, I'm not watching this. And I used to think there was nothing cooler than All-Star Weekend for years in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so now we reach a point where players are so large as global icons that they can do exactly what they want. And if they don't want to play, if they want to stand around with the lob passes and think that's an All-Star game, then that's what they'll do. And there's no, Adam Silver won't call them on it. I mean, he was angry last year, notably angry.
Mm-hmm.
People wrote pieces about it and reported it, but they didn't do anything about it. I mean, they did this other thing. And then they interrupted the game for 12 minutes. I mean, I'm all for paying homage to TNT, except Ernie, Charles, Shaq, and Kenny, they're going to be out there. They're going to still do the game.
Of course, yeah.
This is not an obit. They're not dying. Shaq just signed for $15 million last week. So they're not going anywhere. What are you doing?
Mike, I said that, and you have obviously followed this much closer than I, but I was trying to think about the last time I saw like a decent effort, and it had to be probably the last time Kobe played in an All-Star game. Is that fair?
Probably. That maybe. It certainly has not been the last 10 years.
Why?
And Kobe, because guys make so much money now, they don't want the notion of not getting hurt rules everything. And hockey players don't make enough money to have that leverage. NBA players do. So they just say to to Adam Silver, we're not doing that. We're not playing us against the world. They don't want anything competitive during their 8-day break, their hiatus.
Yeah.
And they've made that known.
It's interesting because
the league is, held hostage by that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you last week. We ran out of time, and I don't mean to trivialize this.
No.
But what would the late commissioner? I wrote this down. WWDSD. What would David Stern do if, in fact,
call people in a room and say, "We'll just disband the whole thing, and nobody will get any money for anything, and we'll just disband. We're not going to have this." Or he would have called in. I mean, it helps. I mean, commissioners know stronger than his strongest players. And when your strongest players are over time, Russell, Magic Bird, Jordan, Kobe. When your strongest players are those aren't the only guys. I mean, there's Dumars and Isaiah. There's Malone and Stockton. Mm-hmm. There's there's guys who would enforce. There's Charles Barkley. There's guys who would say, "No, tell us this is what we're doing." But if you don't have that, and they don't seem to have that now, guys are just they're going to make their $70 million on the back end of their contracts, and Adam Silver doesn't have players. Because if LeBron wanted to set the tone for that, it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me if LeBron wanted to set the tone for that, then it would be set. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sensing that. I'm sensing Draymond Green is the guy who is out there willing to say what needs to be said, but Draymond doesn't have the capital to spend as LeBron would, or LeBron and Kevin Durant. Maybe he does have as much capital as some of those players, but they don't. It doesn't matter to them. If it doesn't matter to them, that rules the day.
Conversely, you mentioned, Mike, Draymond maybe not having enough influence with some of the players around the league to really get an idea to change surrounding the All-Star game. LeBron, at the last minute, ducks out. What was your thoughts on that? Should he have informed the league earlier, or do we give him a pass?
He wanted to play, and he's going to try to play, and he didn't know until that morning that he couldn't play. I'm going to take LeBron James at his word. LeBron has never done things. People can say what they want about taking my talents to South Beach. That was not dishonoring anybody. People may have disagreed with the way he did that. I don't actually. I thought it was fine. But if that's the only outlier for LeBron's behavior over decades, then there's nothing there. And so I'm going to give LeBron James the benefit of the doubt with his assessment of how he felt. The whole thing's unfortunate. The whole All-Star weekend. Mac McClung is the only thing that I paid attention to from All-Star weekend. That was it.
Mike, is it symbolic of a bigger issue that the league faces?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but it faces the issue with his most ardent fans, which is I'm not going to watch anymore.
Yeah,
I'm turning it off now, and that also goes to the point of I'm not coming. I'm not paying $2,000 to get to the arena and find out half the people I'm paying to watch are not playing, not suited up. And so, but players know they don't have to care about that because their money comes from the billions of dollars in media contracts. So is it a problem? If it doesn't affect the bottom line, is it a problem? You can conclude no. If guys are making $70 million on the back end, is it a problem? Maybe not. Apparently not.
So, I mean, look, If they got rid of the All-Star Weekend at this point, I wouldn't care. But I do care about wanting to watch the league. And
well, we're watching now. I mean, Tommy, the tough thing is starting tomorrow night.
It gets real.
Friday, yeah, because it's a sprint. There's only 30 games left. This is what it's like a college basketball season now, except the 30 games are going to be compacted into basically 6 weeks. So we're going to go from February 20th to April 13th, or 7 weeks. We're going to go 7 weeks. And by the time we get on the other side of this, by the time we get through and get to next week, we're going to be looking at March, the 1st of March to April 12th-ish. We're going to be looking at 5.5, 6 weeks that the NBA season is going to be a full sprint, where people are going to play if they can, because that's going to determine whether they make the playoffs, and that will determine what people think of them.
Is there
their future salaries and their legacy, and all that people care about will be determined in that 6-week period.
No doubt. Is there enough popularity, do you believe now, watching this sprint that is justifiable for those that are paying these broadcast entities that are paying these huge prices? Is it worth their money, or is this?
It'll have to be. That's all they're going to get. They're not getting anything else. They're not going to get all the stars playing every game in November, December, January.
My point is that, make hay now, because the way this league is going, when it comes time, and fortunately for the league, I'm assuming that these broadcast deals have some lengthy time left on them.
They just signed it. They just signed one a day and a half ago. The ink's not dry.
It feels like, it feels like there's going to be some regret from some of those broadcast entities if, in fact...
They could have just had the regret. Then why did they have the regret 3 weeks ago? We didn't. They didn't. These are the most famous men on earth, along with the top 15... No, top 40 soccer players. That's not 40. Top 25 soccer players. Mm-hmm. These are the most famous people. It's not the heavyweight champ anymore, or the people who comprise the welterweight and heavyweight championship divisions. That's what it was. I mean, that's what it was when it was Ray Leonard and Hagler and Duran and Burns and Benitez, and then at the same time Tyson, and you had that. You don't have. So boxing is taking itself out. Completely out. And the most famous people on earth, the bankable stars, are global basketball players and global soccer players.
So there's no way to fix this for the average NBA fan, because
not now. Nope. There's no consequence. What's the consequence?
That's my point. Is that the consequence?
$70 million on the back end.
It would have to be that once you get to the end of these monster deals, that those that are paying for them don't want to re-up because they don't think they're getting enough return on their investment.
They just re-upped the day.
So that's my point. Is like there's no end to this for quite some time.
No, none in the foreseeable future. None of my lifetime. No.
Wow.
And so that's one part of the reason that you're going to have an interesting conflict, really, when it comes to WNBA salaries. And you've got, you got a rookie out there who's changed sort of the whole dynamic of women's basketball, is making $83,000, but you got this 3-on-3 league or whatever it is, people making $200,000. So what's going to happen there? People talk about it as a work stoppage in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And that looks entirely possible to me.
No, it's a fascinating litmus test, Mike, that you bring up there regarding the WNBA.
But isn't that all about revenue production? Like, if the revenue that is produced that can support the salaries, then it will.
That's what, because that's the old model that you and I have been looking at all our lives. But if Dove and Maybelline are paying as part of a bigger point, and they're willing to pay, regardless of what the eyeballs are or the standings in the seats, they're willing to pay. It's part of a cause, really. It's causal. And then what is that going to mean? So in other words, if the dollars are there from sponsors who want to make a larger point culturally about women's basketball in the United States of America, and you've got one league sanctioned, partnered with the NBA that's paying, that's paying about a third of the salaries as this new entity, which I couldn't even tell you the name of it. But I read just yesterday they're making an average of $200,000 a player. Okay, so what are we talking about here? This is where you get. I mean, golfers may have a handful of golfers accurately identified their leverage points because of the Saudi money available. Does that mean eyeballs are watching? No, it doesn't. They're not watching live, and it's not fannies going through the turnstiles. It's not. There's an entity willing to pay a certain amount of money to make a point. So live exists. And another group of golfers, the PGA, it looked like they sort of misevaluated their own leverage. Maybe not, because you got the PGA ultimately to go to these elevated events, which, shot up your own pay scale. But golf's got something similar going on. So, apparently, look, Hulu gets it right when they say what pays off is live sports.
Yeah.
It still does.
From willingness to pay to an unwillingness to pay, the Cubs were if you believe all the baseball bigwigs, Mike, and we certainly do, Jeff Pass and Buster Olney, the Cubs were the fourth-place finisher when it comes to Alex Bregman. As a Cubs fan, what were your thoughts when you saw Bregman sign with the Red Sox and Jed Hoyer thank Tom Ricketts for allowing him to spend $115 million that ultimately they're not going to spend because Bregman did not select their deal?
Well, my first thought was $40 million a year is a lot for Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
That to be honest, my first thought when I just saw the number, I don't know. I wasn't focused on what the number was going to be. I wanted the Cubs to get him and spend enough to get him. That was my first typical fan reaction. And then when I saw this, what is Judge making?
Aaron Judge
getting?
Per 34? Year, it's a little more than 40.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to tell me that Bregman, who is a really nice player, and I understand defensively you want him anchoring your infield. I get it. But, man, $40 million for Bregman? And they only have him for 1 year maybe. I mean, he gets to opt out after each of those 2 years. I sort of backslid on that one. Not thinking, can you not develop or find a third baseman as valuable as Bregman, particularly at the plate? I don't know.
Your fate rests with rookie Matt Shaw, and if he can't play, they've signed Justin Turner today.
Yeah, Justin Turner who can bat. You know what's interesting? And so I have a much harder time figuring out what I'm going to think of Justin Turner. Justin Turner, who is 40 years old, who could fall off. He could just fall off. He could fall into, off a cliff in terms of performance. But he can play some backup first base. He can back up at third base. He can DH. He's a good clubhouse, locker room guy at a time in which you really maybe could use that if you think you're going to contend for anything. So I don't know what – I have a harder time – and by the way, they paid $6 million for him or whatever it was, but my first reaction was $40 million is too much for Bregman. And I wanted the Cubs to be all in. And then when I saw the amount in the headline the next day, I was like, $40 million for Bregman, really?
It's a fair concern.
Hey, I want to go back to the NHL or the Four Nation face-off.
Yeah.
How into the Saturday night game between the U.S. and Canada were you, Mike?
I couldn't see the Saturday night game because I was busy doing something else family related. But I'm going to watch the Thursday night game.
Yeah.
And I watched, the two early games of Finland and Sweden. I watched those, and I found it an attractive watch. I didn't find it as compelling I did not find it as compelling as a Game 7 of a Stanley Cup playoff. I didn't. Now, obviously, a lot of people did, and 10 million people watched in the United States and Canada on Saturday night. I'm going to watch Thursday, but I think the NHL also got lucky. I mean, suppose it's Finland versus Sweden. Then what?
Right.
Yeah.
Then you're not getting that. So they got a fortuitous, I'm not going to say, bounce, but, let's hold our horses, because if that's the matchup, we're not all rushing to the TV to see that. And the other thing is, if anybody who drops gloves, you're gone. You're suspended. You're out. You're out. Like the Olympics. I've covered Olympic hockey going back to 1998 when the NHL stars were allowed in the competition. And it's some of the greatest play I've ever seen. 98, 02. It was stunning how great the action was. And I got to see North American dilution. I got to see the Kachucks dropping gloves. I would suspend people for that.
I applauded them, not suspended them, but I'm a caveman.
People said that the NHL couldn't go forward and have exciting products without that 15 years ago, and they did exactly that.
They did after the first 9 seconds, and then they all settled in, and it became a game of skill.
I don't need to see the first 9 seconds. Well, there was great clean hitting in that game that resulted the rest of the game, from what I'm told. I didn't get a chance to watch. But my point is, when I say 15 years ago, the Don Cherries of the world, 25 years ago, said the NHL was not going to field a successful product, an attractive product worldwide, without fighting. And they promptly did away with goonery in the NHL. And you don't need it. Don't tell me that I'd rather watch two thugs slug it out than see Connor McDavid. That's a lie. It's a disservice to the men who play and have skill at that level.
Yeah.
So I don't need to see that against the United States. The United States cannot see that.
The only thing I would say to you is you got 59 minutes and 51 seconds of real skill, and you did get. But I get what you're saying. I think that the point is that the NHL did a pretty nice job giving their fans a product that was significantly more appealing than the NHL All-Star game.
They figured it out.
Yeah.
They figured it out. Again, they got a little lucky.
Yes.
But it's okay to get lucky when you're actively trying things.
No, you're right.
The NBA
and Mike,
is
I
not
think
actively trying things because they're scared of their constituents, their players.
I think
the league is afraid of a handful of players who they don't think will give their blessing to something more competitive.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well, is that money is an issue because, as Meller was saying, look, the top earners in the NHL, the best of the best,
12.5,
are making 12.5, 13 million.
Fractional.
Yes. So,
that's a ninth man on an NBA roster.
Right.
And there's also like a culture to hockey, too, where the best player, if he's got a sore shoulder, if he walks into his locker room, the last thing he's going to tell his teammates is, hey, boys, shoulder hurts tonight, I'm not going.
Yeah.
You'd be laughed out of the room.
I'm not going is not afraid to hear in the NHL. And it's not going to be, when money changes everything. If they start getting paid $70 million in the back end, then you might hear that. Because you didn't hear that. Listen, maybe this is a good way to wrap up. So late in a Bulls season, when the Bulls had the first seed, so it was either 97 or 98. The Bulls had the first seed wrapped up, and they're playing a meaningless game like game 81 or 82. And Michael Jordan walks in the dressing room, and there were guys with ice packs on. And there was nothing at stake. There was nothing at stake. Everybody knew. And by the way, nobody in Chicago was clamoring for these guys to play because you were going to the playoffs the next week. Mm-hmm. And everybody wanted the Bulls to 5-peat or 6-peat, whatever it was. Jordan walks in the room, and guys have ice packs on. They're not dressed for the game. They're like in sweats and stuff. They got towels on. And Jordan goes, "What are you doing?" And he's like, I'm not playing tonight. We don't have to go. And Jordan goes, here's the deal. I'm playing tonight because there's 20,000 people out here in United Center. I'm playing, and you're playing, and you're playing. And he pointed to each guy's nose. I know this story from several guys in that room. He pointed to each guy's finger to nose and said, you're playing, and you're playing, and you're playing, and get your uniform on and get yours on because I'm playing. They all played.
Yeah.
Now, you can also go look up. Steve Kerr, we love Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's a Hall of Famer over and over, easily. Steve Kerr only played 82 games in one uniform. I'm virtually certain of this. He played all 82 games every season with the Bulls, I think. Mm-hmm. Look him up. Stacey King, 82. Okay? Guys, BJ played 82 no matter where he was. But those guys played 82. because you had a guy walk in the room and say, you're playing, or you're playing.
He
Well,
played.
we will fight right now.
He played 5 seasons with the Bulls. Excuse me, is it 5?
It's 5.
Five seasons with the Bulls, and there was only 1 season where he didn't play.
Wow. That was
the strike year.
He played every single game, like you said, Mike. 82, 82, 82, 82, and then 50 in the strike shortened season.
50 was all. 50 was the total. That
Exactly.
He played 100% of the game. So it was not just the NHL. That was the NBA, but that was 25 years ago.
No, it's so right.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Real quick, before we let you go, Mike, because you brought up Mike, obviously everyone in Chicago loves Michael Jordan's stories. You may not have had a chance to catch this because it debuted last night, but have you heard about the We Beat the Dream Team doc that HBO just debuted last night? Grant Hill was obviously the primary, I think, driver.
I know of it. I was there.
I was going to ask you, Mike, listen, it's 90 minutes. It's breezy. Anybody who remembers the Dream Team, or if you're unfamiliar with the Dream Team, I highly recommend it. I'm sure it's going to be available on HBO. But can you just share whatever story you want about the NBA Select Team beating the NBA Dream Team?
Was Gary Payton on that team, too?
No, Gary Payton was not. He was not till 96.
No. Gary Payton was already – he wasn't – maybe he wasn't. Anyway, Chris Webber was on that team, Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill. I mean, that's 3 guys off the top of my head. I don't know who else. I don't know if
Allen Houston was on that team.
Allen Houston.
Rodney
Great
Rogers.
Guys, by the way. Great pros. Guys who became terrific pros. And a lot of them are around basketball right now, obviously. As
Jamal Mashburn and Penny Hardaway.
Jamal Mashburn, terrific guys on that team. So they come out of there's a reporter, Sam Smith was there. So there's several of us, and we're waiting outside, and they come out and they say they won the game. They won the scrimmage. And we're like, what? We beat them. And this is like, I can't tell you how impossible it was to believe, but they did win. And then the Dream Team guys come out and they're like, they're downcast. But I remember one of them, Michael said, be here tomorrow. Be standing right here tomorrow in the same spot where you are now. And it became like, why? And he said, here's the deal. Because they're not going to score. And you say, and we all said, David Dupree, Mark Heiser from the LA Times, David Dupree from USA Today. There's a handful of us who are all standing there. And Jordan goes, what blankety blank don't you understand about not going to score? And I think at one point it was like 13-0 or 13-1 the next day. It was just it was just that sort of thing. The greatest games, if you talk to those guys, and I've spent my life hanging around, some of those guys. And Charles has great stories. If you ask Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan and David Robinson, and I don't know what John Stockton thinks, Karl Malone, I know what Magic thinks because we talked about it ad nauseum. If you ask them about the greatest games they've ever played, just forget the uniform.
Yep.
Those are some of the practices, the scrimmages. If you ask them about the greatest efforts or defensive effort, when Scotty and Michael would team up on somebody and say, you're not getting the ball across mid-court. And he couldn't.
Yep.
And so those guys, Allen Houston and Jamal Mashburn and Grant Hill, they have wonderful stories about that whole back-to-back thing. And I can't wait to watch it.
Mike,
you'll love it. A lot of years now. I can't wait to watch
Mike,
it.
Mike, you'll love it again. It debuted last night on HBO, so anybody who's a fan of that, I highly encourage you to check it out. I promise you it will not disappoint. As always, Mike, we appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, you guys. Be well.
As always, Michael Wilbon joining Waddle and Sylvie here on ESPN 1000. I'm Jeff Meller in for Sylvie. All right, up next, it is Aki's A-List. Yeah. Tyler steps into the main stage. Coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name and comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hockey fans, don't miss The Hockey Show with Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief every Wednesday at 8 p.m. on ESPN Chicago. Get expert takes, insights, and all things hockey. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino. Tune in.
Waddle and Sylvie are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 P's of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Can I ask the first question?
Of course you can. You're a shedmate.
Shedmate. Checkmate from Shedmate. What happened to the UConn basketball team this year? They're back-to-back national champs, right?
They are.
And Bobby Hurley, Danny Hurley, has said he's the best coach in college basketball.
He won't let you forget it.
He's like, listen, you can't stay on the top of the mountain
Sylvie's
forever.
New buddy, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Should he have taken the Lakers job? Does he have regrets? I don't know.
It's a good question.
A little bit of fig jam to him.
Excuse me?
A little fig jam to him.
What does that mean?
F, I'm good, just ask me. That's what they call Phil Mickelson.
I like that. I'd never heard that.
Little fig jam, yeah.
So are they going to get in the tournament?
Oh, yeah, they'll get in.
Will they make any noise? And why are they not nearly...
Yeah, the first time they won, they were a 4 seed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So...
They're 17-8. They're going to be a 4 or 5 seed probably, right?
No. They could be like a 7 or an 8.
Okay.
But...
By the way,
year.
has the SEC been the best conference in basketball for a while now?
If the season ended today, they would have 3 1 seeds.
Right. Has it? I mean,
Bruce Pearl, baby.
It's been
Big East did that once, right?
I think so.
Back in the day, yeah. No, the way that the SEC has gone, this year, a lot of it is all of these new age coaches that really embraced NIL and have been able to recruit very well. They're using a lot of football money. But like you look at places like Bama, Florida's been awesome this year.
Auburn,
obviously. Tennessee's been good for a couple years now.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know. I saw UConn's on the television right now, and I see they are 17-8, and that's new territory for a Danny Hurley.
You'll never bother me with a college basketball conversation, my friend.
Speaking of college hoops, let me take the second question real quick, or more of a statement. I cannot wait for you, Tyler, to watch We Beat the Dream Team that I was just talking about with Wilbon, because Coach K is at his absolute smuggiest.
At his Coach K-iest?
Yes. You will watch it. I have no doubts it will drive you up the wall, but I think in a good way. So
you will be my first text.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to watch it either tonight or tomorrow.
Instant reaction.
That's going to be a hate watch.
No, it's still fun, but listen, Coach K immediately comes off as very Coach K-y.
I'm very intrigued by this because I didn't know about this story. But it reminds me of the modern day. Do you guys know about the Jordan Crawford dunk on LeBron?
Absolutely.
And then Nike scrubbed the tapes?
Yes.
No, I've not heard that story.
In a Nike scrimmage, right?
Yeah, it was a Nike scrimmage. Jordan Crawford, I believe, was playing for Xavier at the time, and he dunked on LeBron.
Yep.
And Nike scrubbed the tapes.
They confiscated the video because they didn't want
LeBron getting dunked on by a college player.
Being out, and they didn't want it out on the... Yeah, this is like a decade ago, probably.
Yeah, because I think Jordan Crawford, he came out in the same draft as John Wall, if I remember correctly.
Wow, was it that long ago? Wow.
Yeah. It was like 2011, so that's probably almost 15 years ago.
Yeah, it is. I'm looking at it right now, 15 years ago. Is this the actual video? Yeah, but it's from like a really bad angle, I think.
But Nike went in and scrubbed the tapes of it.
That's crazy.
No, if anybody who appreciates hoops, or if you've heard of, or if you remember the 92 Dream Team, for those who are younger, if you're Charlie's age, if you're unfamiliar with it, that was the first year that professional players were allowed to play in the Olympics for the United States. And that's when the Dream Team
By the way, Charlie made it back safely. Good job, Charlie.
Thank you.
Thank you
Safe
for
elevators. They all pass.
Yeah, well, if we get stuck on the way down.
Did you put a little certificate?
Yeah, I
Did
took
you sign the certificate?
Yeah, I took out the city one and I put my own.
Nice.
All right, Tyler.
This elevator has been endorsed by Charlie Bevins.
Inspected on 2/18/25.
So we're good. How long is your inspection good for?
10 years.
Nice.
10 years.
All
Good
right.
stuff.
We're
Good
good.
stuff. This was a report from John Morosi from about 4 hours ago. Was told Justin Turner turned down more lucrative offers elsewhere because he wanted to be a Cub.
Of course he did, because everybody offers more money than the Cubs.
Although I think both you and I were a little surprised, Meller, by how much money he got.
The amounts. Yeah,
it's like what other teams? What other teams was he talking to? Like if it was the Reds and the Pirates, of course you'd take the Cubs' money.
Yeah, I guess the question is, right, like, Tyler, how much more, right? Because we were both our eyes kind of like,
and by the way,
my eyebrows were raised when I saw
I
this
still
figure.
believe, especially for an older player who's made a lot of his money, I can understand why playing at Wrigley in Chicago, a great town, would be appealing.
Well, here's the thing,
and a team that's projected to win the division.
Specifically, if you're talking about like the difference between $6 and $7 million, right, for him who's 40 years old and has made
I think he's got incentive money that's attached to this contract.
Yeah,
too.
so I'd have to see like what the actual figures were that he turned down. To Waddle's point, if the Reds came a-calling and they're like, "Hey, we'll give you $7," I could see why he'd be like, "No, thanks, I'll go play for the Cubs for $1 million less."
Right.
But it's one of the things like that Buster Olney piece that came out. The one thing that really frustrated me out of there was Ricketts addressing the team and saying like it's a privilege to play for the Chicago Cubs.
I'm so
Brother,
with you.
It's a privilege to play for any of the 30 teams in all of baseball.
No, it does. It's a reflection of the way Tom Ricketts
It is a
looks at
privilege. It's an earned privilege. But it shouldn't be like this shouldn't be your reward. Now, again, I know they're paying, handsome salaries, but you shouldn't be able to, if the message was, hey, it's a privilege to play here as opposed to playing elsewhere, and maybe that's why I've kept the budget the way it is. And again, I'm just projecting now. Like, I wouldn't go overboard with that. I would suggest that it's a privilege to play. You're right, in all 30 Major League Baseball cities. But I wouldn't be turned off by that message.
But here, can I tell you something? The fact that it made it into Buster Olney's article leads me to believe that it clearly must have rubbed somebody inside the Cubs organization the wrong way. Because otherwise, it would not have been whispered into Buster's ear. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, when was the last time this team went to the postseason and won a round? 17?
2017.
So, I mean, we're going on what, 8 years? So
yeah, a little bit of fig jam after owner Ricketts.
Yes.
We got Coach of the Year odds in the NFL that are out
for the upcoming season.
Nice.
We just tucked the season away a week ago.
Listen.
Ben Johnson's got to be
Vegas never sleeps, my friend.
Got to be one of the top 5, I would bet.
Wasn't last year, by the way, Matt Eberflus was at the top of both lists, or somewhere close to the top?
Yeah, he was a favorite last year.
Like first to be fired and
first to be fired, but also first to be Coach of the Year?
I don't know if he was.
He was. He had good odds on both ends. Waddle's right about that.
I think so.
I don't think he was the favorite for first to be fired.
You're right about that.
I think they actually got that right with, was it Saleh or Dennis Allen that was first fired last year?
I think it was Saleh.
I think Dennis Allen was the favorite, and then he quickly worked his way out of that after the first 2 games.
What a
Saints
weird
had.
season.
Sirianni was in the top 5, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Nick Sirianni, if they didn't have their bye week in week 5 when they were 2-2, and they didn't have a come to Jesus meeting with Kellen Moore about running the football more, Nick Sirianni might have been fired, as crazy as it may sound, if they had to go a couple more games and they were 2-4 the way that season was going for them.
He almost got fired at the end of last year. He got the Doug Peterson meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben Johnson, co-favorite with Mike Vrabel at plus 750.
This is always an expectations award, right? The Bears having won 5 games last year.
Right, because Andy Reid's never going to win this. Nope. Sirianni's never going to win this.
Nor
McVay's never going to win this.
Yeah, if you have a great quarterback, all of a sudden you're kind of up against it to try and win that award. Yeah. I'm not saying it's impossible, but, it's definitely harder for John Harbaugh to win the Coach of the Year award when Lamar Jackson is doing what he's doing.
Amen.
It's usually first-year coaches or
surprise.
Or surprises. Who won it this year?
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell, that's right. And Dan Quinn was certainly in the mix for something like
that.
But
think about it. Kevin O'Connell won, they had a great season, but nobody expected anything of the Vikings.
Right.
And then they went on to win 14 games, and it was very easy to say, okay, Kevin O'Connell is the Coach of the Year.
That's why Stefanski's won twice.
Yes, exactly. Should we take a break right now so we can unload the rest of the shed before we get to the top of the hour?
Look at the clock discipline by my man over here.
It took me 25 years, but
he's got a handle on it. All right, more of Aki Zalis coming your way next.
I really got to.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Guys, you want a safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging? Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help to increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy, with all meds shipped directly to your doorstep. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call us today at 312-888-5655. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Mr. President?
Agent Collins, come on in.
Catch the new Hulu original, Paradise. Some conspiracies are bigger than they seem.
When I became president, first thing I asked about was the secrets. Aliens, who killed JFK. You're the only one I really trust. And I want to tell you the truth.
Starring Sterling K. Brown, Julianne Nicholson, and James Marsden.
The biggest secret is right under your nose.
What aren't you telling me? The Hulu original series, Paradise. New episodes Tuesdays, streaming on Hulu.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Part 2 of Hockey's A-List.
Rolling on.
All right, little Cubs trade paths that they could go down here. We talked yesterday
Have
with
you
Jesse.
talked with the family? I mean, did you get the memo?
Is this Tyler Ricketts asking the questions, or is this Tyler Aki?
I've cleared it by the big boss up at TD Ameritrade.
Gotcha.
So Vladimir
Tyler
Guerrero Jr. is potentially going to be on the block now, especially if we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, and the Blue Jays look like they are not going to be a part of the mix playoff-wise, especially with how far apart it seemed like Vladdy said that they were when they were in contract negotiations, and he stressed that he will not negotiate in season. If you are the Cubs, and we don't know if Dylan Cease is going to be available, maybe there's another ace that all of a sudden becomes available. Would you be targeting Vlad, or would you be targeting a Cease-like player at the deadline more so?
I'll tell you what, depending on how the season plays out, Vlad can play third base. Now, he's had some wide splits in terms of how he's been defensively. There's been years where he's put really
Boy, that's a big body at third base.
I'm telling you, there's been seasons where he, as a defensive player, he's rated really well. And there's also been years where he hasn't. He's also played first base. So depending on how the Matt Shaw experience goes and whether or not a 40-year-old Justin Turner is actually a viable option at the hot corner, I think Vlad could be a really nice solution at third base if that's an issue for the Cubs as the season progresses.
Who's the player, do you think, and I don't know that there's an answer to it, who's more, do you think is easier to trade for? Because you could trade for one and try to acquire another one in the offseason. Do you believe that whoever...
Vlad or Cease? Or you...
Yeah, like... Vlad is going to reach free agency more than
They
likely,
both
right?
are. I mean, Cease is a Boris guy.
So he's not going to sign a contract.
He's going to free agency
Okay.
too.
So you tell me which because my answer to you would be you should be involved with both.
Boy, I don't see, those
But if
are
you're
going to
making
be...
a trade, you're not going to have enough
both,
prospect capital to get
both those
Right.
guys are...
But my point is which one would you trade for and then also try to pursue in free agency?
I would probably rather trade for Cease, but I would rather pursue Vlad in free agency, I think.
So there you go.
Just because I think if you're in a go-for-it season like the Cubs are this year, you probably need more of a frontline pitcher than a guy like Vlad.
Right.
But like long-term, I think Vladdy's the player I would rather.
Yeah, I think you always want to build around a bat, especially a guy who will be. It's his age 26 season this year, so he'll hit free agency. You'll be signing him in his year 27. That's good business. If you're going to break the bank for anybody, that if we've learned nothing from free agent signing, it's that you should try and sign. You'll get more bang for your buck in free agency if you sign the players who are Juan Soto's age, who were Bryce Harper's age, Manny Machado's age, because those contracts have actually aged fairly well. They've been good bargains.
Right. I was just going to ask you, where's your greater need, and which guy will have a greater impact, in your opinion, if you were able to deal for that player? And again, both guys are going to want to visit free agencies, so you're going to be giving up some prospects for a rental.
Yeah, and you've already done that with Kyle Tucker.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll ask you the question, Tyler, since you're a Cubs fan. If you hit free agency next year, would you rather the Cubs sign Kyle Tucker or Vladimir Guerrero if the contracts are similar?
I'd rather take Tucker.
Really? Now, Vladdy's younger.
How much younger, though? Like a year or two?
I think he's 2 years younger.
I'd still rather take Tucker because I'd rather take the known quantity in the field as well as the bat. Like, Vlad, I know, is going to hit for more power, but even Vlad, like, his numbers they're good, don't get me wrong, but, like, a lot of his power is thought of from that one season where they played.
Yes. He got off to a rough start last year, didn't he? I heard Carm talk about it. He only had 5 home runs in the first 2 months.
No, he figured it out. He's at times throughout his career, he's hit the ball into the ground, more than you would have liked. The one thing you'd like is the launch angle to get up a little more. And
to that point too, like he's only had one really eye-popping home run season where he hit 48. That was in 2021.
But it was also the year. Yes, that was
right.
That was because of the COVID laws in Canada. They played, was it Buffalo, right?
Buffalo,
they played like half their games in Buffalo.
So after that,
which is a very hitters-friendly park.
Right, 32, 26, 30. I'm not sneezing at that, but
Yeah, those numbers, if you look at his career stats and you don't know the story behind them, they skew a little bit if you think to yourself, he's a 48 homer guy with that 400 on base. He could get to a 400 on base percentage. He was close to it last year at 396, but you're probably more likely, he's more like a 290, like 360, 370 on base.
You know what I like about him, too, is he plays every single game.
He does.
If you look at the power numbers, like Tucker's not there, but it's like right there. And he's played in fewer games in a lot of those seasons, too.
Why not both?
I'd love to have both.
Yeah.
Now
send that up the.
It's kind of a steep ask, too.
Okay.
Listen, you want to spend.
What do you mean? It is a steep ask, but
How about that? Tom Ricketts, after penny pitching for the last 6 years in free agency,
trades for Vladdy and then re-signs both Vladdy and
Tucker.
We'd be talking about almost
down $1 billion.
Okay.
Hell yeah, baby.
Okay. Let's do it.
I'd love to see it. Don't think it's realistic, but I'd love to see it.
Why not? Excitement in his voice, my friend.
Why don't I think it's going to happen? What have they shown you that they wouldn't sign Alex Bregman for 40?
Yeah, they haven't signed the $200 million contract yet.
Makes you think they're going to give out a pair of 500s.
Is Tucker getting 500?
Probably. When you factor in the years.
Yeah,
wait a second. Time out.
10 for 400 is probably like for Kyle Tucker.
But isn't some of the bidding going to be kind of pared back because of the looming CBA issue?
I suppose.
By the way, I have
teams, yes. For
2, and maybe
not.
Is this because of the free agent class? But this was from the article. I forget which one was it from Nightingale. 22 of 30 teams have lower payrolls this year. 5 free agents. There have only been 5 free agents receiving contracts of at least 5 years. 5 free agents this offseason receiving contracts of at least 5 years. $3.2 billion was spent in free agency. 8 teams accounted for 75% of that. 14 teams have spent less than $45 million.
Now,
what is the moral of that story, baseball guys?
Well, that the superstars are getting paid. They're willing to splurge on the absolute top
by
of the market
who?
guys.
Who's
by the
paying
Dodgers,
them?
the Mets,
and
the Yankees had quite a few big signings this year.
But did they give anyone long?
Max Fried. They give Max Fried.
That's right. Yeah.
5 guys got contracts of at least 5 years.
Well, the question would be,
I guess my question to you guys is I don't see how they come to any type of long-term agreement about a new CBA before. Like, I mean, there is going to more than likely be a work stoppage. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
So who's going to go out there and give these guys 10-year contracts for $500 million, not knowing?
They just did it with Juan Soto, though.
Yeah, like those are the guys that will get it.
Yeah,
right,
but
Guerrero and Tucker will get it.
Yeah, but that's why, like,
but there's
Alonso.
only 3 teams bidding on those guys. Like the market, So are the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Mets going to be the ones that give these guys $500 million contracts?
The Mets could be. The Mets could be in on Vladdy.
Oh yeah, with Vladdy. Yeah,
with Alonso, especially if Alonso opts out, you better believe Steve Cohen will be interested in signing Vladdy to pair him with Soto. You know, the Yankees, I think, will probably be in the mix.
So why wouldn't the Cubs be in on one of these guys?
They don't want to spend money.
Fiscal responsibility.
That's your team.
Not happy about it.
Okay. Anything else?
I got some Bengals stuff too.
Some Bengals stuff.
Some Bengals stuff.
All right.
Some other NFL
Let's
stuff.
explore the Bengals space. We have a little bit of time remaining before we crosstalk with Bleck Abdalla.
You want to talk some Bengals football?
You know where
Mr. Cincinnati himself.
You know who Waddle? Yeah, grew up.
Where I retired was from the Bengals after 3 practices.
He's Mr.
They retired you, or you retired?
I retired myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I got in front of that. So before they could have retired me, I retired myself.
Let's walk down the Kenny Anderson, Boomer Esiason, Ickey Woods memory lane.
Done. Kenny Anderson was actually the quarterback's coach when I signed with him.
There you go. The more you know.
Yeah.
All right, Waddle and Sylvie, Meller in for Sylvie on ESPN 1000.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. Who will be headed to San Antonio? Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Locked in a huge Vladimir Guerrero, can he or can't he play third base conversation.
You don't want to see Vladdy playing the third sack, do you?
Just saying, he wants to play third base. The Blue Jays have toyed with the notion of
I
him
want to
playing
play third base
this year.
for the Cubs, too, but that ain't going to happen.
I mean, if Matt Shaw can handle third base, why not Vladdy Guerrero? Anyway.
Because Vlad Guerrero's 6'2" and 245.
He's gotten in good shape, my friend.
I don't doubt that, but that's not third base size.
Came up as a third baseman.
And hasn't played third base but like a handful of games in 6 years.
Started 11 games there last year.
Tyler, do you want Vlad Guerrero playing third base for you?
He was a Gold Glover at third base.
Boom.
2 years or
not
3
2 years ago.
3 years ago.
4 years ago. 4 years ago.
2022.
Look at that. Gold Glove. Boom. 2-time Silver Slugger.
Do you want him playing third base for you?
No, I'd prefer first.
That's my point. That's all I'm saying.
Justin
You
Turner.
can boom yourself all you
Turner
want.
or Vladimir Guerrero at third base.
Well, of course it'd be Vladdy. But
so all of a sudden he can play third base when you present the real options.
Well, if the option is a 40-year-old Justin Turner or Vladdy, then yeah, Vladdy.
There you go.
But I would rather see Vlad Guerrero playing first base.
Yeah, I'd rather see Michael Bush try out at third.
Yes, and play Vlad at first.
How many Gold Gloves has Michael Bush played at won at third base?
0.
None.
That's how many has Vladdy won? That's all I'm saying.
Dude, he's been blocked by Arenado for all these years. What are you talking about?
Bush?
Yeah.
From winning Gold Gloves?
And he's been in the minors.
Listen, I'm just saying, having that flexibility and he's worked at it, there's a chance he could sign with a team as a third baseman next year. If the Dodgers are looking for, if they're interested in a third baseman next year because they got Freddie Freeman at first, I wouldn't rule it out. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
All right. Now to more important things. Bengals items.
Actually, by the way, Vlad played 128 games at first base in 2022 when he won the Gold Glove and just won at third.
Right.
So
that's my point. He won the Gold Glove for a first baseman.
I love how you're.
So boom you. Why don't you boom yourself? I told you he only played one game at third base in 2022.
And
you baseball Bigfooted me.
My only point
you put
is,
your catcher's mitt right over my face and try to smother me.
Vladimir Guerrero is a good enough hitter where if he wants to play third base,
why don't we let him pitch?
I mean, that seems like a stupid idea.
He could be the next Shohei. All right, you want some Bengals stuff, fellas?
Yeah, why not?
We've been waiting.
Jeremy Fowler reporting about the Bengals trying to retain their stars, and it's going to start with at least a franchise tagging of T. Higgins. And so they're looking at retaining Jamar Chase with a long-term extension, T. Higgins with some sort of extension this year, and Trey Hendrickson, who needs some new money. Of those three, how many do you think are Bengals for the foreseeable future?
I'm going to, for sure.
Chase, definitely. Well, I think all three of them could be because T. Higgins, you could just franchise him again. And
when you say long term, what do you mean long term? Past this?
Let's say like they'll be Bengals in 2027 or 2026, I should say.
Well, Trey Hendrickson's 31, right? So 2 years from now.
So let's say 2026 season. So next.
So I think Trey Hendrickson will be there for the next 2 years.
Well, remember, he wants a new deal, though. And so if you're going to give him a new deal, it probably has to be for, a 3 or 4 years.
Doesn't he have 2 years left?
But he wants new money.
Right. So I mean, you give him another 2 years to make it a 4-year deal. And he has to understand if he wants that deal from them, he's going to have to work with them because they are in a bit of a pickle with their offensive commitments.
I think that they will find a way to keep T. Higgins along with Chase so that they have Burrow, happy. So that those three, I think, will be.
So you think the odd man out may be Hendrickson?
He may be around for another year or two. So if you want to say 2 years is long term, fine. But I think ultimately the Bengals are going to have to recognize that you keep the offense, which was humming at the end of the year, together. And the defense was bad with Trey Hendrickson last year, so it could certainly be bad without him.
The problem for them is if you look at the Eagles and you'll say A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith find a way to coexist. But Devontae Smith makes $25 a year, 3 years, $75 million. I think it was his contract. I don't think T. Higgins is. I think he wants more than that. Does he not? Because he played on the franchise tag last year at $23 million a year. I think T. Higgins looks at himself and his body of work and sees 35 a year, 30, 35.
Ooh, you're getting in some pretty rarefied air. T. Higgins. Now, Brandon Ayuk, remember last year he got 4 for 120, so he averages 30 a year.
Okay, so at least 30. How about we say that? At least 30. The franchise tag for him would be in excess of $26 million, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Look, you're going to give Chase is going to make 40, right?
Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So Justin Jefferson's making 35 a year.
He's going to ask and get more.
Chase will probably get 36, I would say. You know what I'm saying? I think they'll settle in. Chase will make more than Justin Jefferson, but I don't think the Bengals are going to be the team that pushes him to 40. And then ultimately, like, if you're going to be the highest paid wide receiver, if you're Jamar Chase, how much more can you hold out for at that point? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And by the way, A.J. Brown signed an extension, a 3-year contract with the Eagles, 3 years, $96 million.
I think that
so $32 a year.
I think the Bengals will find a way to get a deal done with Higgins. Maybe they'll give him a DJ Moore deal. What do you think about that?
$26 million a year?
Yeah, 26, 27.
Does he want $26 million a year?
I think he wants more.
But
I mean, everybody wants more, but I think he literally.
But that's a 1-year deal. If you can get if you're T. Higgins, if you can get a 4-year deal for 26, 27, maybe 5, and get more, guaranteed money up front.
Good point.
Especially because he's had some injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're happy where you're at, I know he probably wants to hit the market. But at the same time, the grass isn't always greener. Joe Burrow is a pretty good guy to be throwing you the football if you're T. Higgins.
This could be a good thing for the Bears, too, because the Packers are one of those rumored teams that if he were to hit the markets, that
do you
think end up in Green Bay.
Do you think he'll hit the market?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because I think
I think if all else fails, they'll franchise him.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that, in Cincinnati, because, again, with these contracts, you have to come up with a lot of cash, too, and it's not something that they like to do. I'm not sure they're capable of as well. So I'd say 2 out of the 3.
2 of 3?
Yeah.
And you'd go Hendrickson and Chase?
I think it'll be Chase and Higgins.
I think I'm going to change my opinion to what Meller said. Listen, you got Joe Burrow. You got to...
And he's been very vocal about talking about how they need to keep their players. And I get it. I know he wants them to keep Trey Hendrickson as well. But I have a sneaking suspicion that if push comes to shove, Joe Burrow wants Higgins and Chase more than he wants Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Well, he may also be tired of losing games where he scores 30 points.
No doubt.
I know, but listen, you have Trey Hendrickson and you're still giving up 30 points. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair.
And he's older, so...
the SNL 50 ratings are in. You want to take a guess how many?
I wouldn't know to put it into context.
Less than the Super Bowl. Less people watched SNL 50 than the Super Bowl.
Good guess.
Nice.
Significantly more than watched the All-Star game.
I haven't seen the All-Star numbers, but I would guess yes.
So how was it received?
Just a couple ticks under 15 million people.
Wow.
And was it 10.5 for the hockey game? Or something like that.
I thought it was like 5 for the hockey game.
All right.
It's NBC's most viewed entertainment broadcast in 5 years.
Yeah.
I was a little shocked by almost 15 million.
Well, I'm telling you, man,
it was an event. Especially, I could see for anybody though, Tyler, who's over the age of 35. I think there's a lot of cultural relevance to SNL, and so for an anniversary show. It was, and we'd a lot of the names that were going to be in attendance, like Eddie Murphy, had leaked. So in some ways, it was one of those must-see events. It was kind of like an award show, the Grammys, the Oscars.
Have the NBA All-Star Game ratings not come out because they don't want them released?
Probably.
At this point, they're trying to keep a lid on it?
They're not rushing out to tell us those.
No,
ratings.
I'm checking now. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not shocked by the news that the SNL 50-year anniversary show was very widely viewed.
Now, it was significantly down from SNL
40.
Oh, it was.
Which was 23.1 million.
Wow.
Well, don't forget. Now, listen, that was 10 years ago, and the landscape of, how people view stuff on TV has changed dramatically. I think that definitely hurts a show like SNL where...
But as you said, it's their 5th highest rated entertainment show in 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's...
their highest rated in 5 years.
Yeah. That's the key takeaway. Is
since the Golden Globes in 2020.
Wow. Not surprised.
No.
Not surprised.
I loved it. I'm again though, that speaks to my childhood and my teenage years and my young adulthood, and it was just an iconic show.
Charlie, do you have similar feelings to Tyler in regards to Saturday Night Live, because you're actually
I like Saturday Night Live. I thought I grew up on a really good. There's something. People always say that your favorite era of it's always the one that was on when you were 13.
Yes.
But like the one that was on when I was 13 was like Bill Hader, Andy Samberg, Kristen Wiig. Like it was a really good crew. So
I think that was kind of the last good cast, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
and now it's been kind of. It still feels like they're kind of between generations, but yeah, that one was like Lonely Island. Like all my friends were singing Lonely Island songs in middle school.
Thank you for reminding me. I just remembered I have to show Waddle. I don't know if he's ever seen...
Last time you were trying to show me something, it was an elevator gag. It was a prank, and we got on the elevator, and it didn't work.
Yeah. So. Guess what? He's about to show you some sushi glory hole.
I have seen that.
I sent that to you.
Sent that one. What's that?
It's going to open a Christmas present for you.
I've seen that one, too. That comes in a box?
No, the one I don't know if he's seen is not the follow-up to Justin Timberlake, but the third installments. Do you recall with Lady Gaga? After Mother Lover.
Oh, wait. No.
I don't think he's ever seen it.
I was thinking Mother Lover.
There's the third one, version of that I have to show Waddle because he's never seen that. So we're going to take a quick time out, and then we will come back and crosstalk with Bleck and Abdalla right here on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a 20-yard drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and the preseason is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson warm up their vocal cords with a North-South game with the Cubs. Coverage begins with White Sox Week Saturday at 1 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com or call 312-888-5655 today. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again. Hey, Chicago, planning your game day? Grab a Sam Adams American Light at Greystone Tavern in Wrigleyville. Enjoy this crisp, refreshing beer brewed for moments just like this. Whether you're watching the game or celebrating a win, Greystone Tavern has everything you need. Pair your Sam Adams American Light with Greystone's delicious wings or their signature smash burger. Take it from them, it's a game changer. So grab a Sam Adams American Light today and make your game day legendary at Greystone Tavern in Wrigleyville. Please enjoy responsibly.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Need a little home makeover to get through the last few weeks of winter? Kohl's is having a big sale so you can give your home a reset. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save an extra 15% on so much to refresh your space, like stylish decor, cozy pillows, convenient storage, and so much more. So hurry to Kohl's to snag your savings before the secret's out. Select styles. Kohl's Rewards 15% off coupon valid through March 2nd. Must be a Kohl's Rewards member. Exclusions apply. Visit a store or Kohl's.com for details.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
so you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We are quickly approaching the moment of truth here as
they've been reunited.
Well, no, I was thinking we count down 12, 13 minutes until we step foot on the elevators today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not just you guys. I got on an elevator today heading up, and I got on it with this lady, and she got off on the 3rd floor. And I was like, oh, 2 guys I work with got stuck on this one, so avoid this one. And the one we were on, she goes, one of my coworkers got stuck in this one a week ago. I was like, what are we doing here, guys?
Well, and then elevator 5.
Yeah.
We had
rattles, shake, rattles, and rolls.
Yeah, I heard that. Making you that squirrely. today.
I came up the elevator 3, the one I got stuck on yesterday. If I get stuck again going home, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You have to call us this time in the elevator.
No. So
come on.
Here's the thing.
I cannot get through a
we'll talk you down.
A traumatic experience.
I understand.
No.
I get it. It was great radio last night.
If you weren't the subject of the terror,
the ones that were stuck in the elevator, you guys did a great job. It was fantastic radio. That was radio. I loved that. That was great. I hope it doesn't happen to you guys tonight. I hope we all get out of here safely this evening.
Are you claustrophobic, Chris?
Depends.
Do you believe if, in fact, you were exposed to what I was exposed to last night, how do you believe you would have responded?
I would have been okay in that situation.
Okay.
Here's where it is. To me, being claustrophobic is more about time and not about the space. Let that simmer in your mind.
See, I'll give you an example where I would be claustrophobic.
Like if you are
that
stuck
elevator
somewhere,
was full, I'm freaking out. If we're like this in the elevator where there's like 8 dudes in that elevator.
Well, I won't get on an elevator with
no, thank
8
you.
people.
I also don't like the tight spaces. So like those videos you see where people are going to like the really
cavers?
tight caves.
The caving people?
No,
Have you ever seen those videos?
Yeah, and I can't do it.
I send them to Z-Pack.
Have you seen...
When they appear in my timeline, I just send them to him.
Have you seen the movie about the soccer team that was...
Yeah.
Like, I watched that and a full anxiety attack for an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, for sure. But do you understand what I'm saying, where the time sometimes I feel is more of a issue than, say, the actual space?
But we didn't know the timing of our...
Right. You guys were only in there for about 15, 20 minutes, right?
No, 30.
Okay.
Like the unknown, though, but with no real...
The unknown is what you start to freak out about.
Twice the maintenance guy said it'll be 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll be back.
Sure it is.
Now, here's the thing. Because I was on the phone with Abdalla and Tyler, I could not get my phone out quick enough to take a video.
Yeah.
As the doors were coming open here, this is the best I could get because I've never seen him move so fast in my life.
Yeah.
I hurt my back and my
I was
ribs.
hands and knees. Yeah, crawling out.
This is us crawling out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you had to jump up.
Yeah.
And the problem is, Chris, you had to do it fast because if for whatever reason the elevator moved, I'd been cut in half.
I've seen Final Destination. No chance there. I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
All of a sudden, the elevator lets go, and
I've seen Speed.
You're snapped in half.
Yeah, so that's what we crawled out of last night.
Whoa. That's that's not good.
Not ideal. And the truth is, I didn't recognize it in the moment. He was definitely coping, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
As a listener,
When Abdalla kept trying to pepper Meller to talk to Waddle, I was on your side, Waddle. I was on your side because I knew exactly what you were doing. You're trying to watch whatever you ignore what was happening, and this jerk over here is like, put Waddle on.
Oh, shut up! Like if you weren't here, you wouldn't have done the same thing.
Ask Waddle if he's
called me 3 times. I hung up on him 3 times.
Like you wouldn't have done the same thing.
And you're hearing the side of the conversation from Meller.
From my misery.
Yes,
it's called content, buddy. And when the director of content texts me to keep going, what am I supposed to do? Not listen to my manager?
I think there's a lawsuit somewhere there.
Not me.
Is there?
I think so.
Not me. Maybe the folks at 190 North.
Again, it was great radio. It was fantastic.
Listen, we were lost in the moment. I told him later in the night, though.
But, Chris, I can't sit here and say, well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Because I don't want to do that again.
The oddest thing, though, was that literally as we're walking on the elevator, I'm showing him a prank video of an elevator.
That's crazy.
And, like, the coincidence was we're standing by the elevator banks, and I'm like, oh, elevator. I just watched this crazy prank. I want to show Waddle. So, sure enough, like, he had to be thinking, I'm being set up here.
Yeah.
Like, the odds of us getting stuck in the elevator as I'm showing him an elevator video about a prank,
That's nuts.
Yeah.
And by the way, when it got stuck, it made a loud bang.
Of course it did.
It sounded like, okay, this is broken. We're not ever getting out.
Yeah. But don't blame.
Meanwhile, it's in action today. People are using it today.
I used the same one to get up to the 7th floor today, like a dumbass.
Listen, I'm sure there was no inspection. The moment it started operating again, they just sent it down its way.
When was the last thing those things were inspected?
There's a little.
Yeah.
I inspected them today.
You did?
Yeah. There's a slip in there.
We sent Charlie on every one of them to test them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, during Waddle's World, he was checking to make sure.
We sent Charlie to find you guys. He was on 4 waiting for you guys.
I think I missed
to disembark from the elevator.
We were almost disemboweled.
We wanted a post.
That's why
trap press conference.
We ended up on 5. That's why.
Yeah.
So.
And then instead of taking the stairs, as I suggested, Meller looked at me and goes, "What are the odds that it's going to get stuck again?" I was so shook. I just said, "Okay."
Lightning's not going to strike twice.
I just got on the elevator like you could have led me into traffic.
I was just shivering like.
I was just like,
seeing as how everyone in this building has almost been stuck in an elevator in the last month.
I know.
Like, they should probably look into that.
Hey, I haven't been stuck. I've dropped, though.
Yeah, that's different.
What?
Yeah, he dropped a few floors.
Have you not heard this?
No. He told us, by the way, he said, like, well, I'm going to send it down, and it's going to drop, but don't worry, it's not going to, like, crash when it hits the ground.
He said that's only in the movies. That does.
Yeah, he said it's only in the movies. I'm like, Jesus.
Good. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, God.
Maybe, what is it? We're in the middle of February. Yeah, it was around the holidays. I think around the 3rd or 4th floor, I just went all the way to the bottom quickly. And then when it got to the bottom, it hovered. You know, like that unsettling feeling where it's not settled at the bottom floor, but it's like
almost
bouncing.
Like it's dangling from a cable, perhaps.
Can we just
bouncing.
Fix these things?
And so what happened was the doors open, and a lady was like, you know how sometimes you go to get off the elevator, but someone's too busy to brush. They're like not allowing you off, so they're trying to push themselves on. She went to do that, and I go, you don't want to get on this one. And she goes, why? I go, I think I just fell a couple floors. I'm like, I'm okay, but and then a worker heard me say that to her as they were passing by, and he goes, oh yeah, don't get on that one. We'll look into it. And I was like, all right, see you later.
You can take the freight elevator tonight if you want.
It was definitely a few floors that it fell.
It's the freight elevator's huge.
Yeah,
you won't get claustrophobic in that one. It's massive.
That one's cool. You see the
size
floors
of like 3
and the whole thing.
It's the size of 3 elevators.
It's open. It's like open air. It's pretty sweet. You see the different floors passing by.
Are you allowed to take it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, say you're going down to the
it lets you off on the dock.
Ask Travis, and he'll hook you up.
Travis is gone.
No, but Travis knows how to do it because they use it for the promotional vehicles. They're all down there.
I know where it's at. I've never actually ridden on it, though.
It's fun.
It's over by the engineering.
Yeah. You see all the building guts.
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't know if that'll help him any.
No.
Does flying bother you? You used to fly all the time, every week. Does it bother you at all?
If I fly, I'm not normally bothered by flying, but if I fly on like a small regional jet, that's just 1 by 1 or 1 by 2, there are times I can talk myself into a panic attack. But for the most part, I'm okay.
All right.
PJ after the World Series, did that do it for you?
I was fine on that one because that was a big one. That was a big private jet.
Of course it was.
But going to, like, I've only flown on a private jet twice. One was going to the Chris Stapleton concert at AT&T Stadium, and that one was a little smaller, and I got a little, itchy and scratchy from that one. I could learn how to deal with it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I can learn how to deal with that.
If you're going to invite me on a private jet, I can figure out the panic attack later.
I'll figure that out.
There's alcohol in that flight, right?
Yeah,
I can figure it out.
Mixed with a few Xanax.
No doubt.
Wake up when at your destination of choice.
We're going to get stuck again tonight, aren't we?
I mean,
not with that attitude. Come on,
we got a lot of stuff planned for the show. We can't do an elevator
we had to push
show
a bunch
tonight.
of stuff to tonight because we had to do play-by-play.
Like great content though, back-to-back nights if it happens. So it's a win-win. Either we get down to the bottom floor, or
Waddle's going to need a Comrex and he's never coming in again.
Right.
What would you?
Why is that such a great form of content? Somebody else's misery.
Why don't you just broadcast from the State Street studio? You could just sit down there, and
you
then
never have to come up here ever again.
That's true.
Do you have to get it? You have to get an elevator to get in the parking garage too.
No, you don't.
No,
you can walk up the ramps. Get your steps in, man.
Yeah.
We don't have reserved parking, so we got to take.
It's not reserved parking.
You can get the steps.
You guys got some big Justin Turner thoughts, or?
Yeah, I think we'll start a little baseball tonight. A little Justin Turner.
All
Why
right.
not? Yeah, absolutely.
You guys, you're going to talk baseball.
Yeah, why not?
It's baseball.
Because you don't like baseball.
That's not true.
Yeah.
You like elevators. I'll spread lies too, Waddle.
I love elevators.
All right.
Yeah. You hate baseball. I love elevators.
I love baseball. Baseball's great. You want to know why baseball's great? Because you can do whatever the hell you want to. You want to spend $1 billion on your roster? Go right ahead.
Yes.
If you don't, sucks to be you. And then you've got teams like the Cubs.
Sucks to be a fan of you.
Sucks to be a fan. And then you've got teams like the Cubs that are like, no, we're just going to keep all the money because we can look at the revenue and we can look at the ticket prices and then we can look at our payroll. And guess what? That place is still going to be full every day this year. The sheeple will still be there. Trust me.
You preach it to the chorus.
When they get bounced in the first round and they wonder why.
We have 2 separate baseball segments scheduled for tonight.
That's right. Wow. How about
we
that?
have a Justin Turner segment, and then Rob
That's
Manfred
a third of the show, of our show.
Rob Manfred spoke to the media today.
Amen, brother.
That's always good.
Out there
That's
in
always
Arizona.
good for the Bleck and Abdalla brand.
Yeah.
Whenever Rob Manfred speaks.
Yeah, baseball.
And then, get ready.
Oh, so you're going to make fun of Rob Manfred for about 15 minutes.
We didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you are.
He was sober.
We did not say that.
He was sober. What are you talking about?
We did not say
Sober
that. But
as a
he
bird.
spoke
Listen,
today.
I would have if I would have joined you guys last night as you were trying to capitalize on my fear and my anxiety and the torture I was in.
I was going to talk you off the ledge.
I would have sounded like Rob Manfred. My voice would have been affected. My thought process would have been affected. The anxiety would have overtaken me, and my presentation would not have been normal.
Don't blame you at all.
Thank you, Chris.
Totally understand.
I just hope people are ready for a year without baseball because that's going to be something.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah.
But it's in 2 years.
I understand it's in 2 years. That's why it
You
shouldn't
got 2 years to get ready for
so
it.
Well,
get
that's
in now.
that's the other thing. It shouldn't happen because you have 2 years to figure it out.
That's a good point.
Well, it's going to happen.
Yeah, but it's like anything. No one. There's no action until you get a deadline, right?
Start watching lacrosse because that's going to take the place of baseball.
We're all going to be
in 2
watching
years.
NASCAR this summer or 2 summers.
Crosstalk brought to you by Steinhoffels, as always. Thanks to Michael Wilbon for joining us earlier today. Thank you to Charlie
psych
Bivens
myself
for
up to leave.
producing and riding the elevators like a champ.
Lest you forget, we used to host The Baseball Show.
I know.
The baseball show.
Chicago's baseball tonight.
Yeah. No, it was The Baseball
The
Show.
baseball
That was
show.
Chicago's Baseball Tonight was Hood and JD.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That was a late night show.
That was a late night
This
show.
was a
This is a preview show.
Sort of like the hockey show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost the same,
Except different.
except
Kinda
different
different.
sport.
But
Yeah.
almost. Thanks to Tyler Aki, as always, the executive producer of Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle, thank you for having me, my friend.
Hey, thank you for talking me off the ledge last night.
Enjoy.
I will not ride the elevator without Jeff Meller this evening.
You need a buddy, man.
I need a buddy.
It has been instituted.
As Eddie said, we're what do you call us, Thunder Buddies?
I can see Waddle standing out in the lobby, just being
waiting
like,
for a friend.
No, just waiting for you, someone to ride with.
Just waiting.
What's your name, friend?
Good luck tonight, guys.
We've instituted the buddy system on elevators for Waddle. All right, enjoy vacay, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, have a good trip.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, Bleck Abdalla with 2 baseball segments and a lot more fun as well. Thank you for listening. This is ESPN 1000.
Really excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No high from you?
What?
No high from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own, and it's more than a dozen. All to keep me connected to the good stuff, my streaming, my gaming, all my interneting. You name it, I got it connected. Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees are extra after the promotion. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, White Sox fans, cover your bases with the all-new Ballpark Pass. For a limited time, get access to every home game in March, April, and May for just $125. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Your Ballpark Pass includes tickets to opening day on March 27th and exclusive giveaways celebrating the unforgettable moments, legendary players, and iconic eras that have shaped the White Sox 125-year legacy. For more information and to secure your Ballpark Pass, visit whitesox.com/ballparkpass today.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training in the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
You're listening to Bleck and Abdalla on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app.
I wasn't kidding earlier. It was great radio last night, listening to you and Tyler.
Thank you.
As Meller and Waddle were stuck in the elevator. How did you guys find out? Did he just text you guys, hey, we're stuck in the elevator?
Yeah. We were doing a segment on the NBA All-Star Game and how, much like Lollapalooza, it's not for us anymore. And then I
heard your thoughts. I disagree, but continue on.
That's fine. You can be one of those guys that gets mad that music's not for you anymore. And then I'm not looking at my phone because I'm a consummate professional. And in the break, I saw a text from Jeff Meller to Tyler and I, and he goes, just so you know, we're stuck in the elevator. And I looked and it was like 15 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. So then, we had to call him. So we tried to call Waddle, like he said, 3 times. He didn't pick up.
You guys were kind of being bullies to Waddle.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
You were trying to get him on the air. You were trying to get a comment from him. He was just trying to get through I
wanted to know what the mood was like.
Yeah, well, Meller told you. Meller told you.
And we got that information.
Yes.
And we wanted him to call in afterwards, and he wouldn't until he heard us ragging on him.
I know. You guys bullied him into it. Good. That's why.
Yeah.
It was fantastic to listen to.
Thank you.
We have yet to hear whether or not they got to the first floor
I assume
tonight.
They made it.
They did. I just got it. We just got a text
confirmation. They made it through. Fantastic.
Good.
Bleck Abdalla hanging out with you on a Tuesday night. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The news from earlier today, Abdalla, and let's start with this. The Chicago Cubs signed Justin Turner to a 1-year, $6 million deal earlier today. Now, this is a move that the Cubs make after last week missing out on Alex Bregman. And in that chase for Bregman, it has been reported by The Athletic that the Cubs had the 4th best offering at about 4 years, $115 million, where Bregman made more per year in total in the deal that he's getting with the Red Sox. And it feels like the Cubs are in an interesting spot. They're a team that's good enough to win a division. They're good enough to be a playoff team, and they're a good team. But it does not feel like the Cubs at this moment in time they're a good enough group or a good enough effort from the front office and ownership to put together a team that could, quote, chase a championship and spend the way that the Mets, the Dodgers, and others in the National League have in their last couple of seasons. The Cubs spend, it just feels like they don't spend enough to really go after a championship each and every year.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of half-assing it, right? You go out and you make the trade for Tucker. And based on if Tucker has a good year, he's going to get a lot of money that, from history we've seen, the Cubs aren't going to be willing to pay. They're not willing to do these 7, 8, 9, 10-year deals. And so when they weren't going to do that, you just say, okay, fine, Kyle Tucker's a rental for a year. Then you're supposed to make other moves to make that move worthwhile. And Bregman, it would have been a move, and Jesse Rogers has been reporting on this for weeks, that the longer this went on, the more likely it would be that they would sign Bregman because they don't want to give him 7 years. They don't even want to give him 5 or 6 years. They want it to come down to 2 or 3 years, and they want to go with that higher average per year, but not extend with a bunch of years on there. So this would have been perfect. 3 years, $40 million a year, whatever. That would have been perfect for what the Cubs would have wanted to do. Now we're finding out that the Red Sox had a bunch of deferred money, and that's where I think that this is the issue. The issue is that baseball has created a loophole. And sure, you might be they're going to be paying Bregman for the next 10 years or whatever. That's fine. That's the way it works. Baseball has created this loophole that the Dodgers have been exploiting, where they can be paying Shohei Ohtani for the next 50 years. But guess what? They have the best player in baseball on their roster, and they can keep doing this with other players. The fact that Jed said it's not in our DNA to do that is absolutely ridiculous. Because why wouldn't you exploit that loophole and say, fine, Bregman, you're getting $40 million over 3 years. That's what it says. But when you look at it, the voided money makes it really, you're only getting like $9 or $10 million a year. That's more beneficial to the Cubs. That's more beneficial to them. And so then you hear today that Vlad Guerrero Jr. isn't going to be, right now at least, not going to be re-signing with the Blue Jays. He's going to wait till after the season. And at that point, they're going to have to compete with a bunch of other teams. He's going to get like a 10-year deal, so the Cubs aren't going to be in that either. So even if they decided, hey, maybe we make a move and we try to trade for Guerrero, he's not going to be here after this year either because they're not going to be willing to spend $500 million on a player.
Yeah, and I think when you point out what Jed Hoyer said last week in reaction to missing out on Alex Bregman, to me, it all goes back to Tom Ricketts. You say that like that's the mindset that they're not willing to engage with, but it's because ownership is telling them they can't play that way. They can't operate like some of the other teams with deferred money and the ability to just go after the highest priced free agents possible to make their team the best that they can. The Cubs are really in a spot where and that's why I started the conversation with, you have to point out they spend. It's not like they're a bottom feeder. They're not the Pirates. They're not the White Sox. They're not some of these teams spending nothing. They do spend. And as far as their payroll goes heading into this season, 2025, as of today, they're the 12th highest payroll in baseball heading into this season. Now, not everything is set at this moment before we get to the season, but the highest paid free agents are off the table at this moment. So you have the Cubs who are 12th, right ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks at 13, and at 14, the San Francisco Giants. Jesse Rogers on this radio station has told us, has told Carmen and Jurko, Waddle and Sylvie, Cap and J Hood, everyone on this station multiple times that the thinking with the Chicago Cubs in the last couple of years has shifted away from trying to compete with the Dodgers and the Mets and overspending and deferring payments and just having a high-level payroll with some of the best teams in baseball and really spend enough that you're good so you can compete every year, and then just maybe you can squeak into a World Series every once in a while, like the Arizona Diamondbacks got into the World Series 2 years ago as a team that was just above 500, who was a wild card team that snuck into the World Series. And that's the mindset. Jesse has told us this. He has reported this on ESPN.com with Jeff Passan, that the mindset from Tom Ricketts and the organization has shifted. It was originally, when they went after it and tried to win a championship in 2016, it was, let's compete with the Dodgers. Let's compete with the big boys. Let's spend the money. Let's get the highest free agents. Let's go sign John Lester. Let's sign Jason Hayward. Let's sign the biggest name, Yu Darvish, on the free agent pile, right? Like in free agency. That has changed. It is completely changed. And now they operate like a team that has a middle payroll, which they're above middle right now at 12. Arizona's at 13, but that's exactly where they want to be. They don't want to be fifth highest payroll in baseball. That's just who the Cubs are now. And to me, that's frustrating to observe from the sidelines, because a part of what made Tom Ricketts taking over this team and this new ownership group was so successful early on was it felt like a breath of fresh air and something different that the Cubs haven't had before. They are a team worthy of having one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They are one of the most famous, followed, watched teams in all of baseball. It's the Chicago Cubs. They're a national team. You have fans from Florida, from Arizona, from all over this country that follow and watch Cubs baseball. And I'm sure they're paying the marquee network to watch Cubs baseball. Yet you're not spending like a team that's at the top. The Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, the Phillies, and even Toronto. Some of those top payrolls in all of baseball.
And if I was a Cubs fan, I'd be livid. I would be absolutely livid. If I had season tickets, I'd probably cancel them until the Ricketts sold. And if I had Xfinity and Marquee was already on it, I'd watch, but I wouldn't be paying for the network, because last year the Cubs were third in revenue. The Mets were 11th in revenue, but they're top two in spending. How does that work out? The Cubs were third in revenue last year. They're 12th in payroll this year. They have the third most expensive game ticket. It's ridiculous. That place is full every single day. So you can't tell me that they shouldn't be spending. You can't tell me the Dodgers are second. The Yankees are first in revenue. They spend. The Mets are 11th. They spend. The Cubs should be spending. They're just pocketing this money. Oh, and Ricketts will say, well, we just try to break even. BS, man. BS. No one told you to buy up all of the rooftops. No one told you to buy bars and restaurants and a hotel. No one told you to do that. That's crap. And that's why when there's a lockout in 2 years, it's going to be because of that. And that's exactly what Tony Clark said today. The Major League Baseball Players Association said that these owners cry poor, but yet they still have the money to buy properties around the ballpark, and they still have money to buy up all of these other things, and yet they can't spend on their baseball team. I would be absolutely livid if I was a Cubs fan.
Yeah, I mean, the team is more focused on their debt service and purchasing all the real estate in Wrigleyville than actually putting together the best team in baseball. And, I think if you take a step back and realize that's what they're doing, and they know you as a Cub fan, you're going to just show up no matter what, it don't matter, that has to be frustrating. That's what's crazy is, people, I assume, are seeing this. They realize that they're not putting money back into the team. Instead, they're more concerned about developing their real estate portfolio than putting together the best baseball team they can put together. You mentioned the Mets. What were the numbers on that for what they earned and what they spent?
They were 11th in revenue in 2024, and they're the highest payroll right now heading into 2025.
Here's the article on ESPN.com from today. Mets owner Steve Cohen blows through the budget. His quote, the reason to why they blow through their baseball budget, because I want a winning team. That's from the owner. That's from Steve Cohen. That's why they're spending. That's why he's blowing his budget on the baseball team. His quote, because I want a winning team. And so it all comes down to ownership. The Dodgers are willing to do it. The Mets are now trying to get into that same stratosphere of baseball where you're spending and you're winning constantly. Mm-hmm. And the Cubs are just not interested in it because they are more interested in a real estate portfolio. And that's that's the team that you're rooting for. That's what they are. They want to be good. They spend. They're around top 10. They're 12th right now. They spend.
No, that doesn't count.
But it's not factually correct to say they don't spend.
No, it is.
They do spend.
Because when you look at it, when you look at the teams that are top in revenue, like the Yankees, the Dodgers, and I even mentioned the Mets are all the way down at 11. Okay, and I say all the way down. And yes, you can say that they spend. But when I'm looking at the payroll tracker and you can say 12th is fine, but the difference is over $100 million. That's the difference. The difference between first and second is like $8 million. Okay, the difference between second and third is like $30 million between the Dodgers and the Phillies.
Yeah.
That's fine. There you can say you're spending. Once you get close to $100 million difference, I mean, the Cubs payroll right now is at $191 million. Okay, the Phillies is at $279 million. That's close to $100 million to even get to third. So don't tell me that they're spending. That's BS. They're saving $120 million by not $130 million by not being in the top when they should be in the top.
Yeah, there's 5 teams in the National League spending more than the Cubs on this year's ball club.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
5 more teams in the conference. That's what's wild.
Their revenue was $506 million. Their payroll is $191 million.
The Cubs miss out on Alex Bregman, but today they signed Justin Turner to a 1-year, $6 million deal. Turner last year split his time between Toronto and Seattle. He was with the Dodgers for a very long time. Last season, he had a .354 OPP in 139 games. He hit 11 home runs. He had a batting average of .259. An OPS of .821. So he's still a good hitter. They expect him to back up Michael Busch at first and then also split time with